Chapter 1 The Savior. Don't, bang. Beautiful lady, bear with me, I shall be done shortly. You scoundrel, be gentler. In the opulent seaside suite, after a tempest of passion, the window was flung open, allowing a refreshing sea breeze to disperse the lingering scent of intimacy within the room. Chu Ming languidly reclined at the head of the bed, exclaiming, "My dear, you possess remarkable strength." Yun Xian's hazy eyes suddenly sharpened, and with a startled scream, she covered herself with the blanket while seizing a pillow and hurling it fiercely at Chu Ming, her face flushed with indignation. "Scoundrel! Who are you? What have you done to me?" Chu Ming deftly evaded the projectile, rubbing his nose with a smirk. "My lady, is this how you treat your savior? Were it not for me, you would likely be dead by now." Chu Ming had descended the mountain under his master's orders to fulfill a marriage pact. While passing by Wanshui River, he discovered Yun Shuiyan had fallen into the water. After rescuing her, he found her unconscious and, upon examination, realized she suffered from the rare cold disease, plagued by frigid toxins, and was in dire straits. This affliction was beyond treatment. Only the fabled nine-yang true body could harmonize with it, utilizing the warmth of yang fire to neutralize the cold toxins and restore her life. Coincidentally, he was the rare embodiment of the nine-yang true body, with a compassionate ethos of, if I do not descend into hell, who will? He had taken Yun Shuiyan to a hotel, sacrificing his own virginity to save her life. Yun Shuiyan shook her head, her muddled memories gradually returning, her expression becoming increasingly complex. But upon witnessing Chu Ming's smug demeanor, her anger flared anew. "So, am I to thank you for this?" Chu Ming waved his hand cheerfully. "No need for thanks, but your cold poison has penetrated deeply. To fully recover, you will require such treatments every 7 days." Perverted rogue. Yun Xian's anger surfaced, but she soon forced a bitter smile. After all, Chu Ming had saved her life, and with only 7 days left to live, what was the point in quibbling over such matters? She quietly donned her clothes, tossed 500 yuan onto the bed, and coldly declared, "Forget about today, leave Dongcheng at once." Gazing at the money on the bed, Chu Ming's forehead darkened with 3 lines of annoyance. What does this mean? Am I to be treated like a mere gigolo? Chu Ming's lips quirked as he earnestly replied, "My lady, I can take responsibility." Responsibility? Yun Shuiyan furrowed her brow. "Indeed, although it was to save you, I have taken your purity. I can offer you compensation. Would you prefer money or assistance? Name your price. Or, if you have any troublesome matters, I can help resolve them." Yun Shuiyan burst into laughter, her fury transforming into incredulity. She was the young heiress of the prestigious Yun family in Dongcheng, managing a commercial empire worth billions at such a young age. What could this poorly dressed country bumpkin possibly offer? As for his suggestion of assistance, she dismissed it outright. If matters beyond her family's reach could be resolved, what could he possibly achieve? With a cold gaze, Yun Shuiyan retorted, "Do you not realize that, given what you've done today, the Yun family could easily take your life?" Chu Ming scoffed dismissively. "What is the Yun family to me? In this world, no one has yet been born who could take my life." Yun Shuiyan, uninterested in his bravado, dressed and descended from the bed, coldly stating, "Stop boasting. Leave early, and you might just save your life." Watching Yun Shuiyan storm away, Chu Ming smirked. "This little girl has quite the spirit. I like her. Consider me in your debt. Once I finish my business, I shall find an opportunity to repay you. You rascal, you have completed your training. From now on, you are the new master of the Emperor's Hall, the foremost power in the world, with thousands of strong warriors and trillions of wealth at your command. Moreover, before your parents went missing, they left you a marriage contract, and now you must provide an explanation." As Chu Ming tucked away the marriage agreement, memories of a mischievous little girl who had followed him around in his youth surfaced in his mind, a smile creeping upon his lips. "Xiao Mingwei, do you remember your brother Chu Ming?" Yun Shuiyan gently shook her head. "Grandfather, it's futile. I am born with the cold disease. I am destined to live no longer than 25 years. Please do not waste your efforts. Regardless, we must try." Yun Tianding respectfully gestured to the individual behind him. "Mr. Huangfu, I beg your assistance." Huangfu Duan, exuding an aura of ethereal grace, stepped within 2 paces of Yun Shuyan before suddenly exclaiming, "Such a dense, cold aura. I can feel the chill even 3 steps away. The cold poison has likely infiltrated her organs." Yun Tianding, now anxious, inquired, "Mr. Huangfu, can you treat her?" Huangfu Duan furrowed his brow, hesitating as he replied, "I can only attempt it. Miss Yun, please lie down. I shall examine your pulse." Yun Shuyan complied and lay down, but as Huangfu Duan placed his hand upon her pulse, his expression turned peculiar. How can this be? Sir, what is the condition of my granddaughter?" Yun Tianding asked urgently. "Miss Yun, has any renowned physician treated you before this?" Yun Shuyan shook her head in confusion. "No, not at all." "Strange." Huangfu Duan continued his examination, suddenly raising an eyebrow. "Miss Yun, have you lost your virginity?" "What?" Yun Tianding gasped, his fury igniting. "Which scoundrel dared to violate my granddaughter? Yun Tianding's kin?" "Haha, splendid. Absolutely splendid." Huangfu Duan suddenly became animated, laughing heartily. "Mr. Huangfu, you." Seeing Yun Tianding's anger, Huangfu Duan quickly interjected, "Master Yun, this person has saved Miss Yun's life. Born with cold poison, resistant to all remedies. Only the legendary Nine-Yang true body can harmonize with it, offering a complete solution. And historically, all those who possess the Nine-Yang true body are unparalleled warriors. This man is fated to be Miss Yun's husband and the only one capable of preserving her life." Yun Tianding's face brightened with joy. Who is Huangfu Duan? A revered national medical expert, of esteemed status. Anyone he deemed unparalleled could hardly be an ordinary individual. Thus, Yun Shuyan not only had her life saved, but also gained an extraordinarily formidable husband, an unexpected double blessing. "Yin, who were you with prior to this? Quickly tell your grandfather." Yun Shuyan was equally astonished, the visage of Chu Ming's roguish face flashing in her mind. Could he truly be her destined husband? She then recounted the events that transpired, and with a wave of his hand, Yun Tianding's voice resonated throughout the Yun family estate. "Send word to all members of the Yun family. Immediately search for Mr. Chu." Chapter 2, Fulfilling the Marriage Contract. Yun Shuyan was momentarily astonished, the image of Chu Ming's roguish face lingering in her thoughts. Could he truly be her fated husband? After recounting the events briefly, Yun Tianding's commanding gesture echoed within the Yun family estate. "Send word to all members of the Yun family. Immediately search for Mr. Chu." At this moment, Chu Ming stood before a villa, surveying it from top to bottom. Well, it seems Uncle Chun has done quite well for himself over the years, residing in such an impressive house. He approached and knocked on the door, only to be met by a haughty young woman's voice from within. "Who is it?" "Silly girl, it must be young Master Wang come to take you on a date." The door swung open, revealing a middle-aged beauty adorned in glistening jewels, her face alight with joy. "Young Master Wang, what brings you here?" But upon recognizing the person before her, Bai Suzi's brows furrowed. "Who are you?" Chu Ming grinned and replied, "Aunt Bai, it's me, Chu Ming." "Chu Ming? It's you? How did you find your way here?" Bai Suzi's astonishment quickly transformed into discomfort. Chu Ming raised the marriage contract in his hand. "Did my family not arrange a marriage with Minghua back in the day? I am here to fulfill that promise." At that moment, a graceful figure emerged dressed in a white gown, her long hair cascading down her shoulders, pure and enchanting, resembling a princess. "Minghua!" Chu Ming greeted with a smile, yet Chen Minghua immediately frowned, her eyes flashing with evident disdain. Bai Suji, observing his ragged attire, felt a wave of displeasure and coldly inquired, "So, it is Chu Ming. After so many years, what do you do for a living now?" Chu Ming chuckled, shrugging his shoulders. "I just came down from the mountains, am currently unemployed." "And what are your family's assets?" "My parents have yet to be found. Managing those assets would be too troublesome, so I donated everything." Chen Minghua, already somewhat resistant, shrieked, "You, an unemployed drifter without a penny to your name. How dare you claim you wish to marry me? Are you expecting me to survive on thin air? Mother, I absolutely refuse to marry him. I can see that he is merely a man who can no longer survive in the outside world, seeking to live off our engagement." Chu Ming's smile gradually faded. He had not anticipated that Chen Minghua, who had clung to him in their childhood, would treat him with such disdain. Upon hearing Chu Ming's ultimatum, Bai Suzi's expression turned equally frosty. Chu Ming, you must realize, you and our Chiu are no longer from the same world. Here, take this 50,000 yuan. In light of the past goodwill between our families, take the money and leave. Bai Suji tossed a bank card at Chu Ming's feet with an air of condescension. Chu Ming's smile vanished, replaced by a cold sneer. I am not in need of money with just a nod. The nation's most elite will compete to shower me with wealth. Such brazen arrogance. Bai Suji scoffed. Look at your current destitute state. You can hardly afford your next meal. I advise you to cease your obstinacy. My Chun family is on the verge of ascending to the ranks of the first-class families in East City, and the heir of the Wang family, one of the four great clans, is currently pursuing Mingwei. I suggest you recognize the reality in terms of both status and position. You are but a lowly ant buried in the dirt, utterly incomparable to us. Take the money and be gone. Otherwise, I fear you may not see the sun of tomorrow. Bai Suji stood high and mighty, her threats laced with mockery. Huh. Once upon a time, in desperate need of support from my Qin family, you wept and offered your daughter to me. And now that you have gained power, you seek to sell her for an even higher price. Aunt Bai, your desperation is truly unseemly. Impudent. Chen Mingwei exclaimed furiously. Chu Ming, you truly have no shame. How dare you insult the Chun family, a distinguished noble house, with your pitiful status as a mere country bumpkin. Guards. Two burly security personnel stepped forward. Miss. Chun Mingwei commanded imperiously. Teach him a lesson. Make sure he remembers this. Understood. As the two bodyguards approached, a flicker of disdain crossed Chu Ming's eyes. At that moment, a thunderous roar echoed nearby. Raising his gaze, he beheld a procession of luxury vehicles, leading with a customized Rolls-Royce, the quintessence of opulence. 5/8? That is the private vehicle of the head of the Yun family, the foremost clan in East City. My goodness, who could they possibly be visiting that even the reclusive head of the Yun family would make an appearance? Bai Suzi's face turned pale, her thoughts racing. The convoy halted before the He family residence, and as the doors opened, an elderly man and a young woman emerged. The elder exuded authority, his presence commanding. The young woman was enchanting, a vision of beauty. Grandfather, it's him. Yun Shuyan pointed discreetly at Chu Ming. Yun Tinding's face lit up with joy as he hurried forward. Bai Suji, mistaking their intent, welcomed him with a beaming smile. Old Master Yun, it is indeed an honor for you to grace our humble abode. My Qin family is truly honored. Assuming Yun Tianding was displeased, her expression shifted abruptly as she exclaimed, Old Master Yun, I beg your pardon. This country bumpkin is the son of an old acquaintance of the Chun family. Seeing our family prosper, he has come with a marriage contract, hoping to extort money from us. Chun Mingyue quickly interjected, her face plastered with flattery. Old Master Yun, he is nothing but a ruffian. Rest assured, I will have him removed immediately, so as not to offend your esteemed eyes. She then turned to the guards, her voice sharp. What are you waiting for? Throw this blind fool out. Stop. Suddenly, Yun Tinding's booming voice silenced the room. Bai Suji and her daughter jumped in alarm as he strode towards Chu Ming, halting just 3 paces away, fixing his gaze upon him. This is bad. This fool has surely angered the old master, and now he is about to teach him a lesson. Chen Mingwei remarked anxiously. Bai Suji shouted urgently, Old Master Yun, this good for-nothing has been pestering us. We have no ties to him. If you wish to punish him, do as you please, but do not involve the Chun family. The elder and the younger exchanged glances for 5 seconds, and Chu Ming leisurely raised an eyebrow. Is there something you need? Yun Tianding took a deep breath and bowed respectfully to Chu Ming. I am Yun Tianding, here to extend an invitation. I hope, Mr. Chu, you will honor my humble request and visit the Yun family for a discussion. The head of the foremost family in East City, wielding power over half the city, stood before Chu Ming with the utmost humility. Chapter 3. Observing the humble demeanor of Yun Tianding, Chu Ming raised an eyebrow and inquired, Do I know you? Yun Tianding let out a hearty laugh. Mr. Chu may not recognize this old man, but surely knows my granddaughter. Yin, come over and express your gratitude to Mr. Chu. Yin Shuan approached, her movements shy and her gaze complex as she looked at Chu Ming. Upon recognizing her, Chu Ming smiled broadly. Ah, so it's you. Seizing the moment, Yin Tianding extended another invitation. Mr. Chu, I prepared a banquet at home to sincerely thank you for saving Yin Yan's life. Please do honor us with your presence. Witnessing Yin Tianding's respectful demeanor, Chen Mingyue felt a surge of imbalance within her. Why? Why should a worthless individual, whom I just dismissed, be treated with such deference by the esteemed head of the Yun family? Consumed by jealousy, she could no longer hold her tongue. Old Master Yun, I know this fellow's background all too well. He is nothing but a useless waste. How could he possibly have saved Miss Yun? You must have been deceived. Yin Tianding's expression darkened instantly, and he rebuked her fiercely. Preposterous. Are you mocking me for being blind? The authoritative aura of the family head caused Chen Mingyue to tremble. Almost losing her balance, Bai Suji quickly bowed and smiled apologetically. Old Master Yun, we would never dare to mock you. Mingyue is simply naive. I implore you not to hold it against her. Yin Tianding snorted coldly and turned to Chu Ming. Mr. Chu, is there some unpleasantness here? Chu Ming glanced at the visibly anxious Chen Mingyue and her mother. Chuckling softly, there's indeed a bit of displeasure. The glint of coldness flickered in Yin Tianding's eyes. With just a word from Mr. Chu, the Chen family could vanish completely from East City by tomorrow. Bai Suji gasped. The Chen family's standing was insignificant before a titan like the Yun family. Her face turned, pleading, Old Master Yun, please, this is all a misunderstanding. Our families are closely tied. My dear aunt even held you as a child. Mingyue quickly pleaded with Chu Ming. He adored you the most when you were young. Chen Mingyue gazed at Chu Ming's mocking smile, realizing that the very person she had just scorned now held the power to dictate her fate. A twisted expression of malice crossed her face. Forget it. I won't stoop to their level. Chu Ming waved his hand nonchalantly, recognizing the true nature of the Chen family. He resolved that there would be no further interactions. An elephant would not deliberately trouble an ant. For the ant didn't even qualify to enter its sight. Humph. Since Mr. Chu has spoken, I shall spare your family this once. Remember, behave yourself in the future. Should you offend Mr. Chu again, I shall not be so courteous. Chen Mingyue and her mother trembled in fear. Rendered speechless, Akati wasn't until Yin Tianding personally saw Chu Ming off that Bai Suji finally raised her head, her eyes filled with disbelief. This waste has turned his fortunes around. Chen Mingyue's eyes gleamed with venomous determination. Impossible. He must have bewitched old Master Yun with flowery words. Any man Chen Mingyue, deem unworthy, is undoubtedly a worthless fool, but now that he's become a guest of the Yun family. What if he holds a grudge against us? Bai Suji's face turned anxious as well. Just then, a Lamborghini pulled up before them, and a flamboyant young man stepped out, approaching with a smile. Xiaoya, were you waiting for me? The newcomer was none other than Wang Qi, the eldest son of the Wang family, one of the 4 great families of Yi City, and currently Chen Mingyue's suitor. Bai Suji quickly stepped forward, feigning a sorrowful expression. Young Master Wang, today might be your last chance to see Mingyue. Wang Qi furrowed his brow. What do you mean by that? We have offended the Yun family, and it seems our lives are numbered. Bai Suji exaggeratedly recounted the recent events, while Chen Mingyue played the role of the innocent victim. Young Master Wang, my heart belongs solely to you. That Chu Ming, relying on the Yun family's backing, is attempting to force me into marriage that I refused, which has now brought calamity upon my family. If I must part with you, I might as well die. Wang Qi's rage flared. What kind of waste dares to compete with me for a woman? He seeks death. Bai Suji added fuel to the fire. That Chu Ming is merely an orphan without parents. He is nothing significant, but we cannot afford to offend the Yun family. The Yun family? Wang Qi's lips curled into a smirk. I had intended to let them live a little longer, but since they have crossed my path, it seems their fate is sealed. He then made a phone call. Proceed with the plan. Curious, Bai Suji quickly asked, Young Master, what do you mean by that? Wang Qi replied smugly, It's no secret. The 3 major families of East City have joined forces to swallow the Yun family whole. I am merely expediting their demise. As for that trash named Chu Ming, without his backing, it will be simpler to crush him than to squash an ant. Meanwhile, in the car, Yun Tianding observed the dashing Chu Ming with increasing satisfaction and remarked, "Mr. Chu, you were just proposing to the Chun family, weren't you?" Chu Ming did not conceal the truth, indeed, but unfortunately, they did not find me appealing. With that, he tore the marriage certificate in his hand and tossed the pieces out the window. Yun Tianding's eyes brightened, and he eagerly said, "Mr. Chu, you are a paragon of virtue and talent. Those from the Chun family are blind to your worth. However, this old man, greatly admire you. How about I arrange a match for you?" Without waiting for Chu Ming's consent, he pointed at Yun Xuan. "My granddaughter is stunning and accomplished. She is a perfect match for you. If you agree, we can head to the Civil Affairs Bureau right now. Buy a ticket, and tonight, we shall consummate the marriage and welcome a child next year." Staring at Yun Tianding's exuberant and saliva-spewing vision of the future, Chu Ming was left dumbfounded. Are the elders nowadays so avant-garde? "Grandpa, what nonsense are you spouting?" Yun Xuan's cheeks flushed as she playfully scolded. "What era are we in?" Old Mr. Luo was merely joking. "Do you truly believe I'm your destined partner?" Yun Tianding's expression grew serious. Yin, you must believe me. Mr. Chu is undoubtedly the finest man you may ever encounter. Should you miss this chance, regret will come too late." "Old man, I appreciate your words." Chu Ming nodded cheerfully. "So, does this mean Mr. Chu agrees?" Yun Tianding's face lit up with joy. Chu Ming glanced at Yun Xuan. "Though your figure leaves something to be desired, I suppose I can make an exception and reluctantly agree." Yun Xuan straightened up, her body trembling with rage as she glared. "You scoundrel! Clarify your words. Where is my figure lacking?" As the two young people exchanged flirtatious banter, Yun Tianding chuckled, closing his eyes and pretending not to see. Suddenly, the driver slammed on the brakes, lowering his head and muttering, "Old master, I'm sorry. I had no choice." With that, he opened the door and fled. At that moment, they realized they had been driven onto a desolate road. And not far away, a rugged vehicle was barreling toward them with full throttle. Chapter 4 Go. With quick reflexes, Chu Ming kicked the car door open and, without hesitation, pulled Yun Xuan into his embrace. Leaping out of the vehicle, in an instant, the car they had just occupied was flipped over by the oncoming collision. "Are you all right?" Chu Ming asked, concern evident as he looked at the girl in his arms. "Remove your hand, and I'll be fine," Yun Xuan retorted, her face flushed with embarrassment. "Hand?" Chu Ming instinctively shifted, realizing he was gripping her curves. The sensation was far too ample for a single hand to encompass. "Pervert! Let go of me!" A jolt of electricity coursed through Yun Xuan's chest, turning her face crimson. "My apologies. It was an accident. Purely accidental." Chu Ming chuckled awkwardly. "Where's my grandpa?" Suddenly, Yun Xuan panicked, searching frantically that I'm fine. The old man, his hair disheveled, crawled out from a nearby ditch, casting a resentful glance at Chu Ming. Feeling a hint of embarrassment, Chu Ming was about to speak when suddenly, 4 or 5 burly men armed with AKs emerged from the car, opening fire in their direction. Yun Tianding's face darkened considerably. It must be the other 3 families behind this. The news of Yin being afflicted with a lethal cold had been leaked by a traitor within the family. A month prior, the 3 major families began their machinations against the Yun family's interests, and it seemed they could no longer contain themselves and sought to take our lives. "Mr. Chu, I am an old man. If I must die, so be it. That I ask only one thing. Save Yin. As long as she lives, the entire Yun family shall be a token of my gratitude to you." Chu Ming chuckled lightly. "A mere handful of assassins? With me here, none of you shall perish." Yun Tianding shook his head. "It's different. Just now I noticed the markings on them. These individuals are members of the Tiger Hall." Yun Xuan exclaimed, "You mean that Tiger Hall, which unified the entire underground world of East City overnight? Is that Tiger Hall really that formidable?" Chu Ming inquired with curiosity. A flicker of apprehension crossed Yun Xuan's eyes. "Indeed. They are quite powerful. Tiger Hall is shrouded in mystery, and every member is a master. It is said that their leader, Lord Hu, is an unparalleled expert at the Grandmaster level. The once dominant 8th Master of E-City was annihilated overnight. And even we 4 prominent families must adhere to their established rules, paying hefty protection fees each month. Intriguing that I shall pay them a visit." Chu Ming smirked, stepping out of the sewer. Yun Shuyan shouted anxiously. But Chu Ming flashed her a charming smile. Rest assured, your man will not perish. Upon his emergence, a killer immediately aimed his gun at Chu Ming and fired. Unfazed, Chu Ming advanced with a smile, pinching with 2 fingers, causing a bright yellow bullet to clatter to the ground. He actually caught the bullet with his bare hands. Yun Shuyan was left speechless. Indeed, Huang Fuduan was right. He is not an ordinary person. Yun Tianding's eyes glowed with fervor as he exclaimed excitedly, "Impossible! It must have missed." Yun Shuyan instinctively shook her head. How could a person catch a bullet? The assassin, hesitating for but a moment, raised his gun again. But Chu Ming, like a wraith, swiftly appeared beside him, gripping his throat. "Release me." The remaining 3 immediately turned their guns toward Chu Ming, the distance between them merely a couple of fingers' breadth. Chu Ming showed no fear, a hint of arrogance gracing his features. Is this how Lin Bahu teaches you to treat your master? Impudent! Who do you think you are to dare utter Lord whose name so casually? One of the assassins barked, "Tell Lin Bahu to come over, and you'll know who I am." Chu Ming's gaze turned cold as he directed it toward a nearby SUV. A dying man has no right to meet our Lord Who. Go to hell! Stop! Suddenly, a deep voice rang out as the car door swung open, revealing a robust man emanating a strong aura of bloodshed, who approached Chu Ming, looking down at him. "Young man, do you know? In East City, no one has the privilege to call my name directly." "Oh," Chu Ming chuckled, raising his hand with a ring, and mockingly said, "Lin Bahu, I command you to kneel before me. Do you have any objections?" "You seek death." One of the underlings raised his gun, but to strike Chu Ming. "Get away from me." Lin Bahu swatted his subordinate away with a single slap, his expression shifting from arrogance to terror. Then, much to the astonishment of his subordinates, he knelt before Chu Ming. Lin Bu, leader of the Tiger Hall under the Imperial Palace, pay my respects to the young master. Under the Imperial Palace, there are 4 kings and 8 halls, and Tiger Hall is one of them. Chu Ming dared to emerge because he recognized the unique insignia mentioned by Yun Tianding, which represents the Imperial Palace. "Young master, my subordinates were unaware of your presence. If we have offended you, please punish us. Rise. Tell me, who ordered you to kill the Yun family members?" Without hesitation, Lin Bahu betrayed his employer. It was Wang Qi, the eldest son of the Wang family, who offered 5 billion in secret funds for us to act. The Wang family? Interesting, Chu Ming mused. Remember this. Yun Shuyan is my woman. You are not to lay a hand on her again. Lin Bahu, drenched in sweat, replied, "I obey." He hastily presented a black card. "Young master, this is the 9 Dragons Universal Black Card from the Imperial Palace. There is no other like it in the world. With a balance of 9 trillion, entrusted to me by the old master for you. The old man has done well in this matter." Chu Ming took the card, casually gesturing for them to leave. "You may go for now. Once I finish my business, I will seek you out." "Chu Ming, are you all right?" Hearing Yin Shuyan's astonished tone, Chu Ming raised an eyebrow. "What? Are you eager to become a widow? Yin, did you see? Mr. Chu is your destined prince, having saved your life twice in a single day." Chu Ming asserted, In my opinion, you should hurry and obtain a marriage certificate. That way, I can rest easy," Yin Shuyan murmured. "It can't be. They're assassins from Tiger Hall," Chu Ming replied. "Why not? Do you doubt my strength so?" Yin Shuyan retorted. "Then tell me, how did you drive them away?" "Quite simply." Chu Ming smiled. "Their leader knelt before me. Do these assassins dare to kill me?" Chapter 5. Leave a path for survival with that declaration. Not only Yin Shuyan, but even Yun Tianding was left astounded. "Though you are impressive, must you boast to such an extent? That leader of Tiger Hall, a ruthless figure who unified East City overnight, and you claim he knelt before you? Why not say he even calls you master?" The previously admiring Yun Tianding now lacked the face to support him. "Flattering you a bit has truly inflated your ego. Do you not realize that insincere men are the least appealing?" Yin Shuyan huffed. Yin, regardless, Mr. Yi saved you. How can you speak so? The immediate priority is to uncover who attacked us. No need to investigate. I've already learned who it is. It's Wang Qi. Upon hearing this, Yin Tianding's gaze turned icy. Very well. I am not dead yet, and a mere descendant of the Wang family dares to flaunt their strength before me. At that moment, several luxury cars, previously shaken off by the driver, finally caught up, and the bodyguards rushed over, panting. Master, are you all right? I'm fine. Immediately notify all family members to assemble. I have two significant matters to announce. At this moment, the Yun family estate was abuzz with activity. Yun Tianding had 3 sons and 3 daughters. Except for Yun Shuyan's parents, who had passed away, the remaining children managed the family's enterprises in various fields. However, they were all rather inept, leaving only Yun Shuyan capable of holding the vast family together. He was aging, and the thought of Yun Shuyan's demise left him fearful of how the family would crumble under the hands of these wastrels. But fate had shown him mercy, bringing Chu Ming to Yun Shuyan's side. Yun Tianding believed that with Chu Ming around, the Yun family would not only avoid decline, but would flourish even more. Dad, please don't be so muddled. The gathered sons and daughters showed no concern for his recent near-death experience, instead bombarding him with questions, causing Yun Tianding's expression to darken. Coldly, he declared, "Indeed, this is the first matter I wish to convey. Yin Yin will marry Chu Ming." Jointly managing all of the Yun family's enterprises, why should an outsider have such privileges? Yun Tianding's second son, Yun Cheng, immediately protested. Exactly, old man, we all know Yin Yin doesn't have long to live. When she passes, do you intend to leave all the family assets to this outsider? The eldest daughter, Yun Mingyi, interjected sarcastically. The third son, Yun Chao, rolled up his sleeves and confronted Chu Ming, shouting, "You boy, tell me, are you after our Yun family's wealth? Which is why you have deliberately approached Yin Yin?" Chu Ming scoffed dismissively. Is the Yun family wealthy? If I desired, I could purchase 10 Yun families in a heartbeat. Laughter erupted among the crowd. Filled with derision, this boy truly speaks with unmitigated arrogance. Look at his attire, worth no more than 200. How can he claim to buy the Yun family? He probably cannot even afford the dog food for a single dog raised by our family. At that moment, Yun Cheng stepped forward, looking down at him as he threw a card. Boy, I have inquired about your identity. The sole son of the Chu family, exterminated 10 years ago, has not fared well outside, and was driven away from the Chun family for extorting money. Our Yun family is a prestigious household, not something a little beggar like you can covet. Chu Ming laughed. A prestigious household? Is the Yun family that impressive? Over the years, following the old man, he had journeyed to many places. He had sat upon the throne of the British monarch, making princes toast him. He had visited the palaces of Northern Europe, where princesses offered their kingdoms as dowries. He had received homage from the world's richest and had the allegiance of the King of Darkness. The weight of being the master of the imperial palace represented the pinnacle of power achievable in this world. With a cold sneer, a formidable aura erupted from him, reverberating throughout the estate. The mere Yun family is beneath my notice. Were it not for your connection to Yin Yin, you would not even have the qualification to stand before me and speak. Yun Shuyan, I am determined to marry you. Who is in favor? Who is against? This domineering scene left everyone stunned, with not a single soul daring to utter a word. Yun Shuyan gazed at Chu Ming, a glimmer of admiration flickering in her eyes. This fellow, despite his penchant for boasting, must be said to be somewhat dashing at this moment. Humph, you cannot marry her. Yin Yin has already been promised to Suyi. Yun Tianding's expression abruptly shifted. The deputy leader of the fierce Tiger Hall, Su Biao. This scoundrel was originally under the command of the Eighth Master, but later betrayed and surrendered in order to stabilize the situation in the East City. Tiger Master granted him the position of deputy leader. This man is notoriously brutal and lecherous. Who gave you the authority to offer Yin Yin to such a scoundrel? Yin Cheng interjected, Dad. We don't want this either. But Yin Yin doesn't have much time left, and your health isn't holding up either. We, as brothers, must find a pillar of support. Su has promised that as long as Yin Yin spend a few nights with him, he will ensure the prosperity of our Yun family. Even if the other 3 families want to attack us, they will have to weigh the power of the fierce Tiger Hall. Second uncle, what do you take me for? At this moment, Yin Shuyan was also filled with indignation, questioning him. Yin Cheng, with an indifferent demeanor, replied, Yin Yin, it is because of you that the Yun family enjoys its current status. However, Since you are destined to die, it would be better to contribute one last time to the family. All of our uncles and aunts will be grateful to you. The familial bonds within the great family felt as cold as ice at this moment. No way. I absolutely refuse to be with a person like Su Biao. I'm afraid you no longer have a choice at that moment. A haughty voice rang out, and a burly man with a face full of pockmarks, accompanied by a group of followers, strode in. Su Biao gazed at the ethereal beauty of Yun Xuyen, swallowed hard, and then grinned lewdly. My dear, let me be frank with you. The other three families are already preparing to join forces to swallow your Yun family. As long as you come with me, I guarantee to leave your family a way out. Chapter 6. Who can save the Yun family? The members of the Yun family, upon realizing that the visitor was indeed Su Biao, one of the deputy leaders of the fierce Tiger Hall, displayed expressions of excitement. That Su Master, your arrival is most timely. Yunqing approached Su Biao with a sycophantic smile, bowing and scraping. Su Master, my old man is confused, and Yin Yin is merely throwing a childish tantrum. You are magnanimous. Please do not hold their folly against them. As long as you are willing, Yin Yin will belong to you tonight. However, Su Biao shot a sidelong glance at Yun Cheng and remarked, Rest assured, with me around, no one can touch the Yun family. Thank you, Su Master, thank you. Yun Cheng's heart raced with excitement. Su Master, from now on, whatever orders you have, I, Yun Cheng, and the entire Yun family will absolutely follow you. The Yun family strength is hardly worth my attention. Su Biao scoffed. If it weren't for Yun Xuyen, I wouldn't even bother with your petty affairs. You speak rightly, Su Master. The Yun family cannot possibly compare to your fierce Tiger Hall. Yun Cheng nodded repeatedly. Your assistance is a blessing for our Yun family and for Yin Yin. Having said that, Yun Cheng turned to Yun Xuyen, his expression instantly changing. Yin Yin, why don't you hurry over and thank Su Master? He is our family's savior. If you dare to offend him, I won't let you off lightly. Slap. A hefty and powerful hand suddenly struck his face. Completely unprepared, Yun Cheng stumbled and fell to the ground. Su Master, He covered his swollen cheek, staring in disbelief at Su Biao, who had just hit him. How dare you reprimand my woman? If you utter another word, I will not spare you. Su Biao glared fiercely. Yun Cheng shivered. Hastily closing his mouth, Su Biao moved closer to Yun Xuyen, revealing a mouth full of yellowed teeth as he leered. My dear, I trust you are aware of the strength of the fierce Tiger Hall. Rest assured, as long as you come with me, no one will dare to lay a finger on the Yun family. Moreover, if you wish, the family's assets will be entirely under your control. As he spoke, Su Biao's pudgy hand reached out toward Yun Xuyen. Just as his hand was about to touch her, a powerful grip suddenly appeared and seized his wrist. Crack. A sharp sound of bones breaking echoed, followed by a heart-wrenching scream from Su Biao. The intense pain caused Su Biao to break out in a fine layer of sweat. Soon, however, his expression twisted into one of fury as he glared at Chu Ming, who stood beside Yin Shui, and it is you. It is I, Chu Ming admitted with calm confidence. You shall not touch my woman. Breaking one of your hands is merely a warning. Should you dare to act so brazenly again, it will not be just your hand that is at stake. Good. You are the first to dare speak to me in such a manner. Su Biao fumed. I shall see what capabilities you possess. Want to see my capabilities? Don't even think about it. Not even your hall master, Lin Bahu, is worthy, Chu Ming retorted dismissively. Ha. You are utterly ridiculous, Su Biao sneered, his anger turning to mockery, but the coldness in his gaze towards Chu Ming was palpable. Before Su Biao could make a move, the members of the Yun family began to mock Chu Ming. You truly do not know your own limits, just a wild child who barely escaped death. If it weren't for the old man being fooled by you, you wouldn't even have the chance to step foot in the Yun family. How dare you speak so arrogantly? You presumptuous wretch. Do you even know Su Master's identity? How dare you lay a hand on him? Kneel and beg for forgiveness. Damn it. Even if you wish to die, don't drag us down with you. Su Biao's temper is known for its brutality. There was once a wealthy young master who merely spoke out against him and ended up with his teeth knocked out, ultimately dying on the street. Not even that young master's family could escape Su Biao's wrath. This incident caused a sensation in the East City. Yunsheng had completely forgotten Su Biao's earlier warning and turned to Yun Shuiyan, scolding, Yun Shuiyan, look at the mess you've caused. You've brought disaster upon the Yun family. Hurry and apologize to Su Master. Our family's survival relies entirely on him. Do you truly wish to see the Yun family expelled from the East City because of you? With me here, no one can touch the Yun family. Chu Ming said calmly, observing the anger of the Yun family members. Yunsheng shouted angrily, you little wretch, how long do you intend to remain so recklessly defiant? Kneel before Su Master at once. And you, Yun Shuiyan, how long will you remain foolish? If he wishes to court death, must you drag the entire Yun family down with him? Yun Shuiyan shook her head gently. I know what I am doing I believe in Chu Ming. He will surely save the Yun family. Yin Cheng, exasperated, retorted, Yuta, how could you also be bewitched by this little wretch? Your grandfather is old and confused. Must you follow suit? Su Master is the one who can truly save our Yun family. If you anger him, we'll be utterly doomed. Su Biao glared at Yun Shuiyan and Chu Ming, his eyes blazing with fury, and coldly huffed, Humph, I have never failed to obtain what I desire. As for the Yun family, I see no further need for its existence. Yin Cheng's heart sank, and he hastily pleaded, Su Master, please. Yin Yin is simply confused. Once she comes to her senses, she will obediently serve you. Su Biao did not even glance at Yin Cheng, his voice icy as he declared, the opportunity has already been given to you. Now you may all go to your deaths. Spare no one except for Yun Shuiyan. With a wave of his hand, he commanded his subordinates. As Su Biao's words fell, a thunderous roar of engines erupted outside the Yun family gates. 20 robust men dressed in sharp suits and wearing sunglasses strode in, carrying an array of exquisite gifts. Forming two neat rows, Su Biao immediately recognized them as members of the fierce Tiger Hall. Just as Su Biao was filled with confusion, Lin Bahu entered with a commanding presence from the entrance. Chapter 7. Concealment is also protection upon witnessing such a spectacle. Su Biao was momentarily taken aback, then suddenly realized something, greeting Lin Bahu with a sycophantic smile. Tiger Master, why have you come in person? Although I intended to propose to the Yun family today, there was no need for such a grand display, nor to bring so many gifts. You truly honor me. Lin Bahu frowned slightly, his gaze instinctively drifting toward Chu Ming, who stood a short distance away. But before he could speak, Su Biao's voice rang out again. Little wretch, do you see this? This is Tiger Master of the fierce Tiger Hall. If it weren't for Tiger Master valuing me and coming here with heavy offerings to propose to the Yun family on my behalf, you would never have had the chance to meet him in your lifetime. Do you understand? Chu Ming smiled lightly and replied, if I were to say he came for me, what would you do? Ha ha! Utterly laughable. Su Biao erupted in derisive laughter, filled with disdain. Came for you? You truly dare to utter such words? If it weren't for my dedicated service to the fierce Tiger Hall, do you really think Tiger Master would lower himself to visit the Yun family? But here you are, with Tiger Master right before you, and you still dare to speak such arrogant words. Truly, do you not know how to write the word death? Chu Ming shrugged and said, Lin Ba, who is right beside you. If you do not believe me, you can ask him how he feels about it. Shut your mouth. Yun Cheng retorted angrily, you still think we, the Yun family, haven't suffered enough because of you? How dare you, a wild child, even utter the name of Lord Hu, and to claim that Lord Hu has come for you? Clearly, you have lost your mind. Yun Ming, he also wore a mocking expression and added, you little beast, are you so crazed for money that you truly believe anyone would buy your nonsense? Perhaps you should contemplate how you will meet your end. The members of the Yun family echoed in agreement. Indeed, they were at a loss as to how their elder had been so thoroughly deceived, spouting nonsense with not a single credible word among them, that if he truly knew Lord Hu, would the Chu family have been annihilated back then? It seemed the elder had lost his senses, believing the wild claims of this charlatan. Who could possibly take him seriously? As Chu Ming listened to the derisive remarks surrounding him, his expression remained unmoved. However, as the mocking grew more intense, Lin Bahu's actions left them all momentarily stunned. Without warning, Lin Bahu raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap across Su Biao's face. This shock not only left Su Biao dazed, but also rendered the entire Yun family utterly bewildered. Wasn't he supposed to be here to present gifts and propose? How is it that Lin Ba who is now striking Su Biao instead? Su Biao, bewildered and clutching his swollen cheek, stammered, Lord who? I doubt Lin Ba who seethed, You ignorant fool, get out of my sight. With that, he raised his leg and delivered a fierce kick to Su Biao's abdomen. The force was merciless, leaving Su Biao no chance to withstand it. In the next instant, Su Biao screamed, his body uncontrollably flying backward. With a thunderous crash, he collided with a wall, burying himself under the red bricks and losing consciousness. In that moment, the courtyard of the Yun family fell into a profound silence, with everyone, including Su Biao's subordinates, holding their breath, their eyes wide with inexplicable fear, dreading that Lin Ba Hu's next target would be them. Lin Ba Hu's cold gaze swept across the crowd, finally settling on Su Biao's minions. You were sheltered by the Tiger Hall, yet you chose to follow Su Biao in committing heinous acts that tarnish our reputation. Take them away. Lin Ba Hu commanded with a raised hand. Please spare us, Lord Hu. Please spare us. The few subordinates, pale-faced, hurriedly knelt and begged for mercy. Lin Ba Hu ignored their pleas and swiftly approached Chu Ming. Lin Ba Hu respectfully bowed, saying, Young master, before he could finish. Chu Ming raised his hand to stop him. Then, a voice only Lin Ba Hu could hear resonated. Let them leave first. I do not wish to reveal my identity just yet. Lin Ba Hu was taken aback for a moment, then immediately turned to his subordinates and instructed, Clear the area. Remove all unrelated personnel. Yes, faced with Lin Ba Hu's orders, Yun Sheng and Yun Ming dared not resist, obediently stepping outside to wait. Yin Shuiyin wanted to speak, but was forcibly pulled out by the elder of the Yun family. Outside the Yun family estate, Yin Shuiyin expressed her concerns. Grandfather, Chu Ming, Yun Tianding revealed a gentle smile, saying, Do not worry. If Lord Hu truly intended to trouble him, he would not have gone to such lengths. After pondering for a moment, Yun Shuiyin nodded, though her gaze remained fixed on the estate. Meanwhile, Lin Ba Hu knelt on one knee, trembling as he said, Please forgive me, young master. I was completely unaware of Su Biao's actions today. Had I known, I would never have retained him. The only reason I kept him was due to the complex power dynamics in the East City. I intended to deal with him once the situation stabilized, but I never expected him to defy you so brazenly. Chu Ming remained silent, while Lin Ba Hu inwardly cursed Su Biao and his family. Seeing Chu Ming's continued silence, Lin Ba Hu drew a dagger from his waist, poised to stab himself. Chu Ming waved his hand, saying, Enough. This cannot all be laid at your feet. Your ability to swiftly dominate the various factions in East City speaks volumes of your competence. And I have complete faith in your leadership of the Tiger Hall. Let the matter of Su Biao pass. How you choose to punish him is your concern, and I have no desire to meddle. Thank you for your leniency, young master. I assure you, I will not disappoint you. Lin Ba Hu said hurriedly. He then turned to his subordinates and gestured. Upon seeing this, his men immediately rushed to pull Su Biao from beneath the bricks and escort him out of the Yun family estate. Outside, Yun Cheng and the others were left in a state of utter confusion. The turn of events had completely surpassed their expectations. Both Chu Ming's identity and Su Biao's fate were utterly inconceivable to them. How could the vice leader of the formidable Tiger Hall, the imperious Su Biao, be so easily removed? Initially, they had pinned their hopes for the Yun family's survival on Su Biao, but now that he was gone, what were they to do? Young master, the three great families of East City are determined to unite against the Yun family. Our assets are now precariously positioned, so I have brought the project for the industrial park. If the Yun family is willing, we can take over it tomorrow, Lin Ba Hu stated. Chu Ming waved his hand, saying, I am not interested in this matter. You may negotiate with the Yun family. Young master, with your status and position, revealing yourself would undoubtedly assist the Yun family in easily resolving their crisis. Why? Lin Ba Hu began. Chu Ming interrupted, displeased. Do not inquire into matters that do not concern you. Sometimes concealment is also a form of protection. Chapter 8. The turning point for the Yun family. Lin Ba Hu's heart tightened, and he quickly replied, I understand my mistake. I will never err again. Chu Ming casually waved his hand, saying, Enough, let them all come in. You and the Yun family can discuss the industrial park project. Yes, young master. Lin Ba Hu responded respectfully. Lin Bahu approached Yun Tianding and Yun Shuiyin with a friendly smile, saying, Elder Yun, Miss Yun, I sincerely apologize for my earlier indiscretion. Given Lin Bahu's notorious reputation in East City, the members of the Yun family had never witnessed him displaying such a congenial demeanor, leaving them utterly perplexed. Yun Tianding glanced at Lin Bahu and then at the composed Chu Ming, sensing that their relationship was not ordinary, though he could not pinpoint how. Suppressing his thoughts, he smiled and said, Lord Hu, you are being overly modest. Whatever your requests, the Yun family will wholeheartedly cooperate. Lin Bahu's expression turned serious. Elder Yun, you jest. I, Lin Bahu, would never take advantage of my position. A mistake is a mistake. Express my apologies. I have decided to hand over the project for the industrial park in the northern city to the Yun family. Yun Tianding was taken aback. Disbelief etched on his face as he stammered, Lord Hu, you. The members of the Yun family were equally astonished, their faces lighting up with uncontainable joy. The project for the Northern Industrial Park had been in the works long before the Tiger Hall arrived in East City. And all four prominent families, including the Yun family, had been vying for it. Ultimately, however, none succeeded, as the newly established Tiger Hall had swiftly secured the development rights. Other families had attempted to negotiate with the Tiger Hall afterward, but with the latter's meteoric rise, those discussions had come to naught. Now, the Yun family was facing an unprecedented crisis from the three great families, and alone, they could hardly withstand the onslaught. However, with the project for the Northern Industrial Park, the Yun family could stand a chance against the three families. Indeed, Lord Hu was impressive. His first move was such a grand project. After all, how could one command such a vast force as the Tiger Hall without such prowess? The timing of the Northern Industrial Park project was impeccable. The other three families would never have dreamed that the Yun family would have the opportunity to take it on. It seemed that their previous anxieties were unfounded. Lord Hu was indeed providing timely assistance to the Yun family. Once we secure the project from the Tiger Hall, it would signify a partnership, making it considerably more challenging for the other three families to target us. The members of the Yun family engaged in animated discussions, their faces glowing with delight. Yun Cheng stepped forward, stating, The great kindness of Lord Hu will be etched in our hearts forever, from now on. Whatever you command, we, the Yun family, will follow your lead. Lin Bahu glanced coldly at Yun Cheng, retorting, When did the Yun family come under your command? Even Su Biao had not dared to act out his presence, let alone now in front of Lin Bahu. Noticing Yun Cheng's silence, Lin Bahu chose not to press further, turning his attention back to Yun Tianding. After a moment of contemplation, Yun Tianding said, Lord Hu, the Northern Industrial Park is undoubtedly a massive opportunity for the Yun family, but why would we be deserving of such generosity? Lin Bahu replied sternly, Elder Yun, are you questioning my integrity? Yun Tianding quickly clarified, Lord Hu, you misunderstand. I am merely concerned that the Yun family might mishandle the project for the Northern Industrial Park, especially given the united front of the three families. Lin Bahu let out a cold snort, disdainfully remarking, Humph. If the three prominent families dare to meddle in the project of the North City Industrial Park, they must first inquire whether I consent. Upon witnessing Yun Tianding's hesitation, Yun Chao could no longer restrain himself and exclaimed, Father, what more are you pondering? Quickly agree to Master Hu. Our Yun family cannot be without the Industrial Park project. Speak up. Yun Ming also approached Yun Tianding, grasping his arm and imploring, Father, this is a golden opportunity for our Yun family to soar. You must not be foolish. Lin Bahu furrowed his brow slightly and inquired. Instinctively, Yun Chao and Yun Ming closed their mouths, hurriedly retreating behind Yun Tianding. Master Hu, you are magnanimous. Do not stoop to their level, Yun Tianding said, since you have expressed it this way. Our Yun family has no reason to refuse the North City Industrial Park project. Lin Bahu nodded and stated, Very well, this afternoon I shall send someone to handle the transition of the North City Industrial Park project with the Yun family. I have other matters to attend to, so I shall not impose further. With that, Lin Bahu turned to leave. After a moment's hesitation, Yun Tianding called out to him, Master Hu, please wait. Lin Bahu instinctively halted and turned to ask, Is there something you need? Master Hu, since you are here today, I dare to request you to be a witness for the engagement of my granddaughter and her fiancé, Yin Tian-ding explained. Lin Ba, who, with curiosity etched on his face, turned his gaze to Yin Shui-yin, saying, "Oh." Yin Tian-ding chuckled and continued, "This child, Shui-yin, has endured a hard fate. Her parents passed away early, and she has grown up before me. Now she has finally met a suitable match, and I am genuinely pleased from the bottom of my heart. Today, since Master Hu is present, I announce that in 1 month, we shall hold the wedding for Shui-yin and Chu Ming." Upon hearing Yin Tian-ding's words, the members of the Yin family were collectively taken aback. After a brief moment of shock, Yun Ming, he could not help but exclaim, "Father, this too sudden? Shui-yin is still young, and that lad." Lin Ba, who instinctively glanced at Chu Ming, who nodded in agreement, and then cheerfully responded, very well, since old Master Yun has graciously invited me. I, Lin Ba, who shall boldly take on the role of witness on the day of Miss Yun and young Master Chu's wedding. Our mighty Tiger Hall will certainly present a grand gift. Those who initially intended to persuade Yin Tian-ding, including Yin Chao, fell silent, knowing full well that they dared not oppose Lin Ba Hu's decree. "Master Hu, you are too kind. For you to witness Shui-yan's marriage is already a blessing for her." "How could we possibly?" Yin Tian-ding began. Lin Ba Hu interrupted, "Old Master Yun, to be a witness is my blessing. Please do not speak of anything else, while others may not be aware of Chu Ming's true identity." Lin Ba, who was fully cognizant. As long as Chu Ming did not pursue him for accountability, he felt exceedingly fortunate, and he dared not provoke Chu Ming's displeasure. After hastily bidding farewell, Lin Ba, who departed from the Yun residence. No sooner had Lin Ba Hu left than the members of the Yun family gathered their courage. Chapter 9. The speculations of the Yun family with Lin Ba Hu no longer present to maintain order. Yun Cheng and Yun Ming became audacious once more. Yun Ming was the first to speak. "Father, we have no clarity about that young rascal's background, yet we are to allow him to marry Shui-yin. Is this not too abrupt? Although he hails from the Chu family, they were exterminated a decade ago, and he has vanished for a full 10 years. To permit Shui-yin to wed him is something I vehemently oppose." Yin Cheng followed suit, asserting, "Eldest brother and sister-in-law left us too early. Shui-yin has been raised by us. What merits does this lad possess to be worthy of our Shui-yin? Father, you must think this over thoroughly. How can you make such a significant decision based solely on Huangfu Duan's word, jeopardizing Shui-yan's happiness for a lifetime?" Yin Tian-ding, displeased, declare, "My decision is made. Master Hu has agreed to be a witness. If any of you oppose, feel free to confront him." "Father," Yin Cheng persisted. Yin Shui-yin observed the expressions of her family members, her heart heavy with sorrow. Chu Ming remained a detached observer, seemingly unconcerned. Meanwhile, Yin Ming and Yun Cheng continued their incessant chatter. As the family debated, Yin Tian-ding's youngest daughter, Yin Mingyu, who had been relatively quiet, suddenly spoke up. "Second brother, elder sister, are you not curious about what Master Hu discussed privately with that young rascal? Master Hu first eliminated Su Biao and then graciously handed us the North City Industrial Park project." To her words, everyone paused momentarily. After a few seconds, Yin Mingyu stammered, "What could Master Hu and he possibly discuss?" Yin Mingyu continued, "What they discussed is unknown to us, but what is crucial is that he struck Su Biao. Instead of punishing him, Master Hu punished Su Biao. This naturally raises questions about his relationship with Master Hu. We have only ever seen the mighty Tiger Hall bully others. When have we seen anyone dare to bully the mighty Tiger Hall?" Yin Cheng pondered aloud. Could it be that he shares an extraordinary bond with Master Hu? Yin Chao interjected. "Previously, I heard some rumors suggesting that Master Hu had harbored grievances against Su Biao for a long time. If the rumors hold true, Master Hu may merely be seizing this opportunity to eliminate Su Biao without any connection to him. If that is the case, it is indeed highly plausible." Yin Cheng contemplated as for the North City Industrial Park project. "Perhaps Master Hu values our Yin family and is collaborating with us out of respect for the old master." After analyzing for a while, Yin Ming stated, "Well, discussing further here is futile. The best course of action is to find an opportunity to probe. Only then will the truth about his relationship with Master Hu be revealed." Yin Cheng nodded. "Elder sister's reasoning is sound. Yun Tianding, observing his children engaged in intrigue rather than focusing on how to aid the Yun family in thriving, felt a surge of disappointment. Angrily, he exclaimed, "Enough? I'm still here. Do you even regard me as your father?" Yun Ming, and Yun Sheng instinctively fell silent, their gazes turning towards Yun Tianding. Hearing his words, Yun Sheng and Yun Ming reluctantly departed. Although they wished to thwart the marriage between Yun Shui-yin and Chu Ming, it was evident that securing the North City Industrial Park project took precedence. Otherwise, the Yun family would be unable to withstand the onslaught of the three prominent families. Within the Yun villa, old Master Yun sat on the sofa, his face etched with worry. "Chu Ming, I truly apologize for today's events. I fear I have made a fool of you." Chu Ming smiled and replied, "Old Master, you are being overly modest. Now that my engagement to Shui-yin is secured, we are family. What is there to be embarrassed about?" Old Master Yun expressed his relief. "It is good that you think so. In the future, the Yun family will be entrusted to you and Shui-yin. I can rest easy." Yun Shui-yin interjected, "Grandfather, do not speak like that again. You must not say such things in the future." Old Master Yun chuckled. All right, I shall not speak of any longer." He then shifted the topic, asking, with the wedding a month away, "If you need any preparations, just let me know, and I will arrange for it." Chu Ming replied, "Old Master, you need not trouble yourself. I shall take care of the wedding arrangements. I promise to give Shui-yin the grandest ceremony. The woman I, Chu Ming, have chosen will never suffer any grievances." Yin Shui-yan's cheeks flushed, and she shyly retorted, "I do not care for such things." Just as Chu Ming was about to speak further, he noticed Yin Shui-yin suddenly close her eyes and slump onto the sofa. Alarmed, old Master Yin exclaimed, Shui-yin, what is wrong?" Chu Ming swiftly grasped Yin Shui-yan's wrist, attempting to check her pulse, only to find as cold as I see it is the cold poison acting up. Chu Ming explained. Old Master Yin furrowed his brows, confused. Cold poison acting up? Did it not already flare up yesterday? How could it become so frequent? Chu Ming felt Yin Shui-yan's pulse and stated, "It is likely due to her emotional agitation just now, leading to the cold poison's resurgence. Moreover, the severity of the cold poison is beyond my expectations. If not treated promptly, it could endanger her life. I can only maintain her organs from further erosion by the cold poison. To completely awaken Shui-yin, I will need the assistance of the 7 sacred medicines." Old Master Yun hurriedly inquired. "The 7 sacred medicines? What, may I ask, are those?" Chu Ming explained. "Fire flame linglong fruit, 7-star grass, snow spirit mushroom." Old Master Yun listened to the names of the 7 sacred medicines, his brow furrowed even tighter. The rarity of the 7 sacred medicines was evident, and most importantly, he had never heard of any of the names Chu Ming mentioned. However, given the gravity of Yun Shui-yan's situation, old Master Yun did not hesitate and promptly declared, "Very well, I will send someone to search for them immediately. If old Master Yun is the anchor of the Yun family, then Yun Shui-yin is its pillar. None of old Master Yun's children could uphold the Yun family's legacy. Currently, the Yun group could rely solely on Yun Shui-yin. Should anything happen to her, even without the combined might of the 3 prominent families, the Yun group would soon be divided and dismantled." Without delay, old Master Yun made a call to arrange for the search of the 7 sacred medicines. Setting aside his phone, the elderly Yun, with a hint of concern, cast a glance at Yun Shuin, who lay unconscious upon the sofa. "Shuin, rest assured, Grandpa will spare no effort to find the 7 sacred herbs for you." Chapter 10. The location of the sacred herbs. Chu Ming glanced at the elder Yun and reassured him. "Do not fret, old Si, or as long as I am here. I shall ensure that no harm befalls Shuin. Given her current condition, she can maintain for 4 or 5 days without issue. That should suffice to locate the 7 sacred herbs." Elder Yun nodded appreciatively, saying, "Chu Ming, I shall refrain from expressing my gratitude, but know that I will not forget the kindness you have shown to our Yun family." With a smile, Chu Ming replied, "Old sir, you need not be so formal. While Shuin is indeed a member of your family, she is also my wife, and it is only natural for me to save her upon hearing this." A shadow of sorrow lifted from Elder Yun's face, revealing a faint smile as he remarked, "It is indeed fortunate for Shui-yin to have encountered you." Chu Ming chose not to prolong the conversation with Elder Yun. instead continuing to channel pure yang energy into Yun Shuiyan's body through his practice techniques. After a brief interval, the phone that Elder Yun had placed on the coffee table rang. That he picked it up, glanced at the caller ID, and pressed the answer button. After exchanging a few words, the elder's expression darkened, and without waiting for the other party to finish, he abruptly ended the call, observing the elder's demeanor. Chu Ming inquired, "What is the matter? Did you fail to uncover any leads regarding the 7 sacred herbs?" Elder Yun nodded, "Yes." Chu Ming offered comfort. "There is no need for haste. I shall contact Lin Ba Hu and request that he mobilize the Tiger Hall to assist in the search. Perhaps we may find some clues." Elder Yun hesitated for a moment, saying, "Will Hu agree?" Chu Ming chuckled. "Whether he agrees is not for him to decide. If he dares refuse, then a change in the leadership of the Tiger Hall would be in order." Elder Yun gazed at Chu Ming in astonishment. Although he had surmised that Chu Ming's identity was not ordinary, the firmness of his stance left him somewhat taken aback. For a moment, Elder Yun could not help but speculate about Chu Ming's true identity. Without paying heed to Elder Yun's reaction, Chu Ming took out his phone and directly called Lin Ba Hu. Once the call connected, Lin Ba Hu's respectful voice came through. "Young master, what is your command?" "I need to ascertain the whereabouts of the 7 sacred herbs," Chu Ming stated plainly. "Understood," Lin Ba Hu replied. He then asked, "Young master, do you require my presence? There's no need that I will reach out if I require your assistance." Chu Ming responded. After ending the call, Chu Ming informed Elder Yun about the fire flame linglong fruit. Upon hearing that it was in the Huang family's possession, Elder Yun's expression turned grim. After a long pause, he sighed. "Our Yun family does not share a favorable relationship with the Huang family. In fact, we could be considered mortal enemies. If the Huang family were to learn that it is our Yun family seeking the fire flame linglong fruit to save Xuan, they would likely never agree." After a moment of contemplation, Chu Ming suggested, "Perhaps I should pay a visit to the Huang family, and why unfamiliarity with them might persuade them to acquiesce." Elder Yun hesitated. "But the Huang family does not know you. They're unlikely to agree to relinquish the fire flame linglong fruit." Chu Ming smiled. "That is of no concern. I will have Lin Ba Hu accompany me." After a brief moment of consideration, Elder Yun nodded. "That could work. When you meet with the Huang family, make every effort to negotiate amicably. Regardless of any unreasonable demands they may impose, you may concede, as long as you can procure the fire flame linglong fruit." Chu Ming acknowledged this and sent a message to Lin Ba Hu. Shortly after, a black Land Rover came to a halt outside the Yun family villa. As the vehicle came to a stop, Lin Ba Hu, noticing Chu Ming waiting at the entrance, hurriedly exited the car to open the back door for him. This scene left Elder Yun within the villa momentarily speechless. What was Lin Ba Hu's standing in Donghai? For Chu Ming to command Lin Ba Hu's utmost respect suggested that his identity was far more complex than merely being the sole survivor of the Chu family's massacre a decade ago. Regrettably, the numerous members of the Yun family were unwilling to believe in Chu Ming's extraordinary identity. Otherwise, they would not lament their inability to contend with the 3 great families. Elder Yun sighed inwardly, then turned his gaze back to the still unconscious Yun Xuan. "Xin, you must hold on. The future of the Yun family rests upon your shoulders." Meanwhile, in the black Land Rover, Lin Ba Hu glanced at Chu Ming in the rearview mirror, saying, "Young master, while the Huang family is one of the 4 great families, they are also a martial arts clan with formidable strength. Even my Tiger Hall would not dare confront them directly." Chu Ming, unfazed, chuckled. "We are merely seeking medicine, not attempting to seize it. Regardless of the Huang family's might, we shall not engage them in conflict. Moreover, do not reveal my identity upon our arrival at the Huang family." Lin Ba, who smiled sheepishly, understood, "Young master." Before long, the Land Rover came to a stop outside the Huang family estate. Chu Ming and Lin Ba, who disembarked and made their way towards the grand entrance of the Huang family manor. However, before they could enter, they were intercepted by the Huang family's security personnel. "Stop! What are you here for? This is a private estate. Unauthorized individuals are not permitted entry." Chu Ming exchanged a glance with Lin Ba Hu, pondering whether the guards recognized him or perhaps did not recognize Lin Ba Hu. Sensing Chu Ming's gaze, Lin Ba Hu's face betrayed a hint of awkwardness. As the approaching security guard drew nearer, Chu Ming politely explained, "Greetings, We wish to pay a visit to the head of the Huang family. The guard retorted, visiting the elder. Do you have an appointment? Chu Ming shook his head. No appointment, but this gentleman is Lin Bahu of the Tiger Hall. Perhaps you can inform your superior? The guard scrutinized Lin Bahu, scoffing. I'll report to your grandmother. Just because you claim he is Lin Bahu doesn't make it so that I could just as easily say I am Lin Bahu. I deal with several such individuals in a day. D. You really think that driving a luxury car grants you free access to our elder's residence? And Lin Bahu, you say? I reckon you're all driving rented vehicles that I suggest you leave while I'm still in a good mood. Otherwise, Chu Ming interjected coldly. Otherwise what? The guard, incensed, barked back. Otherwise, I won't let you off easily. As he spoke, the guard raised his leg to kick Chu Ming. However, before his foot could make contact, Chu Ming swiftly brought his hand up and delivered a sharp slap. Chapter 11. Clues from a decade ago with a resounding crack. The guard was sent sprawling to the ground. Clumsily, he scrambled to his feet, eyes wide with fury. How dare you hit me? He shouted. In an instant, the guard lunged at Chu Ming like a rabid dog. Yet before Chu Ming could react, Lin Bahu swiftly incapacitated the guard, leaving him groaning on the ground. The commotion drew the attention of other guards within the estate, and soon over a dozen rushed out to confront the disturbance at the Huang family entrance. Without hesitation, they charged towards Lin Bahu and Chu Ming, intent on resolving the situation. However, not a single guard managed to lay a finger on either of them before they too were swiftly dispatched. Meanwhile, the ruckus caught the attention of the head of the Huang family, who emerged from the manor, his brow furrowing upon witnessing the scene of his guard sprawled at the entrance point. One of the guards, spotting the head of the Huang family, hurriedly scrambled to his feet and rushed forward to report. Elder, the head of the Huang family raised a hand to interrupt. No need to explain. He then approached Chu Ming and Lin Bahu, his gaze lingering on Lin Bahu for a moment before shifting to Chu Ming. After sizing him up, the head of the Huang family spoke. Hu Yi, what brings you here? Surely you are not seeking to encroach upon my Huang family's territory. Lin Bahu chuckled lightly. Elder Huang, I have come specifically to pay my respects today. It seems your guards have misunderstood my intentions, believing I was here to cause trouble, which has led to this unfortunate misunderstanding. The head of the Huang family wore a forced smile, paying respects. One does not visit without reason. Hu Yi, if you have something to discuss, please do so directly. After a brief pause, Lin Bahu replied, Elder Huang, I do indeed have a matter I wish to discuss. He then turned to Chu Ming, introducing Elder Huang. This is Mr. Chu, who has come today to discuss a matter of mutual interest. Upon hearing this, a flicker of surprise crossed the head of the Huang family's face. Anyone whom Lin Bahu referred to as Mr. Chu must possess a remarkable status, prompting him to scrutinize Chu Ming with renewed interest. Chu Ming offered a subtle smile. Elder Huang, I apologize for my unannounced visit and hope for your understanding. The head of the Huang family nodded slightly. This is not the place for discussion. Mr. Chu, please follow me. Thus, Chu Ming was led by the head of the Huang family into the parlor, while Lin Bahu remained outside in the Huang family's parlor. The head of the Huang family gestured for Chu Ming to take a seat before ordering tea to be served. Mr. Chu, he inquired, I observe that you possess impressive skills. May I ask who your master is? The patriarch of the Huang family chuckled lightly, saying, Mr. Chu, you are far too modest. If possible, I would be willing to share some martial arts insights with you. But Chu Ming deftly shifted the topic. Patriarch Huang, let us discuss more pressing matters. Indeed, the urgency of the matter at hand cannot be overlooked. May I inquire what brings Mr. Chu to my door? The Huang patriarch asked. Chu Ming did not hold back. He directly informed the Huang patriarch that Yun Xian required one of the 7 sacred herbs, the fire flame linglong fruit, to cure her cold poison. Upon hearing this, the Huang patriarch's expression darkened instantly. Coldly, he retorted, Did that old relic from the Yun family not inform you before your arrival that our 2 families are sworn enemies? How dare you ask me for the fire flame linglong fruit to treat Yun Xian? Such a fanciful notion. He continued, even if you were not the one who came today, but that old relic from the Yun family himself, I would still refuse. Observing the Huang patriarch's demeanor, a faint smile appeared on Chu Ming's face as he replied, Patriarch Huang, there is no need to be so agitated. Every matter has room for negotiation, does it not? Perhaps you could share what conditions would lead you to part with the fire flame Ling Long fruit. I might be able to meet your demands. The Huang patriarch scrutinized Chu Ming once more, hesitating before he said, "It is not impossible to obtain the fire flame Ling Long fruit, provided that he paused for a few seconds. Then continued, provided you sign a contract of servitude, pledging to serve my Huang family as a slave for eternity. In that case, I might consider handing over the fire flame Ling Long fruit." Chu Ming sneered. "Patriarch Huang, I hope you will reconsider your stance." With that, Chu Ming stood to leave. Suddenly, his gaze was drawn to a milky white, circular Fengming jade pendant displayed on a shelf point 10 years ago. The Chu family was annihilated overnight. His parents had fled with him, but ultimately they could not escape their fate. Chu Ming distinctly remembered that the milky white, circular Fengming jade pendant was his mother's treasured possession. Fixating on the pendant, he coldly inquired, "Where did you acquire that circular Fengming jade pendant?" The Huang patriarch, with a hint of amusement, replied, "You mean the Fengming jade pendant? Ha! That is a trophy of the Huang family." Gritting his teeth, Chu Ming retorted, "What a splendid trophy!" As he spoke, Chu Ming charged at the Huang patriarch. Sensing the impending danger, the Huang patriarch hurriedly rose to defend himself. With a single punch, he was forced back several steps, only managing to stabilize himself by colliding against a pillar, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. "You little beast, do you not recognize this place? How dare you cause a ruckus here? Even if Lin Ba who were outside, he could not save you today." The Huang patriarch shouted furiously. "Guards, seize him!" At his command, over a dozen martial artists surged in from outside. These individuals were the elite of the Huang family, far superior to ordinary bodyguards. Each could easily handle a dozen guards without breaking a sweat. This was one of the reasons Lin Ba, who dared not act against the Huang family lightly. However, before Chu Ming, those martial artists were merely insignificant. Like a specter, Chu Ming weaved through the ranks of Huang family warriors, each strike accompanied by a scream of agony that in mere moments. More than a dozen martial artists lay sprawled on the ground. Chu Ming approached the circular Fengming jade pendant, shattering the glass encasing it, and carefully tucked the pendant away. Then, in a flash, he appeared before the Huang patriarch, kicking him to the ground and placing his foot upon the patriarch's head. "See Chu, Mr. Chu, please spare me. I am willing to offer the fire flame Ling Long fruit." The Huang patriarch stammered, his pride shattered. In his current state, he dared not confront Chu Ming head-on. Chapter 12. A great change in the East Sea, the Huang patriarch hastily continued. I do not know. I am merely following orders. I do not even know who the ringleader is, nor do I recognize any of the individuals who pursued your parents." That a hint of confusion flickered in Chu Ming's eyes. His parents were merely merchants, and while their business was substantial, it hardly warranted such a concerted effort to eliminate them. Moreover, there was a crucial detail. Shortly after his parents escaped with him from the Chu family, they had taken him to a hidden location while they drew the assassins away, and Chu Ming surmised that they had ultimately perished in the process. However, he had not witnessed their corpses nor seen the assassins kill his parents. Nevertheless, Chu Ming had no intention of sparing the Huang patriarch. Even if he was not the mastermind behind the annihilation of the Chu family, he had played a role in the affair, and thus he must die. With that thought, Chu Ming pressed down harder with his foot. As the pressure increased, the Huang patriarch felt a surge of dread. Wait, he pleaded. Chu Ming halted his actions and asked, "What else do you wish to say?" The Huang patriarch quickly replied, "While I do not know who the mastermind behind the Chu family's destruction is, I once stumbled upon the identity of the ringleader." Chu Ming coldly inquired, "Who is the ringleader?" The Huang patriarch hesitated. "Don't kill me, and I will tell you." Chu Ming scoffed, raising his foot to stomp down on the Huang patriarch's wrist. Crack! A sharp sound echoed, and the Huang patriarch let out a cry of anguish. His wrist shattered beneath Chu Ming's foot. Chu Ming regarded the Huang patriarch, now resembling a beaten dog, and stated, "You have no right to bargain with me. Speak directly, or endure torment before you do." As he spoke, Chu Ming slowly lifted his foot, pressing it against the Huang patriarch's arm. The patriarch's eyes filled with profound terror, and he hastily exclaimed, "I will tell you. I will tell you." Chu Ming remained silent, watching the Huang patriarch, awaiting his next words. The Huang patriarch, trembling, began, "The ringleader is a man with the surname Fu." Chu Ming frowned. "Is that all?" The Huang patriarch replied. "That is all I know," Chu Ming retorted. "And you expect this little information to save your life? Your life is truly worthless." With that, Chu Ming ended the Huang patriarch's existence, that he would show no mercy to those who participated in the massacre of the Chu family. The remaining Huang family warriors looked at their fallen patriarch, their eyes filled with deep-seated fear as they turned to Chu Ming. Chu Ming glanced at the warriors and declared, "This matter does not concern you. His death is justly deserved. All you need to do is hand over the fire flame Linglong fruit point." One of the Huang warriors hastily responded, "I know where the fire flame Linglong fruit is. It is in the study on the second floor. This." Chu Ming ascended to the second floor, and after retrieving the fire flame Linglong fruit, did not linger. Outside the Huang estate, Lin Bahu, waiting in the car, quickly alighted and opened the door. "Young master, did that old fool from the Huang family hand over the fire flame Linglong fruit?" Lin Bahu asked as he resumed his seat in the driver's position. Chu Ming nodded. "The Huang patriarch is dead. Whether the Huang family will be removed from the four great families now rests with your Menghu Hall. The Huang patriarch's involvement in the massacre of the Chu family warrants his demise." Chu Ming continued, "Additionally, investigate a man with the surname Fu. He must hold a significant identity and status to lead such an operation. With the death of the Huang patriarch, the balance of power among the four great families of the East Sea would surely be disrupted. And Menghu Hall, currently facing developmental stagnation, would naturally seek to seize a substantial portion of the Huang family's assets. Furthermore, the tasks assigned by Chu Ming must be expedited, while others may be unaware of Chu Ming's true identity." Lin Ba, who was well aware. Meanwhile, as Chu Ming entered the living room, old Master Yun hurriedly approached him. "How did it go? Is the Huang family willing to exchange the fire flame Linglong fruit?" Chu Ming replied, "The fire flame Linglong fruit is in my possession now. We can treat Shuyan immediately." Old Master Yun was overjoyed, repeatedly exclaiming, "Excellent, excellent. It is indeed thanks to you. Shuyan's fortune lies in finding you." Chu Ming smiled and said, "Old Master, let us set aside such praises for now. I will head upstairs to treat Shuyan's cold poison. Please ensure no one disturbs me during the process." Old Master Yun nodded. "Rest assured, I will handle everything else." After Chu Ming ascended the stairs, Old Master Yun promptly arranged for all the household servants and bodyguards to leave in the chamber. Chu Ming liquefied the fire flame Linglong fruit using his internal energy and administered it to Yun Xuan. He then utilized pure yang energy to assist her in refining the medicinal properties of the fire flame Linglong fruit. The pure yang energy spread within Yun Xuyan's body, gradually warming her icy form. However, compared to a normal person's temperature, it still felt chillingly low. Under the influence of the fire flame Linglong fruit, Yun Xuyan involuntarily sighed softly, her complexion becoming more vibrant. As the effects of the fire flame Linglong fruit intensified, her sighs grew more urgent, and soon, regaining some awareness, she instinctively embraced Chu Ming. The tantalizing sounds of her breaths filled Chu Ming's ears, stirring a tumult within him. Sensing that the cold poison had completely receded, Chu Ming ceased to restrain himself. Before long, the room was filled with a symphony of passionate sounds. The next day, Yun Xun, her face flushed with shyness, extricated herself from Chu Ming's embrace and hurriedly dressed and tidied her appearance. As the two individuals descended from the upper floor, the venerable Lord Yun hastily inquired, "Have you heard about the Huang family's predicament?" Yun Xuan, perplexed, responded, "What could possibly be amiss with the Huang family?" A flicker of curiosity also crossed Chu Ming's face. Lord Yun elucidated, "Last night, the Huang estate was engulfed in flames, and not a single soul from the Huang family survived. All perished in the inferno." Throughout this discourse, Lord Yun's gaze flitted over to Chu Ming, clearly harboring suspicions that the Huang family's tragic fate might be intertwined with him. Chu Ming, appearing utterly unfazed, offered no clues to Lord Yun. Nevertheless, Lord Yun was acutely aware that Chu Ming was undoubtedly connected to the obliteration of the Huang family. Chapter 13. The opportunity for the Yun family. Yun Xuyan displayed an expression of profound shock, exclaiming, "Grandfather, are you referring to the Huang family?" The Huang family, one of the four great families, Lord Yun nodded in affirmation, saying, "Indeed." Yun Xuan, in disbelief, questioned, "How could this happen? The Huang family's power was so formidable. How could not a single person survive? Is there some hidden truth to this? Regardless of any underlying secrets, the downfall of the Huang family presented a tremendous opportunity for our Yun family. Although the Huang family rose through martial prowess, they possessed numerous enterprises beneath their banner. Now that the Huang family has been vanquished, it will undoubtedly incite competition among the other prominent families, affording our Yun family a chance to breathe. If feasible, assimilating some of the Huang family's assets would not be out of the question." Then, Yun Xuan added, "Grandfather, please have your breakfast alone. Chu Ming and I shall head to the company now." Lord Yun did not impede her, but cautioned, "Xu Yin, act with deliberation. The Huang family's assets will surely attract the covetous eyes of many. If you do not possess absolute certainty, refrain from aggressive acquisitions. Otherwise, it may yield counterproductive results." Yun Xuyan nodded, replying, "Grandfather, I understand." With that, Chu Ming and Yun Xuyan departed from the Yun residence. As Chu Ming drove Yun Xuyan toward the Yun Corporation, he turned and asked, "Xuyan, which of the Huang family's assets do you plan to acquire first? The Huang family possesses a piece of land in a prime location, and if possible, I wish to secure that parcel." Yun Xuyan responded, "Tonight, there is a major auction event. The Huang family's land has already been listed for auction as per the original schedule. However, with the Huang family's downfall, it remains uncertain whether the auction will proceed as planned." Yun Xuyan continued, glancing at the driving Chu Ming, "Would you like to accompany me to the auction tonight?" Chu Ming gently shook his head, replying, "No, I'm not particularly interested in auctions. You may go alone. After I drop you off at the company, I have some matters to attend to." "All right, attend to your business," Yun Xuyan agreed. Subsequently, Yun Xuyan took out her phone and called her secretary. When the call connected, she instructed, "Xiao Hu, head to the company immediately. I will arrive in about 10 minutes. Tonight's auction is of utmost importance, and we cannot afford any mishaps, since the Fu family is hosting this auction. There will likely be more than just the Huang family's land on offer." After hanging up, Chu Ming's voice broke the silence. "You mentioned the Fu family is. This auction was initiated by the Fu family. Their influence is substantial, and naturally, no one dares to disrespect them," she explained. Chu Ming nodded slightly, saying, "In that case, I find myself somewhat intrigued by tonight's auction that I will pick you up in the evening, and we shall attend together." Without further contemplation, Yun Xuyan replied, "Very well. I shall wait for you at the company." Soon, Chu Ming delivered Yun Xuyan to the Yun Corporation and then drove to the Tiger Gang. Inside the Tiger Gang, after dispatching all his subordinates, Lin Bahu respectfully invited Chu Ming to take a seat at the head of the table. Lin Bahu cautiously remarked, "Young master," regarding the Huang family. Chu Ming raised his hand to interrupt. "The Huang family's affairs do not warrant my personal involvement. You have handled the situation well. The eradication of the Huang family was indeed his doing, aimed at eliminating obstacles to the Tiger Gang's expansion in Donghai and to curry favor with Chu Ming." However, Lin Bahu felt a pang of unease with Chu Ming's personal visit. Upon hearing Chu Ming's praise, Lin Bahu couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. That he quickly added, "It is thanks to your intervention in eliminating the Huang family's patriarch that we could not have achieved this without the young master's assistance." "Enough. I did not come here to receive flattery," Chu Ming replied. Upon hearing this, Lin Bahu immediately composed himself. After a brief pause, Chu Ming inquired, "Have you uncovered any leads on the man with the surname Fu?" Lin Bahu nodded slightly, confirming, "Yes, I will focus on investigating the Fu family. I want to see all their information before nightfall." Lin Bahu dared not hesitate and promptly replied, "Understood, young master, at dusk." A stack of documents regarding the Fu family was laid before Chu Ming. After committing the details of the Fu family members to memory, he departed from the Tiger Gang. Upon returning to the Yun Corporation to collect Yun Xuyan, night had already fallen at the Donghai Grand Hotel. Chu Ming and Yun Xuyan were guided to the 8th floor by the staff. Just as they were about to enter and sign in, Chen Mingwei emerged from the adjacent elevator. Upon spotting Chu Ming and Yun Xuyan, she halted in her tracks. Simultaneously, Yun Xuyan and Chu Ming also noticed her presence. Seeing Chu Ming with Yun Xuyan, Chen Mingwei couldn't resist mocking. "Chu Ming, I never imagined you had the potential to become a kept man. You were just cast out by our Chun family, and now you've latched onto the Yun family." She scoffed. "How did I not see before that you had the knack for living off others?" Chu Ming shot her a cold glance and retorted, "Chen Mingwei, we have no further ties. I hope you do not seek to amuse yourself at my expense." Chen Mingwei sneered, "As if I would desire any relationship with you. Merely a man who relies on others for sustenance. Do you truly believe others are clamoring for a connection with you? I simply cannot fathom what sweet nothings you whispered to ensnare the Yun family." Before Chu Ming could respond, Yun Xuan interjected, "Chen Mingwei, I advise you to keep your mouth in check if you cannot manage it. I would be more than willing to assist." Chapter 14. The lean camel is bigger than the horse. Chen Mingwei let out a cold laugh, retorting, "Yun Xuan, don't think that just because you are the eldest daughter of the Yun family, I will be intimidated. The reputation of the Yun family holds no sway over me. While the Yun family is one of the 4 great families, far surpassing the Chun family in influence. Chen Mingwei held the backing of Wang Qi. The Wang family, another of the 4 great families, was considerably stronger than the Yun family, and they had recently formed alliances with other families to collectively counter the Yun family. Having heard Wang Qi mention this, Chen Mingwei felt no fear facing Yun Xuan. Yet, she made a grave miscalculation. The Yun family had not yet fallen, and it was not within her capacity as a second-rate family member to disparage them at will. Yun Xuan regarded Chen Mingwei with cold disdain, her anger turning to mockery as she said, "Very well, Chen Mingwei, I see you are quite confident. You truly believe that by clinging to the Wang family's coattails, you can stand on equal footing with the Yun family? Let me clarify, that is nothing more than a delusion." Chen Mingwei dismissively huffed. "The Yun family is likely preoccupied with its own troubles. You should tend to your own affairs before meddling in others. Choosing a jinx as a husband is precisely why the Yun family is destined for ruin as soon as Chen Mingwei's words fell. Yun Xuan raised her hand and delivered a resounding slap. The sharp sound echoed in front of the auction venue, drawing the attention of many onlookers, while the security personnel responsible for maintaining order approached. The security guard hesitated, addressing Yun Xuan, "Ms. Yun, this is Chen Mingwei," one hand pressed against her reddening cheek, seethed. You dare strike me?" Yun Xuan replied coldly, "If you cannot restrain that foul mouth of yours, I would be more than happy to assist." Chen Mingwei's face flushed with rage, her eyes burning with resentment as she glared at Yun Xuan, yet she found herself at a loss for words. Turning to the security guard, Yun Xuan commanded, "I do not wish to see any members of the Chun family at tonight's auction." The security guard promptly responded, "Yes, Ms. Yun." He then approached Chen Mingwei, gesturing for her to leave. "Miss, please." Chen Mingwei felt a surge of fury, exclaiming, "I was legitimately invited. How can you simply take her word to expel me? This is outrageous." She brandished an invitation from her bag before Yun Xuan, continuing, "Do you see this? I have an invitation sent by the Fu family to the Chun family. Do you think you can just dismiss me?" Yun Xuan regarded Chen Mingwei as if she were a mere clown, responding, "What if I were to present a black gold invitation? How should you respond?" Suddenly, Yun Xuan produced a black invitation adorned with golden dragon patterns from her bag. This black and gold invitation was not merely a piece of paper, but a symbol of status. There were only 5 such invitations in the entire Eastern Sea City, and those who received them were regarded as the most esteemed guests in the eyes of the Fu family. Chen Mingwei stared at the black and gold invitation in Yun Xuan's hand. Momentarily stunned, she had anticipated that Yun Xuan would possess an invitation, yet she never expected her to wield the prestigious black and gold one. What happened to the supposed decline? Why would the Fu family still extend an invitation to them? Chen Mingwei was utterly perplexed. However, Yun Xuan did not grant her the luxury of time and directly addressed the security guard, saying, "Can you prevent her from entering now?" The guard promptly replied, "Yes, Ms. Yun. Rest assured I will not allow her inside." Still dazed, Chen Mingwei was escorted outside by the guard. Upon regaining her senses, she contemplated causing a scene, but the realization that the auction was hosted by the Fu family quickly quelled her thoughts. Although she had allied herself with the Wang family, she understood that even they would not dare to offend the Fu family. Thus, no matter how bold she felt, she would not dare to stir trouble on the Fu family's territory. Chu Ming cast a fleeting glance at Chen Mingwei and remarked, Those who insult others are invariably met with disdain. Next time you venture out, keep your eyes peeled. With that, Chu Ming followed Yun Xuan into the auction venue. Due to the conflict among the few of them, a considerable crowd had gathered at the entrance of the auction house, and upon witnessing Chu Ming being stopped by security, they could not help but murmur among themselves. Chu Ming stood aside, her face flushed with embarrassment as she overheard the surrounding conversations. At that moment, her resentment towards Chu Ming reached a boiling point. If it weren't for him, she would not be facing such humiliation. Fortunately, this situation did not last long. Upon seeing Wang Qi emerge from the elevator, Chu Ming immediately adopted an extremely aggrieved expression and rushed to greet him. Wang Qi looked at her with a furrowed brow and inquired, "What happened to you?" Chu Ming, feigning distress, recounted her encounter with Chu Ming and Yun Xuan, embellishing the tale as she spoke. After listening to her account, a glint of coldness flashed in Wang Qi's eyes as he said, "What a Yun Xuan. I shall see how many more good days you have left. Rest assured, the Yun family won't be around much longer, and when the time comes, I will ensure that Yun Xuan is brought before you for you to humiliate her properly." Chu Mingyue's heart swelled with joy at his words, and she immediately began to act coyly towards Wang Qi. He wrapped his arm around her waist and said, "Let's go. I have a black and gold invitation as well, so you can enter with me." As they spoke, Wang Qi and Chu Ming made their way into the auction venue. Although there was still some time before the auction commenced, the interior was already bustling with attendees. Yun Xuan remained engaged, introducing the various participants to Chu Ming. Among them was a middle-aged man in a suit with gold-rimmed glasses, the chairman of the Dongcheng group, Lei Sheng. Seated in the middle of the second row was the head of the Yu family. Although the Yu family had been less prominent in recent times, their strength was not to be underestimated, as they were considered one of the reclusive powers, and over there, a portly old man from the Mediterranean was the head of the Pang family. Another reclusive faction. Despite his lecherous appearance, his strength was formidable. As Chu Ming listened to Yun Xuan's introductions, he remarked, "It seems today's auction is quite extraordinary. So many reclusive powers have emerged." Yun Xuan nodded and replied, "I too did not anticipate that today's auction would attract so many hidden factions. Perhaps it is related to the overnight downfall of the Huang family." She surveyed the surroundings and added, "Let us not linger. Although this is an auction, it is also an excellent opportunity for networking. Come, let us greet some acquaintances." Chu Ming nodded slightly, not refusing. Chapter 15. Who is seriously ill? Under Yun Xuan's guidance, Chu Ming was introduced to several of the elite in Eastern Sea. Yet these individuals showed little interest in him, merely exchanging a few superficial pleasantries before returning to their conversations. Even their previous enthusiasm towards Yun Xuan had diminished. Clearly, the people of Eastern Sea were now aware of the Yun family's precarious situation. Facing a coalition of several powerful families, their chances of survival were slim in the eyes of these individuals. The Yun family had become akin to a grasshopper in autumn, unable to leap for much longer, rendering any effort to engage with them unnecessary. Yun Xuan was acutely aware of her family's predicament. While those around her pretended to maintain good relations with the Yun family, when push came to shove, they would be the first to flee, as evidenced in this moment. Under normal circumstances, given the Yun family's status in Eastern Sea, she would have been swarmed by people clamoring for her attention before she even approached them with Chu Ming. Instead, she found herself initiating greetings only to be met with indifference. Observing the slight melancholy in Yun Xuan's expression, Chu Ming was about to offer words of comfort when 4 figures, 2 men and 2 women, approached them. Among them was Chu Ming, who had previously quarreled with him and Yun Xuan at the auction's entrance. The man beside her was Wang Qi, the young master of the Wang family, one of the 4 major clans, while the other young man was Zhao Feng, the heir of the Zhao family. Accompanied by his female companion, Wang Qi and his entourage arrived before Yun Xuan and Chu Ming. He wasted no time in declaring, "Xuan, I never imagined you would be engaged after just a few days apart. It truly is hard to believe." Yun Xuan responded with displeasure. "Wang Qi, we are not that familiar." Zhao Feng interjected with a smile. "Ms. Yun remains as aloof as ever. However, I am quite curious about the individual who could captivate you." As he spoke, Zhao Feng's gaze shifted to Chu Ming, scrutinizing him from head to toe. This brother here must be Ms. Yun's fiancé. One cannot judge a book by its cover, for Ms. Yun is renowned as the ice goddess of Eastern Sea City. Yet it seems you have managed to thaw her heart. Zhao Feng added with a hint of mischief. Brother, why not share how you managed to melt such a formidable ice queen? Chu Ming merely cast a nonchalant glance at Zhao Feng and replied, Who do you think you are? Are we even acquainted? Zhao Feng was momentarily taken aback, unprepared for Chu Ming's blatant disrespect. His expression turned slightly angry as he retorted, Kid, you must not know who I am to speak to me like that. Chu Ming remained unfazed by Zhao Feng's fury and calmly replied, Why should I care who you are? Do you wish to fight here? Hearing this, Zhao Feng's anger flared even more. However, he understood that this auction was the Fu family's domain, a place where he could not afford to cause a scene. Even with the backing of the Zhao family, they were no match for the Fu family. Wang Qi interjected, Zhao Xiao, why stoop to his level? He is merely clinging to Yun Shuyan's coattails. In the end, he is just a country bumpkin, not worth your ire in Eastern Sea, who was unaware that Yun Shuyan was ill and had little time left. When the moment came, how he would trample on him would merely be a matter of a single word from Wang Qi. Wang Qi's voice was loud and clear, showing no regard for Yun Shuyan or Chu Ming's presence. Even those nearby instinctively stepped back, creating distance from Yun Shuyan. Her face flushed crimson with embarrassment, and she wished to retort, yet Wang Qi's words rang true. The cold poison within her was no secret, and many were aware of it. Chu Ming noticed the change in Yun Shuyan's expression and pulled her closer to him, saying, What right do you have to mock others for their illness? Are you not the one suffering from a grave ailment? Wang Qi's expression shifted as he sternly rebuked, What nonsense are you spouting? It is common knowledge that Yun Shuyan suffers from cold poison and has little time left. Is there anyone here who is unaware? Zhao Feng chimed in. Indeed, everyone knows that Yun Shuyan's days are numbered. Are you worried that after her passing, you'll no longer be able to cling to the Yun family? Chu Ming observed the two men, who appeared as if they had been stepped on the tail, and a faint smile crept across his lips. Wang Qi and Zhao Feng felt an unsettling chill at the sight of Chu Ming's smile. Wang Qi continued, Boy, why must you choose to associate with someone doomed to an early demise? I suggest you make a hasty exit before the wedding takes place. Chu Ming fixed his gaze on Wang Qi and, after a long pause, said, If I am not mistaken, you must frequently wet the bed, right? The crowd around them gasped, their eyes widening in shock. Even Zhao Feng could not help but stare at Wang Qi in disbelief. Wang Qi seethed with anger. You little brat, if you dare speak such nonsense again, I will ensure your mouth is smashed to bits. Chu Ming chuckled lightly. Whether it is nonsense or not, you know it best. I imagine incontinence has troubled you for quite some time, hasn't it? Do you sometimes struggle to hold your bladder, even when you sneeze? Wang Qi trembled with rage, his eyes filled with fury, directed at Chu Ming. If looks could kill, he would have been executed by now. Enough. Today, I am letting this slide out of respect for the Fu family. I do not wish for anyone to leave this auction feeling displeased. If you continue to slander me, do not blame me for being impolite. Wang Qi ground out through clenched teeth. Chu Ming shrugged and remarked, Am I slandering you? If you truly do not suffer from incontinence, would you dare to let everyone witness it? Those afflicted with incontinence cannot hold their urine, and on such a significant occasion, it would be impossible for you to frequently dash to the restroom. Therefore, I surmise you must be wearing adult diapers. If you dare to go to the bathroom and show everyone, then I shall comply with any request you make. Wang Qi's refusal only served to convince those around him of the veracity of Chu Ming's claims. If it weren't as Chu Ming suggested, why would Wang Qi be too afraid to prove otherwise? At that moment, Wang Qi felt his face flush as he noticed the strange gazes from the crowd. Zhao Feng, being Wang Qi's good friend, could not allow Wang Qi to be ridiculed, and thus turned to chastise Chu Ming. Kid, don't think that just because we're here, we won't take action against you. You better apologize to young Master Wang, or you won't be leaving here today. Chu Ming chuckled lightly and replied, What a good brotherly bond you share. However, your affliction seems to be more severe. Don't you realize? Others wish to be your brothers, yet you covet their bodies. Why, when there are perfectly good women, would you choose to pursue men? Zhao Feng was taken aback, then disdainfully retorted, Stop talking nonsense. Who in Donghai doesn't know my reputation as a playboy? You dare to spread rumors about me. I change women more often than you change clothes, and you have the audacity to claim I prefer men? Even if you're slandering, could you at least be somewhat believable? Not afraid to tell you, I'm quite virile, going at it 7 times a night without a break, that a stunning woman, standing beside Zhao Feng, chimed in. I can attest to that. Zhao is quite impressive. It's hard to keep up with him. As she spoke, a hint of shyness appeared on her alluring face. Meanwhile, the onlookers' gazes towards Chu Ming shifted to one of contempt. Although Chu Ming's assertion about Wang Qi being unable to prove himself stood, Zhao Feng was another matter altogether. Zhao Feng was renowned as a playboy, and while he might not change girlfriends every 3 days, his frequency of new companions was certainly enviable. Furthermore, with Zhao Feng's girlfriend as a witness, how could anyone believe that he was a man who preferred other men? That would be sheer nonsense. I had thought that Chu Ming possessed genuine skill, but it seems he is merely a charlatan spouting hot AI in light of this. Could it not be that Wang Qi's situation was similarly fabricated by him? It's no wonder he managed to latch onto the Yun family support. Perhaps the old fogey of the Yun family has been deceived by him as well. Ha. Otherwise, how could the old man publicly announce the engagement between Yun Shuyan and him? Mocking and scornful murmurs erupted around them. Yet Chu Ming appeared unfazed, instead turning his attention to Zhao Feng's girlfriend. Did you not just say that Zhao Feng is quite the man? But have you not noticed any peculiarities? Are your encounters always at night? And do you not always have to turn off the lights or wear a blindfold that you cannot remove? Furthermore, are the time and place not always prearranged? Even when out in public, you don't even share a kiss? The alluring woman exhibited a look of surprise and responded, No. How could you know all this so clearly? Chu Ming smiled slightly. Have you never considered the reason? If the lights are off and it feels the same, how do you know the one entering is indeed Zhao Feng? The woman's expression shifted dramatically as she regarded Zhao Feng with a scrutinizing gaze. While Zhao Feng felt a twinge of unease under her stare, Chu Ming continued, Have you ever had any intimate contact when together? The woman pondered for a moment before shaking her head. No, at most we just held hands, and even then, it was only for a brief moment. Chu Ming's knowing smile deepened. Doesn't that clarify things for you? Are you now aware of the situation? He then turned to Zhao Feng. Young Master Zhao, you proclaim yourself a playboy. Surely, it is not too much to ask for you to publicly kiss your girlfriend, is it? This is surely simpler than asking young Master Wang to prove his condition in the restroom. Zhao Feng fumed. Don't you dare spread your nonsense here. Am I, the distinguished young Master Zhao, to heed your words? The alluring woman, sensing Zhao Feng's reluctance, pressed, But I am your girlfriend. What's wrong with a public display? Is kissing really that difficult? As she spoke, she stepped forward, attempting to kiss Zhao Feng, that a flicker of disgust crossed his eyes as he abruptly halted her. Zhao Feng explained, Wait, how can you let his words sway you so easily? I, Zhao Feng, am not that sort of person. The woman felt deeply wronged and exclaimed, Zhao Feng, you bastard, you must prefer men. After all this time, who knows who has been with me? I must have been blind. Zhao Feng retorted angrily, Why are you acting crazy? You believe him just because he said a few words? The woman, tears welling in her eyes, replied, If you want me to disbelieve him, it's simple. Just kiss me right now. Zhao Feng's face fell into a perplexed expression as he hesitated, showing no intention of kissing her. At this point, the onlookers had begun to piece together the truth. Zhao Feng was indeed, as Chu Ming claimed, merely a playboy in disguise, leading to a flurry of gossip that shifted the focus from Chu Ming to Zhao Feng. Undoubtedly, Zhao Feng's predicament was far more scandalous than Wang Qi's incontinence. While incontinence could be treated, rectifying Zhao Feng's orientation was no simple feat. As Wang Qi recalled the moments spent with Zhao Feng, he realized why Zhao Feng had always been so affectionate towards him. Always sticking close no matter where they went, a sudden chill ran down his spine, and he quickly distanced himself from Zhao Feng. Despite his incontinence, his sexual orientation was certainly not in question. He had no desire to be the target of Zhao Feng's advances. With the truth laid bare, Zhao Feng seethed with rage, casting a murderous glare at Chu Ming, who remained unperturbed, gently gazing at Yun Xuan. Xuyan, do you see? The truly afflicted are they. Though Yun Shuyan was astonished by how accurately Chu Ming had discerned Wang Qi and Zhao Feng's hidden flaws, her mood had significantly brightened, finally releasing the pent-up frustration within her. The auction hall buzzed with clusters of people eagerly discussing Zhao Feng and Wang Qi, while the two men themselves yearned to leave, yet were bound by their desire for the items at stake. Fortunately, the chatter subsided as the host organized by the Fu family took the stage. Fu Donghai stepped to the center, surveying the audience before announcing, "Hello everyone, I am Fu Donghai of the Fu family. I am delighted that you could take the time to attend our auction. Without further ado, let us present the first item." As Fu Donghai's voice echoed, a tall, striking woman clad in a cheongsam emerged from backstage, holding a tray covered with a red cloth. Placing the tray on the crystal podium, Fu Donghai lifted the cloth to reveal a splendid Tang Dynasty white jade porcelain vase, while a detailed introduction of the vase appeared on the large screen behind him. Aside from the Tang Dynasty white jade porcelain vase, several other antiques and paintings were auctioned off in succession. Yun Shuyan's interest lay solely in the land owned by the Huang family. Thus her focus was not on the antiques, and she remained silent, waiting patiently. As for Chu Ming, he had no interest in antiques or paintings either, merely observing the bidding around him. However, when Fu Donghai introduced the seventh item up for auction, a peculiar sensation stirred within Chu Ming. As the red cloth was lifted, a rather unremarkable jade tablet, no larger than a palm, came into view. The jade tablet's quality was average, its surface patterns exceedingly faint, likely due to the ravages of time, appearing quite rough and far from valuable. The crowd could not help but murmur their curiosity as to why the Fu family would present such an item for auction. Hearing the comments from below, Fu Donghai smiled and explained, although the quality of this jade tablet is mediocre, its origins are shrouded in mystery. Even we, the Fu family, have yet to uncover its true background, which is why we decided to auction it off. Those interested may bid and undertake research on its provenance. Upon hearing this, the crowd felt a wave of disappointment wash over them. If even the Fu family could not ascertain the jade tablet's origins, how could they hope to do so? Consequently, interest in the jade tablet waned, with only a handful offering very low bids. Chu Ming gazed at the jade tablet for a considerable time, noting the bidding price had stagnated at 450,000. He then made his bid, 500,000. The unexpected bid of 500,000 from Chu Ming drew astonished gazes from those nearby. Yun Shuyan too looked at him with surprise, asking, "You that this jade tablet seems rather ordinary. Is it really worth 500,000? Chu Ming smiled and said, "Trust me, there's no mistake." Meanwhile, Zhao Feng and Wang Qi felt a surge of secret delight upon witnessing Chu Ming's bid. Having been humiliated by him before, they were eager for an opportunity to make him suffer a significant loss, and they certainly would not let this chance slip away easily. Zhao Feng, without a hint of hesitation, raised his paddle and declared, 600,000. Chu Ming cast a casual glance at Zhao Feng, and without any sign of doubt, raised his own paddle to respond, 70,000. The moment the word 70,000 left his lips, Wang Qi, sitting across the way, couldn't he help but interject, "Kid, it seems you are quite eager for this jade token. However, everything comes at a price." Immediately, Wang Qi raised his paddle, stating, "I bid 800,000. Unfazed, Chu Ming raised his paddle again, proclaiming, 1 million. As Chu Ming continued to escalate the bids, Wang Qi and Zhao Feng exchanged glances, unable to contain their surprise. Zhao Feng shouted, 110,000. Chu Ming could easily discern that Zhao Feng and Wang Qi were deliberately inflating the price, but he paid them no mind and continued to raise his own bid. Soon, the price of the jade token soared to 5 million under their orchestrated bidding. Yet Chu Ming showed no signs of stopping, instead raising the bid by another million. As the price reached 6 million, the audience at the auction was left in utter astonishment. However, it wasn't long before murmurs began to circulate through the crowd. 6 million. Have they lost their minds? 6 million for such an inconspicuous jade token. Truly a case of a foolish person with too much money. What sort of man has Yun Shuyan found? Even if she doesn't live long, she shouldn't settle for such a spendthrift, right? In my opinion, the Yun family's good days are numbered. The Yun family was already struggling, and with a son-in-law like this, It seemed unlikely they could withstand the pressure from the Wang and Zhao families without collapsing entirely from the four great family stage. Seeing that Chu Ming showed no intention of stopping, Yin Shuiyin could no longer hold back and urged, Chu Ming, spending 6 million on an ordinary jade token isn't worth it. Let us forget it that if you really like it, we can go to the antique street tomorrow. Chu Ming shook his head, responding, this is no ordinary jade token. Regardless of the cost, I must secure it. I am certain it will be worth it. Yin Xian furrowed her brows slightly, though she could not fathom how a jade token could possess such significance. She chose not to press the matter further, seeing Chu Ming's determination. Wang Qi, noticing that Chu Ming had raised his bid by 1 million without a second thought, couldn't help but mock. Kid, it seems I underestimated your determination to acquire this jade token. The more you want it, the less I can allow you to have it easily. With that, Wang Qi raised his paddle once more, declaring 610,000. Ignoring Wang Qi's taunts, Chu Ming instantly raised the price to 7 million. Zhao Feng, not to be outdone, followed suit and raised the bid by another 100,000, in a flurry of competitive bidding between the three. The once unremarkable jade token quickly reached 15 million, but not only were the attendees of the auction left in disbelief, but even Fu Donghai, the auctioneer, was taken aback by the situation. The price of 15 million far exceeded his expectations by more than tenfold. Yet he found joy in it, for the higher the auction price, the more profit he would earn. As the host of the auction, he naturally wished to see all items sell at the highest possible prices, especially since the jade token originated from his own family. That moment, both Zhao Feng and Wang Qi, upon seeing Chu Ming's audacious bid of 15 million, decided to abandon their attempts to outbid him. Ultimately, Chu Ming successfully acquired the jade token for the staggering sum of 15 million. That once the gavel came down, Zhao Feng couldn't help but remark, kid, I used to think of myself as a spendthrift. But now, compared to you, my expenditures seem trivial. Spending 15 million on a worthless jade token. Only a fool like you would do such a thing. Wang Qi chimed in with derision. Exactly. Spending 15 million on a piece of junk jade token truly epitomizes foolishness. That is 15 million, not 1,500. Yin Shuiyin must be quite unfortunate to have crossed paths with someone like you. Chu Ming glanced at the smug faces of Wang Qi and Zhao Feng and remarked, the true fools here are you two. Overlook a priceless treasure is one thing, but to mock others with your ignorance is beyond comprehension. Priceless treasure? Both Wang Qi and Zhao Feng were momentarily taken aback by Chu Ming's assertion. Though they were loath to accept his words, the seriousness with which he spoke left them in a state of uncertainty. However, after a brief hesitation, Zhao Feng boasted, what nonsense about a priceless treasure. If it were truly priceless, how could the Fu family have overlooked it? Would it even come to you? Chu Ming shrugged and then stood up, walking towards the auction stage. Chapter 18. Authentic or fake? Chu Ming instructed the staff. Please bring me a hairdryer and also some alcohol. The staff member instinctively glanced at Fu Donghai, who nodded in affirmation, prompting the staff to quickly retrieve the requested items from the backstage. Chu Ming first used the hairdryer to blow away the jade dust from the surface of the jade token, then meticulously cleaned it with alcohol. Once the jade token was thoroughly cleaned, an exquisitely carved landscape emerged upon its surface. Under the lights, the intricate patterns of mountains and rivers were strikingly clear, with towering peaks that could only be described as breathtakingly beautiful. In an instant, the crowd at the auction was left in stunned silence, and Tang Songyun, the president of the Donghai Antique Association seated below, rose from his seat in sheer excitement. Could this be the masterpiece, 10,000 miles of rivers and mountains crafted by the Ming Dynasty sculptor Lu Zigong? It was rumored that this jade token was carved by Lu Zigong for the emperor. And on this palm-sized jade token, the entire realm was depicted with such exquisite craftsmanship that it was considered a divine creation. There was only one such piece in existence, making its value incalculable. Tang Songyun's reputation in the antique world was well known. Otherwise, he would not have attained the position of president of the Donghai Antique Association. His extensive collection rivaled that of the Donghai City Museum. With Tang Songyun's endorsement, the extraordinary nature of the jade token was confirmed. Immediately, the auction hall erupted into a flurry of discussions, with some expressing envy, others lamenting, and a few regretting their missed opportunity to bid on the jade token. As for Zhao Feng and Wang Qi, they felt as though they had swallowed a fly, not caring about the token's value, but rather frustrated that they couldn't exploit Chu Ming in the process. Fu Donghai maintained a calm demeanor as he observed Chu Ming, lost in his own thoughts. Although the jade token incident had astounded the participants, the auction had to continue, under Fu Donghai's guidance. Another item was swiftly brought to the stage as Fu Donghai unveiled the red cloth covering the auction item. A Tang Sankai horse came into view. This elicited yet another wave of murmurs from the audience. Fu Donghai raised his hand slightly, and the chatter gradually subsided. He then announced the starting bid for the Tang Sankai horse. Chu Ming gazed at the Tang Sankai horse before Fu Donghai, a subtle smile gracing his lips. There were many replicas of Tang Sankai horses, and the one displayed at this auction was indeed a counterfeit. However, the craftsmanship of this imitation was so exquisite that the average person would struggle to discern its authenticity. Had it not been for Chu Ming having seen an identical genuine piece before, he would have been unable to tell the difference. As soon as Fu Donghai announced the starting bid, the crowd rapidly raised the price to 10 million, and the enthusiasm for bidding only continued to escalate. Thus, the price of the Tang Sankai horse was sure to rise. 20 million, 30 million, the bidding for the Tang Sankai horse was almost climbing in a straight line. Noticing Zhao Feng and Wang Qi not far away, Chu Ming suddenly devised a plan. In the next moment, he raised his bidding paddle, declaring 31 million. Initially, Zhao Feng and Wang Qi had little interest in the Tang Sankai horse. But upon seeing Chu Ming placing a bid, their attitudes shifted dramatically. They believed that if Chu Ming had the ability to identify treasures, then his previous success in acquiring the jade token must mean that he had indeed recognized its value. After all, even Tang Songyun, the president of the Donghai Antique Association, had failed to see the jade token's worth, yet Chu Ming had confidently bid on it, insisting it was valuable. Now, with Chu Ming bidding on the Tang Sankai horse, it suggested that this piece might also hold similar precious value. Following Chu Ming's lead in the bidding seemed a prudent choice. They might just find themselves with a successful acquisition. Without hesitation, Wang Qi raised his paddle, stating 32 million. Chu Ming quickly countered with 35 million. With the previous success of the jade token under his belt, Yuan Shuiyan refrained from stopping Chu Ming this time. However, Zhao Feng and Wang Qi, noticing Chu Ming's unwavering bids, also raised their paddles in response. The auction hall was soon filled with the sounds of bidding from Chu Ming, Zhao Feng, and Wang Qi, leaving no room for others to join in. As the three continued to raise their bids, the price of the Tang Sankai horse swiftly soared to 100 million. Yuan Shuiyan, witnessing Zhao Feng and Wang Qi's relentless inflation of the price, exclaimed in anger, Wang Qi, Zhao Feng, you are truly despicable to deliberately inflate the price of auction items. Do you have no sense of dignity as part of a prominent family? In response, Wang Qi and Zhao Feng merely exchanged disdainful smiles. Wang Qi remarked, the rules of auction have always dictated that the highest bidder prevails. What? Are you unaware of this? My bidding was entirely genuine. I had no intention of artificially inflating the price. Zhao Feng concurred, adding, Wang Xiao is absolutely correct. That is precisely how auctions operate, that if you lack the funds, you are free to withdraw from a bidding. Such slander is simply unacceptable. Yuan Shuiyan was about to voice her thoughts when she was interrupted by Chu Ming. Lowering his voice, he leaned in to whisper in her ear, Xin, if they desire it so much, let them have it. After all, this item holds little value. Upon hearing this, Yuan Shuiyan was momentarily taken aback, a hint of confusion flickering in her gaze as she looked at Chu Ming. He offered no further explanation, instead turning his attention to Wang Qi and Zhao Feng, a knowing smile gracing his lips as he declared, since you are so eager for this Tang Sankai horse, then by all means, take it. Wang Qi and Zhao Feng exchanged glances, their hearts sinking with foreboding. At that moment, Fu Donghai brought down his gavel. 100 million, he announced, marking the highest bid since the auction commenced. Wang Qi cursed under his breath, quickly turning to Tang Songyun, respectfully stating, President Tang, I am utterly ignorant when it comes to antiques. You are a master in the field. I kindly ask for your esteemed opinion. Tang Songyun nodded, replying, You flatter me, Wang Xiao. I am merely a novice myself. Despite his modest words, Tang Songyun approached the Tang Sankai horse. After a moment of scrutiny, he furrowed his brow and said, Wang Xiao, based on my experience, the provenance of this Tang Sankai horse remains questionable. Thus, although Tang Songyun did not explicitly declare the item a counterfeit, the implication was clear to Wang Qi. Chapter 19. Who will claim the prize? The disruptor. It was evident that the Tang Sankai horse for which he had just bid 100 million was a forgery. Ignoring Wang Qi's reaction, Tang Songyun turned to Chu Ming and stated, This young man possesses a discerning eye that surpasses mine. Perhaps I have misjudged this Tang Sankai horse. Chu Ming replied, You have not misjudged it. This Tang Sankai horse is indeed a fake. Tang Songyun was taken aback, asking, Really? Chu Ming smiled and said, Of course, but I am no authoritative expert. My words may not carry weight. If you wish, you can take the Tang Sankai horse elsewhere for a thorough appraisal. At that moment, Wang Qi's complexion turned a deep shade of crimson. A counterfeit. He had squandered 100 million on a forgery. Realizing that Chu Ming had discerned the horse's true nature, he was incensed. You little brat, are you trying to con me? You knew full well that the Tang Sankai horse was flawed, yet you kept driving the price up? Chu Ming replied playfully, Wang Xiao, let us not put it that way. My actions were merely part of normal bidding. Whether the Tang Sankai horse has issues is of no concern to me. When I called out my bids, I was not forcing you to raise yours. That was entirely your choice. Wang Qi seethed. Very well. I will remember this. Just you wait. Chu Ming shrugged, choosing to ignore Wang Qi further. The auction continued, and after several more pieces of antique art were sold, the event neared its conclusion. Fu Donghai stirred the atmosphere before announcing the final item up for bid, the land development rights of the Huang family. Everyone present was familiar with this piece of land. So Fu Donghai provided no elaborate introduction, simply stating the starting bid. His voice faded. The auction hall erupted with bids. The starting price of the land was 1 billion, and within mere seconds, it soared to 2 billion. With the fervor of bidding only escalating, in no time, the price reached 3 billion, then 4 billion, and although the pace of increase slowed after 4 billion, many bidders remained, including Wang Qi and Zhao Feng. Despite Wang Qi's loss of 100 million over the Tang Sankai horse, the Wang family had prepared 60 billion to secure the Huang family's land, making it a non-negotiable acquisition for him. Soon, the price of the land climbed to 5 billion. And although the number of bidders dwindled, the momentum persisted as the price stabilized at 5,500 million. Yun Shuiyin raised her bidding paddle. 6 billion. With a cold huff, she disregarded Wang Qi's provocation. Observing this, Wang Qi promptly raised his bid, declaring 6,100 million. Without hesitation, Yun Shuiyin responded, 6,200 million. Beside them, Zhao Feng interjected, It seems President Yun is quite determined to acquire the Huang family's land. But securing it won't be as simple as you think. The Zhao family bid 6,300 million. Yun Shuiyin's brows furrowed. The Huang family's land was crucial for the Yun family. Successfully obtaining and developing, it could provide the Yun family a chance to recover from the encirclement of several prominent families. However, she valued the land at only 60 billion. If the bidding exceeded that amount, it would clearly surpass her budget. Yet, failing to secure the land would plunge the Yun family into a dire situation, as they were fundamentally a real estate company. The absence of viable projects would lead to stagnation, accelerating the collapse of the Yun business empire. After a moment of hesitation, Yun Shuiyin resolved to proceed with the bidding, determined to acquire the land at any cost. She raised her paddle once more, pushing the price to 6,400 million. Although Wang Qi withdrew, Zhao Feng refused to yield easily. The auction hall was now left with only the sounds of bidding between Yun Shuiyin and Zhao Feng, their rivalry driving the price up to 7,500 million. Zhao Feng set his paddle down and turned to Yun Shuiyin, stating, President Yun, the Yun family must truly need this land. Rest assured, if your bid exceeds 7,500 million, I will withdraw from the auction. A flicker of doubt crossed Yun Shuiyin's eyes, while 7,500 million was already far above the land's worth. The Yun family desperately needed a prime location for development. After a moment of contemplation, she clenched her delicate fist and raised her paddle, declaring 7,600 million with a fall of Fu Donghai's gavel. Yun Shuyan ultimately secured the land for 7,600,000,000. Zhao Feng wore a smug smile as he remarked, "Congratulations, President Yun, on acquiring this land for 7,600,000,000. However, its intrinsic value is only about 50 to 60 billion. I fear the Yun family may struggle to turn a profit on this endeavor." Yun Shuyan shot him a frosty glare, replying, "The affairs of the Yun family are none of your concern." Zhao Feng shrugged, "Of course, I have no interest in your family's matters. I merely caution you not to believe that securing this land guarantees a smooth development process. There are more than just today's bidders vying for this land." As Zhao Feng's words hung in the air, a loud crash reverberated through the auction hall as the door was kicked open from the outside, and a group of burly men clad in suits and sunglasses swiftly entered, forming two lines that created a path. Following them was a bald man adorned with a large gold chain, swaggering into the hall, his face a mask of menace. The sight of him caused the crowd to collectively hold their breath, fear evident in their expressions. Once, an indiscreet young heir had crossed him, resulting in his being burned alive in his car. When the young heir's family sought retribution, they were left incapacitated, and now the survivor lay bedridden, suffering a fate worse than death. Chapter 20. Fu Yang's surrender. Moreover, the power of the Triad Society was unparalleled among the local gangs in Donghai. Only the Tiger Hall could compete with it. While the others were utterly incomparable as for the four prominent families, they might possess greater financial resources than the Triad Society, but the latter's influence in Donghai was not merely based on wealth. Even the formidable Fu family was wary of provoking them. Huang Biao scanned the auction hall, his gaze settling on Yun Xue. The Huang family's land is not something the Yun family can develop. Rather than let it languish in your hands, why not transfer it to our Triad Society? He boomed. Yun Xuyin furrowed her brows, stating, "Master Huang, you jest. The Yun family possesses the capability to develop that land independently and would never allow it to go to waste." Huang Biao scoffed, "If I say it will go to waste, then it will certainly go to waste in '01. But the Triad Society can develop that land." He continued, "Miss Yun, out of respect for your grandfather, I will not trouble you today. Simply transfer the Huang family's land to our Triad Society, and I will offer 30 billion for it." As Huang Biao's proposition echoed in the hall, a wave of heated discussion erupted. 30 billion? Just moments after the auction concluded, Yun Shuyan had acquired the land for 76 billion, and Huang Biao audaciously proposed to buy it for a mere 30 billion, an act that felt akin to blatant robbery. Upon hearing the offer presented by Huang Biao, Yun Shuyan's expression darkened. With a tone tinged with restrained anger, she remarked, "Master Huang, the auction has only just concluded, setting aside the fact that my Yun family requires that parcel of land. We have already expended a staggering 76 billion to secure it. Your approach seems rather inappropriate, does it not?" Huang Biao let out a cold snort and replied, "Inappropriate? Huh. No one dares to question what I, Huang Biao, deem appropriate. What if you bid 76 billion? If I say that land is only worth 30 billion, then it is only worth 30 billion. Miss Yun, I hope you one team make this difficult for me. The price I've offered is already generous, taking into account your esteemed father's reputation. Anyone else would not even receive 10 billion from me." Huang Biao's implications were clear. He was overtly attempting to seize the land without engaging in any genuine negotiation. It was evident that if Yun Shuyan did not concede to Huang Biao's demand for the Huang family's land at such a low price, he would not relent easily. Chu Ming observed Huang Biao with a cold gaze, ready to defend Yun Shuyan, when several figures re-entered the auction venue. Leading them was none other than Fu Yang, the eldest son of the Fu family. Followed closely by his well-paid personal bodyguards, Fu Yang approached Huang Biao with an irritable demeanor and stated, "Master Huang, today's auction is under the auspices of my Fu family. The disruptive presence here is rather unwelcome. Wouldn't you agree? My family has always maintained a cordial distance from your Sana society. If you continue this way, who would dare to participate in our auctions in the future?" Fu Yang then turned to Yun Shuyan, a glimmer of greed in his eyes, assuring her, "Miss Yun, rest assured that your safety will be guaranteed at my Fu family's auction." Afterward, he directed a disdainful glance at Chu Ming, who had remained silent until now. With a scoff, he remarked, "How shameful it is for a man to hide behind a woman." Huang Biao appraised Fu Yang, asking, "Are Are you certain you wish to involve yourself in this matter? Fu Yang responded defiantly. Indeed, I will take charge of this situation. Although my Fu family has withdrawn from Donghai City, it does not mean we can be trampled upon at will. Today's affair is under my control. Without warning, Huang Biao raised his hand and struck Fu Yang across the face, the resounding slap echoing throughout the auction hall, leaving everyone in stunned silence. One anticipated Huang Biao would resort to such violence against Fu Yang. The latter, equally bewildered, realized the implications of Huang Biao's actions. Being struck was akin to a slap in the face of the Fu family. How dare he? Before Fu Yang could react, Huang Biao's menacing voice cut through the air. Kid, had your father been here today, I might have shown him some respect, but you think you can leverage the Fu family against me? Do you truly believe I've spent years navigating Donghai City without merit? Fu Yang's expression darkened as a surge of anger welled up within him. Although he was not yet in control of the Fu family, he was still their eldest son, and every action he took represented the family. The humiliation he faced at Huang Biao's hands, especially in front of so many witnesses, was intolerable. Clenching his fists, he seethed, Huang Biao, I have addressed you with respect, yet you choose to humiliate me. Do you think the Fu family is easy to bully? Huang Biao chuckled derisively, and what of it? Do you intend to confront me physically? Fu Yang retorted, today I shall witness the true extent of the Sana Society's power. With that statement, Fu Yang commanded his bodyguards to charge at Huang Biao. These bodyguards were elite warriors, each capable of taking on 10 ordinary men without difficulty. Huang Biao, dismissive, scoffed, you think these few worthless fools can contend with me? You truly are naive. As his words fell, Huang Biao called forth his own men to engage. Within moments, Fu Yang's elite bodyguards lay defeated on the ground. Fu Yang's countenance shifted, fear creeping in as he realized he was now unprotected. Huang Biao looked at him with a sly grin, asking, do you still wish to meddle? Noticing Fu Yang's silence, Huang Biao turned his attention back to Yun Xuyan. Miss Yun, my patience is limited. I hope you will be forthright. If you do not acquiesce to my previous terms, do not blame me for being unsympathetic. Just as Yun Xuyan was about to speak, Chu Ming stepped forward, drawing her behind him. The Sana Society is quite the audacity, truly believing that a mere semblance of power grants them the right to coerce others. Huang Biao raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Oh, you appear to wish to be a hero. Do you? Chapter 21. Kneeling Chu Ming replied nonchalantly, Yun Xuyan is my woman. You dare to bully her in my presence? I cannot simply stand by. If you desire the Huang family's land, so be it, provided you can surpass me. I would not require a single cent for it. Huang Biao erupted into laughter. What a bold young man you are. However, his demeanor shifted to one of menace as he continued. But do you know that I have dealt with countless arrogant individuals like you within a year? Chu Ming remained unfazed. Many have sought to end my life, yet none have met with a good fate. In a fit of rage, Huang Biao retorted, very well, I shall ensure that you will never speak again. Nearby, Fu Yang's bodyguard, unable to contain his derision, taunted, kid, don't overestimate yourself. Even we are no match for the Sana Society's experts. You think you can provoke them? Be careful not to get yourself killed. Chu Ming ignored the bodyguard entirely, turning his focus back to Huang Biao. Enough with the idle chatter, if you want the land. Make your move swiftly. My time is precious. With a menacing glare, Huang Biao declared, if you seek death, I shall grant it to you. He then commanded 2 of the Sana Society's experts to confront Chu Ming. Chu Ming stepped forward, countering their attacks with 2 powerful punches. The stark disparity in strength became evident as the 2 experts were sent flying, crashing into tables and chairs, akin to kites severed from their strings. Standing firm and composed amidst the chaos, Chu Ming appeared as if he were merely playing with 2 toddlers rather than battling seasoned fighters. Huang Biao's pupils constricted in disbelief, instinctively calling out, all of you, charge at him, subdue him. The remaining Sana Society experts wasted no time in charging at Chu Ming. He regarded them with disdain and took a step forward to meet them head-on. Soon, the hall was filled with cries of agony as the Sana Society's fighters fell to the ground, one after another, as Chu Ming advanced toward Huang Biao. The latter's heart raced with dread. He was acutely aware of the prowess of his Sanha society members. Even with only a quarter of his experts present, it was nearly impossible to resolve this situation without sustaining injuries. Yet, under Chu Ming's hand, they crumbled as if made of paper, underscoring the terrifying extent of his strength. As Chu Ming closed in, Huang Biao felt the weight of despair settle upon him. If so many of his elite fighters could not withstand Chu Ming, how could he, alone, hope to challenge him? Stopping just a few paces from Huang Biao, Chu Ming inquired, "Do you still wish to engage in coercive dealings?" Huang Biao's expression shifted between uncertainty and calculation that I did not anticipate that the Yun family harbored such a formidable talent. "I concede today's matter." Chu Ming smirked. "Conceding is merely the beginning. What are your earlier threats towards my woman? Have you forgotten so soon?" Huang Biao asked sternly. "What do you desire?" Chu Ming replied, "You shall kneel and apologize to Xuyin, ensuring that you will not covet that piece of land henceforth." A surge of indignation welled within Huang Biao. While he recognized his inferiority to Chu Ming, he was still the leader of the Sanha society, commanding over 100 brothers. To kneel before Yun Xuyin in front of so many would irreparably tarnish his reputation in Donghai City. Could he truly sacrifice his dignity? "Do not push me too far," Huang Biao warned. Chu Ming chuckled lightly. "Push too far? The true aggressor here is you. Had I not been present today, would you have spared Xuyin? Have you already forgotten your earlier actions?" Huang Biao's anger surged. "Are you truly intent on leaving no room for negotiation? Submit," Chu Ming commanded coldly, "or I shall not hesitate to assist you in your submission." Under the weight of Chu Ming's pressure, Huang Biao had no choice but to kneel in humiliation. The moment he did, the auction hall fell into a hushed silence, with onlookers avoiding any gaze upon him for fear of incurring his wrath later. They lacked Chu Ming's strength and knew that the Sanha society could easily target them. Looking upon Huang Biao, now kneeling, Chu Ming declared with satisfaction, "That will suffice. You may leave." Huang Biao clenched his teeth and rose from the ground, then resolutely turned and exited the auction venue. After his departure, a wave of murmurs erupted among the attendees. Yun Xuyin remarked, "Chu Ming, you were too impulsive just now." She had been so astonished by Chu Ming's prowess that she momentarily forgot to intervene when he forced Huang Biao to kneel publicly. By the time she regained her composure to stop him, Huang Biao was already on his knees. While Chu Ming was unaware of the triad's strength, Yun Xuyin, having spent considerable time in Donghai, was well acquainted with both the triad and Huang Biao. Given Huang Biao's vengeful nature, the Yun family would undoubtedly encounter difficulties when attempting to develop that piece of land in the future. Furthermore, should Huang Biao ally with the Wang and Zhao families, Yun's situation would become even more precarious. Chu Ming understood Yun Xuyin's concerns, but just as he was about to console her, Fu Yang approached them. Fu Yang took the initiative to come before Chu Ming and Yun Xuyin, scrutinizing Chu Ming with a meaningful gaze. "I never expected you to possess such strength, toppling so many experts from the triad single-handedly, and even forcing Huang Biao to kneel in public. Truly impressive." This auction was hosted by the Fu family, and now the talk of the event was Chu Ming. Fu Yang, unable to boast in front of Huang Biao, felt a twinge of displeasure. Chu Ming replied, "It's merely a basic understanding of martial arts. Nothing extraordinary to be. By the way, Fu Xiao, I heard your grandfather has a penchant for collecting antiques. Today, I was fortunate enough to acquire a jade plaque of the 10,000 miles of rivers and mountains painting and wish to present it to your grandfather. Would that be convenient?" Fu Yang looked at Chu Ming in surprise, saying, "My grandfather has been unwell and is currently recuperating, but if you wish to visit him, you may wait for his birthday banquet in 5 days. The Fu family will certainly invite the Yun family, and since you are the son-in-law of the Yun family, attending with them should pose no problem." Chu Ming nodded in agreement. "Very well. I shall see you in 5 days." Chapter 22. Yun Xuyin's bold decision. The streets illuminated by dazzling neon lights. A fiery red Maserati sped past. Chu Ming glanced at Yun Xuyin, who sat anxiously in the passenger seat. "What's wrong? Are you still worried about the triad?" Yun Xuyin expressed her concerns with a hint of reproach. "Chu Ming, you were too impulsive. You shouldn't have offended the triad." Chu Ming smiled and replied, "It's just a mere triad. There's no need to dwell on it." Seeing Chu Ming so unfazed, Yun Xuyin couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Shortly after, the Maserati arrived at the Yun family estate. In the living room, Yun Shuyin reported to the elder Yun about acquiring the land. Upon hearing the elder's assurance of smooth development, Yun Shuyin's heart sank. The triad was notoriously difficult to deal with, and Chu Ming's act of forcing Huang Biao to kneel at the auction had undoubtedly severed any chance of reconciliation. With the triad in the way, smooth development of the land would be impossible. The only way to proceed would be to seek a resolution with the triad. After some contemplation, Yun Shuyin made her decision. Grandfather, I need to head to the company to prepare for the land development and strive to commence as soon as possible, she stated. The elder Yun hesitated for a moment before nodding. Very well. The sooner we develop, the better for us. However, do take care of your health and avoid overexerting yourself. It's quite late, and it wouldn't be safe for you to go alone. Let Chu Ming accompany you. Chu Ming nodded. Yes, I will go with you. Yet, Yun Shuyin shook her head. No need. I'm just going to the company. What is unsafe about that? You've already accompanied me all day. I can drive myself. Yun Shuyin insisted on going alone, so Chu Ming refrained from following her. Upon exiting the estate, she immediately took out her phone to call her secretary, instructing her to prepare a substantial gift. Half an hour later, Yun Shuyin arrived at the Yun Group. Seeing her secretary waiting at the office door, she inquired, Lily, is everything ready? All set, but President Yun, are you really going to face the triad alone? Their reputation for being difficult precedes them, and even if you go to apologize, they may not easily forgive. Lily voiced her concerns. Yun Shuyin sighed. It's better to resolve enmity than to deepen it. Offending the triad will not bode well for us if they obstruct our development. It will only complicate matters. After a moment's thought, Lily responded, given the triad's nature, they are unlikely to allow us to develop the project smoothly. I still feel that approaching them for an apology might not be effective. President Yun, perhaps you should reconsider. Yun Shuyin shook her head. We have no significant grievances with the triad. They only desire the land for profit. As long as we make a few concessions, there should be room for negotiation. Seeing Yun Shuyin's determination, Lily refrained from further persuasion and accompanied her to the triad's headquarters, the Xian Palace. The triad's headquarters, Yun Shuyin parked her car outside the venue. After a moment of contemplation, she turned to Lily. I can go up alone. You wait in the car for me, that if negotiations fall through. I fear the triad may turn hostile. I'll notify you immediately if anything goes awry, and then you can call Chu Ming. Lily nodded repeatedly. President Yun, please be cautious as you go up. Yun Shuyin shared Chu Ming's number with Lily and adjusted her phone to the messaging interface, ready to notify Lily at the first sign of trouble on the top floor of the venue. Huang Biao, venting his pent-up anger, was informed by one of his subordinates that Yun Shuyin had come to the triad alone. His eyes lit up, and he promptly ordered her to be brought in. Upon entering the room, Yun Shuyin noticed several heavily made-up women hastily covering themselves with clothing as they exited. She frowned at the sight. Soon after, Huang Biao appeared casually from behind the curtain, a cold glint in his eyes. Miss Yun, what brings you to my triad at this late hour? Yun Shuyin, feeling displeased at Huang Biao's casual demeanor, replied, Huang Yi, I have come specifically to apologize for the events at the auction today. Hoping you can forgive my impetuousness. Huang Biao scoffed, forgive you? Huh. I, Huang Biao, have worked in Donghai for decades and have never been so humiliated as today. You think one sentence can resolve this? That's rather naive. Don T, you think? Yun Shuyin hurriedly added, Huang Yi, to express my sincere apology, I prepared a substantial gift before coming. With that, she produced a bank card and a property transfer document from her bag. Placing them on the table, this card contains 100 million, along with a villa in Shushuebe. I hope this can ease your anger. Huang Biao glanced at the card and the transfer document with disdain, saying, Miss Yun, do you truly believe I am worth such a paltry sum? Yun Shuyin anticipated Huang Biao's greed, so she was prepared. Huang Yi, this is simply a gesture to assuage your anger. Only once you are calm can we have a proper discussion. Huang Biao chuckled. Ah, Miss Yun, you certainly know how to conduct business. I admire that. He then waved his hand, instructing someone pour a drink for Miss Yun. A subordinate quickly brought a glass of red wine and placed it before Yun Shuyin. After hesitating for a moment, she said, Huang Yi, do we really need to drink? Let us focus on how we can resolve our differences. Huang Biao replied, if I recall correctly, Miss Yun is visiting the triad for the first time, right? You simply must have a drink. How can you deny such a courtesy? Just a small sip. Of course, point one cannot discuss matters without a drink. He raised his glass. Allow me to toast you. Reluctantly, Yin Xuan lifted her glass and took a sip. After she drank, a sinister smile crept onto Huang Biao's face. Though Yun Xuan remained oblivious to his ulterior motives, she set down her glass. Huang Yi, may we now discuss your terms? Chapter 23. A lamb to the slaughter. Huang Biao, with a mischievous glint in his eye, said, "There's no rush, Miss Yun. Let us have another drink." Yun Xuan furrowed her brows slightly, but seeing Huang Biao raise his glass, she could only comply and take another sip. Huang Biao's lecherous gaze roamed over Yun Xuan. "How do you find the wine, Miss Yun?" Yun Xuan wary replied, "Huang Yi, what do you mean by that?" Huang Biao sneered. "You'll find out soon enough." That a sense of foreboding washed over Yun Xuan as she pulled out her phone and sent the prepared message to Lily. In response, Huang Biao snatched the phone from her hand and smashed it to the ground, shattering it. His features contorted into a menacing snarl. Unaware that Yun Xuan had been precautionary, he growled, "Still hoping to make a call?" "Miss Yun, I advise you to abandon all hope. Today, no one can save you." Yun Xuan exclaimed, What are you going to do?" "What am I going to do?" "You found that wild man at the auction and forced me to kneel before you. What do you think I'm going to do now?" Huang Biao sneered. "I added something to the drink I just gave you. Even a chaste and virtuous woman cannot withstand the effects of that drug. I eagerly await your performance shortly, and I'm bursting with pent-up anger. And since you've come to my doorstep, I certainly won't be polite. After I finish with you, I shall capture your lewd display on video for all in Donghai to see the hidden side of you." The ice goddess, hearing Huang Biao's words, Yun Xuyan's heart tightened, and she panicked. You can't do this." Huang Biao looked at Yun Xuyan, who resembled a frightened bird, and said with a smile, "Very well, if you don't want anyone to see. Just obediently hand over the land belonging to the Huang family, and I won't let the video leak." Meanwhile, outside the Xiangong Club, Lily, upon receiving a text from Yun Xuyan, immediately called Chu Ming on the other end of the line. Upon learning that Yun Xuyan had gone alone to the Triad's headquarters, Chu Ming felt both anxious and furious. After hanging up, he rushed to the Triad, but on his way, he contacted Lin Bahu, instructing him to bring men to the Triad's headquarters immediately. Outside the Triad, an SUV charged like a fierce beast towards the entrance of the Xiangong Club. Boom! With a tremendous impact, the doors of the Xiangong Club were smashed down. Glass shattered everywhere, and the SUV continued its momentum. Crashing into the bar on the first floor, a chorus of terrified screams erupted in the hall. Bang! The next moment, another loud crash echoed as the bar on the first floor was completely demolished. Seeing the SUV come to a halt, a few security guards finally dared to approach. The car door swung open, and Chu Ming stepped out, glaring at the approaching guards, and coldly demanded, "Where's Huang Biao?" "Kid, do you know this is the Triad's territory and still dare to cause trouble? Are you tired of living?" One guard reprimanded. Chu Ming did not waste words, swiftly advancing to knock the guard to the ground. "Where is Huang Biao?" Chu Ming shouted. Hearing this, he strode directly towards the staircase. On the staircase, a continuous stream of Triad elites rushed in, attempting to subdue Chu Ming. In a furious state, Chu Ming showed no mercy to the Triad members, whose cries of agony echoed in the corridor as they tumbled down like lifeless dogs. Soon, Chu Ming reached the 5th floor of the Xiangong Club. The entire 5th floor housed only one room, the Triad's headquarters. After incapacitating over 10 guards at the door, Chu Ming kicked open the door to the headquarters. Boom! Inside the room, upon seeing Chu Ming, Huang Biao's heart sank. He had just learned that Chu Ming had come to the Triad, but he never expected that Chu Ming could single-handedly challenge the entire organization. However, with Yun Xuyan in his grasp, he was not concerned that Chu Ming would act recklessly unless he was willing to sacrifice her life. Immediately, Huang Biao seized Yun Xuyan, gripping her fair neck tightly. "Kid, your strength exceeds my expectations, but now Yun Xuyan is in my hands. If you dare to move, I will kill her right now. If you want her to live, you must cripple yourself." Chu Ming coldly regarded Huang Biao and replied, "Are you certain? Less chatter. Either cripple yourself, or be prepared to collect the remains of this little lady." Huang Biao growled menacingly, I know you are strong. But don't you care about this girl's life? Chu Ming, don't listen to him. I'm not worth it. Yuan Xuan urgently interjected. Seeing this, Huang Biao instinctively tightened his grip, causing Yuan Xuan to struggle for breath. Huang Biao cursed, Shut up, you filthy whore. Observing Huang Biao's actions, Chu Ming's eyes blazed with murderous intent. You seek death, as he spoke. Chu Ming flicked his finger, unleashing a surge of inner energy that pierced Huang Biao's shoulder. Huang Biao cried out in pain, momentarily loosening his grip on Yuan Xuan's throat. In an instant, Chu Ming vanished like a ghost before Huang Biao's eyes, reappearing right in front of him. Grabbing Huang Biao's wrist with one hand, he exerted tremendous force, resulting in a sharp cracking sound as Huang Biao's wrist was crushed. A piercing scream filled the room. After rescuing Yuan Xuan, Chu Ming delivered a powerful kick, sending Huang Biao flying. Weak and clinging to Chu Ming, Yuan Xuan blushed and murmured, Chu Ming, I'm sorry. It's all right. Chu Ming reassured her, gently stroking her hair. Chu Ming, I feel so hot. Upon hearing this, Chu Ming immediately grasped Yuan Xuan's wrist. Checking her pulse and noting its frantic rhythm that we need to find a place to detoxify her quickly. Without hesitation, he lifted Yuan Xuan and exited the triad. Inside the hotel, under the drug's influence, Yuan Xuan had completely lost consciousness, clinging to Chu Ming like an octopus, her clothing torn into tatters. Soon after, sounds of passion echoed from the room, continuing until the early hours of the morning. Chapter 24. First meeting with Chang Yao the next day. With the sun high in the sky, Yuan Xuan awakened to find herself naked and sprawled atop Chu Ming, her face instantly ablaze with embarrassment. As she attempted to rise from his embrace, a wave of intense soreness coursed through her body, and her throat felt swollen. Chu Ming, reclining against the headboard with a cigarette, noticed Yuan Xuan had awakened and immediately pulled her into his arms. Yuan Xuan hoarsely protested, Let go. I need to get up. Chu Ming teased, What? After having your fill, you don't want to take responsibility. Yuan Xuan pouted her delicate fist and playfully struck Chu Ming's chest twice. You weren't like this last night. You completely shredded my clothes, and you owe me a good compensation. Chu Ming pointed at the tattered remnants of her clothing on the floor. Upon seeing this, Yuan Xuan's face turned an even deeper shade of red. Though she had lost consciousness under the drug's influence, she vaguely remembered being far wilder than usual. Thinking of this made her cheeks burn. She hurriedly changed the subject that my phone was broken. Can I use yours? I need to call Lily and have her bring me 2 outfits. Chu Ming handed his phone to Yuan Xuan, who quickly dialed Lily's number. Before long, Lily arrived at the hotel with 2 sets of clothes as instructed. After leaving the hotel, Chu Ming accompanied Yuan Xuan to get a new phone, and then they found a place to have lunch. After their meal, as they prepared to head to the company, Yuan Xuan received a call from Lily. After listening for a moment, she hung up the phone with a serious expression. It's still about that piece of land. My uncle and aunt want to take charge of its development, and they are currently arguing in my office. Yuan Xuan rubbed her temples and sighed. Chu Ming had no fondness for Yuan Xuan's uncles and aunts, viewing them as self-serving individuals devoid of familial affection. But as an outsider, he had no right to comment. Soon, he drove Yuan Xuan to the Yuan group. Noticing her displeased demeanor, he said, You go handle your matters. I'll take care of parking. Yuan Xuan did not refuse and opened the car door, making her way toward the Yuan group's building, while Chu Ming drove into the adjacent open-air parking lot. After parking, Chu Ming leisurely approached the office building, but found that entry required a staff badge. Not being an employee of the Yuan group, he had no badge and had to negotiate with the security guard at the entrance. Just as the guard was about to let him in, a man approached and stopped him, saying, What are you doing? You think outsiders can just walk in? You want to keep your job? The guard hastily explained. Manager Zhang. He claims to be from a Yuan family and wants to see the president. Zhang Yuanxiang coldly snorted, displeased. Just because he says he is from a Yuan family means he is? This is a company. You know that without a badge, no one is allowed in. If he really is from a Yuan family, let him call the president now. Faced with Zhang Yuanxiang's reprimand, the guard could only awkwardly look at Chu Ming and say, Sorry, brother, that SRHR manager Zhang. Why don't you call the president instead? Please don't make it hard for me. I don't want to lose my job. Chu Ming smiled gently. No problem. I want to make it difficult for you. With that, he took out his phone and dialed Yun Xuan's number. However, after the ringing stopped, no one answered. Zhang Yuanxiang, unable to restrain himself, mocked. No one is answering. Huh. Humph. You think you can impersonate a Yun family member and know the president? I bet you're trying to sneak into our Yun group for ulterior motives. Faced with Zhang Yuanxiang's aggressive demeanor, Chu Ming had no intention of arguing. However, upon noticing that Chu Ming remained silent, Zhang Yuanxiang showed no intention of letting him off the hook, continuing, "Am I right? Humph. I've encountered many individuals like you. If I hadn't happened to be here today, you would have likely succeeded in your schemes." With that, Zhang Yuanxiang turned to glance at the security guard who was about to open the door for Chu Ming and commanded, "Immediately call the police. This brat is clearly not acting for the first time. Have him taken away." The security guard hesitated, expressing, "Manager Zhang, perhaps we should let it go. What if he truly is a member of the Yun family?" Zhang Yuanxiang retorted dismissively. "He is nothing that if he were truly a member of the Yun family. He would surely know more than just President Yun. There are many from the Yun family in the company. A simple phone call could verify his identity. But does he seem inclined to call anyone else?" Addressing the security guard, he barked, "You brainless fool. Get your things and leave. How dare you even think of being a security guard at Yun Corporation?" The security guard, upon hearing this, quickly replied, "Manager Zhang, please, I realize my mistake. I will call the police right away." Just as the guard was about to take out his phone to report the incident, a girl wearing black-framed glasses and with a high ponytail rushed over, carrying 2 large bags of coffee. "Manager Zhang, I just saw President Yun get out of his car. He must truly know President Yun." Zhang Yuanxiang frowned, displeased, and asked, "Qingyao, what are you trying to do? It's working hours and you're outside. Now you're speaking up for a stranger. Do you intend to bring him into the company?" Qingyao hurriedly explained, No, Manager Zhang, I genuinely saw it." Zhang Yuanxiang's anger flared further as he shouted, "Shut up! What do you know, you mere clerk? I haven't even addressed the issue of the missing document from last time. And now you want to bring a stranger into the company with ulterior motives? Do you believe I will call the police and have both of you arrested?" Cheng Yao replied, feeling wronged. But what I said is true." Zhang Yuanxiang, seeing her demeanor, raised his hand to strike, but before he could, a strong hand suddenly grasped his arm. Turning to see that it was Chu Ming who had intervened, he cursed, "Let go of me." Chu Ming gently pushed him back, causing Zhang Yuanxiang to stagger several steps before falling to the ground. With many onlookers surrounding them, Zhang Yuanxiang felt humiliated and furious. Chu Ming remarked, "If you wish to speak, then speak. What sort of ability is it to resort to violence against a young girl?" Zhang Yuanxiang, his face flushed with shame and anger, retorted, "I can do as I please. Do you think you can control me? Believe it or not, I will take you down as well." Chapter 25. Exterminating pests. As he spoke, Zhang Yuanxiang made a motion to strike Chu Ming. In response, Chu Ming kicked him in the abdomen, causing Zhang Yuanxiang to stumble backward and fall to the ground. The crowd of onlookers could not help but murmur among themselves at this scene. Chu Ming looked down at Zhang Yuanxiang, disdainfully saying, "I have no desire to engage with you. I hope you do not humiliate yourself further." Zhang Yuanxiang, filled with rage and embarrassment, got up from the ground, glaring at Chu Ming with fiery eyes, and gritted his teeth. "Very well, you dare to strike me. Today, no one can save you." He then turned his gaze toward Cheng Yao, stating, "And you, wait for it. As long as you are in the company, I have plenty of ways to deal with you." Immediately, Zhang Yuanxiang looked at the surrounding security guards and barked, "What are you standing there for? You worthless fools. What are you good for if you don't hurry up and arrest him?" The security guards, having no knowledge of the context, only saw Zhang Yuanxiang being kicked down, so they drew their batons and charged at Chu Ming. Left with no choice, Chu Ming had to take action, swiftly incapacitating all the guards, but he was careful not to inflict any serious harm. Zhang Yuanxiang, witnessing this, erupted in furious insults. "Useless, useless. You're all utterly worthless." In the conference room of Yun Corporation, Lily pushed open the door and quickly approached Yun Xuan. Whispering a few words in her ear, Yun Xuan's expression turned serious as she nodded. Subsequently, she addressed the attendees, saying, "Everyone, let us pause the meeting for a moment. I have something to attend to." With that, Yun Xuan rose and left the conference room with Lily, leaving the others in the room exchanging glances, hesitating for a moment before curiously following after her. T this moment, outside the main entrance of Yun Corporation. The head of security, leading a team of guards, surrounded Chu Ming. Nearby, Zhang Yuanxiang's furious voice could be heard that you're doomed. No matter who you know, no one can save you today. The head of security, observing Zhang Yuanxiang's fiery temper, attempted to soothe him, saying, Manager Zhang, calm down. This brat is in my hands now, and I assure you he won't leave Yun Corporation easily. Zhang Yuanxiang nodded in satisfaction, stating, Good. The security department is in need of a deputy manager. If you handle this well today, I will have you appointed tomorrow. The head of security's face lit up with excitement, replying, Manager Zhang, you can count on me. Just as he was about to instruct his subordinates to deal with Chu Ming, a woman's authoritative voice suddenly rang out from within. Stop this at once. Everyone turned to see Yun Xuan. Her expression frosty, striding toward them, accompanied by a group of senior company executives. Upon seeing her, Zhang Yuanxiang immediately donned a pitiful expression, reporting President Yun, someone is impersonating a member of the Yun family. After I exposed him, he became furious and brazenly assaulted our security personnel, and I was not spared from his wrath either. Yun Xuan cast a cold glance at Zhang Yuanxiang, ignoring his words, and walked directly up to Chu Ming. Zhang Yuanxiang felt a tightness in his chest, sensing an ominous premonition. Chu Ming recounted the entire situation to Yun Xuan. After hearing him, she expressed a hint of apology. I'm sorry. I was a bit hasty earlier. And I didn't expect. Chu Ming smiled, replying, Why apologize to me? I'm perfectly fine. Yun Xuan nodded, then turned to Cheng Yao, asking, Are you Cheng Yao? Which department are you from? Cheng Yao quickly responded, Yes, President Yun. I'm a clerk in the Human Resources Department. Yun Xuan remarked, You did well. After that, Yun Xuan directed her attention back to Zhang Yuanxiang, her expression growing cold as she questioned, Manager Zhang, why did you deliberately make things difficult for them? Cheng Yao has already verified that Chu Ming is with me. Why then do you insist on dismissing Cheng Yao as well? Zhang Yuanxiang felt a pang of anxiety and stammered an explanation. President Yun, I was considering the company's interests. What if an ill-intentioned person entered the company? Sweat beaded on his forehead as he continued. No, that I didn't He was the one who assaulted. Yun Xuan glanced around, inquiring, Did anyone see who struck first? A silence fell over the crowd until the security guard who had initially attempted to open the door for Chu Ming spoke up. President Yun, it was Manager Zhang who struck first. Zhang Yuanxiang shot a furious glare at the guard. Mentally cursing him and his ancestors, he hastily interjected, President Yun, please let me explain that I in the midst of his plea. Zhang Yuanxiang cast a desperate look at Yun Xuan's uncle, Feng Dongping, the financial director of Yun Corporation. Feng Dongping, inwardly chastising his nephew for causing trouble, stepped forward to speak on his behalf. President Yun, Manager Zhang acted out of concern for the company. He made some excessive decisions. Now that the misunderstanding has de-escalated, I believe there's no need to pursue this further. Right? Upon seeing Feng Dongping intercede, Yun Xuan's expression wavered with uncertainty. However, Chu Ming had no intention of letting Zhang Yuanxiang off the hook. He was not concerned about any potential retaliation from Zhang Yuanxiang, but Cheng Yao and the security guard were different. It was entirely possible that once the incident settled down, Cheng Yao and the guard would lose their jobs because of him. Chu Ming stated, while it's understandable to consider the company's interests, abusing power for personal gain is absolutely unacceptable. That I have serious doubts that he, as the human resources manager, is engaging in such misconduct. Just moments ago, he even attempted to promote the head of security to manager of the security department on the spot. I want to know who granted him such authority. Is this a company of the Yun family, or is it Zhang Yuanxiang's personal enterprise? Chu Ming's words caused Zhang Yuanxiang's face to pale completely, while Feng Dongping, who had just defended him, also wore a grim expression. Ignoring their reactions, Chu Ming turned to Yun Xuan, stating, Xuan, I understand your ambition to develop the external projects of Yun Corporation, but the internal pests must also be eradicated. Otherwise, how can the company grow strong and thrive? Yun Xuan nodded, replying, I understand. Chapter 26. Project leader Yun Xuan stepped forward, saying, Hello, I am Yun Xuan, the president of Yun Corporation. That I suspect that human resources manager Zhang Yuanxiang is abusing his power for personal gain. harming the company's interests, and I hope you can investigate this matter. Hearing Zhang Yuanxiang's words, an overwhelming sense of anxiety gripped him, and he instinctively glanced at Feng Dongping, pleading, "Uncle, save me." Feng Dongping shot Zhang Yuanxiang an irritated glare before hastily stepping forward, saying, "Mr. Yun, is it really necessary to escalate this matter? Yuanxiang has been quite devoted to the company, and now, for the sake of an outsider." Yun Shuyan let out a cold snort and replied, "Director Feng, do not presume that my focus on project matters renders me oblivious to company affairs. If you insist on interceding on his behalf, do not blame me for disregarding years of camaraderie." Feng Dongping's expression immediately darkened, and after a moment of hesitation, he ultimately found himself at a loss for words. Although he wished to rescue Zhang Yuanxiang, the Yun Group had always been the domain of the Yun family. As merely the financial director, even with some influence, he could hardly compare to Yun Shuyan. Soon after, Zhang Yuanxiang's face turned ashen as he was led away in a police car. Yun Shuyan surveyed the gathered employees and commanded, "Disperse, return to your duties." The multitude of employees dispersed, and Yun Shuyan turned to Chu Ming, saying, "Let's head upstairs. We still need to discuss the land issue further." Chu Ming nodded and followed Yun Shuyan into the Yun Group building. In the conference room, the brief interlude did not deter the attendees from fervently vying for the benefits associated with the land. Chu Ming sat to the left of Yun Shuyan, silently observing the members of the Yun family as they engaged in a heated exchange regarding their interests. The conference room resembled a chaotic marketplace. After listening for a while, Chu Ming gleaned the reason behind the Yun family's fervor. They had somehow learned that the Huang land was to be designated as a key project area, with the potential profits multiplying several times over. Faced with such substantial gains, everyone was eager to position their own candidates as project leaders to reap enormous benefits. Yun Shuyan, unable to contain herself, slammed her hand on the table and declared, "Enough. This is the Yun Group's conference room, not a marketplace. You are all shareholders and executives of the Yun Group, not mere vendors squabbling over trifles." She continued, "Is it truly just a matter of selecting a project leader? I have a candidate." Hearing this, everyone turned their attention to Yun Shuyan, although they all held shares in the Yun Group. Yun Shuyan's standing surpassed theirs, and her ascension to the presidency was sanctioned by the old patriarch himself, rendering her choice significant. Yun Shuyan's gaze swept across the room before finally landing on Chu Ming. "My candidate is Chu Ming." The conference room erupted in a commotion, the Yun family members expressing their astonishment and vehemently opposing the notion. What qualifications does an outsider have to intervene in the affairs of the Yun Group? Especially as the project leader, they argued. Indeed, such a crucial position must be filled by one of our own. How can we allow an outsider to take the helm? The Huang land, situated within a key area, promised profits that could surpass other projects severalfold. How could they entrust such an endeavor to someone outside the family? The members of the Yun family were incensed, and the conference room was filled with a cacophony of objections to Yun Shuyan's proposal. Yun Shuyan coldly regarded the scene before her and asserted, "It is only reasonable that Chu Ming, who played a crucial role in securing that land, be appointed as project leader. And who says Chu Ming isn't one of us? The old man personally set our wedding date. He is part of the Yun family." Yin Chung interjected, "Shuyan, while it's true you have set a wedding date, he does not bear the Yun surname. Moreover, to claim that he is indispensable in acquiring the land is somewhat unreasonable. The funds for securing the land were provided by our Yun Group, not him." Yun Mingyi chimed in, "Your second uncle is correct. Shuyan, you are still young. Do not be easily swayed by his words. This land acquisition is of utmost importance, and the position of project leader must be approached with great caution." The Yun family members were unaware of the events that transpired at the auction, nor did they know of the triad's intentions to acquire the land at a low price. They only understood that their interests must not be infringed upon. Listening to the Yun family's elders lecture him, Yun Shuyan felt a surge of displeasure and retorted, "I have made my decision. Let Chu Ming be the project leader. Your agreement is not required." The members of the Yun family fell silent at her outburst. Although they were dissatisfied with Chu Ming's appointment, they recognized that Yun Shuyan held the majority of shares, exceeding 50%. Yun Shuyan turned to Chu Ming and stated, "Chu Ming, that land is of great significance to the Yun family. The future depends on you. understanding the importance of the land to the Yun family, and recognizing that its successful development could shield them from the combined pressure of the Wang and Zhao families. Chu Ming did not refuse Yun Xuan. Subsequently, she addressed the Yun family members, asking, "Do you have any other opinions? If not, we shall conclude this meeting that I do not wish for anyone to continue discussing the project leader position. If there are objections to Chu Ming's appointment, you may address them with grandfather, but do not waste my time." The Yun family members remained silent. While they felt aggrieved, they were aware that Yun Xuan had the old patriarch's backing, granting her absolute authority within the company. Sensing their reticence, Yun Xuan declared the meeting adjourned and promptly left the conference room with Chu Ming. As soon as they departed, a flurry of discussions erupted in the conference room. Yun Mingyi remarked, "Our Dongcheng is also quite capable. Although he has been unemployed, he has simply been waiting for the right opportunity. Now that it has presented itself, how can we allow an outsider to seize it?" After a brief deliberation, the members of the Yun family exited the Yun Group building. Chapter 27. The assistant candidate in the president's office, Yun Xuan and Chu Ming sat on the sofa. "Chu Ming, appointing you as the project leader for that land was a last resort. You saw how my second uncle and a few aunts were eager to appoint their own, seeking to extract substantial profits. Regardless of who I choose, others will be dissatisfied, and I cannot trust anyone else. You are the most suitable candidate." Yun Xuan hesitated. "I simply failed to consult you beforehand." Chu Ming smiled and replied, "Come now, we are beyond such formalities that I understand how crucial the development of the Huang land is for the Yun family. If it truly lies within a key development area, it can help the Yun family escape its current predicament. So rest assured, I will ensure the land is developed successfully." Yun Xuan nodded earnestly, saying, "Thank you." Chu Ming chuckled lightly. "You see, you're still being formal. After all, we share a bed." Upon hearing this, Yun Xuan's face flushed crimson, and she shyly retorted, "There are others present. Please refrain from speaking such nonsense." After saying this, she covertly glanced at Lily, who was preparing tea for them and smiling at her, causing her cheeks to burn even hotter. Though their relationship was one of superior and subordinate, they were of similar ages and shared a harmonious rapport, akin to sisters rather than mere colleagues. Aside from work-related matters, they often exchanged personal anecdotes. Lily teased President Yun, "Just treat me as if I were invisible. I hear nothing." Yun Xuan shot Lily an annoyed glance and said, "Just hurry up and prepare the tea." Lily replied, all right, but if Manager Chu gets thirsty, I cannot be held responsible." After preparing the tea, Lily exited Yun Xuan's office to arrange the development project for the land. Although Yun Xuan had appointed Chu Ming as the project leader, it was also essential to assemble a capable team for the project. Meanwhile, Yun Xuan discussed the development plans with Chu Ming, recognizing that he had little experience in such matters and that certain aspects required the expertise of professionals. Over an hour later, Lily returned and announced, "President Yun, everything has been arranged. I have reassigned some personnel from other project departments, and they are already on site." Yun Xuan nodded and turned to Chu Ming, saying, "Let Lily take you down. I still have some documents to review, so I will not accompany you. By the way, project leaders tend to be quite busy. Please have Lily help you find an assistant." Chu Ming nodded in agreement. Sure. In the Yun Group's office building, which consisted of 11 floors, Chu Ming's project office was located on the 6th floor, where he shared space with personnel from another project. On the 6th floor of the Yun Group office building, Lily handed over the personnel files to Chu Ming. "Manager Chu, here are the files for those individuals. Perhaps you can review them to see if there is anyone suitable for the assistant position." Chu Ming did not examine the files, but directly asked, "Lily, you've been with the company for quite some time and likely know them better than I do. Do you have any recommendations among them?" Lily hesitated for a moment and said, "Among those individuals, Guanbo possesses relatively commendable personal capabilities. However, his interpersonal relationships are quite intricate, as he has some familial ties with Yun Zong's second aunt. As for the others, while they also exhibit considerable talent, some are nurtured by other board members." Chu Ming could not help but chuckle softly, remarking, "A dam can collapse due to an ant's nest. Isn't the current Yun family conglomerate akin to an ant's nest?" Lily sighed. "Originally, I shouldn't have voiced these concerns, but Manager Chu, you must have observed that within the vast Yun family conglomerate, only Yun Zong is persevering against the tide. while the other family members are solely focused on their own interests, desperately amassing wealth for themselves. Sister Lily, it is indeed fortunate to have you by Shui's side. I have no fears. I am merely an employee. Even if the Yun family conglomerate were to falter, I could still seek a livelihood elsewhere. But Yunzong's circumstances are entirely different. Lily sighed again. If the Yun family conglomerate were to cease to exist, I fear for Yunzong. Chu Ming waved his hand and said, let's not dwell on that. Regarding the assistant position, I do have a candidate in mind. Lily paused, asking, who is it? Cheng Yao. Cheng Yao. The junior clerk from the HR department? Lily inquired. Yes, precisely her. However, she has just graduated from university, and her internship has yet to conclude. Her work experience is quite limited, but wouldn't it be IT? IT is precisely because she has just graduated that she is well suited for this position. The Yun family conglomerate is rife with intrigue. I do not wish to recruit someone who is a confidant of another, Chu Ming explained, as for her lack of experience. You can guide her as time permits. Lily contemplated for a moment and nodded. Very well. I shall call the HR department at once. Before long, Cheng Yao arrived at the door of Chu Ming's office, clutching a cardboard box. Upon seeing Chu Ming, she momentarily froze. Just moments ago, her superior had merely instructed her to gather her belongings and report to the 6th floor to assist the newly appointed manager Chu, without divulging any further details. Now, upon encountering Chu Ming, it seemed she understood more than before. Chu Ming smiled, saying, what are you standing there for? Come in. Cheng Yao hesitated, stammering, you are Chu. Manager Chu. Chu Ming nodded, affirming. Indeed, he gestured toward Lily, introducing, this is Yunzong's secretary. You may call her Sister Lily. Sister Lily, Cheng Yao hurriedly addressed her. Lily replied, from now on, you will be Manager Chu's assistant. Your office is right next door. I will send you an email detailing your responsibilities shortly. Here is my contact information. Feel free to reach out to me directly if you encounter any difficulties at work. Lily handed Cheng Yao a business card. Cheng Yao promptly accepted the card, expressing her gratitude. Thank you, Sister Lily, I look forward to your guidance. Lily nodded and then turned to Chu Ming, asking, Manager Chu, if there is nothing else, shall I head upstairs? Chu Ming gave a slight nod, saying, thank you for your assistance. Once Lily departed, Chu Ming turned to Cheng Yao, instructing, familiarize yourself with the work environment for now. Our department has no immediate tasks at hand, as you have just transitioned from HR to the project development department. Take some time to understand the project we're working on. Cheng Yao responded, understood. She then carried the box into the adjacent, smaller office. As for Chu Ming, he opened the personnel files on his desk. Lily had compiled detailed information on each employee's background. After a brief overview of the 10 subordinates, Chu Ming rose and exited the office. Chapter 28. Department Dinner in the Employee Work Area. A group of colleagues engaged in casual conversation paused as they noticed Chu Ming approaching. Their eyes were filled with inexplicable expressions. The development of the Huang family's land was imperative, and prior to this, they had speculated about who would assume the role of project leader. However, no one had anticipated that an outsider would parachute in to take the helm, especially someone who was not a member of the Yun family. Chu Ming naturally noticed the peculiar glances from the others, yet he brushed it off and spoke directly. Hello, everyone. Let us take a moment to introduce ourselves. I am Chu Ming, the project development leader for this land. We will be working together for a considerable time, and as I am not particularly well-versed in real estate development, I hope to receive your guidance moving forward. Upon hearing Chu Ming's words, the group offered only perfunctory acknowledgments, showing no sign of respect. Observing their demeanor, Chu Ming chose not to dwell on their attitudes and shifted the conversation, stating, the project for developing that land is of utmost importance to the company, and I hope you all will approach it with sincerity so we can expedite the project's progress. Can anyone provide me with an update on the work process? At that moment, a man wearing frameless glasses and a dark blue suit emerged from the project deputy manager's office. He approached Chu Ming and said, Manager Chu, the project was only just determined today. Everyone is yet to get into the working rhythm. There's no progress to report. I understand your eagerness to expedite matters, but it has only been half a day. We must allow time for everyone to get acquainted, so we can work more effectively in the future, correct? Chu Ming immediately recognized the man speaking. The first entry in Lily's personnel file was his. Zhao Yuan Shan, the project deputy manager, had been with the Yun family conglomerate for 7 years, rising from a junior employee to his current position. Demonstrating considerable capability, Chu Ming smiled and replied, "It appears I've been overly hasty. However, since we need to familiarize ourselves with one another, I will arrange for us to have a dinner together tonight." Upon hearing this, the employees showed little enthusiasm. In fact, a few appeared somewhat reluctant. Zhao Yuanshan, noticing their reactions, chuckled. "Manager Chu, you may not be aware, but our project department is never short of dinner gatherings. There are often people treating others. And these folks have developed quite discerning palates. Ordinary restaurants do not satisfy them." Chu Ming inquired with a smile. Do you have any recommendations, Manager Zhao?" Zhao Yuanshan pondered for a moment before responding. "There is indeed a place. However, the prices might be a bit steep, and I worry that Manager Chu." Chu Ming nonchalantly replied, "Price is not an issue. As long as everyone enjoys themselves, that is what matters." Zhao Yuanshan smirked internally, thinking, "Manager Chu is quite magnanimous in that case. Let us go to Long Yuan by the Emerald Lake tonight. It is a private dining establishment with excellent cuisine." Chu Ming accepted, stating, "Very well. Please prepare, and I will call to reserve a private room. After work, we shall head there directly." Zhao Yuanshan feigned a smile. "Then it seems Manager Chu will be treating us." With that, Zhao Yuanshan turned to the other employees, admonishing, "Hurry up and get ready. Manager Chu is treating us to dinner. What are you all lingering for?" The group begrudgingly began to clean up, completely disregarding Chu Ming's authority as their manager. Back in the office, Chu Ming promptly dialed Lin Bahu's number. When the call connected, Lin Bahu's respectful voice immediately echoed, "Young master, how may I assist you?" Lin Bahu had been exceedingly busy in recent days, first leading efforts to eradicate the Huang family, and then busy seizing control of the Sanha Society's territory. Currently, in the underground world of Donghai, the strength of the Tiger Hall was undeniably supreme. Previously, the Sanha Society posed some competition for Tiger Hall, but the reckless Huang Biao had provoked Chu Ming, resulting in the latter single-handedly destroying the Sanha Society. Lin Bahu was more than happy to reap the rewards, effortlessly absorbing the Sanha Society's members and territory. This, undoubtedly, further augmented Lin Bahu's respect for Chu Ming, as he feared that should Chu Ming become displeased, his position as the leader of Tiger Hall would be at stake. Chu Ming casually remarked, "You should be aware of Long Yuan, a private dining establishment reputed for its excellent cuisine. Please reserve a decent private room for me." Chu Ming expressed his satisfaction. "Thank you. I appreciate your thoughtfulness." Lin Bahu quickly asked, "Young master, where are you? Do you need me to pick you up?" Chu Ming pondered for a moment before replying, "I am at the Yun family conglomerate. There is no need for you to come. Just arrange for a vehicle." After hanging up, Chu Ming glanced at the time, noting that it was nearing the end of the workday. He called Cheng Yao into his office. As soon as Cheng Yao entered, she promptly asked, "Manager, is there something you need?" Chu Ming instructed, "The dinner location has been booked. Please inform everyone that I will head upstairs for a moment. You all should wait for me downstairs." Cheng Yao quickly replied, "Understood." Subsequently, Chu Ming ascended alone to hand the car keys to Yun Shuyan and brief her about the dinner plans for the evening. At the entrance of the Yun family conglomerate, Cheng Yao stood by the roadside, awaiting Chu Ming. Beside her, a BMW X5, carrying 5 passengers, pulled over with its hazard lights flashing. Zhao Yuanshan emerged from the driver's seat, while the others remained seated inside the vehicle, showing no inclination to exit. "Assistant Cheng, has Manager Chu come out yet?" Zhao Yuanshan inquired, lighting a cigarette. Cheng Yao shook her head, replying, "Not yet, but he should be out shortly." Upon hearing Cheng Yao's words, an employee seated in the car could not help but remark, "Assistant Cheng, Manager Chu has asked you to wait for him here. Surely he doesn't intend to take you in a taxi. Long Yuan is quite a distance from here, and as a leader, how could he not have his own vehicle?" Another individual chimed in, "Indeed, lacking a car is quite surprising that I hope he isn't trying to save face by making extravagant restaurant reservations. It would be quite embarrassing if we finished our meal only to find he has no money to settle the bill." Cheng Yao furrowed her brow in displeasure, retorting, "How can you speak of Manager Chu in such a manner? He is definitely not that kind of person." An older employee in the front passenger seat, adopting a tone of a mentor, advised, "Assistant Cheng, You're still quite young, having just emerged from your sheltered environment. You can't possibly grasp the myriad of personalities that exist in this world. It is normal not to see through someone's facade, but one must always remain vigilant. You might find yourself taken advantage of and left counting someone else's money. Old Zhang is right. Assistant Cheng, you ought to be more discerning. Another employee interjected. Cheng Yao felt a surge of injustice swell within her. She longed to defend Chu Ming, yet having only known him for a mere half-day, she feared her words would be met with further skepticism from the seasoned employees. The more she contemplated, the more aggrieved she felt, her bright eyes glistening with unshed tears. Zhao Yuanshan glanced at the older Zhang and the others in the car, remarking impatiently, enough of this pretense of being the good guys. If Manager Chu hears your words, don't expect to escape unscathed. Old Zhang chuckled lightly. Manager Zhao, it's not as dire as you suggest. We aren't disparaging Manager Chu behind his back. We're merely imparting some life experience to our junior. And no sooner had old Zhang finished speaking than a voice rang out. Oh, what kind of experience are you sharing? I'd like to hear it. The group turned towards the source of the voice to find Chu Ming had mysteriously appeared behind them. Old Zhang's face turned awkward as he quickly replied. Oh, it's nothing, Manager Chu. We were just idly chatting. Chu Ming ignored old Zhang and directed his gaze toward Zhao Yuanshan, inquiring, where are the others? After a brief nod, he added, very well, you may proceed. Zhao Yuanshan, with a smirk, asked, Manager Chu, where's your car? A leader of your stature surely shouldn't be without one. Long Yuan is quite far. How do you plan to get there? Are you considering taking a taxi? If you find it inconvenient, you can join us. My car has ample trunk space, accommodating two without issue. As he spoke, Zhao Yuanshan proudly patted his BMW X5. Chu Ming regarded Zhao Yuanshan's smug demeanor and replied nonchalantly, there's no need. My car will be here shortly. Manager Chu, please don't be modest. If you genuinely have no vehicle, we can certainly squeeze together. Old Zhang interjected from the front seat. Indeed, Manager Chu. Manager Zhao's car is worth several $100,000. It's quite comfortable. Even sitting in the trunk would be pleasant. Another employee added. Just then, a luxurious Rolls-Royce, adorned with a small golden emblem, pulled up to the curb. Zhao Yuanshan and the others were momentarily taken aback, instinctively glancing at Chu Ming. They watched as a young man in a sharply tailored suit and white gloves exited the driver's seat and hurried to Chu Ming's side. Mr. Chu, I apologize for keeping you waiting, the young man said respectfully. Chu Ming nodded slightly, then turned to Cheng Yao, saying, let us be on our way. The young man swiftly opened the rear door for Chu Ming, and the Rolls-Royce drove off into the distance. Is Manager Chu's status truly so grand that he travels in a Rolls-Royce? One employee couldn't help but exclaim. Another chimed in, I can't believe we underestimated him earlier. That SA Rolls-Royce, how many people in Donghai can claim to ride in one? Old Zhang glanced at Zhao Yuanshan, hesitating. Manager Zhao, do you think we may have spoken too harshly? Spoken too harshly? Nonsense, Zhao Yuanshan retorted. The Rolls-Royce is indeed impressive, but who can guarantee it's actually his? With so many rental services available, renting a Rolls-Royce doesn't cost a fortune. Perhaps he is merely trying to show off to us. Old Zhang's eyes lit up in realization. You're right. How did I overlook that? Another employee laughed, and that is precisely why you haven't been promoted to manager. It's all about the astuteness of Manager Zhao. Zhao Yuanshan waved his hand dismissively. All right, let us get moving. We'll find out if he is merely posturing once we reach the restaurant. With that, Zhao Yuanshan started the car and headed towards Long Yuan. Suddenly, a phone rang. Zhao Yuanshan checked the caller ID before answering. After listening intently, he replied with a grave expression, Understood, General Feng. I know what to do to Long Yuan. In the imperial private room, an array of exquisitely prepared dishes was presented at the dining table. Zhao Yuanshan and his colleagues gazed at the lavish dishes, their eyes wide with astonishment. This was not their first visit to Long Yuan, but they usually ordered just one or two expensive items, opting instead for more reasonably priced dishes. Now, however, every dish ordered by Chu Ming was among the priciest on the menu, with even some costly individual servings allocated to each person. They estimated that this table alone must cost at least several $100,000. Manager Chu, this is quite extravagant. We're only gathering for a meal. No need to go overboard, one employee remarked, unable to contain himself. Chu Ming chuckled lightly. Just enjoy your meal. There's no need to worry about expenses. The most important thing is to eat and drink well. Zhao Yuanshan observed Chu Ming's demeanor, internally reassuring himself. He's just putting on a show. Let us see how he handles this later. Then, Zhao Yuanshan glanced at old Zhang on his left and cleared his throat. Old Zhang understood immediately and smiled. Since we're all gathered today, how can we not have a drink? Manager Chu, it's a momentous occasion. You've been appointed project leader. Let us raise a glass in celebration. Old Zhang then turned to Chu Ming, asking, what do you say? Chu Ming laughed softly. Let us skip the drinking. That stuff is like water. No matter how much you drink, you want to get drunk, and it's not enjoyable at all. However, Zhao Yuanshan countered, Manager Chu, that is a bit of an exaggeration. Drinking is nothing like drinking water. If you have such a good tolerance, shouldn't you indulge a little? Everyone is here to support you. The new leader, that if you don't drink, how can the others? Before Chu Ming could respond, Zhao Yuanshan continued, I've heard the drinks here are quite pricey. Manager Chu, you aren't worried about being unable to pay the bill later, are you? If funds are tight, I know the manager here. I can help negotiate a discount or something. It shouldn't cost too much. Chu Ming remained unfazed by Zhao Yuanshan's veiled mockery, asking, do you all genuinely wish to drink? Zhao Yuanshan replied with a smirk. It's not that we want to drink. It's mainly to celebrate your recent promotion. After all, he then glanced around at old Zhang and the others. What do you all think? Old Zhang quickly agreed. Manager Zhao is correct. And, as the saying goes, no feast is complete without wine. How can you not drink on your first day in office? The other employees echoed an agreement. How can we not drink? It's not a proper gathering if we only sip plain water. Old Zhang's statement struck a chord. Indeed, no gathering is complete without a toast. Chu Ming regarded their fervor, chuckling, since you all wish to drink, I shall join you. He then signaled a waiter to bring out the vintage mitai. That Lin Ba, who had stored 3 boxes of aged mitai, were presented. Zhao Yuanshan and his colleagues' expressions turned to astonishment. For them, even regular mitai was already a luxury reserved for special occasions. Even Zhao Yuanshan, who held a relatively high position and was financially well off, would never casually buy several boxes of mitai for a banquet. More importantly, Chu Ming had requested the waiter to bring aged mitai, the value of which was incomparable to regular mitai. After pouring the drinks, Zhao Yuanshan raised his glass and stood, saying, Manager Chu, I'd like to toast to you, thanking you for arranging such a lavish feast for us today. With that, Zhao Yuanshan downed the liquor in one gulp. After setting his glass down, he turned to the plump young man beside him. Xiaoli, you're the best drinker among us. Today is Manager Chu's day, so you must make sure to take good care of him, understood? The chubby Xiaoli nodded eagerly. Manager Zhao, don't worry. This is aged mitai. I'll make sure to drink heartily today. Standing up, Xiaoli held the bottle in one hand and the glass in the other. Looking at Chu Ming, Manager Chu, from now on, you'll be our superior, so please take good care of us. To express my respect for Manager Chu, I first took a drink myself, then offered 3 to Manager Chu. As soon as Xiaoli finished speaking, he raised his glass and downed it in one go. Without pausing, he proceeded to consume 3 more glasses consecutively. Once he finished, Xiaoli turned to Chu Ming and, noticing that Chu Ming showed no inclination to drink, remarked, Manager Chu, you can't possibly look down on me and refuse to drink with me, can you? If that is the case, I would be quite displeased. Although you are the leader and we have a superior subordinate relationship, you cannot completely disregard my feelings. At this moment, the gazes of all the employees in the private room converged on Chu Ming. With a gentle smile, Chu Ming replied, who said, I am unwilling to drink. I simply find this manner of drinking rather uninteresting. Cheng Yao, sitting beside Chu Ming, could naturally discern that Zhao Yuanshan and others were targeting Chu Ming. Seeing that Chu Ming was indeed about to drink, she couldn't help but quietly advise, Manager Chu, perhaps you should reconsider. With so many of them trying to force you to drink, it would certainly be overwhelming. Chu Ming turned to Cheng Yao and smiled, saying, don't worry, they are not capable of overwhelming me. He then stood up, directly seized an unopened bottle of liquor, and declared, Drinking one glass at a time lacks excitement. It must be done this way to be thrilling. With that, he promptly uncapped the bottle and began to pour it down his throat. After finishing one bottle, he picked up another, opened it, and continued to drink, downing 3 bottles of high-proof liquor without any change in expression. Chu Ming appeared unfazed. Zhao Yuanshan and the others, witnessing this, were left in utter shock. They had attended many drinking gatherings, but never had they seen anyone drink in such a manner, downing 3 bottles in succession without touching any food. Was he even human? Even professional drinkers would hesitate to behave so recklessly. Zhao Yuanshan had initially planned to have Xiao Li and others incapacitate Chu Ming, hoping to see him humiliated in public. However, upon witnessing Chu Ming's nonchalant consumption, he immediately dismissed that thought and even felt a twinge of fear, worried that Chu Ming might take offense and challenge him to a drinking contest. Although he could manage about a gin of liquor, it paled in comparison to Chu Ming's capacity. As for Xiao Li standing nearby, a hint of panic flashed across his face that he could drink. But compared to Chu Ming's reckless style, it seemed insignificant. It was evident that Chu Ming had no intention of letting him off the hook. Xiao Li, it's your turn. You've had 3 glasses while I've downed 3 bottles. Wouldn't it be a bit unreasonable if you didn't drink? Chu Ming said, looking at Xiao Li. Xiao Li awkwardly replied, Chu. Manager Chu, I can't drink anymore. Chu Ming's expression darkened as he said in a low voice. Can't drink? You say you can't just because you say so? I remember your earlier words. What? Are you trying to disrespect me? Hearing this, Xiao Li cast a pleading glance at Zhao Yuanshan, only to find Zhao Yuanshan feigning ignorance and turning away. Xiao Li silently cursed Zhao Yuanshan for being unhelpful and, under Chu Ming's scrutinizing gaze, reluctantly picked up an unopened bottle of liquor. After downing 1 bottle, Xiao Li felt the world spin and a fiery sensation in his stomach. Before he could reach for a second bottle, he collapsed to the ground, his vision going dark. Zhao Yuanshan and the others were thrown into a state of panic upon seeing this. Chu Ming, unfazed, comforted them. What is there to panic about? No one is going to die. He then turned to a waiter and instructed, go call someone to carry him out and arrange for an ambulance. The waiter immediately called the security downstairs, and soon several people arrived to carry Xiao Li out of the private room. Everyone was left utterly astonished by Chu Ming's actions, their eyes reflecting a glimmer of fear. They had never encountered such a leader before, and oh wonder Chu Ming had said drinking was meaningless. This was indeed a display of meaninglessness. The banquet had barely begun, and someone had already been sent to the hospital. Fortunately, it was not them who had toasted earlier. Otherwise, they would surely end up in the hospital today. Zhao Yuanshan opened his mouth, seemingly wanting to say something, but ultimately refrained. Chu Ming's actions had genuinely intimidated him. Did he not fear truly harming someone? Chu Ming scanned the room and asked, is there anyone else who wishes to drink? If so, I will drink with you slowly. Upon hearing this, everyone instinctively shrank back. Drink more. Did they not see Xiao Li's fate? They certainly did not dare to ask Chu Ming for a drink anymore. As for celebrating Chu Ming's appointment, completely unnecessary. Who would prefer drinking over a sumptuous meal? A table laden with delicacies was far more enticing than merely consuming more liquor. Observing that everyone had settled down, Chu Ming cheerfully declared, since no one wishes to drink, let us hasten to eat. With Chu Ming's words, everyone finally felt encouraged to pick up their chopsticks. During the meal, the group gradually emerged from the shadow of Xiao Li's hospitalization, and the atmosphere in the private room transformed from one of tension to lively chatter. With discussions of work matters resurfacing, old Zhang could not resist asking, Manager Chu, how did you come to join us? Was there some special arrangement from above? Chu Ming chuckled and replied, there is no special arrangement. I am merely following General Manager Yun's directives. Zhao Yuanshan interjected, it seems that Manager Chu has a rather unique relationship with General Manager Yun. Otherwise, how could such an important position as project leader be entrusted to you? Another employee, seemingly straightforward, remarked, indeed, if we were to consider qualifications and experience, the position of project leader should rightfully belong to Manager Zhao. After all, Manager Zhao's capabilities are well recognized, and he has worked tirelessly for the company for many years, generating considerable profits. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Yuanshan scolded, what nonsense are you spouting? Are you implying that Manager Chu was appointed through connections? You should apologize to Manager Chu immediately. Upon hearing this, the employee's face turned flustered, and he hurriedly said, Manager Chu, I apologized. I was just speaking without thinking. I did not mean to target you, so please do not take it to heart. Zhao Yuanshan reiterated. As employees of the company, our primary duty is to comply with all company arrangements that we should refrain from making comments that are detrimental to unity, regardless of who holds the position of project leader. We must work together for the company's development. The employee nodded repeatedly, saying, Yes, you are right. Manager Zhao, I understand my mistake. He then turned to Chu Ming and added, Manager Chu, please do not hold it against me. I truly did not mean it. Chu Ming chuckled lightly. Rest assured, I am not that petty. The purpose of today's gathering is to enjoy ourselves, so feel free to speak your minds. Cheng Yao, who had remained silent, suddenly spoke up. Manager Chu's invitation to speak freely does not mean you may slander others. That I believe in Manager Chu's abilities to fulfill the duties of project leader, and I trust that General Manager Yun chose Manager Chu for his personal capabilities. As soon as Cheng Yao finished speaking, a sarcastic voice chimed in from the side. Oh, so you've only been here as manager assistant for half a day and already know how to speak so well. The speaker was a woman wearing frameless glasses, her hair haphazardly tied up. Dressed in administrative attire, she brushed her hair back, adjusted her glasses, glanced at those beside her, and continued, You should learn from her. Don't underestimate someone just because they are young and lack work experience. Otherwise, how could they possibly become a manager's assistant? The woman then looked at Cheng Yao, adding, Assistant Cheng, we'll be working together often, so please do offer your guidance. Another employee chimed in, Wu Fong, what you said is off the mark. Getting the position of manager's assistant is based on true ability. Don't assume that just because someone is young, they lack experience. They might have more experience than we do. This statement prompted a wave of laughter throughout the private room. Cheng Yao, being a fresh entrant into society, was not equipped to handle the verbal sparring of seasoned individuals, causing her to lower her head in embarrassment. Chu Ming observed Cheng Yao's reaction and felt a surge of displeasure. He was aware that Zhao Yuanshan held reservations about him, and that most employees were aligned with Zhao Yuanshan. However, dragging Cheng Yao, an innocent girl, into this was crossing the line. Enough! Do you all find making lewd jokes amusing? Chu Ming abruptly slammed the table and said sternly, I am fully aware of your intentions. But let me make this clear. You may target me, but do not involve others. Otherwise, I will not let it slide. Chu Ming's outburst instantly cast a heavy atmosphere over the private room. Zhao Yuanshan hesitated for a moment and said, Manager Chu, that Wu Fong and the others were indeed his capable subordinates, and since Wu Fong shared a closer relationship with him, he felt compelled to defend their dignity. Otherwise, how would he maintain his standing as a leader in their eyes? However, Zhao Yuanshan did not expect that Chu Ming would grant him no face whatsoever, directly interrupting, Did I ask you to speak? What about them? Are you trying to defend them? Seeing that Chu Ming genuinely appeared angry, Zhao Yuanshan decided against further comments. He vividly recalled how Chu Ming had managed to incapacitate Xiao Li earlier. Just the calmness with which Chu Ming had instructed the waiter to have him taken away was not something an ordinary person could match. Cheng Yao observed that her presence had rendered the atmosphere in the private room exceedingly oppressive. Thus, she cautiously suggested, Manager Chu, I shall go check on our dishes. Upon receiving a nod from Chu Ming, Cheng Yao promptly rose and exited the room with haste. After her departure, the ambience within the private room gradually lightened. However, the employee spoke with much more restraint, no longer as uninhibited as before. Meanwhile, after leaving the room, Cheng Yao did not proceed to inquire about the food, but instead leaned against the wall in the corridor downstairs, her slender frame appearing fragile. She gazed up at the ceiling, her expression a tapestry of complex emotions. Having just graduated from university this year and secured a position at Yun Corporation through campus recruitment, she found herself promoted from a mere personnel clerk to a project assistant before her probation period had even concluded. While elated, the weight of pressure upon her was immense. After all, lacking substantial work experience meant she would need to invest more time and effort than her peers to excel. Furthermore, due to her exceptional promotion, she had caught wind of the whispers circulating among her colleagues. The veiled barbs from Wu Fong and others had left her feeling utterly at a loss. After much contemplation, Cheng Yao murmured to herself. Manager Chu must not wish to see me fail in this role after promoting me. I cannot let him down. Clenching her fists, she motivated herself, saying, Cheng Yao, if others can succeed, so can you. Having steadied her emotions, Cheng Yao turned to ascend the stairs. However, as she reached the corner of the corridor, a portly middle-aged man approached from the other side. In the next moment, they collided with a resounding thud. Cheng Yao exclaimed in a fluster, I'm so sorry. Yet the rotund man was relentless, cursing, haven't you grown any sense? His tirade was abruptly halted as he caught sight of Cheng Yao, his eyes gleaming with avarice as if he had stumbled upon a newfound treasure. Now, tell me, how do you intend to compensate for bumping into me? Cheng Yao was taken aback and replied, Sir, I have already apologized. What do you mean by that? The man leered, Is a mere apology sufficient? You must be jesting. Chapter 32. Do not push me to strike you, Cheng Yao, feeling increasingly anxious. Stammered, What do you want? A wicked grin spread across the man's face as he replied, If you share a couple of drinks with me, I'll let it slide. Cheng Yao retorted in anger, You. However, before she could finish her sentence, the man seized her arm forcefully, disregarding her resistance as he dragged her toward a nearby private room. Cheng Yao struggled vehemently, declaring, If you continue this, I will call the police. The man paused momentarily, scoffing, Call the police? Huh. Do you think I will save you? No woman I desire has ever escaped my grasp. To his words, Cheng Yao fought back with renewed vigor, breaking free from his grip and sprinting up the stairs. Bang! The door flew open, revealing the portly man before the startled crowd. His gaze immediately locked onto Cheng Yao, seated beside Chu Ming. Little girl, I told you there's no escape, that don't waste your efforts. He sneered, striding towards her unabashedly. The employees in the room stood frozen, bewildered by the unfolding scene. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Zhao Yuanshan rose from his seat, blocking the man's path, before the man could utter a word. Zhao Yuanshan barked, Stop! What do you think you're doing? The man cast a disdainful glance at Zhao Yuanshan and retorted, Get lost, or I'll slap you. Zhao Yuanshan's irritation surged. Did his worth truly amount to nothing? Who are you to barge into our private room? I warn you, he began angrily. However, before he could finish, the man raised his hand and struck Zhao Yuanshan's cheek. Warnings are meaningless. Fortunately, Zhao Yuanshan reacted swiftly, blocking the man's hand. The man, undeterred, attempted to strike Zhao Yuanshan again. Zhao Yuanshan would not relent. He needed to uphold his authority in front of his colleagues. Observing the man's aggression, he coldly warned, If you persist in this manner, do not blame me for being rude. The man, unfazed, continued to shove Zhao Yuanshan aside. In frustration, Zhao Yuanshan delivered a swift kick to the man's abdomen. The man howled in pain, his eyes filled with rage. You dare hit me? He see that I hit you for that very reason. And if you keep causing trouble, I will hit you again, Zhao Yuanshan retorted. The man gritted his teeth. Fine, just wait. None of you will leave here unscathed today. With that, he stormed off. Inside the room, the employees quickly rallied around Zhao Yuanshan, showering him with praise. Truly, Manager Zhao, you are both brave and astute, standing up for your team when it matters. This is the kind of leader we need. Indeed, who wouldn't he want a leader like that? Far better than those who hide away when trouble arises. As the flattery continued, they took the opportunity to disparage Chu Ming. Meanwhile, Zhao Yuanshan basked in the accolades, a satisfied smile creeping across his face. The displeasure for being reprimanded by Chu Ming dissipated amidst the praise that, let us refrain from speaking ill. Manager Chu is still young and lacks extensive leadership experience. It is only natural for him to be startled in such circumstances, he interjected. Unperturbed by Zhao Yuanshan's comments, Chu Ming quietly observed the scene. Manager Zhang, having just struck that man, he will likely seek retribution. Should we prepare ourselves in advance? Old Zhang, sitting beside Zhao Yuanshan, hesitated to inquire. Zhao Yuanshan dismissed the notion. Prepare for what? If I dare to strike, I'm not afraid of retaliation. Do not forget, I have a solid relationship with the manager of Long Yuan. We often refer to each other as brothers. Why should I fear his revenge? Old Zhang quickly added, how could I forget? Your connections are not something ordinary people can rival. Meanwhile, the aggrieved man, Gao Jiangwo, stormed out of the private room where Chu Ming and the others were seated and headed directly to the owner of Long Yuan, Heiress, a trusted subordinate of Lin Ba, who, Gao Zhangwo, known in Donghai for his minor notoriety, had a good rapport with Heiress, often engaging in mutually beneficial dealings. Upon entering Heiress's lavish office on the top floor of Long Yuan, Gao Zhangwo wore a look of grievance, exclaiming, "Brother Bao, I came here for a meal and ended up getting beaten. You must help me." "Boss Gao, what happened? Is there someone here at Long Yuan who dares to lay a hand on you?" Heiress inquired, removing his legs from the desk. Gao Zhangwo recounted the events of the incident downstairs, omitting his attempts to flirt with Cheng Yao and the subsequent pursuit into her private room. Upon hearing Gao Zhangwo's account, Heiress's expression darkened, stating, "Long Yuan will not tolerate such audacity. Rest assured, no one dares to wreak havoc on the territory of the Tiger Hall." Xiao Fei, accompany Boss Gao downstairs and ascertain who possesses the audacity to disrupt our domain. Heiress instructed a nearby young man. "Yes, Brother Bao," Xiao Fei promptly responded. Gao Zhangwo added, "Thank you, Brother Bao. I shall ensure to show my gratitude another day. Go ahead. Just don't kill anyone. Do as you please." Heiress waved dismissively. Chapter 33. The consequences of failed bravado under Gao Zhangwo's guidance. Xiao Fei and several of his subordinates approached the private room where Chu Ming and his team were situated. Xiao Fei surveyed the room and coldly demanded, "Who struck the first blow just now?" Seeing Xiao Fei and his gang of intimidating associates, Zhao Yuanshan and the others felt a chill run down their spines. They were mere office workers, and compared to the hardened individuals like Xiao Fei, they were no match in terms of bravado. Even Zhao Yuanshan felt a knot of anxiety in his stomach. His earlier claims of knowing the manager and owner were merely for show. After all, Long Yuan was backed by the Tiger Hall, and as a lowly deputy manager at Yin Corporation, what connections could he possibly have? Moreover, the notion of calling them brothers was ludicrous. Yet, with old Zhang and Wu Feng's gazes fixed upon him, Zhao Yuanshan realized he could no longer avoid stepping forward as Xiao Fei turned his attention toward him. Zhao Yuanshan cursed inwardly, but had no choice but to rise from his seat with steely resolve. The situation unfolded as follows. It was he who had come to our private room to provoke our young colleague, which prompted me to act in self-defense, Zhao Yuanshan explained. However, Xiao Fei was uninterested in Zhao Yuanshan's justification. He was not concerned with the reasons behind Zhao Yuanshan's actions, but rather focused on how to resolve the matter in a way that would satisfy Gao Zhangwo. After all, this was a task personally assigned to him by Brother Bao, and failing to handle it properly would undoubtedly incur Brother Bao's displeasure. Xiao Fei coldly remarked, "I care not for the background of the incident. I only wish to know how you intend to resolve this matter." Zhao Yuanshan hesitated for a moment before responding. "I can offer compensation." Xiao Fei scoffed. "Compensation is a given, but surely you must do more than that." Zhao Yuanshan, perplexed, inquired, "What else?" Xiao Fei replied, "You shall kneel and apologize, and then pay Boss Gao 1 million. Only then can we consider this matter resolved." With that, Xiao Fei turned to Gao Zhangwo and asked, "Boss Gao, how does this resolution sit with you? Are you satisfied?" However, before Gao Zhangwo could respond, Wu Feng, seated nearby, could no longer contain herself. Rising, she sashayed over to Zhao Yuanshan's side, casting a disdainful glance at Xiao Fei and his companions, and declared, "You are being excessively unreasonable. Our manager Zhao is close friends with your boss at Long Yuan. With just a word from him, you all would be out on the street." Zhao Yuanshan shot a glare at Wu Feng, inwardly cursing her vehemently. He was contemplating whether to downplay the situation with a little money and an apology when Wu Feng made matters worse by intervening that if he truly had connections with the boss and manager of Long Yuan, would he need to tread so carefully with his words? Xiao Fei, taken aback, scrutinized Zhao Yuanshan. As Brother Bao's confidant, he had been managing the business at Long Yuan alongside him, and he had encountered many individuals with ties to Zhao Yuanshan. Yet he did not recognize him. Nevertheless, to be cautious, Xiao Fei decided to inquire, "Do you know Brother Bao?" At this, a flicker of doubt crossed Zhao Yuanshan's face. He had just made a bold claim. If he were to deny knowing Brother Bao now, wouldn't that be tantamount to slapping himself? How could he continue in the company after that? Perhaps if he stubbornly asserted that he did know him, he might still find a way to bluff his way through. With this thought, Zhao Yuanshan puffed out his chest and declared, "Indeed, I share a close friendship with Brother Bao. If I am not given a satisfactory explanation for today's events, you shall all see what happens." Xiao Fei assessed Zhao Yuanshan and, after a moment's pause, asked, "What is your name? Since you claim to know Brother Bao, it would not be an issue for me to call him and verify. Would it? We Wun Ti want a situation where the floodwaters sweep through the Dragon King Temple and family members no longer recognize one another." Zhao Yuanshan's heart sank, a wave of foreboding washing over him. Little did he expect that Wu Fang would go to such extremes. "Manager Zhao, your full name is Zhao Yuanshan, right? Quickly call your boss and ask him, do you truly think we are easy to bully? You dare bring so many people to trouble us? Just wait. You shall see what happens today." Zhao Yuanshan struggled to suppress the urge to strike Wu Fang, glaring at her in frustration. Yet, Wu Fang remained unfazed. Retorting, "Zhao Ge, why are you glaring at me? I speak only the truth. We are here to give your boss face to be quiet." Zhao Yuanshan snapped that Wu Fang, taken aback by his reprimand, appeared momentarily dazed, but upon noticing his genuine anger, she could only acquiesce and close her mouth in resignation. Xiao Fei raised an eyebrow at Zhao Yuanshan and stated, "So it's Zhao Yuanshan, is it? I will call Brother Bao right now." With that, Xiao Fei retrieved his phone and promptly dialed Brother Bao's number. After relaying the situation to Brother Bao, the latter's displeasure was immediate. "Zhao Yuanshan, I have no recollection of such a close friend." After hanging up, Xiao Fei fixed a cold stare upon Zhao Yuanshan. "Zhao Yuanshan, you claim to have a close relationship with Brother Bao. Do you?" Xiao Fei pressed. Zhao Yuanshan's expression darkened to an alarming degree as he recognized that his facade had been shattered. Before he could utter a word, Xiao Fei raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap. The sharp crack of the slap echoed throughout the private room. Xiao Fei stepped closer to Zhao Yuanshan, seizing his hair and coolly stating, "Initially, this matter could have been resolved with an apology and some compensation, yet you dared to recklessly provoke our Brother Bao, flaunting his name to deceive others. Truly, you are unaware of your own peril." Within the private room, Wu Fang and Lao Zhang, along with the others, were left utterly dumbfounded that wasn't Zhao Yuanshan supposed to know Brother Bao. How did it escalate to violence? Zhao Yuanshan's bewildered subordinates quickly surrounded him, urging, "Manager Zhao, if you truly know their boss, hurry and call him to teach these arrogant fools a lesson." "Indeed, Manager Zhao, contact their boss immediately. Let them know they cannot escape today." "Manager." Zhao Yuanshan listened to his subordinate's fervent words, feeling a bitter pang of despair. He didn't know Brother Bao, yet what good was that if Brother Bao did not know him? They had met only once. And even then, it was from a distance. Brother Bao likely hadn't even noticed him. With that, Xiao Fei commanded his underlings, "Take them all upstairs. Not a single one shall be left behind." Chapter 34. I have read little. Please explain it to me meanwhile. Cheng Yao, witnessing the escalating chaos, was filled with panic. Having just stepped out of university, she had never encountered such a scene and felt utterly lost, in stark contrast to Cheng Yao's distress. Chu Ming remained remarkably composed. Throughout the confrontation between Xiao Fei and Zhao Yuanshan, he had not once left his seat, even peeling shrimp during the exchange. Cheng Yao, feeling fearful, approached Chu Ming and anxiously asked, "Manager Chu, what should we do now? Should we call the police?" Chu Ming smiled reassuringly. "If they want us to go, we simply follow. Rest assured, nothing will happen with me around." But Cheng Yao still felt uneasy. "Relax, they will not harm us," Chu Ming continued. Hearing his words, Cheng Yao seemed to find some solace. Subsequently, under Xiao Fei's direction, Chu Ming and the others were all escorted to the office upstairs, upon encountering Brother Bao. Xiao Fei promptly recounted the entire incident to him. Brother Bao lit a cigar, reclining comfortably in his office chair with his legs propped up on the desk, assuming a relaxed posture, exhaling a plume of thick smoke. Brother Bao languidly inquired, "You claim to know me?" "Indeed, Brother Bao. I had the opportunity to meet you once through General Feng, though you may not recall me." Zhao Yuanshan hastily clarified, "Oh." Brother Bao nodded slightly. He then approached Zhao Yuanshan, stopping before him and solemnly asking, "I have read little. Could you explain to me what close friends means?" At this, Zhao Yuanshan's face paled dramatically. Explain? What could he possibly explain? Brother Bao did not even know who he was. When had they ever been close friends? Without waiting for Zhao Yuanshan to respond, Brother Bao lifted his leg and delivered a swift kick. Why don't you explain? Boom! Zhao Yuanshan stumbled backward, crashing heavily to the ground. He felt utterly humiliated. He had merely sought to assert himself in front of his subordinates, yet it had spiraled into this chaos. Brother Bao coldly regarded the prostrate Zhao Yuanshan, disdain dripping from his words. The General Feng you mentioned must be Feng Dongpeng of the Yun Group, correct? What is he worth? Ask him if he dares to swagger around using my name to deceive others, Scout Zhang Wo. Observing the crumpled figure of Zhao Yuanshan, looked down at him with contempt. I thought you had some considerable abilities. Turns out you are merely a coward hiding behind the strength of others. What gave you the audacity to strike me? As he spoke, Gao Zhangwo stepped forward and delivered several kicks to Zhao Yuanshan. I could see that moment. Zhao Yuanshan was in no position to resist. He could only curl up on the ground, hands clutched over his head, too terrified to even whimper. After releasing his pent-up frustration, Gao Zhangwo lost interest in further violence, turning to Brother Bao and asking, Brother Bao, since this incident occurred in your territory, how do you propose we handle it? Brother Bao glanced at Zhao Yuanshan before surveying the silent subordinates around him. Boss Gao, they're merely ordinary individuals. There is no need to be overly harsh. You have already vented your frustrations. Let him bow a few times and apologize, and that should suffice. Upon hearing Brother Bao's words, Zhao Yuanshan felt as though a great weight had been lifted from his shoulders. He hurriedly crawled over to Gao Zhangwo, repeatedly bowing and pleading, Boss Gao, you are magnanimous. Please treat me as if I were nothing and let me go. Brother Bao responded, Very well, be gone quickly. Do not sully my space. Zhao Yuanshan, upon hearing this, immediately bowed several more times toward Brother Bao. Thank you, Brother Bao. Thank you. Just as Zhao Yuanshan prepared to rise and leave, Gao Zhangwo's voice rang out once more. Wait. Zhao Yuanshan paused instinctively. Halting in place, Brother Bao furrowed his brow slightly and asked, Boss Gao, are you dissatisfied with my handling of this matter? Not at all. I merely have one more request, Gao Zhangwo replied. They may leave. But to as he spoke, Gao Zhangwo's gaze fell upon Cheng Yao. Gao Zhangwo leered at Cheng Yao with an insatiable greed, declaring, I have taken a fancy to this little lady if they wish to leave. I shall not hinder them, but she must remain to drink with me. Bao Gu shrugged and replied, As long as Boss Gao is having fun, I have no objections. Zhao Yuanshan, witnessing Bao Ji's acquiescence to Gao Zhangwo's demands, understood that if Cheng Yao were not permitted to stay, none of them would escape unscathed. Thus, Zhao Yuanshan commanded Cheng Yao, Cheng Yao, I order you to remain here in my capacity as your superior. Otherwise, prepare to be dismissed tomorrow. Cheng Yao's face betrayed a hint of panic. She had never anticipated such a situation arising during a casual dinner, and in that moment, she lost all composure. Gao Zhangwo cast a satisfied glance at Zhao Yuanshan and remarked, You should have done this sooner. It would have saved me so much time. Now, get lost. To his words, Zhao Yuanshan dared not linger any longer and was the first to exit the room. Following his departure, Lao Zhang, Wu Fang, and the others also hastily left. However, someone soon noticed that Chu Ming remained rooted to the spot, showing no intention of leaving. Manager Chu, why are you still standing there? This is the territory of the Tiger Hall. You aren't thinking of being a hero, are you? An employee kindly warned. Yet before he could finish, another bystander snapped, What are you worried about at a time like this? Just leave. If he wants to play the hero, let him. With that, another employee pulled him out of the office. As Zhao Yuanshan and the others exited, the office suddenly appeared much more spacious. Gao Zhangwo rubbed his hands together in delight as he gazed at Cheng Yao, saying, Little lady, I doubt you can count on anyone to rescue you this time. I suggest you comply with me. I promise to ensure you live a life of luxury as long as you accompany me well today. I will take you to buy a car and house tomorrow. While speaking, Gao Zhangwo sauntered over to Cheng Yao, reaching out to touch her. Don't come any closer, Cheng Yao exclaimed in distress. Gao Zhangwo disregarded her resistance, but just as he was about to lay his hands on her, a strong hand suddenly seized his wrist. Gao Zhangwo screamed, enraged, How dare you stop me? No sooner had he finished speaking than Chu Ming kicked him, sending Gao Zhangwo flying several meters through the air. He landed heavily on the ground, and before he could let out another scream, he was seized by a violent bout of dry heaving. You dare to hit me? Gao Jiangwo glared at Chu Ming, his eyes bloodshot with fury. Bao Gu, witnessing the scene, felt his expression darken. He had never anticipated that things would escalate to this point. Chu Ming had the audacity to strike Gao Jiangwo right in front of him. This was not merely an assault on Gao Jiangwo. It was a slap in Bao Ji's face. With that, Bao Gu turned his gaze to Chu Ming and said, "Kid, I was initially inclined to let you go, but since you have chosen to seek your own demise, you cannot blame me." Upon hearing Bao Ji's words, Zhao Yuanshan and the others, who had just reached the elevator, were abruptly stopped and brought back to Bao Ji's office. "Bao Gu, didn't you just say you would let us go? Why the change now?" Zhao Yuanshan stammered in confusion. "Humph, I had intended to spare you, but now I have changed my mind," Bao Gu coldly replied. Hearing this, Zhao Yuanshan's face filled with bewilderment. He could not comprehend why Bao Gu had suddenly reversed his decision. However, upon seeing Gao Jiangwo curled up on the ground, unable to rise, a sense of foreboding washed over him. Could it be Chu Ming? How dare he? Meanwhile, Lao Zhang, Wu Fong, and the others were equally perplexed. Upon witnessing Gao Jiangwo, their minds echoed Zhao Yuanshan's thoughts. In the next moment, Bao Ji's words confirmed their suspicions. "Kid, to dare strike someone in my presence. I must say you possess quite the audacity." Hearing Bao Ji's statement, Zhao Yuanshan, Lao Zhang, and Wu Fong instinctively turned their gazes toward Chu Ming. Zhao Yuanshan shouted in fury, "Chu Ming, are you out of your mind? Have you lost your senses, daring to strike Boss Gao in Bao Gu's presence?" Zhao Yuanshan gritted his teeth, exclaiming, "You're digging your own grave, and now you want to drag us down with you. You're going to get us killed." Lao Zhang and Wu Fong quickly joined in, condemning Chu Ming. "Manager Chu, if you want to throw your life away, that's your business. Why involve us? We have no grievances with you. What's your angle in dragging us down? Those with strength are called heroes rescuing damsels. You, lacking power, are merely seeking your own demise. If I had known, I would have never come to this meal. Lose everything over a dinner is simply not worth it. Who can argue with that? The meal was unsatisfactory, and now we've offended someone we cannot provoke. Truly unfortunate." The group continued to voice their grievances against Chu Ming, their discontent palpable. They had all intended to leave, but now it seemed impossible. Seeing that Chu Ming had no intention of explaining himself, Zhao Yuanshan turned to Bao Gu. "Bao Gu, we aren't acquainted with Chu Ming. All of this is his personal action and has nothing to do with us. Please do not punish us along with him. It was Chu Ming's recklessness that led him to seek his own end. We are innocent in this this moment." Zhao Yuanshan's only hope was to distance himself from Chu Ming to avoid Bao Ji's wrath falling upon them all. Bao Gu cast a cold glance at Zhao Yuanshan and retorted, "Do you think saying it has nothing to do with you will make it so? Humph, today, none of you will escape." Zhao Yuanshan's face turned pale. He realized that evasion was futile and could only internally curse Chu Ming's entire lineage. Bao Gu had no intention of considering Zhao Yuanshan's reaction. The moment Chu Ming struck someone in his presence, he had resolved not to let anyone off the hook. "Kid, you're quite composed," Bao Gu said to Chu Ming, his tone icy. Chu Ming shrugged and replied, "How do you wish to resolve this matter?" Bao Gu, seeing Chu Ming's fearless demeanor, laughed in anger. "You really are unafraid of death. Today, I shall see just how tough your bones are." With that, Bao Gu ordered Xiao Fei, "Go for him. First, break his legs, and then we can play with him slowly." "Got it." Xiao Fei immediately responded. He then led his underlings toward Chu Ming. Chu, Manager Chu, Cheng Yao, witnessing the unfolding chaos, looked at Chu Ming with concern, still trying to play the hero with death looming. Xiao Fei scoffed as he spoke. Xiao Fei advanced on Chu Ming, raising his hand to grab his throat. Chu Ming sidestepped effortlessly, catching the back of Xiao Fei's shirt and, with a slight exertion, hurled him away. Bang! Xiao Fei crashed down, smashing into a nearby wooden rack. The other underlings were momentarily stunned. Seizing the opportunity, Chu Ming darted forward. Soon, a chorus of screams echoed throughout Bao Ji's office as his underlings fell to the ground like limp shrimp. Even Bao Gu, accustomed to brawls, was taken aback by the scene. However, he quickly regained his composure, although Chu Ming's strength surprised him. This was Long Yuan, his territory, and even a dragon must coil here. No wonder you dare to strike my man in front of me. It seems you possess some skill, Bao Gu remarked coldly. But soon you will realize that your little strength is utterly insufficient here. Meanwhile, Zhao Yuanshan, Wu Fong, and Lao Zhang, witnessing Chu Ming effortlessly take down Xiao Fei and his gang, wore expressions of shock. Yet, despite their astonishment, their underlying concern remained. In their view, no matter how strong Chu Ming was, he could not possibly surpass Bao Gu, especially with the Tiger Hall backing him. Gather, everyone. I want to see just how tough he really is, Bao Gu commanded his men. Soon, a group of security personnel clad in uniforms arrived at Bao Ji's office. Bao Gu, they called in unison. Bao Gu nodded and ordered, seize him. Upon hearing Bao Ji's command, the security personnel wasted no time and swiftly charged toward Chu Ming. Though he had just witnessed Chu Ming's formidable power, he never anticipated that Chu Ming would be so terrifying. Such strength within the entire Tiger Gang could likely only be rivaled by Lin Ba Hu. Ignoring the thoughts of Brother Leopard, who sought to flee, Chu Ming languidly inquired, "Is there anyone else?" Brother Leopard's expression shifted dramatically as he gravely replied, "Kid, do you not realize this is the territory of the Tiger Gang? Offending us means no one can save you." Chu Ming chuckled lightly. "It is precisely because this is the Tiger Gang's domain that you are able to stand here speaking to me. Otherwise, both you and your companions would have long since become cold corpses that ate these words." Brother Leopard's ire surged anew as he retorted, "You truly are arrogant, thinking you can contend with the Tiger Gang just because you can handle my subordinates? If you wish to test your strength against the Tiger Gang, why not call Lin Ba Hu and let him come and see for himself?" Chu Ming replied with a playful tone, "I am eager to see just how bold Lin Ba Hu is to act so brazenly in my presence." Brother Leopard's anger flared at Chu Ming's words. Who was Lin Ba Hu? A man who had dominated over half of the underground world of Donghai in just a few short months. How dare Chu Ming speak so recklessly? Furthermore, as the vice leader of the Tiger Gang, how could he not subdue a mere brat? If this news were spread, how would he maintain his status in Donghai's underground world afterward? How could he lead his subordinates? Very well, kid, if you seek death, I shall oblige. Brother Leopard glared at Chu Ming and promptly pulled out his phone to dial Lin Ba Hu's number. When the call connected, Lin Ba Hu's voice resonated from the other end. "What is it?" Brother Leopard hastily recounted the events that had transpired at Long Yuan on the other end. Lin Ba Hu's furious voice erupted. "What? Someone dares to cause trouble on the Tiger Gang's turf, and has taken down all our brothers?" Just as Brother Leopard was about to speak, Lin Ba Hu interrupted. "Wait. You say he easily dealt with your subordinates? Indeed, Tiger Lord, if that were not the case, I would not be calling you," Brother Leopard admitted. "That kid's strength is formidable. Only you might be able to handle him. What is the name of this individual?" Lin Ba Hu inquired solemnly like a tea that moment. Lin Ba Hu's heart tightened, realizing the gravity of the situation. If they angered Chu Ming, his carefully cultivated Tiger Gang would be in jeopardy. He knew he must not allow this matter to escalate. Thus, he urgently cautioned Brother Leopard, "Do not act rashly. Wait for me to arrive before taking any action. Remember, do not provoke him." Brother Leopard, under the impression that Lin Ba Hu intended to personally deal with Chu Ming, quickly replied, "Understood, Tiger Lord. You can count on me to act with restraint." After hanging up, Brother Leopard cast a cold smile towards Chu Ming and declared, "Tiger Lord will be here shortly. We shall see how you maintain your arrogance then." Tiger Lord said he would personally handle you, so prepare for your demise. Chu Ming merely smiled. "Is that so? Then I shall await his arrival." Meanwhile, Zhao Yuanshan, Lao Zhang, and Wu Fong, who stood nearby like mere lackeys, were overwhelmed with terror. If Brother Leopard was already a figure they could not provoke, what hope did they have against the infamous Tiger Lord? The thought of Tiger Lord's arrival left Zhao Yuanshan paralyzed with fear. Crawling towards Brother Leopard and pleading, "Brother Leopard, we truly have no association with Chu Ming. He has only been in his position for half a day, and we only agreed to dine together out of respect for our superior. His actions are entirely his own. We were completely unaware." Brother Leopard shot a cold glance at the sniveling Zhao Yuanshan and kicked him in the face. "Get lost!" Zhao Yuanshan cried out in agony, blood pouring uncontrollably from his mouth and nose. Despite this, he did not abandon his pleas for mercy. Brother Leopard, you must see clearly. All of this was orchestrated by Chu Ming that I never intended to cross you. Consider me insignificant and let me go. Yes, Brother Leopard, whatever Chu Ming has done has nothing to do with us, that, if you wish to seek revenge, direct it solely at him. We never intended to oppose you. Lao Zhang chimed in desperately. Seeing this, the other employees also joined in their pleas for mercy. Brother Leopard shouted angrily, "Enough of your nonsense. I will deal with you first." At his words, Zhao Yuanshan, Lao Zhang, and the others immediately fell silent. Brother Leopard turned to face the composed Chu Ming and coldly stated, "Kid, I hope you can maintain this calmness. If I cannot deal with you, then Tiger Lord certainly can." With that, Brother Leopard glanced at Cheng Yao and cruelly added, "You, who wish for a hero to save the damsel, shall witness how I toy with her right before your eyes. After I am done, I will pass her on to my subordinates, ensuring they exhaust her until her demise." As his words hung in the air, Chu Ming's figure suddenly appeared before him. A sharp slap echoed through the room, dislocating Brother Leopard's jaw and leaving him with only half of his teeth intact. Ah! Brother Leopard howled in pain, blood mixed with teeth spilling from his mouth, his eyes burning with rage as he glared at Chu Ming. You. Speak another word, and I can ensure you will never speak again," Chu Ming warned coldly. Though Brother Leopard wished to utter more threats, he suppressed the impulse, knowing well the disparity in their strengths. Chu Ming had effortlessly dispatched so many of his subordinates. To eliminate him would surely be but a mere flick of the wrist. Chapter 37. A grave situation more than 10 minutes later. A commotion erupted outside. Lin Ba, who stormed into Brother Leopard's office, flanked by over a dozen subordinates. Upon seeing Lin Ba, Brother Leopard immediately displayed a look of grievance. Tiger Lord, you must support me. That little brat is too arrogant. Just look at what he has done to me. Shut the hell up. You almost got me killed." Lin Ba snapped, not even glancing at Brother Leopard before delivering a slap that sent pain coursing through Brother Leopard's already dislocated jaw. Before Brother Leopard could even let out a cry of anguish, Lin Ba kicked him across the room. Boom! Brother Leopard's body crashed against the wall, toppling a row of wine cabinets. Tiger Lord. Bloodied and battered, Brother Leopard struggled to rise, confusion evident in his eyes. He could not fathom why Lin Ba, who had arrived only to unleash a brutal assault on him. Realizing that Lin Ba, who had not held back at all, had he not been physically robust, standing would have been a challenge. As Brother Leopard lay bewildered, Lin Ba swiftly approached Chu Ming. "Mr. Chu, sir." Lin Ba stammered. Chu Ming cast a detached glance at the trembling Lin Ba and inquired, "Is this the place you arranged for me?" No, Mr. Chu, please do not be angered. It is my failure to discipline my subordinates," Lin Ba hurriedly explained. His demeanor left everyone in the room stunned. Meanwhile, Zhao Yuanshan, Wu Feng, Lao Zhang, and the other employees of the Yin group looked at Chu Ming with newfound astonishment. Zhao Yuanshan could hardly fathom that Lin Ba, whose arrival would result in such deference. Did Chu Ming possess some hidden identity unknown to him? Otherwise, why would Lin Ba treat him with such respect? Had he offended Chu Ming, then, the thought sent a wave of dread through Zhao Yuanshan's heart. "Tiger Lord," Brother Leopard began, utterly perplexed. "Silence," Lin Ba snapped, turning to glare at him. Brother Leopard, realizing he had no choice, fell silent. Cheng Yao, witnessing this, quickly recounted the entire situation to Lin Ba. After listening to her, Lin Ba's expression darkened. Then he fixed a chilling gaze on Gao Zhangwo, who stood nearby in confusion. "You are the one who caused this trouble." Lin Ba's voice was frigid. Gao Zhangwo felt an icy shiver run down his spine under Lin Ba's menacing glare, trembling as he stammered, Tiger Lord, please let me explain." "Not explain?" "Humph. I do not need your explanations," Lin Ba scoffed. "Take him away and bury him," he commanded his subordinates. Upon hearing this, Gao Zhangwo's face drained of color, and he hurriedly pleaded, "Tiger Lord, spare me. I understand my mistakes. I beg you to let me go." Lin Ba ignored Gao Zhangwo's desperate pleas. The subordinates quickly seized Gao Zhangwo and dragged him from the room. From a distance, Brother Leopard, still grappling with the pain of his dislocated jaw, watched and feared. He could hardly believe Lin Ba, who would be so decisive in his efforts to appease Chu Ming. If Lin Ba, who was willing to have Gao Jiangwo buried to placate Chu Ming, what fate awaited him? The thought sent chills through Brother Leopard, and as Lin Ba, whose gaze fell upon him, he instinctively took 2 steps back, terror etched in his eyes. Mr. Chu, it is my failure to manage my subordinates. I leave his fate in your hands, Lin Ba Hu said, turning to Chu Ming. Chu Ming cast a fleeting glance at the rattled Brother Leopard, then chuckled softly. Since they are your people, it would be best for you to handle this matter. Yes, Lin Ba Hu immediately responded. Upon hearing this, Xiao Fei and the others displayed expressions of sheer terror. However, with Lin Ba Hu personally speaking, they dared not defy him. Before long, Brother Leopard and Xiao Fei were escorted away, leaving only Chu Ming, Cheng Yao, and Zhao Yuanshan in the room. Mr. Chu, what do you think about this situation? Lin Ba Hu inquired cautiously. Well, the fault does not lie with you. I shall not pursue the matter further, Chu Ming replied, nodding slightly. Upon hearing Chu Ming's words, Lin Ba Hu felt as though a great weight had been lifted from his shoulders. Hastily expressing his gratitude, "Thank you, Mr. Chu, thank you." Lin Ba Hu's subservient demeanor did not escape the notice of Zhao Yuanshan, Lao Zhang, and Wu Fang, leaving everyone with a surreal sense that they were caught in a dream. Enough, take good care of your subordinates. I do not wish for such incidents to occur again, Chu Ming stated. Yes, rest assured, Mr. Chu, Lin Ba Hu fervently nodded. Cheng Yao instinctively nodded in agreement, following Chu Ming as they exited the office. Lin Ba Hu cautiously trailed behind, escorting him out of Long Yuan. Zhao Yuanshan, Wu Fang, and Lao Zhang remained, still in a daze long after Chu Ming had departed. Manager Zhao, it seems we have landed ourselves in a significant predicament, Lao Zhang remarked, swallowing hard as he spoke. Hearing this, Zhao Yuanshan retorted irritably, "Do I need you to remind me? Can't I see it for myself?" Seeing Zhao Yuanshan's furious expression, Lao Zhang merely shrugged and refrained from further comment. At that moment, Wu Fang suddenly interjected, "Manager Zhao, there might still be room for reconciliation. That if Chu Ming truly intended to deal with us, he would have had Master Hu take us all away just now. Since he did not do so, it is likely he is willing to overlook this matter." "Enough, no more discussion," Zhao Yuanshan said, furrowing his brow. Regardless of whether Chu Ming would pursue the issue or not, he needed to gather more information about him tomorrow. Meanwhile, a Rolls-Royce glided smoothly along the road. Inside the rear seat sat Chu Ming and Cheng Yao. Unlike Chu Ming, who exuded calmness, Cheng Yao felt a sense of unease. Her hands tightly clasped, unsure of where to place them. "What is the matter?" Still pondering over what just transpired, Chu Ming asked, glancing at Cheng Yao. Upon hearing his question, Cheng Yao instinctively nodded, then quickly shook her head. "Cheng, Manager Cheng, thank you," she murmured. "Had it not been for me today, I fear the consequences would have been dire," Chu Ming replied with a smile. "Manager Chu, what do you plan to do about Manager Zhao and the others? They seem to harbor a considerable bias against you," Cheng Yao inquired. Chu Ming replied nonchalantly, "There is no need to dwell on it. I was parachuted in to take over a project that rightfully belonged to Zhao Yuanshan. It is only natural that he feels some resentment. As long as they perform their duties diligently in the future, I shall not hold anything against them. Manager Chu, you truly are a good person." Cheng Yao couldn't help but exclaim. Chu Ming chuckled lightly. "A good person, you say? You are the first to bestow that title upon me." After more than half an hour, the Rolls-Royce came to a stop outside a village within the city. "Manager Chu, we have arrived," Cheng Yao indicated, pointing to a narrow alley by the roadside. "I live just inside there. You can enter through here." "You live here?" Chu Ming asked in surprise. "I graduated not long ago, and my job is only just stabilized. The rent here is quite affordable, which is why," Cheng Yao explained. "Never mind that for now. Let us go," Chu Ming urged. With that, he stepped out of the car first. Cheng Yao followed suit, and upon seeing this, Chu Ming instructed the driver before leading Cheng Yao into the dark alley. After walking for a few minutes, they arrived at a 5-story self-built house with a courtyard. Noticing the lights in the yard, Cheng Yao turned to Chu Ming, saying, "Manager Chu, I live in the upper floor. Thank you for today." "Very well," Cheng Yao nodded. "Manager Chu, see you tomorrow." "Yes, see you tomorrow," Chu Ming replied. As Cheng Yao retrieved her keys to unlock the courtyard door, Chu Ming turned to walk towards the parking area. Just as he had taken a few steps, a man's angry voice erupted from the yard. Cheng Yao, you're already half a month behind on your rent. If you don't pay up today, pack your things and get out. As he reached the courtyard entrance, he heard Cheng Yao's voice rising from within. Landlord, I encountered some difficulties last month that I promised to pay you as soon as my salary comes in this month. I asked that all right? Cheng Yao pleaded. Your problems are of no concern to me. I want to see the rent now. Don't say I haven't given you time. Letting you stay for half a month is more than generous. Wang Wei scoffed. If you don't pay today, pack your things and leave. I truly didn't mean to delay the rent. I had no choice but to prioritize my father's medical expenses and borrowed from all my friends. I can assure you that I will pay the overdue rent as soon as my salary comes next month. What do you say? Cheng Yao's face reflected her distress. Next month? What a fantasy. I don't care how you manage it. Borrow it, sell something. I want to see the rent today. Wang Wei pressed aggressively. Cheng Yao stood there at a loss for words at the beginning of the month. She had exhausted all her resources to gather money for her father's treatment, and now she found herself unable to secure funds for rent that, of course, if absolutely necessary, she could consider offering something else in lieu of payment. Wang Wei, noticing Cheng Yao's helplessness, wore a sinister grin as he proposed, if you spend one night with me, I'll waive a month's rent. What do you say? With that, he reached out to grab Cheng Yao's hand. Startled, Cheng Yao took a hurried step back, exclaiming, What are you doing? Don't touch me. If you continue like this, I will call the police. Call the police. Go ahead. Even if the cops come, I can still throw you out. Wang Wei sneered. You. Cheng Yao retorted angrily to be smart and obedient. If you spend a night with me, you can stay here rent-free for a month. You won't lose out at all. Wang Wei jeered. Impossible? Absolutely not. Cheng Yao declared firmly. If you refuse to listen, pack your things and get out. Wang Wei threatened. Just as Cheng Yao was at a loss for what to do, a series of knocks echoed from the courtyard door. Knock, knock, knock. Wang Wei, hearing the knocking, cursed irritably. Who the hell is knocking at this hour? As he approached the door, grumbling under his breath, he opened it to find Chu Ming standing there, momentarily taken aback. Who are you? What are you knocking at this hour for? Wang Wei asked, his tone sharp. Chu. Manager Chu, why are you still here? Cheng Yao exclaimed in surprise upon seeing, Oh, Manager Chu. So you two know each other? Wang Wei said, glancing between Chu Ming and Cheng Yao. Now it makes sense why you weren't willing to entertain me. You've gotten cozy with your own manager. Haven to you. I thought you were just a pure little girl. If you keep talking nonsense, I assure you, I am not involved with Manager Chu as you think. Cheng Yao protested. I don't care about your business. The conditions are laid out before you. It's your choice now. Either pay up or get ready for bed when I come knocking. Wang Wei sneered, coldly. Those are your only two options. You decide. How much does she owe you for rent? I'll pay it for her. Chu Ming said, fixing Wang Wei with a cold gaze. Oh, who would have thought you were so generous? Wang Wei remarked, sizing Chu Ming up. Enough with the small talk. Just tell me how much, Chu Ming insisted. 2 months' rent, a total of 3,000, Wang Wei replied. Money, Chu Ming said, pulling out his phone and requesting Wang Wei's bank details, promptly transferring 3,000 to him. There, the rent is settled, right? Chu Ming stated. Having received the money, Wang Wei turned to Cheng Yao, saying, Didn't he expect you to have such a wealthy benefactor? I thought you were tough. It seems you have some skills. If I had known, I would have acted sooner. However, before Cheng Yao could respond, Chu Ming's icy voice cut through the air. Apologize. Wang Wei looked at Chu Ming in disbelief. What did you say? I said apologize to her. Chu Ming's tone was firm. Who do you think you are? You want me to apologize to her? Why should I? Wang Wei laughed disdainfully, his expression one of utter contempt. Because of the insulting remarks you just made, Chu Ming replied coolly. You bastard, mind your own business. Wang Wei snapped, advancing towards Chu Ming with an intimidating demeanor. Kid, I suggest you mind your own affairs. Otherwise, you won't have a good outcome. Wang Wei threatened, glaring at Chu Ming. And if I choose not to mind my own business? Chu Ming asked, unfazed by Wang Wei's menacing gaze, a smile playing on his lips. Upon hearing this, Wang Wei burst into laughter, Ha! If you choose not to mind your own business, just because you're some pathetic manager, you think you can strut around in front of me? You ought to find out who in this area dares to disrespect Wang Wei. Young man, I warn you to leave immediately. Don't think that just because you paid her rent. This matter is settled. Wang Wei continued at "Oh, what more do you want?" Chu Ming inquired. Wang Wei glanced at Cheng Yao, then turned back to Chu Ming and said, I have yet to experience such a fresh and spirited university student. What do you think I should do? But rest assured, I certainly won't ruin her. Wang Wei added, however, if she succumbs to my formidable charm, then I can't be held responsible. Chu Ming cast a cold glare at Wang Wei. Though he initially had no intention of resorting to violence, Wang Wei's repeated provocations left him no choice. In the next moment, Chu Ming raised his hand and delivered a sharp slap. Smack! The sound of the crisp slap echoed. Wang Wei stumbled backward, crashing into the wall beside him. How dare you hit me? Wang Wei exclaimed, clutching his cheek in fury. Apologize, or it won't just be a simple slap. Chu Ming retorted coldly. Why should I apologize to you? Wang Wei shouted in anger. As he spoke, he charged straight toward Chu Ming. Wang Wei, with his imposing physique, towering at 185 centimeters and weighing over 200 pounds, certainly did not regard Chu Ming as a threat. However, he was unprepared for the fact that Chu Ming's strength was beyond mere brute force. Just as he reached Chu Ming, the latter swiftly kicked out. Thud! In an instant, Wang Wei was sent flying, landing heavily on the ground, letting out a piercing scream. Yu. Wang Wei struggled to rise, his eyes betraying a hint of fear. Apologize, Chu Ming reiterated. Cheng Yao, witnessing the scene, felt a wave of concern wash over her. Fearing that Chu Ming might seriously harm Wang Wei, Chu manager, perhaps we should just let this go. Cheng Yao couldn't help but suggest. However, before Chu Ming could respond, Wang Wei's voice boomed again. Let it go. Umph. You dare to strike me and expect it to be forgotten? Little girl, neither you nor your wild man will come out of this unscathed. Wang Wei glared menacingly at Cheng Wai. Yes, he spoke. He quickly fished out his phone from his pocket and dialed a number. Once the call connected, Wang Wei shouted, Brother Dao, bring a few guys over. I've been attacked. After hanging up, Wang Wei turned to Chu Ming. His expression icy. You better prepare yourself. Today you're finished? Oh, is that so? Chu Ming chuckled lightly, seemingly unfazed. Then I shall eagerly anticipate how you plan to bring about my demise. Very well. You have guts, Wang Wei gritted his teeth. But you'll need to be just as brave. Chu Ming ignored Wang Wei and turned to Cheng Yao, reassuring her, Don't worry, I will ensure your safety. Cheng Yao instinctively nodded, although she was unsure of Chu Ming's true identity. It was evident that his strength and status were extraordinary. After all, he had effortlessly dealt with Leopard and his lackeys back at Lunjin. As for Chu Ming's identity, anyone as formidable as Lin Ba who would treat him with utmost respect. He could not possibly be an ordinary person. With this thought, Cheng Yao felt a sense of relief. It seems that the feelings between you two are mutual. I am curious to see how deep your bond truly is. Wang Wei sneered at the scene before him. I hope you can still laugh later. Moments later, the roar of motorcycle engines echoed through the alley. 7 or 8 motorcycles came to a halt at the entrance. A dozen stylishly dressed youths with various colorful hairstyles dismounted and entered the courtyard. Following them, a bald man adorned with a large gold chain stepped forward from the crowd. Who dares to touch my brother Wei? As he spoke, the bald man surveyed Chu Ming and Cheng Yao for a moment. I asked you who struck him? The bald man fixed his gaze on Chu Ming and inquired, Dao Ge. It's him. Wang Wei pointed at Chu Ming. Ha, brother Wei. Don't worry. Since I'm here, I won't let you suffer in vain. I will help you vent your anger today. Dao Ge proclaimed. Thank you, Dao Ge. I'll arrange everything right away. Today you'll have a great time. Wang Wei replied, his face full of flattery. We can discuss fun later. For now, avenging you is the priority. Dao Ge smiled. Then turned to Chu Ming, asking, So, kid, what do you propose regarding the one who struck my brother Wei? What do you want to do? Chu Ming replied nonchalantly. Brother Wei, how does this sound for a solution? Dao Ge turned to Wang Wei for confirmation. Since you've spoken, how could I possibly disagree? Wang Wei smiled. I will follow your lead, Dao Ge. Chu Ming observed the exchange between Wang Wei and Dao Ge, unable to suppress a chuckle. "What are you laughing at, kid?" Dao Ge barked, his brows furrowing. "I'm laughing at you," Chu Ming replied. "Looking for death, are you?" Dao Ge questioned. "Doubt if you know what's good for you. Hand over the money, or you'll be leaving here on a stretcher." Chu Ming shrugged. "What I meant by handling this is for you to decide how to deal with him. It seems you have misunderstood." "Damn it, you truly are asking for trouble." Dao Ge fumed. In the next moment, he shouted to his gang, "Brothers, attack him! Make him suffer!" Upon hearing Dao Ji's command, the colorful-haired youths advanced toward Chu Ming as they approached. Chu Ming shielded Cheng Yao behind him. "Even at death's door, you still wish to be the hero? Very well. I shall let you play the fool." Dao Ge sneered at Chu Ming's actions. "Beat him up." Dao Ge ordered his subordinates. However, before Dao Ge could finish his sentence, Chu Ming charged at his men first. Before the young men could react, Chu Ming struck the two at the front, the air filled with the sounds of anguished wails. One by one, Dao Ji's young subordinates fell to the ground, writhing in pain and unable to get up. Witnessing this, Dao Ji's eyes widened in horror. Having navigated the underworld for over a decade, he had seen many things, but encountering someone as formidable as Chu Ming was a first. What kind of trouble had Wang Wei stirred up? Dao Ge cursed Wang Wei internally. Just then, Chu Ming stepped closer to Dao Ge and Wang Wei. Dao Ji's heart raced with trepidation as he stammered. "Why, you better stay back. I'm from the Mighty Tiger Gang, that if you dare to touch me, you'll be finished." "You're from the Mighty Tiger Gang?" Chu Ming raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Dao Ge thought Chu Ming was intimidated by the gang's reputation and puffed up his chest. "That's right, I am indeed from the Mighty Tiger Gang. Are you scared now?" "Who would have thought the Mighty Tiger Gang would harbor scum like you?" "Clearly, Lin Bahu's management leaves much to be desired," Chu Ming remarked. "You dare to utter the name of Tiger Lord?" Dao Ge retorted coldly. "That it seems you genuinely have no idea what death looks like. Do you believe that with a single call, I can summon all the brothers of the Mighty Tiger Gang to show you what suffering feels like?" Chu Ming shrugged. "Go ahead and call. I'll just wait here to see how many you can gather." Dao Ge glared at Chu Ming through gritted teeth. "This is entirely your own doing." He quickly dialed a number. "You wait right there. Brother Fei will be here soon. Dare to oppose the Mighty Tiger Gang, and you will meet a gruesome end." After hanging up, Dao Ge looked at Chu Ming. Chu Ming remained silent, lighting a cigarette as he patiently awaited the impending arrival. Before long, a cacophony of sounds echoed from the alley outside. Leading the charge, Xiao Fei and several brothers hurriedly approached the courtyard entrance. Upon spotting Chu Ming standing in the yard, Xiao Fei's heart sank, and his feet felt as heavy as lead, unwilling to step into the courtyard. Had it not been for the fact that Chu Ming had noticed him, he would have fled without hesitation. Who was Chu Ming? He was someone whom even Lin Bahu treated with utmost respect and deference, a person no one dared to provoke. They were warned to keep their eyes peeled and remember Chu Ming's face. Anyone who dared to provoke him would face the consequences of the gang's rules, and worse, could be expelled from the Mighty Tiger Gang. Being expelled was not a mere formality. It meant complete obliteration. Xiao Fei had just crossed paths with Chu Ming at Longyuan, and now he found himself in the same situation again. Confused, he pondered whether all his previous offerings had been in vain. "Brother Fei, you finally made it," Dao Ge exclaimed, his face lighting up with excitement as he rushed to greet Xiao Fei. Xiao Fei entered the courtyard, his discomfort palpable. Just as Dao Ge was about to explain the situation, Xiao Fei walked straight up to Chu Ming. "Brother Fei, you," Dao Ge stammered, bewildered. Xiao Fei completely ignored Dao Ge and, without hesitation, knelt before Chu Ming. Thud! Xiao Fei's kneeling left Dao Ge and Wang Wei utterly stunned. For a moment, both Dao Ge and Wang Wei were at a loss as to why this was happening. "Fei, Brother Fei, what is the meaning of this?" Dao Ge inquired cautiously. However, Xiao Fei chose to disregard Dao Ji's intent and instead pleaded with Chu Ming. "True up, Mr. Chu. I truly had no idea you were here. Otherwise, I would never have dared to wade into these murky waters." Chu Ming glanced coolly at the kneeling Xiao Fei and said, "Stand up and speak. I have no intention of harming you. What do you look like kneeling on the ground?" Xiao Fei hurriedly replied, "Yes, yes." With that, he quickly rose to his feet. "He claims to be a member of the Tiger Hall." "Is that true?" Chu Ming pointed at Dao Ge and asked. Xiao Fei quickly shook his head, vehemently denying. No, Mr. Chu, he is merely a probationary member of the Tiger Hall. still under evaluation, and has not yet become a formal member. Chu Ming nodded slightly and remarked, well, since he is not a member of the Tiger Hall, then what should be done for impersonating the Tiger Hall and engaging in deceit, according to their rules? Xiao Fei replied, according to the rules of the Tiger Hall, for the principal offender, one leg should be broken. Then let's proceed, Chu Ming stated. Upon hearing this, Xiao Fei dared not hesitate and immediately commanded his subordinates. Break one of his legs. Yes. In the next moment, several underlings from the Tiger Hall approached Dao Gu. Seeing this, Dao Gu was gripped by an overwhelming fear and hastily exclaimed, Brother Fei, I invited you to deal with him. How can you turn against me? Impersonating the Tiger Hall to deceive others, having one leg broken, is already lenient. Humph, Xiao Fei scoffed. What are you still standing there for? Get to it. He then glanced at his subordinates and said. Hearing Xiao Fei's words, the subordinates immediately rushed forward and restrained Dao Gu. Subsequently, a chilling scream pierced the night air. Dao Gu curled up on the ground, the excruciating pain causing him to break out in a cold sweat. As for Wang Wei, he was completely terrified at this moment. When Xiao Fei looked at him, he instinctively retreated to the corner of the wall. Xiao Fei turned to Chu Ming and respectfully asked, Mr. Chu, how shall we handle him? Leave the rest to me. You just take your men and escort them all away. Chu Ming instructed, pointing to Dao Gu and the others on the ground. Yes, Mr. Chu, Xiao Fei promptly responded. Without any delay, Xiao Fei ordered his men to carry Dao Gu out of the courtyard, and the same was done for Dao Ji's subordinates. Chapter 41. Human meat occupying parking spaces. Wang Wei stood frozen in place, feeling as though he were in a dream. What kind of status did Chu Ming possess? Even the people from the Tiger Hall bowed and scraped before him. By the time Wang Wei came to his senses and looked back at Chu Ming, his eyes were already filled with terror. I could see this moment. He completely abandoned any thoughts of confronting Chu Ming. All that remained was fear. Regardless of Chu Ming's identity, it was evident that he was not someone Wang Wei could provoke. When he saw Chu Ming glance in his direction, his plump body trembled uncontrollably. In the next moment, Wang Wei felt his legs weaken, and his brain, no longer under his control, caused him to kneel on the ground. Little brother, no, sir, please let bygones be bygones and spare me. Wang Wei quickly begged for mercy. Chu Ming looked at Wang Wei's demeanor with indifference and said, Stand up. If I wanted to deal with you, you would have already been taken away by them. Upon hearing Chu Ming's words, Wang Wei felt as though a great weight had been lifted from his shoulders and hurriedly stood up, saying, Thank you. I've already paid the rent. Is it all right for her to continue living here? Chu Ming asked out of course. Wang Wei replied, as long as Cheng Yao is willing, even if she doesn't pay rent. She can stay indefinitely, as long as she resides here. I will absolutely treat her like a revered elder and ensure that no one dares to bully her. Chu Ming chuckled lightly and then turned to Cheng Yao, asking, Cheng Yao, do you wish to stay here, or would you prefer to move to another place? Let's stay here. The rent elsewhere is too high, and living here is quite fine. Cheng Yao replied. All right, since you are willing, then let us remain here for now. Chu Ming nodded. It's nothing. Everything has been resolved, Cheng Yao said. Upon seeing this, Chu Ming did not press further. Mr. Chu, where shall we go now? The driver respectfully inquired. Just drive for now, Chu Ming replied. The vehicle slowly began to move, and as Chu Ming casually lit a cigarette and took a deep puff, he pulled out his phone to call Yun Shuyan. After hanging up, Chu Ming instructed, Let us go to Yun's group. Upon hearing this, the driver steered the car toward Yun's group. Shortly thereafter, the Rolls-Royce stopped in front of the entrance of Yun's group, the vast Yun's group. Only the top floor CEO office was still illuminated. After speaking, Chu Ming exited the car and entered Yun's group, the CEO office on the top floor of Yun's group. Chu Ming observed Yun Shuyan, who was still engrossed in her work, and moved behind her to knead her shoulders for a moment. While work is important, you must also take care of your health. The Huang family's land must be developed as soon as possible, and there are several other projects to follow up on. Recently, the company has encountered quite a few issues, so I'm a bit busier than usual, Yun Shuyan explained. Then let us leave. It's quite late. And you must be hungry by now, Chu Ming suggested. I had a bit to eat at quitting time, so I'm not hungry yet. I just need to finish organizing these things, Yun Shuyan replied. However, As soon as she finished speaking, her stomach let out a loud grumble of protest. You say you're not hungry, yet your stomach clearly disagrees. Let's go. I'll take you to eat something, Chu Ming said. Exasperated, without regard for Yun Shuyan's willingness, he forcibly pulled her up from her seat. Hey, stop it. I'm almost done with just a little left, Yun Shuyan protested. Chu Ming retorted, you are the one being unreasonable. Working without eating at this hour. Have you forgotten your health? Although I can suppress the cold poison within you, how can you neglect your own health? Do you wish for Yun's group to flourish while your health deteriorates? Upon hearing Chu Ming's words, Yun Shuyan opened her mouth as if to respond, but before she could speak, Chu Ming's voice interjected. Enough, stop talking. Quickly pack your things and come with me. All right, I'll pack. Yun Shuyan conceded. Soon after, Chu Ming took Yun Shuyan out of Yun's group. No need. There's a night market at Yuanqing. Let us head there, Chu Ming suggested. While speaking, he drove the Maserati directly toward Yuanqing. After about 20 minutes, Chu Ming arrived at the old street near Yuanqing with Yun Shuyan. It was the end of summer and the beginning of autumn, and the evening weather carried a hint of coolness, resulting in a bustling night market with many visitors, making parking spaces extremely scarce. Due to the narrowing of lanes and parked cars along the roadside, the vehicles moved at a slow crawl. Just as Chu Ming spotted a parking space and was halfway into it, a woman holding a child quickly entered the parking spot ahead of him. Seeing this, Chu Ming could not help but furrow his brows and honked the horn. However, the woman with the child remained completely unfazed, stubbornly occupying the parking space. Yun Shuyan turned to look at Chu Ming and said, Shall we find another place to park? I've already checked on the way here. There are no available parking spaces nearby. If we park elsewhere, it will be too far from here, Chu Ming replied. But does she? Yun Shuyan glanced at the woman in the parking space, her expression hesitant. Chu Ming said, You wait here. I'll go down and talk to her. He had seen such instances of people occupying parking spaces online, but he had not expected to encounter one today. However, he did not intend to yield the parking space to her. These spaces were public resources, meant for everyone to use freely, thus first come, first served. Such behavior of occupying a parking space was clearly akin to robbery. If this were allowed, would it not mean that one could simply bring a stool and sit there to claim the space as their own? Not to mention the time wasted in finding another parking spot. Such conduct was simply intolerable. Perhaps we should just let it go. Yun Shuyan hesitated for a moment and said. Yet, Chu Ming did not heed Yun Shuyan's words. Instead, he opened the car door and stepped out. Chapter 42. What the hell is your last name? Excuse me, miss, you're blocking my parking. Could you please move aside? Chu Ming said politely. The woman holding the child appeared momentarily stunned upon seeing Chu Ming get out of the car. But her face quickly contorted into a sneer. Move? I saw this parking space first. Why don't you just find another one? The woman spoke with a disdainful tone. There are plenty of parking spaces over there. Why not park there? Chu Ming, suppressing his displeasure, replied. Miss, just because you saw it first doesn't mean it's yours. My car is nearly in the space. How can I park if you stand there? What, miss? What kind of eyes do you have? Am I that old? The woman retorted angrily. How I park is none of your business. I'm occupying the space. You better watch your mouth. I just want to enjoy a simple meal without causing any unpleasantness. Chu Ming frowned and said, Oh, really? What if I don't? You gonna bite me? In an effort to avoid an unpleasant confrontation, the woman scoffed, as if driving a luxury car makes one exceptional. Does she really think that makes her remarkable? The escalating dispute soon attracted the attention of passers-by, and before long, a crowd began to gather, their murmurs echoing through the air. Chu Ming cast a cold glance at the woman and inquired, Are you certain you wish to occupy this parking space? And if I am? The woman retorted arrogantly. What are you going to do about it? My husband will be here shortly. I suggest you act wisely and leave, or you'll regret it. At her words, Chu Ming couldn't help but let out a soft chuckle. How dare you laugh at me? Get your car out of here, the woman shouted angrily. Just then, Yun Shuyan stepped out of the passenger seat. The woman momentarily paused, then looked back at Chu Ming with disdain, saying, So that why you act so high and mighty? Because you have a mistress. Humph, she clearly isn't a respectable woman. You probably can't afford this car anyway. Renting it must cost a pretty penny. You must be desperate to impress her. What a pair of shameless lovers. You should just leave and spare us the embarrassment. The woman's incessant insults made those around them cringe in discomfort. Do you even know how to speak without spewing filth? Chu Ming replied tersely. What did you say? How dare you insult me? The woman shot back, her fury unabated. I could see that moment. Yuan Shuyan's displeasure was evident as she furrowed her brow. She had intended to intervene, but the woman's venomous tongue left her astounded. How could she berate others so harshly in public, especially while holding a child? Yuan Shuyan was baffled, as were the onlookers. As the crowd swelled, someone finally stepped forward, unable to remain silent any longer. You took someone's parking space and are now hurling insults while holding a child. How can you have the audacity to speak so viciously? However, the man's words only elicited a barrage of insult from the woman. What business is it of yours? Mind your own affairs. Why not worry about your own bank account instead? The man had intended to support Chu Ming, but the woman's fierce demeanor made him reconsider. Meanwhile, the audience quieted, fearful of attracting the woman's ire. You better move your car. My husband's on his way to, if you don't, I'll have him run you over. She barked at Chu Ming as she spoke. A Mercedes-Benz G-Class slowly approached the crowd, coming to a halt behind the Maserati that a stout man, adorned with sunglasses and a thick gold chain, stepped out of the vehicle and approached the woman. His ostentatious attire screamed nouveau riche. Honey, you finally made it. Look at these two clueless fools. Not only did they steal our parking spot, but they also insulted me. The woman feigned a victim's demeanor. What? The wealthy man's expression darkened with rage. Who dares to insult my wife? He growled, fixing his fierce gaze on Chu Ming. You better apologize to her right now, or you'll regret it. Chu Ming regarded the wealthy man coolly. I've only been gentle with her. If it weren't for her being a woman, I wouldn't have let her off so easily, given her foul language. The wealthy man's countenance instantly soured. Fine, you've got guts that I'll show you what happens when you cross me. He lunged forward to grab Chu Ming by the neck, but before he could succeed, Chu Ming seized his wrist and, with a slight exertion of force, sent the man crashing to the ground. How dare you? The wealthy man seethed. He scrambled to his feet, rage consuming him as he charged at Chu Ming. Yet he was no match for Chu Ming, who swiftly dispatched him with a kick that sent him flying into a nearby car, leaving a deep dent in the vehicle's side. You dare strike me? I'll make you pay, the wealthy man shouted. His humiliation turning to fury, he charged at Chu Ming once more, but the outcome was predictable. Chu Ming easily overpowered him again, sending him sprawling helplessly on the roadside. Honey, are you all right? The woman cried out in alarm. You dare hit my husband. You're as good as dead. She glared at Chu Ming. So you think you're tough, huh? I'll show you what death looks like. The man gritted his teeth, then pulled out his phone to make a call. After hanging up, he glared at Chu Ming ominously that you've gotten yourself into serious trouble, that if I don't teach you a lesson today, I swear I'll change my surname. Chapter 43. The consequences deserved. He had been riding high on success lately, both in his career and personal life. Ever since his business became associated with the Tiger Gang, it had been smooth sailing. Without a hitch, he had even made connections with several big shots in the gang, leading to a rapid expansion of his business and monthly profits of at least 4 to 5 million. In just a few months, he had moved into a grand villa and purchased luxury cars worth millions. The Tiger Gang was riding high in Donghai. Anyone who dared to oppose them met a grim fate. Thus, emboldened by his connections, he had become accustomed to arrogance. As for his wife, she was equally brazen. You're nothing but an ignorant little brat. Just wait for your demise, she spat, continuing her tirade. Are you trying to act tough in front of that filthy woman? Humph. Today I'll make sure you know your place. If you can't control your mouth, I'm happy to help you with that. Chu Ming shot a cold glance at the woman. Though he refrained from striking women, her offensive demeanor and ceaseless profanities provoked a strong urge to retaliate. Sensing the chill in Chu Ming's gaze, the woman instinctively recoiled. If you dare to hit me, you'll regret it, she stammered, a hint of fear creeping in her voice. If you keep spewing nonsense. I can't promise I'll hold back, Chu Ming warned coolly. Honey, don't waste your breath on him. Brother Tian is on his way. You'll see him pay for his insolence, the man interjected. Upon hearing this, the woman regained her bravado, taunting. Did you hear that, little brat? You're as good as dead today. Seeing that the woman had no intention of quieting down, Chu Ming advanced towards her. Yuan Shuyan quickly intervened. Chu Ming, let us just leave it. She's holding a child. After a moment's hesitation, Chu Ming chose to restrain himself from confronting the woman. However, the audacity of the woman only seemed to grow. Her loud insults filled the street, rife with offensive language, surpassing even the most vulgar of arguments. Even Yun Shuyan, typically patient, could no longer tolerate it. "How can you behave this way?" Yun Shuyan questioned the woman. "What do you mean? I'm just calling out these shameless lovers. What is it to you?" The woman retorted defiantly. Yun Shuyan, taken aback by the woman's aggression, abandoned her initial desire to argue. Seeing Yun Shuyan fall silent only emboldened the woman further. "Are you scared? If you are, kneel and beg for mercy. Otherwise, when Brother Tian arrives, you'll both be in for it." Chu Ming glanced at Yun Shuyan and said, "Don't worry about her. Someone will deal with her soon enough." Yun Shuyan nodded, reassured by his words. After a little over 10 minutes, a business vehicle pulled up at the roadside. Chu Tian and several of his subordinates emerged from the car, causing the onlookers to part. Creating a clear path. As Hu Tian approached, he noticed the man lying on the ground and asked in a deep voice, "Boss Gao, who did this to you?" Before the man could respond, the woman holding the child interjected eagerly. "Brother Tian, you finally arrived? It was him. Look at what he did to my husband." She pointed accusingly at Chu Ming. Chu Tian followed her finger and froze in place. "Brother Tian, what's wrong?" the woman asked. Confusion etched on her face. "Brother Tian, say something. Hurry and get revenge for my husband," she continued, but before she could finish, Hu Tian struck her across the face with a resounding slap. "Why do you always find trouble for me?" Hu Tian exclaimed angrily. With that, he raised his hand and slapped the man across the face once more. Subsequently, under the bewildered gazes of the man and woman, Hu Tian trotted over to Chu Ming. Wearing a sycophantic expression, Hu Tian lowered his voice submissively, saying, "Mr. Chu, I apologize for taking up your precious time. I am not well acquainted with them. He is merely a minor supplier under the Minghu Hall. Please do not be angry." Chu Ming observed Hu Tian's demeanor and inquired, "Do you know me?" Hu Tian nodded fervently. "Yes, indeed. Lord who has shown us your photograph and specifically instructed us to serve you with utmost care. Now, all the brothers of Minghu Hall are acquainted with you," he elaborated. Hearing this, Chu Ming couldn't help but chuckle lightly, remarking, "That Lin Ba who is truly something. Mr. Chu, what do you think about this matter?" Hu Tian asked cautiously. "This matter does not concern you. Rest assured, I will not hold you accountable," Chu Ming replied. Upon hearing Chu Ming's words, Hu Tian felt an immediate sense of relief and hurriedly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Mr. Chu, thank you. Then what about them?" Hu Tian inquired. "A light reprimand will suffice. There is no need to escalate it," Chu Ming stated. "However, that woman's foul language is quite displeasing to me," Hu Tian promptly responded. "Understood, Mr. Chu." He then directed his subordinates, "Teach her a lesson." Upon hearing Hu Tian's command, several of his underlings swiftly approached and seized the woman. One of them took the child from her arms, while another raised his hand and struck her across the mouth. Slap, slap. The woman shrieked in agony, her mouth soon stained with blood. The man stood in stunned silence, momentarily unable to comprehend the scene unfolding before him. Hu Tian approached the man and coldly declared, "Fat Gao, from this day forth, all cooperation between Minghu Hall and you is hereby terminated. You shall not earn a single penny from Minghu Hall again." At this, the man's vision darkened, and he fainted on the spot. The onlookers who had been observing the scene unfold felt their pent-up frustration finally dissipate. They had witnessed the arrogance of the couple, particularly the woman's brazen insults, which had been too much for the bystanders to bear. From their perspective, Chu Ming had shown considerable restraint. Had it been them, they would have already retaliated against the woman. Initially, they had worried that the man might call for reinforcements against Chu Ming, but now it seemed their concerns were unfounded. Chapter 44. Aspiring for progress. What a satisfying turn of events. The couple truly deserved this. The man, a typical nouveau riche, and the woman, utterly uncouth. That if it were me, I would have ensured she could not utter another word. Infuriating. I, as a mere bystander, nearly lost my composure and intervened. However, I must say, that young man is quite remarkable. Everyone from Minghu Hall treats him with such respect. Who exactly is he? He is certainly not someone we common folk can engage with. Let us simply enjoy the spectacle without overthinking it. The murmurs among the crowd continued, and the overwhelming sentiment regarding the arrogant couple receiving their comeuppance was one of justified satisfaction. Hu Tian, observing the man's lack of fortitude, glanced at Chu Ming. After a brief hesitation, he said, "Mr. Chu, what do you think we should do now?" Chu Ming cast a glance at the man sprawled on the ground and the woman bleeding profusely, and replied, "Let it be. Take them away, but do not delay my parking." "Yes," Hu Tian promptly affirmed. He then hurriedly instructed his subordinates, "Take them away." Once Hu Tian's underlings had dragged the couple off, he turned to Chu Ming again. "Mr. Chu, is there anything else you need?" "None. You may leave." Chu Ming waved his hand dismissively. Hearing this, Hu Tian hesitated momentarily before retrieving a business card from his pocket and presenting it to Chu Ming. "Mr. Chu, here's my contact information. Should you require anything, feel free to reach out." Chu Ming glanced at the card before accepting it casually. Once Hu Tian and his associates departed, the crowd of onlookers gradually dispersed. "Let us go and see what we can eat," Chu Ming suggested, parking his vehicle and stepping out to approach Yun Xuan. Despite the delay caused by the parking altercation, the night market on the old street remained bustling with activity. Soon enough, Chu Ming and Yun Xuan found a small restaurant in the Yun family estate. As Chu Ming looked at Yun Xuan emerging from the bathroom, still slightly damp, a smile crept across his face. "It's getting late. Come here so I can check for any lingering cold toxins in your body," Chu Ming said. Upon hearing this, Yun Xuan shot him an annoyed glance. "No, wait, it's too late, and I have a meeting at the company early tomorrow." Nevertheless, Chu Ming disregarded her refusal and pulled Yun Xuan into his embrace. Moments later, the room was filled with sounds that would make one's heart race. The following morning, Yun Xuan awoke feeling utterly drained. "This is your fault. You insisted on it last night. Even though I said no," she glared at Chu Ming. Chu Ming chuckled lightly. "You weren't saying that during the treatment yesterday. That's all because of you." Yun Xuan retorted, shooting him an exasperated look. Observing her expression, Chu Ming laughed gently. All right, get up now." Yes, they spoke. Both Chu Ming and Yun Xuan dressed and left the Yun residence together to the Yun group. After parking his car, Chu Ming headed directly to the project apartment on the 6th floor. Following the events of the previous night, Old Zhang, Wu Fang, and the others were now thoroughly intimidated by Chu Ming. Though they were unaware of his true identity, one thing was clear. Even Lin Ba Hu would show deference in Chu Ming's presence. Who is Lin Ba Hu, you might ask? He is the formidable leader of Minghu Hall. If even Lin Ba Hu dares not offend him, who would be foolish enough to cross him? Chu Ming halted in front of Old Zhang and the others' workstations. Upon seeing him, Old Zhang's heart raced with anxiety. "Manager," Old Zhang hesitated before hastily greeting him. "Why are there only you few? Where is everyone else?" Chu Ming inquired. "They're still in the hospital," Old Zhang replied. "Still in the hospital from just a bit of drinking? Why would they be there for so long?" Chu Ming frowned. Old Zhang and Wu Fang exchanged glances, speechless. "A bit of drinking? Have you heard yourself? Who drinks like you? Downing entire bottles." While Old Zhang and Wu Fang harbored grievances, they had to admit that Chu Ming's alcohol tolerance was indeed impressive. "All right, prepare yourselves. Once everyone arrives, we'll hold a brief meeting regarding the land development project." Chu Ming instructed. In the office, Cheng Yao was organizing documents when she noticed Chu Ming's arrival and hurriedly said, "Manager Chu, after I left yesterday, that landlord didn't cause you any trouble, did he?" Chu Ming asked with a slight nod. Cheng Yao quickly shook her head. No. That's good," Chu Ming replied. Cheng Yao looked at Chu Ming, her expression betraying a hint of uncertainty. After a moment's hesitation, she said, "Manager Chu, thank you for yesterday. That I will repay the rent you covered as soon as I receive my salary." Chu Ming smiled. "No rush. That small amount is nothing to me. Since you're facing difficulties, just use it for now, and we can settle it later when you're more comfortable." Cheng Yao insisted earnestly. "That one do. Even if it's not much, I still need to repay you. That I'm grateful for your help. Manager Chu, that I will definitely pay you back once I get my salary." Chu Ming took a seat behind the desk and lit a cigarette, saying, "All right, if you encounter any difficulties in life, just let me know then." Cheng Yao nodded. "Okay, by the way, Manager Chu, here are some documents and procedures related to the project development. You should take a look." Cheng Yao said, handing the materials to Chu Ming. Chu Ming nodded slightly. Set them down. I will review them later. After Cheng Yao placed the documents down, she left the office. Chu Ming casually flipped through the documents before reclining in his chair and scrolling through his phone. Before he knew it, it was past 10 in the morning. Chu Ming turned off the video he had been watching and picked up the office phone, calling Cheng Yao from the next office. Manager Chu. What is it? Cheng Yao asked as she entered the office and noticed Chu Ming lounging comfortably at his desk. Chu Ming instructed, please check if everyone from our department has arrived. And start preparing for a meeting in the conference room. Chapter 45. Zhao Yuanshan regains confidence upon hearing this. Cheng Yao immediately nodded. All right, I will go prepare and notify them now. Go ahead. Chu Ming replied with a slight nod. Just as Chu Ming was preparing the materials for the meeting, Zhao Yuanshan arrived at the financial director's office of the Yun Group. Inside the office, as Zhao Yuanshan entered, he swiftly closed the door behind him and approached Feng Dongping. Saying urgently, Director Feng, Chu Ming's identity is terrifying. Zhao Yuanshan, with a face full of frustration, remarked, I cannot fathom what other identities he possesses, yet even Lin Ba Hu from the Tiger Hall must treat him with utmost courtesy. Otherwise, during last night's dinner, he would have surely faced humiliation. Subsequently, Zhao Yuanshan recounted the events of the previous evening to Feng Dongping in meticulous detail. Upon hearing this, Feng Dongping furrowed his brow, his eyes betraying a sense of perplexity. Does Chu Ming harbor other identities? If he truly possesses a background formidable enough to instill fear in Lin Ba Hu, then why do the other members of the Yun family, aside from Yun Shuyan, unanimously oppose his appointment as project leader? Logically, if Chu Ming's background were indeed that powerful, the others in the Yun family would not dare to oppose him. After pondering for a moment, Feng Dongping hesitated and said to Zhao Yuanshan, Wait a moment, I need to make a phone call. With that, Feng Dongping swiftly retrieved his phone and dialed a number. Shortly after, he hung up and turned to Zhao Yuanshan, stating, I just inquired, and that lad possesses no particularly notable identity. Lin Ba Hu's courtesy towards him is likely due to the influence of Old Master Yun As for you. Do not hesitate when faced with challenges. Be bold in your actions. If you can manage to remove him from the position of project leader, you will undoubtedly reap the rewards. Feng Dongping's tone was resolute. He had not forgotten how Chu Ming had sent his good nephew to prison. If Chu Ming were allowed to establish himself within the Yun Group, what face would he have left? Moreover, he was not the only one wishing to see Chu Ming removed. If Zhao Yuanshan could succeed in ousting Chu Ming from his position, the benefits would extend to many. Hearing Feng Dongping's words, a hint of doubt crept onto Zhao Yuanshan's face. Mr. Feng, I still have some concerns. He hesitated. Feng Dongping, noticing Zhao Yuanshan's demeanor, retorted impatiently, Are you afraid? That guy's merely a bully relying on others. Old Master Yin no longer intervenes in the affairs of the group. What are you afraid of? He continued, besides, if you can manage to deal with Chu Ming, the position of project leader will undoubtedly be yours. And Director Yun Cheng will surely regard you favorably. Your standing within the Yun Group will soar. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yuanshan was momentarily taken aback, his expression shifting to one of excitement as he asked, Mr. Feng, are you implying that our benefactor is Director Yun Cheng? Humph. Who else do you think I was calling to gather information about Chu Ming? Feng Dongping scoffed. As he finished speaking, he raised his phone again, adding, What? Do you want to call Director Yun Cheng right now and let him speak a few words to you? Alarmed, Zhao Yuanshan hastily shook his head. No need. Mr. Feng, how could I doubt you? Zhao Yuanshan then smiled broadly, declaring, Rest assured, I shall devise every possible means to remove Chu Ming from the position of project leader. Very well. I shall await your good news, Feng Dongping replied with a slight smile. Meanwhile, in the conference room of the Yun Group's 6th floor project department, Chu Ming sat at the head of the table, his gaze sweeping over Lao Zhang and Wu Feng. Where is Zhao Yuanshan? Why has he not arrived? Chu Ming inquired in a low voice. Manager Zhao came by this morning but then left. We are unaware of his whereabouts, Lao Zhang replied. Humph, as the deputy manager, he dares to lead the way in absenteeism. Does he treat the Yun Group as his own estate? Chu Ming coldly remarked. Just as Lao Zhang finished speaking, the door to the conference room swung open, and in hurriedly stepped Xiao Li along with 2 other colleagues. Upon seeing Chu Ming, Xiao Li's eyes clearly reflected a hint of fear that he vividly recalled the events of the previous day. Initially, he had believed his drinking capacity was formidable enough not to get drunk. Yet Chu Ming's display had profoundly illustrated the adage that there are always greater talents. He had thought himself adept at drinking, yet witnessing Chu Ming's prowess made him realize his own narrow-mindedness. Not only that, but he had also been informed of the events that transpired at Longyuan after he had been taken to the hospital. Upon learning that Chu Ming single-handedly faced a group without sustaining any harm, Xiao Li's fear of Chu Ming intensified. Chu manager. Xiao Li stammered in greeting. Take a seat. Chu Ming waved his hand. Now that everyone is present, let us commence the meeting. Manager Chu, should we not wait for Manager Zhao? Lao Zhang couldn't help but ask, and no need to wait. Let us begin directly. Chu Ming replied without hesitation. He then turned to Xiao Li, seated at the back, and inquired, how is the progress on the project design and construction drawings? Xiao Li, I recall that this section falls under your responsibility, correct? Progress is one matter. The construction drawings can be delayed, but the planning drawings must be submitted first. After the meeting, you should urge the Design Institute to send over the planning drawings and the bird's-eye view drafts. Chu Ming continued. Understood that I will contact the Design Institute after the meeting, Xiao Li affirmed. Chu Ming nodded slightly and then turned to Lao Zhang, instructing, Lao Zhang, you and Wu Fang are responsible for obtaining the building and construction permits. And please ensure that the environmental impact assessment is handled concurrently, that I expect to see the finalized construction drawings and all necessary permits within a week's time. Chu Ming declared authoritatively, Oh, Manager Chu is indeed decisive. A voice interjected suddenly. Without warning, Zhao Yuanshan's figure appeared at the door of the conference room, leisurely strolling to an empty seat, without showing any regard for Chu Ming. In that instant, everyone felt as if Zhao Yuanshan had lost his mind. Otherwise, how could he dare to provoke Chu Ming in such a manner? After all, even Lin Ba, who had shown deference to Chu Ming during last night's events at Longyuan. Who is Lin Ba, you may ask? He is the man who unified the underground world of Donghai City in just a few months. With the successive downfall of the Huang family and the Triad, the Tiger Hall has undoubtedly become the undisputed ruler of the underground world in Donghai City, with Lin Ba reigning as the unquestionable underground emperor. If someone as formidable as Lin Ba, who treated Chu Ming with respect, what gave Zhao Yuanshan the audacity to act so brazenly before him? Zhao Yuanshan had witnessed the events firsthand the previous night and had even been forced to kneel and beg for mercy. He had come perilously close to bowing his head. Could it be that after experiencing such a blow, he was now unhinged? As the onlookers speculated about Zhao Yuanshan's mental state, they heard him speak again. Manager Chu, this must be your first time overseeing a project, correct? Zhao Yuanshan lit a cigarette and casually propped his feet on the table. Asking, Chu Ming frowned slightly at Zhao Yuanshan's antics. He had expected that following last night's events, Zhao Yuanshan would exhibit some restraint and dutifully carry out his tasks. However, to his surprise, Zhao Yuanshan appeared even more audacious than before. What do you mean, Deputy Manager Zhao? Chu Ming inquired, fixing his gaze on Zhao Yuanshan, that a week's time is simply insufficient. Not to mention that the construction drawings cannot possibly be completed in such a short span. Furthermore, one must wait for the construction drawings to be finalized before applying for the permits, Zhao Yuanshan retorted. Manager Chu, I understand your eagerness to commence work and impress Mr. Yun, but one cannot pursue speed blindly. You must also consider the practical circumstances, Zhao Yuanshan continued, taking a leisurely drag from his cigarette. Deputy Manager Zhao, I have reviewed reports from other projects, and a week is more than sufficient to accomplish these tasks. I wonder what practical circumstances you are referring to. Chu Ming scrutinized Zhao Yuanshan, chuckling lightly as he asked, the practical circumstances that you clearly lack understanding of project development, yet are here issuing commands. It genuinely makes me question Mr. Yun's judgment in appointing someone so uninformed as the leader of our project department, Zhao Yuanshan replied. Meanwhile, the other attendees in the conference room were taken aback by Zhao Yuanshan's audacity to confront Chu Ming. Initially, they thought Zhao Yuanshan was merely seeking to save face with a show of defiance. However, they were utterly astonished to witness him directly challenge Chu Ming. Observing this scene, Lao Zhang and Wu Fang instinctively shifted away from Zhao Yuanshan, creating distance between themselves and him. Although they were uncertain about Zhao Yuanshan's motivations, they certainly dared not provoke Chu Ming. Regardless of Chu Ming's identity or current position, he was not someone they could afford to offend. They had no desire to share in Zhao Yuanshan's reckless folly. Noticing Lao Zhang and Wu Fang's movements, Zhao Yuanshan's eyes flickered with displeasure, yet he refrained from chastising them in front of Chu Ming, instead redirecting his attention back to Chu Ming. Manager Chu, if you insist on this, I have nothing further to say. However, I cannot guarantee that everything will be prepared within a week, Zhao Yuanshan remarked. Of course, if any issues arise in the meantime and blame is directed from above, I will not take the fall, but I hope you will consider this carefully. Manager Chu. Chu Ming smiled and replied, rest assured, if any problems occur, they will certainly not be attributed to you. Huh, that's good to hear, Zhao Yuanshan said. With a loud bang, the door to the conference room was slammed shut by Zhao Yuanshan. Inside the meeting room, an eerie silence ensued. Observing the employees' fearful expressions, Chu Ming chuckled. What are you all afraid of? I have no intention of causing you trouble without reason. Zhao Yuanshan's actions only represent himself and are unrelated to you. I'm a person who distinguishes clearly between reward and punishment. As long as you do your job well, the benefits you deserve will undoubtedly come your way. However, if I discover anyone trying to play tricks behind the scenes, do not blame me for being unkind. Chu Ming continued. All right, everyone, you may return to your tasks. This meeting is adjourned. His gaze swept across the crowd, prompting them to hesitate momentarily before they began to leave the conference room. Soon, only Chu Ming and Cheng Yao remained in the room. Manager Chu, regarding Zhao's side. Cheng Yao pondered before speaking. Do not concern yourself with him. Just continue to follow up on the project in a week. I want to see workers on site and the project smoothly underway, Chu Ming instructed. Understood. I will keep track of it. Cheng Yao nodded in agreement. Upon returning to the office, Chu Ming took out his phone and began scrolling through it. Before he knew it, an entire day had passed. As the workday came to a close, Chu Ming took the elevator to the president's office on the top floor. Noticing Yun Shuyan still engrossed at her work, he refrained from interrupting her and waited quietly for a moment. The Yun family estate. When Chu Ming and Yun Shuyan entered the living room, they saw several familiar figures seated on the sofa. As for Chu Ming, he was completely transparent and was automatically overlooked by Yun Mingyi. Aunt, what is this about? Yun Shuyan inquired, somewhat perplexed. Yun Mingyi replied, Shuyan, I heard that the group's financial chain is extremely tight. Yun Shuyan nodded. Yes, the acquisition of the Huang family's land has strained our finances. However, once the project on that land commences, we will be able to secure a bank loan to alleviate the financial crunch. Chapter 47. The bet, Shuyan, since you understand, we need to develop the Huang family's land as soon as possible. If we delay, our Yun group's financial chain will not hold. Yun Cheng, who was smoking on the sofa, suddenly interjected. You wouldn't want to see our financial chain break, would you? He continued. Yun Shuyan nodded, acknowledging I know, second uncle. Since you understand, when do you plan to start construction? Yun Mingyi asked. Shuyan, we cannot afford to wait too long. Our financial chain will not sustain us for long, especially with other projects awaiting development. Yun family's third uncle chimed in. Yun Shuyan instinctively glanced at the elderly patriarch sitting nearby, seeing that he remained silent. She contemplated and said, Second uncle, third uncle, Aunt, I understand your concerns. I also do not wish to see our Yun group's financial chain break. However, we have just acquired the Huang family's land, and I have already initiated the loan process. Today, we just received the planning permit, and the design plans and comprehensive construction drawings will require some time. Therefore, we should be able to commence work in about 10 days. 10 days is too long. Yin Cheng immediately countered. I have spoken with Feng Dongping. A single loan will not sufficiently resolve our financial issues. Even with a loan, our financial chain will barely hold for about 10 days. Securing a bank loan takes time. If we wait 10 days to start construction, it'll be far too late. 7 days. In 7 days, I guarantee we can commence work on site. Chu Ming's voice rang out. Everyone turned their attention to him. 7 days is what you proposed. We shall give you that time. But what if construction does not begin within those 7 days? Yun Cheng retorted that if we cannot start, I will take full responsibility and resign from my position as project leader, Chu Ming declared. Chu Ming, you. Yun Shuyan could not help but exclaim at its fine. I am confident, Chu Ming replied, casting a glance at Yun Xuan. Seeing his assurance, she chose not to press further. A S for Yun Cheng. A glint of cunning satisfaction flickered in his eyes upon hearing Chu Ming's words. Indeed, the second loan could resolve the Yun Group's financial issues. But the land had already been mortgaged for the initial loan. Once the loan is secured, it will alleviate the financial strain on the Yun Group, and the situation is far from as dire as he suggested. His intent was to corner Chu Ming, forcing him or Yun Xuyan to commit to a specific, shorter time frame, 0.7 days. Under normal circumstances, from the design phase to the arrival of workers, that time frame would be sufficient, provided no unexpected issues arose. Yet, Yun Cheng would certainly not allow for a smooth start on that land. He would not rest until Chu Ming was replaced as project leader. "Good, young man. You have guts," Yun Cheng exclaimed. "Since you say 7 days, we shall give you that time. I am eager to see if you can indeed set that land in motion," he added, "if construction does not commence. Remember your words. We have many witnesses here, including the old man, that I will remember." "You can rest assured," Chu Ming replied with a smile. He was well aware of Yun Cheng and the other's intentions, merely seeking to remove him as a project leader. The more they pressed him, the more determined he became not to give in. 0.7 days may be a challenge for others, but for him, it would be a breeze. As for any interference from Yun Cheng or Yun Mingyi, he cared not at all. From the face of absolute strength, any schemes would amount to nothing more than a paper tiger in the vast living room of the Yun family estate. Only Chu Ming, Yun Xuan, and the elderly patriarch remained. "Grandfather, look at second uncle and aunt. At such a time, they're still scheming for their own benefit." Yun Xuan expressed her discontent. "Alas, do I not know this too?" The elderly patriarch sighed. "Both sides are dear to me. How could he entirely disregard Yun Cheng and Yun Mingyi?" "Chu Ming, it was not that I did not speak up for you earlier. Rather, you did not give me the chance." The elderly patriarch turned to Chu Ming. "Ha. Grandfather, you need not worry about this matter. Since I have promised 7 days, I certainly have my own plan." Chu Ming replied with a smile. The elderly patriarch, though surprised at Chu Ming's confidence, had some understanding of his capabilities. "As long as you are confident, that is good. The future of the Yun Group relies on you and Xuan. I am but an old man with no power left. You must manage the Yun Group well." "Grandfather, what are you saying? The Yun Group cannot do without you, even if you no longer manage its affairs. You will always be the stabilizing force of the Yun Group. With you here, the Yun Group can thrive," Yun Xuan reassured him. Do not flatter me. I know, I'm an old man bared up to my neck." The elderly patriarch chuckled. "All right, you are both busy. I shall not disturb you any longer. Tea is late, and I should retire," the elderly patriarch concluded. Yun Xuan glanced at Chu Ming. Though he had assured her he had a solution, she still felt a twinge of unease. After all, Chu Ming was the only person in the Yun family she could trust. If the project leader for that land were handed to anyone else in the family, she would be far from reassured. Who knows what those driven solely by self-interest would do with the project? "Chu Ming, do you truly have a way to ensure the project on that land can commence within a week?" she finally asked, unable to restrain her curiosity. Chu Ming looked at her and chuckled. "What? Are you unaware of your husband's capabilities? Since I have said it, I will surely deliver. Just wait to attend the groundbreaking ceremony." Hearing this, Yun Xuyan chose not to press further and instead went to the kitchen to instruct the maid to prepare a few simple dishes. Chapter 48. The issue of alliances in the room. Yun Xuyan lay on the bed with her laptop, reviewing materials. Chu Ming, meanwhile, lay back, scrolling through his phone. Before long, he set down his phone, using the pretext of treating Yun Xuyan's cold to take the laptop from her long legs. Initially, she resisted, but gradually, as he employed his special techniques, she fell into a state of relaxation, her breathing becoming increasingly rapid. Soon, a sultry melody filled the bedroom. Meanwhile, at a restaurant in Donghai, Zhao Yuanshan gathered with his trusted subordinates, including Lao Zhang and Wu Fong. Aside from Chu Ming and Zhao Yuanshan, there were 10 workers in the project department, and now 8 of them were present in the private room. The purpose of Zhao Yuanshan's gathering was straightforward: to remove Chu Ming from his position as project leader. Moreover, when he organized a gathering for Lao Zhang, Wu Fong, and others, he had already received a call from Feng Dongping. 0.7 days. As long as he could stall for 7 days, Chu Ming would have no choice but to vacate his position as project manager. At that time, the role of project leader for the Huang family's land development would undoubtedly fall to him. With Feng Dongping's assurance, even though Chu Ming had Yun Shuyan backing him, he felt no trepidation. After all, he had Yun Cheng supporting him. However, unlike Zhao Yuanshan, Lao Zhang, Wu Fang, and Xiao Li genuinely feared Chu Ming. The reason they accepted Zhao Yuanshan's invitation was simply a matter of necessity. They had been working under Zhao Yuanshan for so long that declining would be an affront. Especially since Zhao Yuanshan had assisted them significantly over the years. Particularly for Wu Fang, her ability to purchase a home in Donghai was largely thanks to Zhao Yuanshan's help. Otherwise, with just 8 or 9 years of work experience and only 2 or 3 years in the project department, it would have been impossible for her to afford a property in the city center. The gathering today had a rather straightforward objective. Zhao Yuanshan's gaze swept over Lao Zhang and the others as he spoke clearly. Manager Zhao, we are all aware of Manager Chu's background. Lao Zhang hesitated. Lao Zhang, you have worked with me the longest. You should know that Zhao Yuanshan never engages in a battle without preparation. Zhao Yuanshan interjected. Chu Ming's background may seem formidable, but everyone has their own support. Today, I want to make it clear. It is the intention of Director Yun Cheng to oust Chu Ming from his position as project manager. Given your tenure at Yun's group, you should all be familiar with Director Yun Cheng, correct? Zhao Yuanshan's eyes glinted with coldness. Though Yun Shuyan is currently the president of Yun's group, she is merely the granddaughter of old Master Yun. No matter how capable she is, she will eventually marry, and when that time comes, will she still hold the presidency of Yun's group? Zhao Yuanshan continued. Lao Zhang, Wu Fang, and Xiao Li remained silent. They were merely ordinary workers. Who presided over Yun's group was of little consequence to them. What truly mattered was their monthly earnings. Nonetheless, it was undeniable that Zhao Yuanshan's words held merit. After all, no matter what, Yun Shuyan would eventually marry. And would old Master Yun allow her to take Yun's group into another family? Not to mention old Master Yun. Even they themselves would undoubtedly prefer otherwise. Thus, it was clear that in the future, Director Yun Cheng would be the heir to Yun's group. Zhao Yuanshan cast a glance over the crowd, asserting, as long as we follow Director Yun Cheng, we will not go astray. Since ancient times, allegiances have been paramount. Aligning with the right faction ensures a prosperous life, whereas aligning with the wrong one leads only to a precipice. Zhao Yuanshan lit a cigarette, leaned back in his chair, took a deep drag, and continued, I understand that you all fear Chu Ming's background, especially after what transpired last night. However, I will not pressure you. I am offering you the opportunity to realign yourselves. If anyone wishes to join me in becoming stronger, feel free to state that if someone prefers not to follow me, I will not insist. You may leave at your discretion, of course, if you choose to align with me. I assure you that you will not suffer. You should know my character. Zhao Yuanshan, we earn money together. After all, we are here to work, and the essence of our endeavors is simply one word, money. 2 words, making money. After speaking, Zhao Yuanshan resumed smoking, leaving the table silent. Each person's expression varied, yet none dared to speak. It was evident they understood that today's meal was far from a pleasant affair. After a prolonged silence, Lao Zhang, unable to contain himself, finally spoke up. Manager Zhao, you are aware of Chu Ming's background. Even Lin Ba, who treats him with utmost respect. Why should we mere workers engage in a life-and-death struggle with him? Haha, I have already inquired. Chu Ming has no real background but merely uses old Master Yun's name to intimidate. Lin Ba, whose courtesy towards him is simply a nod to old Master Yun. Zhao Yuanshan scoffed. Without old Master Yun, what is Chu Ming worth? He extinguished his cigarette and lit another. Yet even so, Lao Zhang hesitated. Enough with the unnecessary chatter. Hurry up and make your choice. Zhao Yuanshan sharply retorted. If you do not wish to follow me, then get out. As soon as Zhao Yuanshan's words fell, a young man seated near the door in casual attire with short hair and black-rimmed glasses stood up, drawing the attention of everyone at the table. Wang Shuayu, what are you doing? Sit down at once. Lao Zhang scolded the young man. Wang Shuayu, however, disregarded Lao Zhang's command and turned awkwardly toward Zhao Yuanshan. Manager Zhao, I just want to work peacefully, so I want to get involved in this matter. Please consider this drink as my apology. Once again, silence enveloped the room. Lao Zhang, Wu Fong, and the others fell utterly silent, fearing Zhao Yuanshan's wrath. Zhao Yuanshan's expression darkened, his fingers clutching the cigarette as it smoldered, the smoke curling towards the ceiling light, lingering ominously. After a long pause, he felt the heat of the cigarette, and coldly stated, "Well, is there anyone else who wishes to leave?" Chapter 49. The birthday gift prepared by Chu Ming in the private room. Lao Zhang, Wu Fong, and the others remained mute. However, Xiaoli wore an expression of indecision. Although he was not privy to all the events following last night's incident at Longyuan, the moment Chu Ming had bested him in drinking, he had been gripped by profound fear of Chu Ming. Now, as Zhao Yuanshan pressured them to choose sides, he felt an internal struggle, torn between his gratitude for Zhao Yuanshan's years of support and the difficulty of making a decision. After much contemplation, Xiaoli resolved himself. Though Zhao Yuanshan had treated him well over the years, he had also aided Zhao Yuanshan considerably. In the next moment, Xiaoli stood abruptly at Li Chong. "What are you doing?" Zhao Yuanshan's gaze snapped to Xiaoli, his voice icy. Simultaneously, all eyes turned toward Xiaoli. "Manager Zhao, I appreciate your guidance over the years, but I simply wish to work diligently and not complicate matters. Therefore," Xiaoli stated. With that, he downed his drink and turned to leave the private room. Zhao Yuanshan watched Xiao Li's retreating figure, his expression darkening profoundly. Bang! Zhao Yuanshan slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, "Is there anyone else who wishes to leave? If so, then get out immediately." The remaining Lao Zhang, Wu Fong, and the others lowered their heads, and when no one spoke, Zhao Yuanshan's voice resonated. "Very well, it appears no one wishes to depart. Since we have established that, let us discuss the forthcoming plans." The next day, after having breakfast with Yun Shuyan, Chu Ming made his way to Yun's group, down on the 6th floor of Yun's group. He found it rather intriguing. After finishing a short drama about a war god son-in-law, he was surprised to find it had become noon without his realizing it. The large screen truly provided a delightful viewing experience. Chu Ming reclined in his office chair, smoking as he watched the short drama, and remarked, "Time slips away unnoticed. Yes, soon as the workday concluded." Chu Ming shut down his computer and exited the office. In the president's office on the top floor. When Chu Ming arrived, he found Yun Xian examining an invitation card adorned with gold trim. "An invitation from the Fu family?" Chu Ming inquired as he settled into a seat at Yun Shuyan's desk. Yun Shuyan nodded and explained, "Yes, Old Master Fu is hosting a birthday banquet tomorrow evening at the Donghai Hotel, and I'm contemplating what gift to prepare." Chu Ming chuckled. "Oh, just prepare something casual. There is no need to overthink it. How could that be acceptable? Although the Fu family is no longer developing in Donghai, their influence here remains significant. Now that Old Master Fu is celebrating his 84th birthday, how can we not prepare a thoughtful gift?" Yun Shuyan countered, "If we can seize this opportunity to establish a cooperative relationship with the Fu family, the Yun family will have fewer worries about future developments in Donghai." Haven't you heard? At 73 or 84, the King of Hell doesn't invite you to go, Chu Ming joked. "Perhaps just after you present the gift. Old Master Fu might pass away. Therefore, I maintain we should keep it simple. In my view, some old trinkets from the street would suffice. They're affordable and visually appealing." Chu Ming continued, "Go away. What nonsense are you spouting?" Yun Shuyan retorted. Before Chu Ming could respond, she added, "I must inform you that your comments cannot be made lightly. While you may say them in front of me, you must never utter them in front of others. If word reaches the Fu family, not only you, but even the entire Yun family might face dire consequences." It's not as serious as you claim. It's merely the Fu family, with me around. They cannot do anything to the Yun family, Chu Ming replied, grinning. Yun Shuyan shot him an exasperated look, saying, "All right, I know you're formidable, so just don't create more trouble for me." Having spoken, Yun Shuyan disregarded Chu Ming and directly picked up her phone to make a call. Once the call was connected, she said, "Sister Lily, I recall that Wanbao Zhai possesses a pair of jade ruby. Please make a trip there first thing tomorrow morning to purchase that pair of jade ruby and bring it to the company." Within the Tiger Hall, Chu Ming occupied the central seat of honor, while the immensely respectful Lin Ba, who stood beside him. Young master, if there is anything you need, just give me a call. Why have you come in person? Lin Ba, who inquired cautiously. How is the investigation I asked you to conduct progressing? Chu Ming asked that we have made some headway. The individual who acted alongside the head of the Huang family back then is likely Fu Yuancheng, the leader of the Fu family. Lin Ba, who replied. What are the odds? Chu Ming pressed. Very high, Lin Ba, who asserted. Based on our findings, Fu Yuancheng possesses formidable skills, rivaling those of innate experts, and he's kept a low profile. Despite being the chairman of the Yuancheng group, he has never revealed his true capabilities in public. Furthermore, our in-depth investigation has uncovered a massive force lurking behind him, but we have yet to ascertain the nature of this force. Lin Ba, who continued. Understood, Chu Ming nodded slightly. Tomorrow, the elder of the Fu family is hosting a birthday banquet at the Donghai Hotel. Prepare a gift to send over in the name of Tiger Hall. Upon hearing this, Lin Ba, who was momentarily taken aback, got a gift. Young master, if Fu Yuancheng is indeed the leader from that incident, it would suffice not to provoke the Fu family. Why would we send a birthday gift to the elder Fu? This is called courtesy before conflict, Chu Ming replied with a cold smirk. As for the connection between Fu Yuancheng and that incident, we shall find out tomorrow. What shall we prepare as a gift? Lin Ba, who instinctively asked. Chu Ming lit a cigarette, took a deep drag, and slowly exhaled 2 words. A coffin. Upon hearing Chu Ming's words, Lin Ba, who was instantly frozen in place, he had initially thought that Chu Ming's notion of courtesy before conflict was genuinely about sending a gift to the elder Fu. But he realized he had underestimated the situation. Young master, could this be? Lin Ba, who hesitated for a moment. Before he could finish, a chilling aura enveloped him that it would be a blessing for the Fu family to receive a gift from our imperial hall. Chu Ming stated coldly, if you are unwilling to go, we can send someone else. Upon hearing this, Lin Ba, whose heart tightened, and he hurriedly replied, Young master, please do not be angry. I was just momentarily confused. I will have someone prepare the coffin for the Fu family right away. Chu Ming nodded. Deliver it in the name of the Imperial Hall tomorrow, whether the Fu family accepts it or not. They will have to? Yes, young master. Lin Ba, who responded immediately. Subsequently, Chu Ming did not linger at Tiger Hall, but drove towards the Yuancheng group. Under the neon lights, the Maserati weaved through the traffic, flowing like a dragon. The following morning, after finishing breakfast with Yun Shuyan at the Yun family estate, Chu Ming headed to the Yunsher group. As soon as he arrived at the office, he saw Cheng Yao anxiously standing at his office door. What's the matter? Chu Ming approached Cheng Yao and inquired. Manager Chu, just now Li Chong mentioned that the Design Institute is holding up the construction design drawings for some unknown reason. Cheng Yao explained. Where's Xiao Li? Chu Ming scanned the office and noticed that everyone was present except for Li Chong, that he went to the Design Institute. He has made several calls this morning. But the responsible person there hasn't, he answered. Without the construction drawings, we cannot obtain the planning permit, let alone the construction permit, Cheng Yao said. But, Cheng Yao added in frustration. Ignoring her anxious demeanor, Chu Ming opened the office door and walked in. Inside, he brewed a cup of tea and leisurely began watching an exciting short drama. Time slipped by, and half a day passed. Just as Chu Ming was absorbed in the latest episode of the short drama, a knock echoed at the door. Come in, he said without lifting his head. Yes, the door opened. Cheng Yao entered, followed by Xiao Li. Seeing Chu Ming engrossed in the drama, Cheng Yao exhibited a hint of exasperation. Manager Cheng, what time is it, and you're still watching that unproductive stuff? She said helplessly. Chu Ming retorted, what do you mean by unproductive? I find this quite entertaining. It's a perfect way to pass the time. Hearing this, Cheng Yao was momentarily speechless, yet she knew Chu Ming was the manager. Did you manage to get the construction drawings? Chu Ming asked while still watching the drama. Xiao Li shook his head. Manager Chu, I haven't seen Director Wang from the Design Institute. I see. So, we still haven't obtained the drawings? Chu Ming inquired nonchalantly. Xiao Li's expression turned bitter. Yes, if that is correct. It's quite normal not to have the drawings. Chu Ming replied lightly. But, Manager Chu, without the construction drawings, we cannot apply for the planning permit, let alone the construction permit, Cheng Yao insisted. You said you wanted this project to officially commence within a week. Without the construction permit, even if the workers arrive, we cannot start the work that a week hasn't even passed yet. Has it? You all go prepare first. I'll finish this episode, and then we'll head to the Design Institute together. Chu Ming stated. Cheng Yao's anxiety escalated as she realized Chu Ming intended to continue watching the drama. Manager Chu, she began. All right, I understand. You all hurry and prepare. I'll get ready too, Chu Ming replied. Seeing his response, Cheng Yao did not press further and left with Li Chong. After 10 minutes, Chu Ming closed his computer and exited the office. As he opened the door, he found Cheng Yao and Li Chong waiting at the entrance. Ready? Chu Ming asked. Cheng Yao and Li Chong nodded in response. Then let us go, Chu Ming continued. However, just as he took a couple of steps, he suddenly stopped. Manager Chu, what's wrong? Cheng Yao instinctively asked. Chu Ming paused for a moment and asked, by the way, I remember the company assigned a vehicle to our department, right? Where are the keys? The keys are with old Zhang, Cheng Yao replied. Since we've been busy with other matters these past few days. And old Zhang is also handling the planning and construction permits. I didn't bring the keys over. All right, you go get the keys, Xiao Li, and I'll head down first. Chu Ming nodded. After saying this, Chu Ming took Xiao Li and headed to the elevator in the open parking lot of the Yunshe Group. Chu Ming and Xiao Li waited for about 10 minutes before Cheng Yao finally emerged from the office building. Upon spotting Chu Ming, she hurried over, saying, Manager Chu, our department's car has been taken by Manager Zhao. Huh. What does Zhao Yuanshan need the car for? Chu Ming furrowed his brow and asked that. I asked old Zhang. And he said it was for project-related matters. However, I've called Manager Zhao multiple times, and he hasn't answered, Cheng Yao explained. That is fine that we can use President Yun's car, Chu Ming stated dismissively. Upon hearing this, Cheng Yao and Xiao Li were momentarily taken aback. When they got in the Maserati sports car, both Cheng Yao and Xiao Li found it hard to believe. They were aware that Chu Ming was brought in by Yun Xuan. But they did not expect him to possess the keys to her car. If it were an isolated incident, they could understand, but it clearly appeared that Chu Ming had consistently had access to Yun Xuan's car keys. In an instant, both Cheng Yao and Xiao Li were filled with curiosity about the nature of Chu Ming and Yun Xuan's relationship, since Yun Xuan assumed the role of president of the Yunshe Group. She had never been linked to any male figures. Could it be that Chu Ming and Yun Xuan were? Although Cheng Yao and Li Chong each harbored their suspicions, they had no evidence to confirm that Chu Ming and Yun Xuan shared such a relationship. Because the nature of Chu Ming and Yun Xuan's relationship had not spread within the Yunshe Group, apart from Sister Lily and the members of the Yun family, no one else was aware of their connection. Otherwise, Cheng Yao and Li Chong would not be left to speculate. Chu Ming was driving, while Cheng Yao occupied the passenger seat and Xiao Li sat in the back. Xiao Li, what is the name of that Director Wang from the Design Institute? Chu Ming asked casually. Wang Qingbo. Huh. The name sounds like a good person. Chu Ming chuckled lightly. Try calling again to see if you can reach him. Immediately, Chu Ming instructed Xiao Li. Hearing this, Xiao Li nodded instinctively. Retrieved his phone from his pocket, found Wang Qingbo's number, and dialed it. A minute later, Xiao Li hung up the phone and shook his head. Manager Chu, Director Wang's phone is still not answered. Chu Ming let out a cold laugh. All right, I understand. He then pulled out his phone and dialed a number. Once the call connected, he spoke to the person on the other end. I need all the information on Wang Qingbo. Having finished speaking, Chu Ming unceremoniously hung up the phone. A few minutes later, he received a text message. While driving, he glanced at the content of the message with indifference before setting his phone aside. Soon, Chu Ming, along with Cheng Yao and Li Chong, arrived at the Design Institute. Under Li Chong's guidance, they ascended to the 3rd floor. However, as soon as they reached the 3rd floor, an impatient woman's voice rang out. Why are you here again? Didn't I say that Director Wang is not in? If you have something to discuss, just call him, said a woman in a fitted uniform, her name tag hanging around her neck. Her expression one of displeasure. Jielu, this is our project leader. You know our project timeline is extremely tight, so that Li Chong spoke somewhat sheepishly. What does your tight timeline have to do with me? I've told you countless times that Director Wang is not in the office. That IT doesn't matter if your project leader or even your CEO comes. Director Wang is simply absent. The woman retorted, clearly irritated. Now, hurry up and leave. I have important matters to attend to. Immediately, the woman's voice echoed once more. But Wang Jia, I saw Director Wang's car parked downstairs if he's not in the office. Where else could he be? Li Chong pressed on. Why are you asking me? Don't you have Director Wang's number? Just call him, she replied impatiently. Li Chong turned to glance at Chu Ming behind him. A look of helplessness on his face. Chu Ming offered a faint smile and said to Li Chong, It's all right. Let me handle this. With that, he stepped forward to stand before the woman, briefly glancing at her name tag. "What are you doing?" the woman asked, eyeing Chu Ming warily. "Your name is Lu Wan, isn't it?" Chu Ming inquired nonchalantly. "Yes, that's me." "What is it to you?" she replied, raising her chin defiantly. Chu Ming's smile, neither fully sincere nor entirely mocking, elicited an uncomfortable feeling within Lu Wan. Before he could speak, she interjected, "What do you want? I warn you, this is the Donghai City Design Institute, not a place for you to cause a ruckus." Upon hearing Lu Wan's words, Chu Ming's smile only widened. Meanwhile, Lu Wan's apprehension grew stronger as she observed his demeanor. "A bunch of lunatics," she muttered irritably, turning to leave. However, before she could take a second step, Chu Ming's voice called out once more, "I assume you wouldn't want everyone to know about your relationship with Wang Qingba, would you?" Lu Wan spun around, her eyes widening in fury, as if her tail had been stepped on. "What nonsense are you spouting? If you dare say another word, I'll make sure to tear your mouth apart." She glared at Chu Ming with a murderous gaze that, if looks could kill, Chu Ming would have been reduced to 1,000 pieces by her piercing stare. Yet he remained unfazed by Lu Wan's fury. "That if I'm speaking nonsense, you should be the one who knows better than anyone else," Chu Ming replied. Lu Wan, noticing Chu Ming's calm demeanor, felt a pang of uncertainty. She indeed shared a clandestine relationship with Wang Qingba, but she had always concealed it well, and no one, not even her colleagues at the Design Institute, were aware of it. How could an outsider like Chu Ming possibly know? Convinced that he was merely making baseless accusations, she retorted, "You little brat, if you keep spouting nonsense, I'll call security to throw you out. If it weren't for your Yun Corporation's reputation, you would have been kicked out long ago. And here you are, audaciously fabricating stories." Chu Ming regarded Lu Wan with a bemused expression, replying, "Whether it's fabrication or not, do I really need to elaborate? Shall I mention your child with Wang Qingba? If your husband discovers that the child isn't his, how do you suppose he would react?" On the way to the Design Institute, Chu Ming had already arranged for his subordinates to investigate Wang Qingba thoroughly. He possessed detailed information about both Wang Qingba and his illicit affairs, and Lu Wan happened to be one of them, notably the only one who had borne him a child. Unlike other mistresses, however, Lu Wan had her own family. Her husband, who had once experienced a modicum of success in business, had suffered significant losses and turned to alcohol, taking out his frustrations on her. Although Lu Wan had considered divorce, her husband had become increasingly aggressive afterward, instilling a deep-seated fear within her that deterred her from bringing up the subject again. Nonetheless, her affair with Wang Qingba predated her husband's decline. It had begun shortly after she joined the Design Institute. At Chu Ming's words, Lu Wan stood frozen, as if struck by a thunderbolt. "What are you babbling about?" she stammered. Although she denied it vocally, her face betrayed a clear sense of anxiety, her previous bravado evaporating. Noticing Lu Wan's slight panic, Chu Ming coldly declared, "Call Wang Qingba. I don't care where he is. You have half an hour. Otherwise." Hearing this, a flicker of hesitation crossed Lu Wan's face. She knew she could contact Wang Qingba, who had indeed remained in the office. However, why Chu Ming was privy to so much about her relationship with Wang Qingba left her perplexed. Meanwhile, Cheng Yao and Li Chong exchanged bewildered glances, equally confounded by Chu Ming's knowledge. If Chu Ming's assertions were merely fabrications, Lu Wan would have surely reacted more vehemently. Her current demeanor, however, only served to confirm Chu Ming's words, seeing Lu Wan hesitating to make the call. Chu Ming continued, "Do you remember what you did last weekend under the pretense of taking your child to tutoring?" Lu Wan froze, staring at Chu Ming, aghast. "You did if you wish for more people to discover your secrets. Then by all means continue aiding Wang Qingba. I certainly wouldn't mind exposing your sordid affairs," Chu Ming continued. With that, Lu Wan turned and walked toward an office in the back. Cheng Yao and Li Chong stood dumbfounded. Disbelief etched across their faces. While they hadn't thought much of Chu Ming's knowledge about Lu Wan and Wang Qingba, the precise details he provided about time and place left them utterly astonished. Did he conduct an investigation on Wang Qingba beforehand? How could he have foreseen this situation? Chu Ming glanced back at the still-stunned Cheng Yao and Li Chong, urging, "Let us go. Why are you still dawdling?" Before long, Chu Ming, along with Li Chong and Cheng Yao, arrived at the door of Wang Qingbao's office, guided by Lu Wan. She knocked gently, and upon hearing a voice from within, she pushed the door open and stepped inside. Upon seeing Chu Ming, Cheng Yao, and Li Chong enter his office alongside Lu Wan, Wang Qingbao frowned. "Didn't I tell you not to bring anyone?" he said, visibly displeased. "Director Wang," Lu Wan's face revealed her difficulty in explaining. "Get them out of here. I have important matters to attend to. Don't waste my time." Wang Qingbao waved his hand dismissively. Yet Lu Wan did not comply. Instead, she turned to Chu Ming, looking troubled. Wang Qingbao, noticing this, grew even more irritable and reprimanded. "What are you doing? I told you to remove them." Chu Ming, unfazed, smiled faintly and walked over to the sofa in Wang Qingbao's office, sitting down casually. "Who are you?" "Didn't you hear what I said?" Wang Qingbao demanded. Without acknowledging Li Chong, Wang Qingbao snapped impatiently. "I don't care who your project leader is. That means nothing to me. That I suggest you leave now, or I'll call security." Chu Ming remained undeterred, lighting a cigarette and taking a couple of puffs before leisurely replying. "Director Wang, you do have quite the temper. Aren't you curious as to why we are here?" "I don't care why you are here. I simply don't have time to waste with you." Wang Qingbao retorted. Director Wang, just how much have you received in benefits? Have you truly disregarded your own future?" Chu Ming asked with a cold smirk. "What benefits?" "I, Wang Qingbao, am an upright and honest person. I would never accept anything from anyone." He declared earnestly that if you continue to slander me with such baseless claims, don't blame me for being rude. Wang Qingbao threatened. Chu Ming regarded Wang Qingbao, who appeared solemn and harbored a deep disdain for evil, with a playful tone. "You claim you have not accepted any benefits. So allow me to ask you, what is currently stored in the spare tire compartment beneath your car's trunk?" Initially, Wang Qingbao intended to reprimand Chu Ming, but upon hearing his words, his expression shifted dramatically. "You," Wang Qingbao stammered, "what nonsense are you spouting? It matters not whether you admit it or not." Chu Ming continued. "Tell me, if your wife were to discover your affair with a mistress in the Qinghebei community, what fate would befall you?" He added, "And let us not forget about the women from Bishilanting." Before Wang Qingbao could fully process this, Lu Wan could no longer contain herself. "Wang Qingbao, did you not tell me that I was the only one outside?" Lu Wan accused. Wang Qingbao, realizing the gravity of the situation, felt his expression fluctuate, and he snapped at Lu Wan. "What madness is this?" In the midst of this, he instinctively glanced at Chu Ming. Lu Wan, observing Wang Qingbao's reaction, coldly remarked, "Don't look at him. He already knows everything, including about our children." Wang Qingbao appeared utterly bewildered, his large eyes behind gold-rimmed glasses filled with disbelief. You have betrayed me," he glared at Lu Wan. Questioning, Lu Wan responded icily, "Betrayed you? Spare me the nonsense. How was I to know you had other women on the side? I foolishly believed your lies, trusting you to be good to me and Xiao Bao." "Enough. I did not come here to listen to your petty squabbles," Chu Ming interjected. Upon hearing this, Wang Qingbao remembered that Chu Ming and Cheng Yao were still present, and he instinctively turned to Chu Ming, asking in a low voice, "Who are you? How do you know all this?" Chu Ming extinguished a cigarette, smiling as he replied, "How I came to know is of little consequence. What matters is that I am fully aware of your every action, including every benefit you have accepted. Do you comprehend my meaning? Impossible, absolutely impossible." Wang Qingbao instinctively shook his head. Do you truly believe I would be here discussing this with you if I lacked evidence?" Chu Ming chuckled lightly. Wang Qingbao stared at Chu Ming for over 10 seconds before angrily retorting, "Kid, I don't care what your motives are for fabricating stories here that I, Wang Qingbao, am true to my name and will not tolerate such slander." Though uncertain of the truth behind Chu Ming's words, Wang Qingbao had no intention of confessing. Whether it was a hidden mistress or the benefits he had received, he could never admit to such claims. Doing so would ruin him for life, as long as there was no concrete evidence. Even the most extravagant tales from Chu Ming could not harm him, just as Wang Qingbao secretly reveled in his meticulousness. Believing he left no traces, Chu Ming's voice rang out once more, "It seems you will not shed tears until you see the coffin. Humph. Do you think I won't call the police to have you arrested for your wild accusations?" Wang Qingbao scoffed. "I don't think that just because you are from the Yin group, You can act with impunity. This is a design institute, not your yin group. A mere project manager dare cause a ruckus here? You should take a good look in the mirror. Wang Qingba regarded Chu Ming with disdain, completely dismissing him. Chu Ming chuckled softly. You need not call the police. I've already done so. They should be arriving shortly. At this, Wang Qingba froze, feeling a twinge of anxiety. Yuti stammered, struggling to articulate his next words. Chu Ming calmly continued. As for the evidence of your misdeeds, I will be handing it all over to the police shortly. You may consider how you will explain yourself to them. Wang Qingba's heart sank at this revelation. Could it be true that Chu Ming possessed evidence? Otherwise, why would he be so confident? As Wang Qingba's mind raced with uncertainty, a cacophony of voices erupted outside. Moments later, the door to Wang Qingba's office was flung open, and several uniformed officers entered. The leading man, a robust figure exuding authority, scanned the office before declaring, "Who is Wang Qingba?" Upon hearing this, Wang Qingba slumped back into his chair, his complexion turning ashen. Wang Qingba, you have been reported for embezzlement and abuse of power. Please accompany us for an investigation, the burly man stated. His booming voice echoed throughout the office, drawing the attention of those gathered outside. What? Director Wang has been reported? Is it true? Finally, someone has dared to speak up against him. Wang Qingba has been embezzling for a long time. This should be enough to bring Director Wang down. I wonder who the righteous individual is who took a stand against him. Whoever it is, they must be a good person. I heard Director Wang has not only been embezzling money, but has also been secretly keeping several mistresses. Inside the office, the burly man ordered his team to lift Wang Qingba from his seat, and before he could react, they began escorting him out. As they reached the office door, Wang Qingba finally regained his wits. Wait, listen to me, I didn't, he protested. However, just as he spoke, a middle-aged man in a suit with short hair rushed into the office. Upon seeing him, Wang Qingba felt as if he had seen a savior and exclaimed, Director Chun, please help me. We possess irrefutable evidence of Wang Qingba's abuse of power and the acceptance of bribes. With substantial amounts involved, the burly officer stated, this. Chun Hongxing's expression darkened instantly. What a mistake it was to promote you to director. He scolded Wang Qingba. Comrade, this matter must be thoroughly investigated. Our design institute cannot harbor any vermin. He then turned to the burly man, speaking with firm resolve. Rest assured, we will not wrong an innocent person. But we will also not let a guilty one escape, the burly man assured him. With that, he exited the office, leading Wang Qingba away from the Design Institute. Inside the office, Chun Hongxing turned his gaze toward Chu Ming, Cheng Yao, and Li Chong, a hint of confusion crossing his features. Who are they? The design drawings from the Yun Group were supposed to be completed. Why are they only sending someone now? He inquired, furrowing his brow. Its because Luan faltered, wishing to say it was because Wang Qingba had been holding up progress. However, now that Wang Qingba had been taken away, such statements seemed meaningless. Before she could voice her thoughts, Chun Hongxing interjected. Although Wang Qingba has been apprehended, our Design Institute's work cannot be halted due to one individual's misdeeds. Take them to complete the necessary formalities. Yes, of course, Luan replied, nodding earnestly. Soon, under Luan's guidance, Chu Ming, Cheng Yao, and Li Chong swiftly completed the paperwork and obtained the electronic versions of all the design drawings as they exited the Design Institute. Cheng Yao turned to Chu Ming with a puzzled expression. Manager Chu, what about Director Wang? Though Li Chong remained silent, his mind was in turmoil. He recognized Chu Ming's prowess, but never anticipated that he could so effortlessly eliminate Wang Qingba. Sending him off to enjoy a complimentary meal behind bars as evening approached. Chu Ming intended to finish watching the short drama before heading upstairs to find Yun Shuyan when a sudden knock on the door interrupted him. Come in, he replied, taking a puff from his cigarette without looking up. The door creaked open, and a striking figure entered Chu Ming's office. Hearing the dialogue emanating from the computer, the newcomer frowned. Meanwhile, Chu Ming looked up and was taken aback. Shuyan, what brings you here? He asked in surprise. What time is it? You've been off work for an hour. I was upstairs finishing up some tasks and didn't see you, so I came down to look for you. Yun Shuyan explained. An hour already? Chu Ming was taken aback. The others must have left. You weren't just watching television this whole time, were you? Yun Shuyan inquired. I could see this. Chu Ming recalled that Cheng Yao had come to inform him about the end of the workday, but he had asked her to leave first. Caught up in his drama, he had completely forgotten. I found it quite interesting, so I ended up watching a bit longer, Chu Ming admitted sheepishly. Yun Shuyin cast a sidelong glance at Chu Ming and remarked, I appointed you as the project leader, not to sit here watching television. You previously assured my second uncle and elder aunt that work would commence within a week. Do not forget that. Rest assured, we will definitely break ground on that piece of land within a week, Chu Ming replied with a smile. After all, being attractive has its perks. Even the act of rolling her eyes looks appealing. You silver-tongued charmer. Yun Shuyin shot a glare at Chu Ming. Stop dawdling, tidy up and prepare to head to Donghai restaurant for Old Master Fu's birthday celebration, she added. Upon hearing this, Chu Ming complied and closed the laptop in front of him. Shortly afterward, Chu Ming and Yun Shuyin exited Yun's group and drove towards Donghai restaurant. The establishment is situated in the heart of Donghai City, although it does not participate in star ratings. Its standards far exceed that of five-star venue. It is the preferred choice for prominent figures in Donghai to conduct their affairs. Most importantly, Donghai Restaurant is one of the few remaining assets of the Fu family, and establishing a connection with them ensures a solid foothold in Donghai. This explains why business magnates and high-ranking officials frequently choose Donghai Restaurant. Due to Old Master Fu's birthday banquet, the restaurant suspended operations for the day, admitting only those attending the celebration. Night fell. When Chu Ming arrived at Donghai Restaurant with Yun Shuyin, the vast parking lot was already filled with an array of luxury vehicles. After parking, they both exited the car and were about to enter the restaurant when a man and a woman stepped out from a nearby vehicle. Oh, Isn't this President Yun and her handsome companion? Quite the coincidence, Wang Qi remarked, noticing the duo. Before Yun Shuyin could respond, Chu Ming interjected, Young Master Wang, has your ailment been cured? I hope you're not out in adult diapers again. Chu Ming's words struck Wang Qi like daggers, reminding him of the incident at the auction. Without Chu Ming's comments, how would the entire Donghai know of his incontinence? Now he had to tread carefully outside, fearing others would gossip about him. Shut your mouth, Wang Qi retorted angrily. Chu Ming smirked and said, Oh, come on. Incontinence is nothing to be ashamed of it. If you have a problem, seek treatment. Delaying it could lead to worse issues. Wang Qi glared at Chu Ming, filled with a desire to swallow him whole. However, Chu Ming remained unfazed and continued, Young Master Wang, if your condition proves difficult to treat, don't seek out dubious remedies. You won't want to end up with more complications alongside your incontinence. Would you? By the way, I recall you have a good buddy named Zhao Feng, don't you? I thought you two were inseparable. Why are you alone now? Wang Qi's expression shifted as he disregarded Chun Mingwei beside him and turned towards the restaurant. What are you still doing here? Hurry up and chase after your golden son-in-law. Chu Ming glanced at Chun Mingwei, whose expression was complex. Chun Mingwei shot Chu Ming a furious glare before hastily pursuing Wang Qi. Chu Ming, Wang Qi is the heir of the Wang family. Your words were too hurtful. Showing him no respect could lead to Yun Shuyin hesitated, glancing at Chu Ming. Chu Ming shrugged and replied, It's fine. The Wang family is merely a trivial matter. Not worth worrying about. That I understand your capabilities. But while overt threats can be dodged, subtle ones are more insidious. It's best to proceed with caution. Yun Shuyin cautioned. Although she had witnessed Chu Ming's prowess, she couldn't help but feel concern for him. Haha, I know. I'll be careful. Let us head inside, Chu Ming assured. With that, Yun Shuyin ceased her protests and followed Chu Ming into Donghai restaurant. The establishment boasts 7 floors, with Old Master Fu's birthday banquet held on the 7th. Once inside, the pair was escorted to the elevator, which took them to the 7th floor. The grand banquet hall was already bustling with guests, as those invited were primarily business tycoons or political elites. Only individuals of considerable stature received invitations from the Fu family. Even someone like Feng Dongcheng, who served as vice president of Yun's group, lacked the qualifications to attend such a prestigious event. Upon entering the hall, Yun Shuyin busied herself with socializing, greeting familiar faces. As for Chu Ming, he displayed no interest in mingling, opting instead to find a seat, order a drink from the staff, and immerse himself in videos on his phone. Before long, he had unconsciously finished a cocktail and was signaling to a slender female server for another drink. Chapter 55. What high incense has the Zhao family burned? The server responded with a standard smile. Of course, sir. Please hold on. However, just as she placed the drink before Chu Ming, a pale, slender hand reached for the glass first. Noticing this, Chu Ming quickened his movements and grasped the cup firmly. The empty hand was left grasping at air, and an irritable voice echoed. Who do you think you are to snatch things from me? The man's cold gaze, akin to that of a viper, fixed on Chu Ming. In response, Chu Ming raised his head, coolly assessing the fair-skinned man before him. This is the drink I ordered, if you want it. Simply ask the server. Chu Ming replied, nonchalantly, Do you even know who I am? The man sneered, his voice dripping with disdain. Chu Ming shrugged. Why should I care who you are? It has nothing to do with me. Very well. You're the first person in Donghai to speak to me like that, the man retorted. Chu Ming regarded the man, whose demeanor resembled that of a woman, and replied, So, who are you exactly? Who am I? Just wait. I'll scare you to death. The man declared fiercely, Oh. Then go ahead. Let me see if you can actually frighten me. Chu Ming said with interest, I am Zhao Rui of the Zhao family. The man proclaimed. Zhao Rui? Chu Ming raised an eyebrow, looking at the somewhat effeminate man. What is your relationship with Zhao Feng? Don't mention that useless person to me. I have no relation to him. Zhao Rui responded coldly. Chu Ming chuckled. So Zhao Feng is your elder brother? Ha! That explains your demeanor. You both carry a certain delicacy. Hearing this, Zhao Rui's expression darkened further, his eyes narrowing with a predatory glare. Yet, Chu Ming remained unfazed, smirking as he remarked, What kind of high incense has the Zhao family burned to produce you and your brother? One delicate and the other with peculiar preferences that it seems the ancestors of the Zhao family must have committed some grave misdeeds, and the consequences have visited your generation. Zhao Rui's face darkened ominously, his long, slender hands clenched tightly, devoid of color. You are seeking death, Zhao Rui growled. Ha! Zhao Feng said something similar. Yet here I am, perfectly alive. Chu Ming replied casually, I am nothing like that waste. Zhao Rui retorted with a huff. Chu Ming couldn't help but laugh. True, you're not like Zhao Feng. He SA0, whereas you shut up. Zhao Rui shouted, unable to contain himself. His outburst drew the attention of those nearby, who began to murmur among themselves. Zhao Rui likely never anticipated that this would position him as the primary heir of the Zhao family. However, despite Zhao Rui's somewhat effeminate demeanor, there was nothing else amiss. He was otherwise quite normal. Who is that young man confronting Zhao Rui? He looks somewhat unfamiliar. Oh, I see that Chu Ming, the son-in-law of the Yun family. The one who exposed Zhao Feng publicly last time. As the crowd's attention grew, Zhao Rui's expression soured further. Meanwhile, Chu Ming leisurely sipped his drink and enjoyed a cigarette, seemingly indifferent to Zhao Rui's presence. Yet, the more relaxed Chu Ming appeared, the more infuriated Zhao Rui became. Yu Zhaorui glared at Chu Ming, seething. What about me? You delicate flower, this is old Master Fu's birthday banquet. Do you dare make a scene here? Chu Ming taunted, If you're not going to act, then stop barking. Zhao Rui's face betrayed his apprehension. As Chu Ming pointed out, he indeed lacked the courage to cause a disturbance at old Master Fu's celebration. Zhao Rui was acutely aware of the Fu family's power. Although the Zhao family held the title of one of Donghai's four prominent families, their strength paled in comparison to the Fu family. If the Fu family had not retreated, the concept of the four families would not even exist. You've concluded that I wouldn't dare to act here. Zhao Rui's cold gaze fixed on Chu Ming. Do you think you can stay here forever? As soon as you step outside the Donghai restaurant, I possess a myriad of methods to bring about your demise. However, no sooner had his words fallen than Chu Ming raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap to his fair, delicate face, which was the envy of countless women. Smack! A crisp sound echoed through the air, leaving 5 distinct fingerprints on that porcelain-like cheek, reminiscent of a woman's. Immediately following, Chu Ming's voice, laced with disdain, rang out. Why bother with so much nonsense if you lack the courage to act? Zhao Rui was left dumbfounded. The onlookers surrounding them were equally taken aback. Yuan Xun, who had noticed the commotion and was about to approach Chu Ming, was also stunned. Not to mention that Zhao Rui's identity represented the Zhao family, but they were currently at the birthday banquet of Old Master Fu, a setting of utmost significance. It was utterly disgraceful for Chu Ming to resort to violence over a mere disagreement. This issue transcended the mere act of hitting someone. It was a blatant affront to the Fu family's dignity. Who would dare to create such a ruckus on the Fu family's turf? As the one struck, Zhao Rui was the first to regain his composure. His phoenix-like eyes glinted with coldness as they bore into Chu Ming. Were it not for the gravity of the occasion, he might have already retaliated. What? You refuse to comply? Chu Ming remarked nonchalantly. Merely glaring is hardly as skilled. In my view, you are inferior to Zhao Feng. You, Zhao Rui retorted angrily. Shut your mouth. Humph. Worthless, Chu Ming scoffed. I will end you. Zhao Rui could no longer contain himself. His face contorted with rage. As he spoke, he recklessly charged towards Chu Ming. Observing this, Chu Ming's eyes reflected a hint of contempt. Before Zhao Rui could reach him, he raised his hand and delivered another resounding slap. Smack! Zhao Rui staggered and fell to the ground, utterly defeated. Chapter 56. Pressed to the ground, feeling the gaze of the onlookers, Zhao Rui was consumed with humiliation and anger. Scrambling to his feet, in the next moment, driven by rage, he charged recklessly towards Chu Ming once more. Just then, a woman's voice pierced through the air. Stop! At the sound, Zhao Rui instinctively halted and turned to face the source of the voice. Upon seeing Yuan Xuyen, he momentarily froze. Chu Ming, what on earth are you doing? Apologize to young Master Zhao at once. Yuan Xuyen approached Chu Ming, her brow furrowed in concern. Before Chu Ming could respond, Zhao Rui interjected. Chu Ming, so you are the infamous Chu Ming, little brat. I hadn't come looking for you to settle the score, yet you present yourself on my doorstep. Zhao Rui's eyes blazed with fury as he glared at Chu Ming, wishing he could inflict 1,000 tortures upon him. Haha, I'm standing right here, fearing you lack the guts to make a move. Chu Ming chuckled lightly. Chu Ming, Yuan Xuyen said helplessly, although she recognized Chu Ming's formidable strength. This was Old Master Fu's birthday banquet, not the place for him to cause a scene. Should the situation escalate, the Fu family would undoubtedly pursue accountability, even with the support of the Yun family. She wouldn't be able to protect Chu Ming, and no matter how strong Chu Ming was, could he truly contend against the Fu family? However, before Yuan Xuyen could finish her thought, a voice rang out from the crowd. The onlookers instinctively parted, creating a path. Soon, Fu Yang emerged from the throng, swiftly making his way to confront Chu Ming and Zhao Rui. Upon spotting Chu Ming, Fu Yang was momentarily taken aback, recalling the events from the auction. He had not anticipated that Chu Ming would stir trouble at his family's patriarch's birthday banquet. The next moment, Fu Yang glanced at Zhao Rui, astonished by the sight before him. Despite having been accustomed to grand occasions since childhood, he couldn't help but silently curse Chu Ming for his blatant disrespect. At that moment, Zhao Rui's previously fair complexion had vanished, replaced by two swollen, distinctly red handprints. Young Master Fu, you must stand up for me. I merely sought a drink, and this brat struck me. Upon hearing this, Fu Yang frowned slightly and turned to Chu Ming, asking, is what he said true? You can ask her. Chu Ming shrugged, gesturing towards a nearby waitress. Fu Yang felt a twinge of annoyance at Chu Ming's demeanor. As the eldest son of the Fu family, he found it intolerable that Chu Ming was so dismissive of him. The waitress, feeling the weight of the situation, recounted the events in detail without omitting any particulars. After hearing her account, Fu Yang's expression darkened as he turned to Zhao. Are you she mistaken? Zhao Rui's face fell as he stared at Fu Yang, momentarily at a loss for words. Humph, considering today is Old Master Fu's birthday, I won't hold you accountable this time. But should there be a next time, I won't let you off. Fu Yang snorted coldly. Zhao Rui, hearing this, awkwardly nodded repeatedly, though his resentment towards Chu Ming only deepened. Ignoring Zhao Rui, Fu Yang turned his attention back to Chu Ming. After a moment's hesitation, he said, Chu Ming, while Zhao Rui is at fault, what prompted you to resort to violence? Are you not considering our Fu family standing? Chu Ming shrugged. Or have I disrespected the Fu family? If someone provokes me, am I not entitled to retaliate? If you were in my shoes, what would you do? Chu Ming looked at Fu Yang, inquiring. Fu Yang was momentarily speechless, unsure of how to counter Chu Ming's argument. Young Master Fu, you also understand that being provoked is an unpleasant experience. Correct? I merely delivered 2 slaps. It was an act of utmost restraint, Chu Ming stated. Upon hearing this, Fu Yang's expression darkened further. Chu Ming, I know you are eloquent, but this matter, before Fu Yang could finish. Chu Ming interrupted him. Young Master Fu, I believe it is not you who should seek an explanation from me, but rather you owe me an explanation. This statement left Fu Yang momentarily stunned. Chu Ming was causing a ruckus at his family's patriarch's birthday banquet, and yet he expected Fu Yang to justify himself? What kind of absurd logic was this? Did he appear to be someone easily bullied? Meanwhile, the crowd of onlookers was equally taken aback. What did I just hear? How dare he ask young Master Fu for an explanation? This is the first time I've seen someone so bold on the Fu family's territory. This brat must not understand the power of the Fu family. The Yun family has certainly found a fine son-in-law. With someone like him, how could the Yun family fear destruction? Originally, it was believed that after the Huang family was exterminated, only the 3 great families would remain in Donghai. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before only the Zhao and Wang families were left. The murmurs of the crowd echoed throughout the banquet. Fu Yang's anger flared within him. Chu Ming, were it not for Shuyan's sake, do you think you could stand here to strike someone at a banquet, and instead of admitting fault, you dare to ask me for an explanation? Fu Yang's tone was icy. Young Master Fu, my wife is not that familiar with you. Shuyan is not someone you can address so casually. Please be mindful, Chu Ming retorted, unfazed by Fu Yang's words. You dared? Fu Yang growled. Smack! Another sharp slap resonated through the air, leaving 5 distinct finger marks swelling on Fu Yang's face. Clean up your language and refrain from using such derogatory terms, Chu Ming stated coolly. The onlookers erupted in a frenzy. While Chu Ming's strike against Zhao Rui could be somewhat justified, his assault on Fu Yang was a reckless act of self-destruction. And one had anticipated that Chu Ming would audaciously disregard Fu Yang's authority, even slapping him in front of so many people. This was no longer just a matter of disrespecting a member of the Fu family. It was akin to pressing their faces into the ground and rubbing it in, leaving no dignity intact. Chapter 57. The target emerges in light of Chu Ming's audacious actions. The surrounding spectators, after processing the situation, were left with expressions of disbelief and admiration. They had long forgotten the last time someone had dared to stand up to the Fu family. As for individuals like Chu Ming, not only had they never encountered anyone like him, they had never even heard of such defiance. At that moment, Yin Shuyan broke free from her shock, though unlike the others. Her face was etched with anxiety. Chu Ming, what are you doing? She exclaimed hurriedly. Without waiting for a response, she rushed to Fu Yang's side, offering an apology. Young Master Fu? Chu Ming acted thoughtlessly. Please do not hold it against him. Chu Ming, hurry up and apologize to young Master Fu, she commanded, turning to glare at him. However, before Chu Ming could utter a word, Fu Yang's furious voice rang out. Get lost, you filthy wench. He shoved Yun Shuyan aside with force. Caught off guard, Yun Shuyan stumbled and fell to the ground. You, brat, if you don't learn your lesson today, you will never understand the gravity of Fu Yang's wrath. Fu Yang's malevolence was palpable. Chu Ming's gaze turned icy as he regarded Fu Yang. Initially, he intended to merely slap Fu Yang to escalate the situation and draw out Fu Yuancheng, but he had not anticipated that Fu Yang would dare to lay hands on Yun Shuyan. For Chu Ming, Yun Shuyan was his forbidden zone. Cross it, and he would unleash his wrath. Feeling the chilling intensity of Chu Ming's stare, Fu Yang felt a shiver run down his spine. Nonetheless, he quickly steeled himself. Reminding himself that they were on the Fu family's territory, daring to lay a hand on me within the territory of the Fu family. You're the first to do so. Fu Yang coldly regarded Chu Ming and declared. After uttering these words, Fu Yang immediately instructed several bodyguards who had encircled them. Seize him. Upon hearing Fu Yang's command, the bodyguards showed no hesitation and swiftly approached Chu Ming. Chu Ming cast a disdainful glance at the group of bodyguards and remarked, Just them? Is there no one else in the Fu family? The moment his words fell, Chu Ming stepped forward and directly appeared before the bodyguards. Without allowing them any chance to react, Chu Ming swiftly incapacitated them all. Witnessing this spectacle, the onlookers erupted into fervent discussions. Meanwhile, Fu Yang's expression shifted to one of palpable fear as Chu Ming advanced toward him. Having witnessed Chu Ming's prowess at the auction, Fu Yang was taken aback by his utter disregard for the Fu family behind him. You better not come any closer." Fu Yang instinctively retreated, issuing a warning that on the other side, Yin Shuyan observed the unfolding scene and hurriedly intervened. "Chu Ming, what you planning to do? Fu Xiao has the Fu family backing him." Yet, Chu Ming paid no heed to Yin Shuyan's words and continued to stride toward Fu Yang. As Chu Ming drew near, Fu Yang's eyes transformed from fear to sheer trepidation. What do you intend to do?" "I warn you, I'm the eldest son of the Fu family. Should you dare to..." Fu Yang stammered, "Taha, and what of being the eldest son of the Fu family? Should you dare to harm Xuan? Even the old master of the Fu family cannot save you." Chu Ming scoffed. Seeing that Chu Ming showed no intention of sparing Fu Yang, Yin Shuyan's anxiety deepened. "Chu Ming, Fu Xiao means no harm to me. Please don't be agitated. I merely fell. It's nothing serious," she quickly asserted. However, Chu Ming seemed to disregard Yin Shuyan's plea entirely, raising his hand to grasp Fu Yang. Just as Chu Ming's hand was about to seize Fu Yang's collar, a commanding voice suddenly resonated from behind. "Stop!" At the sound, Chu Ming instinctively turned to see a middle-aged man in a dark gray suit and silver tie striding toward them. The man appeared to be around 50, with a close-cropped hairstyle peppered with gray, yet his face bore no wrinkles. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Fu Yang's eyes lit up with excitement as he exclaimed, "Dad, save me!" Fu Yuanchang cast a dispassionate glance at Fu Yang and coldly remarked, "Useless." He then shifted his gaze to Chu Ming, demanding, "Who are you? Why are you causing a disturbance at my Fu family's banquet?" Simultaneously, Chu Ming's attention fell upon Fu Yuanchang from Fu Yang's address. He had discerned that this middle-aged man was indeed the Fu Yuanchang he sought. That "SOU are Fu Yuanchang." Chu Ming appraised him coolly and inquired, "Fu Yuanchang," angered to the point of laughter, replied, "Ahaha, brave young man, the youth of today are indeed remarkable. Since you know who I am, you remain remarkably composed. Indeed, I am Fu Yuanchang," he continued. "So, are you frightened? Why would I fear you?" Chu Ming chuckled. "Very well. Indeed, a hero among the young. To stir up trouble on my Fu family's banquet and speak to me thus, you are the first," Fu Yuanchang stated. "While I know not what gives you such confidence. This is not a place for idle chatter. Why not accompany me to a more private setting?" Fu Yuanchang suggested, glancing at the surrounding crowd. Upon hearing this, a faint smile graced Chu Ming's face as he replied, "That is precisely my intention." The onlookers were filled with perplexity at Chu Ming's apparent lack of fear toward Fu Yuanchang, even willingly following him away. It was clear to all that Fu Yuanchang's invitation implied something serious. Yet Chu Ming not only accepted but seemed eager to comply. Such a scenario left the spectators bewildered, and even Fu Yuanchang harbored doubts. Could this fellow be mentally unhinged? How else could he dare to cause a ruckus at the Fu family's banquet, strike down Fu Yang, and still wish to accompany him? As Fu Yuanchang pondered this, Yin Xun interjected, "Fu Zong, Chu Ming is merely momentarily agitated. Please do not stoop to his level. On behalf of Chu Ming, I apologize and hope you might show leniency, considering the Yun family's influence." "The Yun family?" Fu Yuanchang eyed Yin Shuyan quizzically, then suddenly recalled something. "Oh, I see. You are Yin Shuyan of the Yun family. Correct? He is your family's son-in-law." Yin Shuyan nodded earnestly. Yes. "Fu Zong, please do not be angry. I am willing to comply with any request. I implore you to let this matter go, considering the Yun family's reputation." Chapter 58. "Look, how anxious." Fu Yuanchang observed Yin Shuyan with a half-smile, remarking, "You do seem to evoke sympathy, but to me, you are but a mere skeleton at as for your Yun family. Haha in my eyes. The Yun family is worthless. Do you dare to seek face from me?" He then scoffed, saying, "Little brat, though I know not how you became the Yun family's son-in-law, the Yun family cannot save you." Chu Ming shrugged. "I do not require the Yun family to rescue me. Ha ha ha. Splendid." Fu Yuanchang laughed heartily. He then surveyed the crowd of onlookers, calming his inner fury before addressing them politely. My sincere apologies for the disturbance. However, the banquet will commence shortly. I have prepared fine wines imported from abroad for your enjoyment. The crowd dispersed, no longer interested in lingering. Observing this, Fu Yuancheng glanced at Chu Ming and stated, "Shall we proceed?" Certainly, without a hint of hesitation, Chu Ming nodded in agreement. Yun Shuyan's expression turned to one of deep concern as she said, "Chu Ming." She was well aware that Chu Ming was attempting to reassure her. Yet her worry for him was undeniable. The Fu family was no trifling matter like the Zhao or Wang families. While the Yun family could negotiate with them, they were nothing in comparison to the Fu family. Just as Fu Yuanqing had said, in his eyes, the Yun family was inconsequential. Even if Yun Shuyan sought to leverage the Yun family connections to aid Chu Ming, it would prove futile. I will go with you. Yun Shuyan bit her lip resolutely. Miss Yun, I advise you to reconsider. This matter is not one you can simply involve yourself in. If you do not wish to bring calamity upon the Yun family, it would be best for you to remain here. Fu Yuancheng replied coolly. His tone was reminiscent of a lofty emperor wielding life and death over the Yun family with a mere word. The family would rise or fall at his command. Chu Ming regarded Yun Shuyan's hesitant demeanor and reassured her. Just wait here for me. I will be fine, trust me. But Yun Shuyan began. However, before she could finish her sentence, Fu Yuanqing's icy voice interjected. I have no time for your sweet nothings. If you wish for the Yun family to remain in Donghai City, you had best come with me now. As he spoke, Fu Yuanqing's gaze remained fixed coldly on Chu Ming. Let us go. Chu Ming shrugged nonchalantly. Without waiting for Fu Yuancheng or Yun Shuyan to respond, he strode toward the back of the banquet hall. Seeing this, Fu Yuancheng issued a command to his subordinates before following suit. In a room behind the banquet hall. Upon entering, Chu Ming walked directly to the sofa and sat down, casually lighting a cigarette. Fu Yuancheng, taken aback, looked at Chu Ming, who had taken the initiative, and for a moment, his mind struggled to comprehend. Who was seeking trouble with whom? You are quite bold, the elder remarked, regarding Chu Ming's relaxed demeanor with a frown. Ha! Fu Yuancheng, do you still remember me? Chu Ming took a puff of his cigarette and inquired with a smile. Who are you? Fu Yuanqing's eyes flashed with confusion. Chu Ming exhaled a plume of smoke and stated, Years ago, the Chu family was annihilated overnight, with only me surviving that calamity. You are the remnant of the Chu family. Fu Yuanqing's eyes widened in astonishment. It seems you were the one who led the charge to eradicate the Chu family. Chu Ming asserted that Fu Yuancheng, upon hearing this, could not help but burst into laughter. Ha! And so what if I was? What can a remnant of the Chu family do? If it weren't for your luck, you would have perished that fateful rainy night long ago. Ha! Reunion? You are mistaken. Today I have come to avenge them. Chu Ming sneered. Ha! Such bravado. Fu Yuanqing laughed heartily. I was able to obliterate your Chu family back then, and I can just as easily eliminate you today. You think you can avenge them? Don't hold your breath. Just as he finished speaking, Fu Yuancheng lunged at Chu Ming like a fierce tiger. Chu Ming, however, showed no concern, leisurely continuing to smoke. Look, you're in a hurry. I still have many questions for you. Chu Ming continued. Humph. Go ask your deceased, short-lived parents. Fu Yuancheng coldly snorted as he approached Chu Ming. His powerful hand, akin to a claw, lunged towards Chu Ming's throat. Just as Fu Yuanqing's hand was about to strike, he suddenly felt an immense force surging from his wrist, rendering him unable to advance even a fraction. Witnessing this, Fu Yuanqing's eyes widened in disbelief. You at your strength, he gasped in terror. I know your martial skills are comparable to those of innate warriors, but in my presence, they are insufficient, Chu Ming retorted with a cold smile. In the next moment, Chu Ming exerted force, twisting Fu Yuanqing's wrist downward. A sharp crack echoed. Fu Yuancheng let out a pained scream, instinctively swinging his other hand towards Chu Ming's head. However, just as his fist was about to connect, Chu Ming deftly blocked it. Without giving Fu Yuancheng a chance to react, Chu Ming landed two swift kicks on Fu Yuanqing's knees. Crack! His kneecap shattered. Fu Yuanqing's legs buckled, and he collapsed before Chu Ming, a piercing scream escaping his lips due to the excruciating pain. Fortunately, The soundproofing in the room was excellent, preventing any attention from the outside. But you are definitely not a remnant of the Chu family. Who on earth are you? Fu Yuancheng, in agony, looked up at Chu Ming, crying out that I am the remnant of the Chu family you speak of, and I owe my current circumstances to you. Chu Ming replied indifferently. With that, he stepped on Fu Yuancheng, pressing a burning cigarette but against his face. The searing heat elicited a horrendous scream from Fu Yuancheng, akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Chapter 59. The enigma of the past. Chu Ming paid no heed to Fu Yuancheng's miserable state. The defeated man was filled with dread, both from Chu Ming's formidable strength and the brutality of his actions. You are definitely not a remnant of the Chu family. Who are you really? Fu Yuancheng struggled to raise his gaze to Chu Ming, questioning. Upon hearing Chu Ming's words, Fu Yuancheng suddenly recalled something, his eyes widening. The Huang family. Did you annihilate the Huang family? The Huang family brought their demise upon themselves. However, next it will be your Fu family, Chu Ming coldly replied. Fu Yuancheng trembled with fear. Enough, let's discuss the events of that year. Why did you target the Chu family? Chu Ming commanded. You can forget it. I will never Fu Yuancheng's words were cut short as Chu Ming's foot pressed down on his uninjured left hand, causing him to emit another heart-wrenching scream. Despite his formidable martial prowess, he could not withstand the agony of shattered bones. At that moment, the relentless pain in his arm, palm, and knees left Fu Yuancheng drenched in sweat. Crack! Another crisp sound resonated as Chu Ming crushed another finger of Fu Yuancheng's hand. Fu Yuancheng's anguished wails echoed within the room. At this moment, he could think of only one thing: to have Chu Ming end his life swiftly. Yet, how could Chu Ming grant him such a wish? Fu Yuancheng, if you believe your resolve is strong enough, then persist. However, I possess 100 methods to make your life a living hell. It remains to be seen if you can endure, Chu Ming remarked with a cold smile, observing Fu Yuancheng's predicament. Upon hearing this, Fu Yuancheng shivered involuntarily. With his knees shattered and his right arm and left fingers similarly broken, he was already in unbearable pain. The thought of further torment from Chu Ming was unimaginable. Nonetheless, Fu Yuancheng had no intention of revealing the truth. Instead, he gritted his teeth and declared, You brat, if you have the guts, kill me. Even in death, I will not divulge anything. Death? No. From this moment onward, death will merely be a luxury for you. Chu Ming chuckled coldly. As his words fell, he pressed his foot down on several more fingers of Fu Yuancheng, the sound of bones shattering filling the air, followed by another round of blood-curdling screams. This is just the beginning. Do not be impatient, Chu Ming said with a smile. However, I am genuinely curious about what lies behind this, compelling you to endure such torment without speaking. You can give up hope. Little one, Fu Yuancheng replied coldly. You should not have escaped back then. If given another chance, I would ensure your entire family is ground to dust. Unfortunately, you no longer have that opportunity, Chu Ming stated. He then crouched down, revealing a small blade that had appeared in his hand unbeknownst to him. The glinting blade sliced across Fu Yuancheng's face, crimson blood immediately streaming down. 1. 2. 3. The blood thoroughly stained Fu Yuancheng's visage, rendering it unrecognizable. Upon completing this act, Chu Ming infused Fu Yuancheng with a surge of internal energy, staunching the flow of blood within him. He then retrieved a bottle of liquor from the nearby cabinet. The burning sensation of alcohol on his wounds felt akin to ants gnawing at him, prompting Fu Yuancheng to once again emit a heart-wrenching wail as he rolled on the ground in agony. Chu Ming, observing Fu Yuancheng's torment, showed no signs of relenting. Seeing this, Fu Yuancheng, in fear, pleaded, Stop it, I will speak, I will speak. Despite his formidable martial skills, Fu Yuancheng could not bear the excruciating pain. I thought you could endure a bit longer. Chu Ming sneered. Looking at Fu Yuancheng's pitiful appearance, he said, Since you wish to speak, let us begin. Why did you seek to obliterate the Chu family? Back then at IT was because your father inadvertently learned of something he should not have known, which led to my being dispatched to silence the Chu family. Along with me, the head of the Huang family was also involved. However, he lacked the standing to know more, Fu Yuancheng explained upon hearing this. Chu Ming furrowed his brow. What was it that should not be known? Fu Yuancheng shook his head. I did not know. I only followed orders. As for the details, I am ignorant. A cold glint flickered in Chu Ming's eyes. Observing this, Fu Yuancheng hastily added, by the way, when I was on my way to the Chu family, that person specifically instructed me to retrieve a box made of a special material. Out of curiosity, I opened it, and inside were 2 sealed vials containing a blue liquid. A wave of confusion washed over Chu Ming. The Chu family had built their reputation on medicine, a fact he was well aware of. However, he remembered that his parents had not delved into any special medicinal fields, merely dealing with ordinary pharmaceuticals that, of course, prior to the Chu family's downfall, he had only been around 11 or 12 years old and lacked in-depth knowledge about the family's pharmaceutical company and factories. Indeed, just 2 vials of liquid, Fu Yuancheng confirmed. Aside from those 2 vials, was there anything else? Chu Ming inquired. Fu Yuancheng shook his head slightly. No, just those 2 vials of blue liquid. At that time, besides you and the head of the Huang family. Who else was involved in this matter? Chu Ming pressed on. There was also the Bai family from Dongcheng and the Li family from Luqing. The remaining individuals were arranged by those above. I do not know their origins, Fu Yuancheng explained. Who are these above individuals you speak of? What kind of organization lies behind them? Chu Ming continued his questioning. Chapter 60. Who resides in the Demon's City? I do not know. Fu Yuancheng replied, a hint of helplessness on his face. Hearing this, Chu Ming's brow furrowed slightly. What kind of force could be so secretive? The ability to manipulate Fu Yuancheng was certainly not a simple matter, and the depth of their concealment raised suspicions in Chu Ming's mind that he recalled several names of potential forces but quickly dismissed the thought. All the factions he considered were far overseas. Even if they had some reach into the country, they would likely be operating in major cities like Magic City or the capital, not in a second-tier city like Donghai. With that thought set aside, Chu Ming turned his attention back to the wretched Fu Yuancheng and asked, if you do not know, how do you maintain contact with them? Why do you follow their orders? Because they control the lifeblood of the Fu family. If I refuse, the Fu family would face annihilation. The reason the Fu family exists today is because they supported us. Had it not been for their backing back then, the Fu family would not have risen quickly to dominate Donghai City. However, since the Chu family's downfall, the Fu family managed to establish a foothold in Magic City thanks to those individuals, which is why we retreated from Donghai to seek greater opportunities in Magic City. Fu Yuancheng elaborated. Who else is in Magic City? Chu Ming instinctively asked. Fu Yuancheng hesitated for a moment before replying, Magic City, I do not know, seeing that Fu Yuancheng did not appear to be deceiving him. Chu Ming pressed further. Isn't the Fu family's rapid establishment in Magic City due to the support from those behind you? Where does the Fu family's business originate? Which group, which company? Fu Yuancheng shook his head and said, No, it's not as you imagine. The Fu family was able to establish themselves so quickly because many people proactively brought business to them, as if they had already recognized the Fu family. After the Fu family secured their foothold in the magical city, I deliberately sought out some information, but those who collaborated with the Fu family did not raise any suspicious issues. They're not backed by a single company. Each has their own enterprise. Fu Yuancheng continued to explain. Even so, that doesn't clarify everything, does it? Haven't you delved deeper into the investigation? Chu Ming furrowed his brows and inquired. Of course, I investigated thoroughly, but Fu Yuancheng's words trailed off abruptly. Observing Fu Yuancheng's demeanor, Chu Ming remained calm, pulling out a cigarette from his pocket and lighting one for himself. Hand me one, Fu Yuancheng said upon seeing this. Chu Ming, in response, lit another and placed it in Fu Yuancheng's mouth. After taking a deep drag, Fu Yuancheng continued, I know you will not let me off the hook, nor do I expect you to spare the Fu family. Although I faced obstacles during my investigation back then, prevented me from uncovering the results, I did obtain some subtle clues. The capital behind that individual comes from overseas, and the organization backing them is likely also based abroad. Fu Yuancheng continued. Therefore, I suspect that the reason for targeting your Chu family was because your father was researching genetic engineering and had made some notable progress. Then, taking a deep breath, Fu Yuancheng added, In truth, I have always felt guilty about my past actions, but I had no choice. If I hadn't acted, the Fu family would have faced the same fate as the Chu family. Perishing overnight. Even if I hadn't intervened, others would have targeted the Chu family. Enough. It is pointless to discuss this now. What I want to know is, where are my parents' bodies? Chu Ming said coldly. However, Fu Yuanqing's next words left Chu Ming momentarily stunned. We did not catch up to your parents. Once we reached the seaside, their figures vanished. I suspect they may have jumped into the sea, Fu Yuanqing explained. The next day, I arranged for people to search the coastline for an entire day, but found no trace of them. So you're not certain whether they are dead? Chu Ming asked. Yes. Yes, Fu Yuanqing replied. Chu Ming, I understand you will not forgive me, but I implore you to spare the Fu family this one time. The entire Fu family's assets can be handed over to you, as long as you are willing to let. Fu Yuanqing said weakly. Ha! What do you think? Chu Ming sneered. Subsequently, he discarded the cigarette, but, flicking his fingers as a sharp blade flew towards Fu Yuanqing's throat, a torrent of blood gushed from the wound, and Fu Yuanqing's eyes widened in shock as he instinctively clutched his throat. But with both hands incapacitated, he could not stem the relentless flow of blood. Soon, Fu Yuanqing's eyes glazed over as life slipped from him, his body lying in a pool of crimson, without a glance at the lifeless Fu Yuanqing. Chu Ming opened the door to the private room and exited. Upon arriving at the banquet hall, he found that the celebration for the old master Fu had commenced as scheduled. Even though Fu Yang, the eldest son of the Fu family, was absent, the auspicious time had arrived, and after explaining the situation to the old master Fu, there was no delay in the proceedings. In the center of the celebratory stage, the radiant old master Fu sat proudly, while dignitaries and business tycoons took turns to present their best wishes. President Wang of the Tongfei Construction Group gifted a pure gold Buddha statue, wishing the old master Fu auspiciousness and prosperity. President Zhang of the Xuanfa Transport Group presented a century-old ginseng, wishing the old master Fu endless fortune and longevity. President Liu of the Dongcheng World Group offered a pair of exquisite jade bracelets, wishing the old master Fu eternal brilliance and everlasting youth. One by one, gifts were presented to the old master Fu, who greeted each presenter with a joyful smile. However, an unexpected incident arose when Yun Shuyan took the stage with her gift. Representing the Yun family, Yun Shuyan presented a pair of jade rui from Wan Batai, wishing the old master Fu. As she approached the old master Fu to pay her respects, an incongruous voice suddenly rang out from below. Yun Shuyan, how dare you, one of the four prominent families of Donghai, present counterfeit goods to the old master Fu. The crowd turned to see none other than Wang Qi, the source of the remark. Yun Shuyan glared at Wang Qi, retorting, Wang Qi, one may eat indiscriminately, but one must not speak indiscriminately. How could my Yun family possibly present counterfeit goods to the old master Fu? Chapter 61. Waiting for you below. Upon hearing this, Yun Shuyan's expression changed. Before she could respond, Wang Qi interjected, Yun Shuyan, I know your Yun family is in dire straits and facing a financial crisis, but surely you wouldn't resort to deceiving the old master Fu with fake goods? Do you really think the old master Fu can be fooled by you? Wang Qi's words instantly shifted the gaze of the attendees towards Yun Shuyan, igniting a wave of heated discussions. It had long been rumored that the Yun family was in peril, but to think it was true. Even so, such behavior was unacceptable. Was this not akin to the old master hanging himself, seeking a longer life? First, the Yun family's son-in-law caused a scene at the banquet, and now Yun Shuyan was bringing fake gifts to the old master Fu. TSK, with such individuals in the Yun family, how could they possibly survive? It seemed that after today, Donghai would undergo a significant upheaval. The wrath of the Fu family was not something to be taken lightly. The Yun family was finished. Tonight they had irreparably offended the Fu family, and after this evening, there would be no place for the Yun family in Donghai. The discussions grew louder, with no one holding a favorable opinion of the Yun family's actions against the Fu family. Some even instinctively took a few steps back upon realizing they were near Yun Shuyan. Listening to the surrounding chatter, Yun Shuyan's face turned an ashen shade. Given the Fu family's power, it would be a simple matter for them to deal with the Yun family. She had initially hoped to plead for Chu Ming's sake while the old master Fu was in good spirits, but unexpectedly, Wang Qi had stepped forward to claim that the jade rui she had purchased for millions was counterfeit. If Wang Qi's words held any truth, not only would her expenditure provoke the old master Fu's displeasure, but the Yun family would also likely fall under the Fu family scrutiny. Realizing this, Yun Shuyan quickly asserted, "Wang Qi, do not slander me. This pair of jade rui was just bought from Wan Batai yesterday. It could not possibly be counterfeit." "Heh. Yun Shuyan, did you not understand my words? That pair of jade rui from Wan Batai was already purchased by me long ago. Yet you still claim to have bought it yesterday." Wang Qi replied with a cold smile. "If I hadn't happened to be present today, the old master Fu might have truly been deceived by you." "Impossible, absolutely impossible," Yun Shuyan insisted. "How could I possibly deceive the old master Fu with counterfeit goods?" "Well, whether it is counterfeit can be proven with an appraisal," Wang Qi sneered. "Fortunately, President Song of the Donghai Antique Association is here today. He will surely be able to discern the truth." Wang Qi continued, directing his gaze toward an elderly gentleman clad in a black tang suit adorned with dark red patterns. "Since Mr. Wang has spoken, if the old master Fu does not mind, I would be willing to make a fool of myself." The old gentleman smiled. "Yun Shuyan, do you dare?" Wang Qi's gaze shifted back to Yun Shuyan, questioning her. "Let us have the appraisal." "I, Yun Shuyan, am not afraid," Yun Shuyan declared resolutely. Upon hearing her words, a scheming smile appeared on Wang Qi's face. Although it was true that the jade rui Yun Shuyan purchase came from Wan Batai, the pair had already been switched. Wang Qi had orchestrated the entire scheme. Yun Shuyan had genuinely spent her money, but what she received was counterfeit. Yet Yun Shuyan remained blissfully unaware. Wang Qi then turned and said, "That would trouble President Song." President Song replied with a smile. "Not at all. Not at all." As he approached Yun Shuyan, he said, "Miss Yun, may I please see the jade rui?" However, just as Yun Shuyan was about to hand the jade rui to President Song, a voice interrupted from nearby, an own need for an appraisal. The crowd turned to locate the source of the voice, finding Chu Ming leisurely making his way toward Yun Shuyan. Upon seeing Chu Ming, the audience was initially taken aback, followed by a wave of astonishment. What had Fu Yuanqing become so accommodating? The hall erupted in a chorus of discussions. Who would have thought Fu Yuanqing would let him off so easily? Truly unexpected. This lad must have struck some sort of deal with Fu Yuanqing. Otherwise, how could Fu Yuanqing be so lenient? Though Fu Yuanqing had always been amicable, it did not mean he was easily trifled with. Anyone causing a disturbance at the old Master Fu's banquet would likely not escape unscathed from any member of the Fu family. As the discussions grew louder, the curiosity in the crowd's gazes towards Chu Ming intensified. Standing beside the elder Fu, Fu Yang's eyes blazed with fury upon seeing Chu Ming unscathed. In the next moment, he stepped forward and demanded, "Chu Ming, where is my father? Why did he allow you to leave unharmed?" "Your father is waiting for you below," Chu Ming replied with a smile. "Nonsense. Why would he choose not to attend my grandfather's birthday celebration just to wait for me down there?" Fu Yang retorted angrily, clearly misunderstanding the implication of Chu Ming's words. "You little brat, no matter what sweet words you use to deceive my father, you won't have a good ending today," Fu Yang declared. Ignoring Fu Yang, Chu Ming turned his attention to Yun Shuyan and said, "Shuyan, there's no need to authenticate this jade talisman." "Why not?" Yun Shuyan instinctively inquired. "Tea has lost its significance," Chu Ming responded. Yun Shuyan looked at him in confusion. Her eyes filled with bewilderment. "Chu Ming, what's wrong with you? Why are you speaking so strangely?" she asked. Chu Ming smiled faintly and said, "I'm perfectly fine. When I say it has lost its significance, it's because from today onward, the Fu family will cease to exist." Upon hearing his words, Yun Shuyan's eyes widened in shock. "Chu Ming, don't speak nonsense. This is that," she hurriedly exclaimed, but before she could finish, Fu Yang's low voice interrupted. "You little fool. Are you seeking death?" At the same time, the other members of the Fu family revealed their anger in response to Chu Ming's words. Those attending the elder Fu's birthday celebration stood wide-eyed, unable to believe the audacity of Chu Ming's proclamation. Who would have thought that he would dare utter such outrageous words? Chapter 62. The arrival of Lin Ba, who the Fu family ceasing to exist? What a ridiculous jest! The might of the Fu family is not mere talk. Otherwise, would the elite of the East Sea be clamoring to attend the elder Fu's celebration? To bring an end to the Fu family would require the heavens to collapse. Otherwise, no one could possibly challenge them. "Little fool, My father is only refraining from pursuing you further today out of respect for my grandfather's birthday. But you, having narrowly escaped death, express no gratitude if it were not for my grandfather's celebration. I would have ensured your blood stained the ground. Fu Yang glared at Chu Ming. Someone, he shouted. As Fu Yang's voice rang out, several burly men in suits and sunglasses rushed into the hall. Surrounding Chu Ming, Chu Ming cast a disdainful glance at the bodyguards, then smirked at Fu Yang, saying, "You should know they cannot harm me." Fu Yang, are you truly seeking death? Fu Yang scoffed and asked, "Do you really think you can escape unscathed?" "Haha, it seems you still don't grasp the situation," Chu Ming replied. The onlookers, hearing Chu Ming's brazen words, began to murmur among themselves. Incredible. He truly is unaware of his own peril, believing that being backed by the Yin family gives him the right to oppose the Fu family. The Yin family may well face destruction alongside him. The Fu family had already shown him leniency once. He was foolishly courting death, thinking the Fu family easy to bully. In my opinion, the Fu family has been too kind. They should have executed this fool earlier to prevent him from disrupting the elder Fu's celebration. The Fu family might tolerate him once, but could they endure him a second time? Just wait. Soon, that brat will pay the price. Yin Xuyin, overhearing the discussions, hurriedly urged Chu Ming. Chu Ming, quickly apologize to the elder Fu. Do not anger him. Apologize to him? Chu Ming pointed disdainfully at the elder Fu seated in the place of honor. Does he deserve it? Chu Ming. Yin Xuyin exclaimed anxiously. Xuyin, don't say I should apologize. Even if I did, the Fu family would never let us go, Chu Ming explained, but Yin Xuyin began. Chu Ming, seeing her flustered demeanor, smiled and said, no more buts. In my view, the Fu family's good days end today. Let us simply enjoy the show. Chu Ming, what are you saying? Yin Xuyin stared at him in disbelief. Yet before Chu Ming could respond, the elder Fu's enraged voice echoed through the hall. Seeking death. Do you truly believe that the Fu family can retreat from the East Sea and allow others to insult us? The elder Fu rose from his seat, leaning heavily on his cane. His face dark with fury. The dignity of the Fu family cannot be trampled upon. Anyone who dares to bully us shall not go unpunished. He declared, in the Magic City, no one dares to treat the Fu family with such disrespect. A mere small fry in the East Sea. I refuse to believe anyone would dare defy us. Rest assured, grandfather, I will ensure that no one who insults our family escapes unscathed, Fu Yang quickly asserted. Seeing this, Fu Yang turned his gaze back to Chu Ming, his eyes gleaming with menace. Attack. Just as he finished speaking, a booming voice resonated from outside the banquet hall. The master of the Tiger Hall, Lin Ba Hu, has arrived. As that voice fell, Lin Ba Hu strode into the banquet hall, followed by several men clad in black, among whom a few bore a large object draped in red cloth. Witnessing Lin Ba Hu's imposing entrance, the attendees of the banquet were momentarily stunned. Once they regained their composure, whispers of confusion filled the air. What is Lin Ba Hu up to, if memory serves? The elder Fu did not send an invitation to the Tiger Hall for this celebration, did he? Who knows? With such a grand entrance, it clearly indicates ill intent. We should not meddle too much, just watch the spectacle. And if things go awry, leave at once. Exactly, neither the Tiger Hall nor the Fu family is someone we can provoke. Let us observe. Fu Yang regarded Lin Ba Hu with a flicker of uncertainty. Instinctively glancing at the elder Fu, Lin Ba Hu entered the banquet hall. He scanned the room before fixing his gaze on Chu Ming. The Mr. Chu, Lin Ba Hu approached, speaking respectfully. Chu Ming nodded slightly. This exchange left the onlookers in a state of shock as they began to speculate on Chu Ming's true identity. The elder Fu, rising from his grand chair, stepped forward slowly and said, I presume you are the renowned Tiger Master? Lin Ba Hu cast a disinterested glance at the elder Fu, remaining silent. Lin Ba Hu, my grandfather is speaking to you. Are you deaf? Fu Yang could no longer contain himself and shouted. However, as soon as his words fell, Lin Ba Hu raised his hand and delivered a sharp slap. Smack. The sound of the resounding slap echoed throughout the hall, and intense rage surged within Fu Yang. His eyes filled with murderous intent as he glared at Lin Ba Hu. Tiger Master, your actions are rather disrespectful to my Fu family, the elder Fu said sternly. Although the Fu family does not operate in the East Sea, we still hold some standing. Not just anyone can trample us. Lin Ba, who paid no heed to the elder Fu's words, instead fixing a cold stare on Fu Yong. Who do you think you are? Call your father here. Ask him if he dares to speak to me in such a manner. A mere insignificant creature dares to boast in my presence. Do you believe I wouldn't kill you right now? Fu Yong felt a chill run down his spine, fear flashing in his eyes as he clutched his cheek. Momentarily rendered speechless. Tiger Master, your reputation is indeed formidable. I have long heard of your renown in the East Sea, and today I find it exceeds the tales, the elder Fu said gravely. Haha, old fool. Spare me your flattery. I'm not here on behalf of the Tiger Hall today. Lin Ba, who scoffed. What does the Tiger Master mean by that? The elder Fu asked, a glint of confusion crossing his gaze. Chapter 63. The Fu family's demise approaches Lin Ba, who ignored the elder Fu and turned to his subordinates, commanding, bring the gift to the elder Fu. Upon hearing his command, the men carrying the object promptly placed a large item draped in red cloth beside Lin Ba, who. Boom! The subordinates set the item down and stood respectfully behind Lin Ba, who. The elder Fu and the guests in the banquet hall gazed curiously at the enormous object covered by the red cloth, all eager to discover what gift Lin Ba, who had brought. In the next moment, under the curious eyes of the crowd, Lin Ba, who grasped the red cloth covering the object, with a swift motion, he unveiled it, revealing a coffin before everyone's astonished gaze. As the sight of the coffin met their eyes, the crowd in the banquet hall gasped in disbelief, their expressions filled with shock. What a coffin! The guests erupted into a frenzy of discussions, realizing Lin Ba, whose blatant intention to confront the Fu family by presenting such a grim gift at such a significant occasion. Lin Ba, who is simply too arrogant. Instead of presenting an appropriate gift, he chooses to give a coffin. Even if the Meng Hu Tang dominates the underground scene in Donghai City, it does not grant him the liberty to be so disrespectful. Does it? Indeed, he seems to hold the Fu family in utter contempt, truly believing that the Fu family can be compared to the likes of the Huang family and the Triads. In my view, the development of Meng Hu Tang has reached its zenith. Having offended the Fu family, it is likely that Meng Hu Tang will face dire days ahead in Donghai. The murmurs of discussion rose and fell. Yun Shui-yin instinctively stood closer to Chu Ming. Chu Ming glanced at Yun Shui-yin, a faint smile gracing his lips as he said, "It's fine. We can just observe." Upon hearing this, Yun Shui-yin nodded in agreement and refrained from saying more. Meanwhile, old Master Fu gazed at the coffin, his expression darkening to an extreme. Lin Ba, who, do you truly believe my Fu family is made of clay? Old Master Fu exclaimed, striking the ground fiercely with his dragon-headed cane. His voice filled with fury. Ha! Old Master Fu is jesting. How could I be unaware of the Fu family's might? Lin Ba, who chuckled lightly. I, Lin Ba, who of the Imperial Palace, have come bearing a grand gift to celebrate your birthday. He then adopted a serious tone. Old Master Fu, this coffin was personally selected for you by the young master of our Imperial Palace. You wouldn't refuse it, would you? As soon as Lin Ba, whose words fell, the crowd in the banquet hall widened their eyes in shock. The Imperial Palace, the legendary Imperial Palace. They had only heard of its formidable reputation. Never did they imagine Lin Ba, who was affiliated with it. At the same time, old Master Fu trembled, fear evident in his eyes. While others may not comprehend the Imperial Palace, he was well aware of its renown. The Fu family was utterly insignificant in comparison. Even the three great hidden families of Modu would not dare to act recklessly before the Imperial Palace. Yet, old Master Fu could not fathom that Lin Ba, who was indeed one of them. The coffin sent by the Imperial Palace carried a meaning that needed no further elaboration to Tiger Master. My Fu family has not wronged the Imperial Palace in any way. Why? Old Master Fu's face darkened. Grandfather, do not heed his nonsense. What nonsense about the Imperial Palace? Even if the King of Heaven were here today, it wouldn't matter. Fu Yang retorted. First, it was Chu Ming, and now Lin Ba, who. Both have insulted the dignity of the Fu family. If we do not teach them a lesson, how will our Fu family continue to stand in Donghai? Fu Yang continued. However, before Fu Yang could finish his sentence, old Master Fu raised his hand and slapped him across the face. Smack! The sharp sound of the slap echoed, leaving Fu Yang utterly stunned. You fool! Hurry and apologize to Tiger Master. Old Master Fu scolded Fu Yang, unaware of the significance of the imperial palace, was left confused. But Old Master Fu knew. Since Lin Ba, who claimed to be from the imperial palace, it was undoubtedly true. The imperial palace was a unique existence in this world, even if Lin Ba, who had 100 times more courage. He would never dare impersonate someone from the imperial palace. Tiger Master, Fu Yang is still young and unaware of your status. I hope you will not hold it against him. Old Master Fu hastily directed his gaze towards Lin Ba, who, over 20 years old and still considered young. Old Master Fu, are you jesting with me? Lin Ba, who sneered coldly. Upon hearing this, Old Master Fu's expression shifted dramatically, and he raised his dragon-headed cane to strike Fu Yang again. Shouting, "Beast, kneel and apologize to Tiger Master." Fu Yang froze, disbelief flooding his eyes as he looked at Old Master Fu. "Grandfather that you..." Fu Yang stammered. "Kneel," Old Master Fu commanded. Reluctantly, Fu Yang knelt on the ground, his face filled with resentment. "Tiger Master, I am sorry," Fu Yang muttered. Lin Ba, who, observing Fu Yang's demeanor, kicked him to the ground with disdain, scoffing, "I refuse to accept an unwilling apology. Why your expression? Are you still contemplating how to kill me?" No, Tiger Master, he would never harbor such thoughts," Old Master Fu quickly interjected. "Old fool, did I ask you to speak?" Lin Ba, who shot a cold glare at Old Master Fu. "Tiger Master, you..." Old Master Fu instinctively began. Yet, before he could finish, Lin Ba, whose massive palm struck his face. Smack! The loud sound of the slap resonated throughout the banquet hall. Old Master Fu staggered and fell to the ground. The members of the Fu family glared in anger at Lin Ba, who. His icy gaze swept over them, and those who had thought to rush forward immediately halted. "Humph! A bunch of useless fools." Lin Ba, who scoffed disdainfully. "Someone, clear the area. Escort all unrelated personnel out," he commanded his subordinates. Upon hearing Lin Ba, whose orders, the members of Meng Hu Tang began to disperse the guests attending Old Master Fu's birthday celebration. Meanwhile, Lin Ba, who respectfully approached Chu Ming and Yun Shui-yin, saying, "Mr. Chu, Miss Yin, what do you think?" As he spoke, his gaze instinctively shifted to Chu Ming. Chu Ming nodded in acknowledgement and then turned to Yun Shui-yin, saying, "Shui-yin, Meng Hu Tang and the Fu family have matters to resolve. We should take our leave." Without hesitation, Yun Shui-yin agreed. After all, neither the Fu family nor Meng Hu Tang were entities that their Yun family could afford to provoke. Chapter 64. Song Jinshan outside Donghai Hotel. The guests expelled by Lin Ba, who from Old Master Fu's birthday banquet congregated in the parking lot, fervently discussing the affairs of the Fu family and Meng Hu Tang. Naturally, Wang Qi and Zhao Rui had also been forced out. Upon seeing Chu Ming and Yun Shui-yin, a glimmer of coldness flickered in their eyes. "You scoundrel, how did you manage to escape today?" Wang Qi clenched his fists, seething internally. Chu Ming and Yun Shui-yin paid no heed to Wang Qi and Zhao Rui's glares and simply drove away from Donghai Hotel. "Shui-yin, if what Wang Qi said is true, the pair of jade auspicious symbols you purchased could indeed be counterfeit," Chu Ming remarked, glancing at Yun Shui-yin in the passenger seat. "But that cost me over 10 million from Wanbao Zhai. It shouldn't be fake, right?" Yun Shui-yin hesitated. Wanbao Zhai is essentially just an antique shop. Given Wang Qi's background, it's likely he colluded with Wanbao Zhai to set you up, intending to humiliate you at Old Master Fu's birthday banquet and provoke the Fu family. Chu Ming explained. "After all, if you anger the Fu family, you will completely lose their support for the Yun family, benefiting only the Wang and Zhao families." Listening to Chu Ming's analysis, Yun Shui-yin seemed to grasp something. If that's the case, Wang Qi could indeed be in cahoots with Wanbao Zhai. A visit to Wanbao Zhai should clarify everything, Chu Ming chuckled. "Now," Yun Shui-yin paused, asking. "Yes," Chu Ming nodded, "but considering we just offended the Fu family at Old Master Fu's banquet, they might." Yun Shui-yin expressed her concerns. "No need to worry about the Fu family. They're likely too preoccupied with their own troubles to consider us," Chu Ming reassured her. He then drove directly to Wanbao Zhai. After more than half an hour, Chu Ming parked in front of Wanbao Zhai. "Wait for me in the car. I will go in first," Chu Ming said, glancing at Yun Shui-yin. With that, he took the box containing the jade auspicious symbols and entered Wanbao Zhai. Upon entering, Chu Ming noticed a middle-aged man wearing a tang suit and sporting a crew cut, seated at a tea table enjoying his tea. The table was adorned with fragrant incense, accompanied by soothing traditional music, creating a serene atmosphere. The middle-aged man, surprised to see Chu Ming, initially frowned and then said, "Sir, our shop is closed. Please come back tomorrow if you have business. Are you the owner of Wanbao Zhai?" Chu Ming disregarded the man's words and inquired, "Haha, I'm not here to buy. I am here to sell," Chu Ming replied with a slight smile. "Sell something?" Song Jinshan furrowed his brow. "Indeed, I have something I wish to sell. Would you care to take a look?" Chu Ming nodded. "Very well. Show me what you have." Song Jinshan hesitated for a moment before responding. Hearing this, Chu Ming placed the exquisitely crafted wooden box containing the jade auspicious symbols on the tea table before Song Jinshan. Upon seeing the wooden box, a sense of unease gripped Song Jinshan's heart. "What is this?" he instinctively asked. Noting Song Jinshan's reaction, Chu Ming wore a subtle smile and said, "Why not open it and see for yourself?" Song Jinshan cast a suspicious glance at Chu Ming, his foreboding feeling intensifying. Nevertheless, he eventually opened the wooden box. The moment he beheld the pair of palm-sized jade auspicious symbols within, he was utterly taken aback. "Boss Song, what is the matter? Do they look somewhat familiar?" Chu Ming inquired with a smile, observing Song Jinshan's expression. "Where did you acquire these?" Song Jinshan recovered and asked, "No need to concern yourself with where they came from. First, take a look and see if they're genuine," Chu Ming replied. Song Jinshan closed the box and pushed it back toward Chu Ming, stating, "Our shop does not accept this. Please leave." "Not accepting? Haha, have you realized that there is something amiss with this item?" Chu Ming asked with a laugh. "The items are undoubtedly without issue, yet the murky origins of this particular piece render it unacceptable for our establishment," Song Jinshan declared. Chuckling, Chu Ming inquired, "Is this pair of jade rui not from your Wanbao Zhai? Are you truly unaware of its provenance?" Startled, Song Jinshan quivered, gazing at Chu Ming and asking, "Who are you?" "Ah, who I am is of little consequence. What matters is that your Wanbao Zhai dares to peddle counterfeit goods. Are you not concerned that your establishment's reputation may suffer irreparably?" Chu Ming retorted, "Nonsense. Wanbao Zhai would never sell fake items. This pair of jade rui is not from our shop. If you wish to cause trouble, I advise you to consider your own standing. Wanbao Zhai is not a place where anyone can incite a ruckus." Song Jinshan responded coldly. Like a tea that moment, a woman's frigid voice pierced through from outside. "Boss Song, how impressive you are! Are you unable to recognize the goods sold by your own Wanbao Zhai?" As she spoke, Yun Xun entered the shop with a somber expression. Upon seeing her, Song Jinshan could not suppress a curse under his breath. "Though you are the jewel of the Yun family, Ms. Yun, you cannot slander me so brazenly," Song Jinshan stated. "Indeed, a representative from your Yun group purchased a pair of jade rui from me yesterday. But it certainly was not this counterfeit. We at Wanbao Zhai would never deal in fake as for how you came to possess this imitation. I cannot say that I asked that so. Are you suggesting someone switch the items?" Yun Xuan queried coldly. "But I have heard that the jade rui in your shop was already sold to another buyer," she continued. "Ms. Yun, you refer to a different pair. There are 2 pairs of jade rui in total. The one sold to your Yun group was one I have treasured for many years. Had it not been for your family's reputation, I would not have considered selling it at all." Song Jinshan explained at as for this imitation jade rui. "Ms. Yun, I do not know where you acquired it, but it is certainly not from Wanbao Zhai," he added. Boss Song, you are quite obstinate," Chu Ming remarked with a smile. "I warn you, should you continue to slander me, do not blame me for being impolite." Song Jinshan glared at Chu Ming, bristling with anger. "Though I prefer tranquility, I am acquainted with some formidable individuals. If you persist in your accusations, I shall have no choice but to summon them." Chapter 65. This is a lawful society. Chu Ming paid little heed to Song Jinshan's words and continued. "Boss Song, how much did Wang Qi give you? Or what promises did he make to earn your unwavering protection? What nonsense are you spouting?" Song Jinshan shot back, glaring at Chu Ming, "that if you continue to defame me, do not expect me to remain courteous." "Courteous? Boss Song, it seems you can no longer maintain your facade." Chu Ming chuckled lightly. "Do you truly believe I would hesitate to take action against you?" Song Jinshan seethed, gritting his teeth as he stared at Chu Ming. I am merely refraining from retaliating out of respect for Ms. Yun. Yet you continue to insult and provoke me to Oh, you genuinely believe that the East Sea belongs to the Yun family? Enough with the chatter. I will grant you 10 minutes to see whom you can summon, Chu Ming declared. Upon hearing this, Song Jinshan instinctively glanced at Yun Shuyan and asked, Ms. Yun, is this also your wish? Yun Shuyan, casting a glance at Chu Ming, subtly nodded in agreement. Song Jinshan was momentarily taken aback, having not anticipated that Yun Shuyan would adopt such a stance. Though my Wanbao, Zhai may not compare to your Yun family. It is not a place to be humiliated without consequence. Are you certain you wish to escalate this to an irreparable level? Song Jinshan admonished. Boss Song, if you had spent this time making calls, you would have already resolved the issue. Why waste breath? Chu Ming replied. Very well. I had intended to offer you an opportunity, yet it seems you wish to witness the extent of my capabilities. Song Jinshan hissed through clenched teeth. With that, he angrily seized his phone and swiftly dialed a number. Moments later, he hung up and cast a cold glance at Chu Ming, stating, You will be begging for forgiveness within 10 minutes. Chu Ming shrugged, nonchalantly taking a seat, pouring himself a cup of tea, and lighting a cigarette. As time passed, 2 black Highlander SUVs came to a halt outside Wanbao Zhai. Burly men clad in black shirts and trousers disembarked swiftly and entered the establishment. The leader, a man with a fierce countenance and a deadly glint in his eyes, approached Song Jinshan. Boss Song, what are your orders? There's a disturbance at Wanbao Zhai. I require your assistance, Song Jinshan replied. Ah, Boss Song, you are too kind. Our duty is to alleviate your troubles, the leader responded. With that, he turned to Chu Ming and asked, You are the troublemaker? If returning counterfeit goods purchased from Wanbao Zhai constitutes causing a disturbance, then indeed, I am the one you seek, Chu Ming replied coolly. Humph, spare me your words. Leave this place immediately while Boss Song remains calm, the leader retorted. In response, Chu Ming not only showed no inclination to depart, but instead retrieved a cigarette from his pocket and lit it anew. If your only contribution is to utter empty threats, it would be best if you refrain from speaking altogether. What you just said has already been articulated by Boss Song, Chu Ming stated, taking a drag from his cigarette. You are courting death, the leader growled. I have warned you. Your threats hold no weight with me. I am not easily intimidated, Chu Ming scoffed. Very well. I shall see just how capable you truly are. The leader seethed. Seize him and take him outside. He commanded his subordinates, cautioning, Be careful not to damage Boss Song's collection. Understood, boss, 2 of the men replied. The next moment, the 2 subordinates advanced menacingly toward Chu Ming. However, as they reached him and attempted to seize him, Chu Ming swiftly grasped one man's arm and exerted a powerful force. A sickening crack echoed as the bone shattered. The man let out a pained scream and collapsed. The other subordinate froze, his hands suspended in midair, unsure of how to proceed. Before he could react, Chu Ming delivered a kick that sent him sprawling to the ground. Seeing this, the leader's eyes flared with anger. Brothers, attack! With his command, the leader and several of his men charged at Chu Ming. Yet, they proved no match for him. Within moments, they were all laid low, before a single cigarette could be fully smoked. The reinforcements summoned by Song Jinshan lay groaning on the ground. Chu Ming flicked the ash from his cigarette and took another drag. Meanwhile, Song Jinshan observed the fallen men, his lips twitching in disbelief. These are the so-called elite warriors. They fell in mere moments at the hands of Chu Ming, and he still had the audacity to claim he was one of them. Was Wang Qi merely toying with him? As this thought crossed his mind, Song Jinshan silently cursed Wang Qi. However, remembering that he had Wang Qi backing him, he quickly regained his courage. It seems the men you summoned are rather inept. Boss Song, Chu Ming remarked, extinguishing his cigarette, do not assume that a bit of skill grants you free rein. I warn you, we are living in a lawful society. Song Jinshan retorted coldly, this. Chu Ming could not help but chuckle. A lawful society? Did you consider that before summoning reinforcements? Chu Ming asked, fixing his gaze on Song Jinshan. Caught off guard by Chu Ming's words, Song Jinshan was momentarily speechless. Chu Ming continued, Boss Song, these men were summoned by you. If this is the resolution you desire, then I shall oblige. With that, Chu Ming discarded his cigarette but rose from his chair and strode toward Song Jinshan. Seeing this, Song Jinshan's heart tightened. He had witnessed Chu Ming's prowess firsthand. Confronting him would be as simple as slaughtering a chick. In a panic, he glanced at Yun Xun. Ms. Yun, your family is one of the 4 great clans. Must you truly resort to such intimidation? Song Jinshan pleaded. Intimidation? Boss Song, it seems you were the one resorting to intimidation first. Yun Shuyan coldly challenged. Ms. Yun, are you truly willing to let this continue? Song Jinshan fumed. Though I'm not a member of the elite, I do have some connections in the East Sea. Chapter 66. Tenfold compensation. Boss Song, do not waste your breath. Today no one can save you. Chu Ming stated flatly. Of course, if you call the mastermind behind this now, perhaps you might salvage your situation. As he spoke, Chu Ming approached Song Jinshan. Boss Song, if you do not make that call now, your opportunity will soon vanish. With that, Chu Ming reached out to grasp Song Jinshan by the collar. Alarmed, Song Jinshan retreated hastily, stammering, Wait. Have you made your decision? Chu Ming asked, a teasing glint in his eye. Song Jinshan cast a cold glance at Chu Ming before retrieving his phone to make a call. After recounting the situation regarding Wan Batai, he hung up. If I'm not mistaken, you just called Wang Qi, didn't you? Chu Ming inquired with a smile as Song Jinshan ended the call. Humph. Once Wang Xiao arrives, you shall meet your demise. Song Jinshan retorted coldly that I will ensure that you kneel before me. Apologizing, my Wan Batai has operated in Donghai for decades, and never has anyone dared to cause such a ruckus. Just wait and see. Chu Ming shrugged nonchalantly and replied, Very well, we shall wait and see. Before long, a sports car pulled up outside Wan Batai. Wang Qi emerged from the vehicle and strode confidently into the establishment. Upon seeing Wang Qi's arrival, Song Jinshan's face lit up with excitement. Wang Xiao, you have finally arrived. If you had delayed any longer, I fear Wan Batai would have been torn apart by them today. Song Jinshan hurriedly approached Wang Qi. Wang Qi glanced at Song Jinshan and then surveyed the burly men sprawled on the ground. That a bunch of worthless fools. What on earth am I paying you for? Wang Qi snapped irritably. The group of strong men, hearing Wang Qi's words, struggled to rise from the ground. The leader of the group, grimacing in pain, said, Wang Xiao, that guy's strength is too formidable. We are no match for him. Worthless? Wang Qi scoffed disdainfully. The leader fell silent, bowing his head. Get out of my sight. What are you still doing here? Are you trying to embarrass yourselves? Wang Qi glared at the remaining burly men and barked. In response, the leader discreetly gestured to the others, and they hastily retreated from Wan Batai. Wang Xiao, Song Jinshan hesitated to speak. Before he could finish, Wang Qi swiftly slapped him across the face. Smack. The sharp sound of the slap echoed in Song Jinshan's ears. Leaving him utterly stunned, he never expected that the Wang Qi he had summoned would strike him. Wang Xiao, what are you doing? Song Jinshan questioned in bewilderment, clutching his swollen cheek. What am I doing? You sell counterfeit goods and still expect my assistance? Wang Qi interrogated coldly. Song Jinshan's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Wang Qi. Wang Xiao, that Jade Rui isn't. Song Jinshan instinctively began. Dare you speak further? Wang Qi glared at him, infuriated. Song boss, if it weren't for the slight connection between you and our Wang family, I wouldn't even bother with your trivial matters. Now, apologize to Miss Yun immediately. Wang Qi commanded. Wang Xiao, what kind of performance is this? You must be aware of the Jade Rui situation. Chu Ming interjected with a smile. The IT is precisely because I am aware that I rushed here at the first opportunity. Wang Qi explained. However, since Song Boss initiated the sale of counterfeit goods, I am known for my principle of assisting the just and not the kin. Therefore, even with the connection between Song Boss and our Wang family, I will not condone wrongdoing. Although Wang Qi was unaware of Chu Ming's true capabilities, witnessing how effortlessly Chu Ming dispatched his hired bodyguards indicated that he was not to be underestimated. Otherwise, Chu Ming would not have dared to act so brazenly at old Master Fu's birthday banquet, even going so far as to strike Fu Yang. Confronting Chu Ming directly would only lead to disaster. Furthermore, with Lin Bahu's arrival at Old Master Fu's birthday banquet bearing a coffin, it could potentially alter the power dynamics in Donghai drastically. As for dealing with Chu Ming, there was no need to rush. Seizing the opportunity to develop the Wang family first before addressing Chu Ming would be prudent. Moreover, he had already enlisted the aid of several ancient martial arts experts who were on their way to Donghai, ensuring that Chu Ming would eventually kneel before him. Miss Yun, I will take charge of this matter. How much for that jade Rui? Wan Batai will compensate double, Wang Qi stated, before Yun Shuiyin could respond. Song Jinshan could no longer restrain himself. Wang Xiaoyu? Silence. You have no voice here. Wang Qi coldly interrupted. Seeing no alternative, Song Jinshan reluctantly fell silent. Miss Yin, what do you think of this? Wang Qi inquired again. Turning to Yun Shuiyin. Wang Xiao, this hardly resembles your usual style. To suffer a loss and then swallow your pride. When did you become so timid? Chu Ming remarked with a grin. Chu Ming, do not create chaos here. I am solely focused on resolving the issue. Yet you persist with this attitude. You truly believe my temper is so forgiving? Wang Qi retorted, displeased. Miss Yun, double compensation is already generous. I hope you will not allow Chu Ming to bully you. Wang Qi then turned to Yun Shuiyin again and reiterated, double compensation is substantial, but what about the embarrassment Snow Yin faced at Old Master Fu's birthday banquet? Had it not been for this counterfeit jade Rui, she would not have been humiliated so. Chu Ming interjected. Wang Xiao, what do you say? He continued that if memory serves, it was you who stood up, causing Snow Yin to be embarrassed, wasn't it? Chu Ming pressed on. You and Song Boss colluded to set a trap for Snow Yin, and now you think double compensation will suffice. Do you truly believe that is possible? If there is not a satisfactory resolution for Snow Yin today, do not blame me for being rude. What do you propose? Wang Qi asked in a low voice. Snow Yin fell into your trap, facing humiliation at Old Master Fu's banquet, potentially inciting resentment from the Fu family, which could lead to repercussions for the Yun family. What do you suggest we do? Chu Ming countered 0.5 times. That is the maximum I can offer, Wang Qi declared. Heh, is the esteemed young master of the Wang family truly so miserly? Chu Ming scoffed. You point 10 times, tenfold compensation, and this matter will be forgotten. Wang Qi gritted his teeth. Wang Xiao. Song Jinshan interjected, visibly reluctant. Chapter 67. Not a single cent less. Wang Qi disregarded Song Jinshan entirely. Snapping, be quiet. Miss Yun, would tenfold compensation suffice? Wang Qi then turned to Yun Shuiyin, inquiring. After a moment of hesitation, Yun Shuiyin glanced at Chu Ming and said, Chu Ming, since Wang Xiao has spoken, let it go. Very well, tenfold compensation it shall be. Chu Ming agreed. He then turned to Wang Qi and said, tenfold compensation, let us proceed. Though Wang Qi was exceedingly unwilling, he realized he had no choice but to comply. Reluctantly producing a card and handing it to Chu Ming. This card contains 100 million, sufficient for the tenfold compensation, Wang Qi stated. Chu Ming accepted the card, inspected it, and smiled. If only you had done this sooner. You wasted so much of my time. Wang Qi shot a dark look at Chu Ming, wisely refraining from further comment. Meanwhile, Song Jinshan, though eager to voice his thoughts, swallowed his discontent upon witnessing Wang Qi's capitulation. Chu Ming observed Wang Qi and Song Jinshan's reactions and remarked with a grin, you should be grateful to Snow Yin. Had she not spoken up, do you think a mere 100 million would have settled today as affair? Indeed, you are correct, Wang Qi replied, though inwardly he cursed Chu Ming's entire family. Snow Yin, shall we depart? Chu Ming said, casting a casual glance at Wang Qi before turning away. Yun Shuiyin nodded and followed Chu Ming out of Wan Batai. Just as Chu Ming and Yun Shuiyin drove away, Wang Qi's pent-up fury erupted. Damn it, you two scoundrels, just wait. One day, I will make you pay dearly for this. Wang Qi seethed. Wang Xiao, just now. Song Jinshan began. Observing Wang Qi's demeanor. What was I doing just now? Wang Qi shot him a cold glare. Was I not embarrassed? Certainly not. Song Jinshan hastily replied. Humph, not. Do you think I am unaware of your thoughts? Wang Qi scoffed, cutting him off. Before Song Jinshan could explain further, Wang Qi continued, Song Boss, I just compensated 100 million for you. I hope you will not default. At this, Song Jinshan was left utterly dumbfounded. What do you mean? Am I to pay that 100 million? He stammered. Wang Xiao, what do you mean? Do you not understand? Let me be blunt, Wang Qi sneered. What I mean is you owe me 100 million. Do you comprehend now? Wang Xiao, you cannot be serious. Song Jinshan's face was filled with distress. You cannot be joking. Do I appear to be joking? Wang Qi scoffed disdainfully. Song Jinshan stood there at a loss for words, unsure of how to respond. What is it? Unwilling to comply. Wang Qi asked coldly. Wang Xiao, it's not that I am unwilling. It's just that you... Song Jinshan faltered. Wang Qi coldly snorted. What is wrong with me? I helped you resolve this issue. Should you not repay me? If I had not put forth 100 million for compensation to Yun Xuyin, do you think your Wan Batai would have escaped destruction today? Wang Qi continued. Wang Xiao, how can you claim that you helped me? Song Jinshan protested. Looking troubled, did you not sell counterfeit goods? Did they not cause a disturbance at your Wan Batai? Wang Qi questioned. Indeed, I sold counterfeit goods. But, Song Jinshan hesitated. Wang Qi let out a cold snort and declared, you must repay this money today, whether you like it or not. 100 million, not a cent less. Otherwise, Wanbao Pavilion will have to shut its doors from this day forth. Song Jinshan, witnessing Wang Qi's fury, felt an unbearable bitterness in his heart. After all, Wang Qi was backed by one of the four prominent families, the Wang family. How could he possibly dare to offend him? If it weren't for Wang Qi's instigation in the first place, he wouldn't even have dared to cross the Yun family, let alone the burgeoning Wang family. Yet now, Wang Qi was turning the tables on him. Young Master Wang, you are making this exceedingly difficult for me. 100 million is far too much. Song Jinshan stammered, distressed. Song boss, do I not know you? Although 100 million may cause you some discomfort. It will not break your bones, so, tell me, shall I take matters into my own hands, or will you willingly return that 100 million to me? Wang Qi replied nonchalantly. Who could blame the Wang family for their immense power? As Wang Qi stated, if he did not return that 100 million, Wanbao Pavilion might very well cease to operate. Thus, he had no choice but to concede. Since you put it that way. Young Master Wang, I can certainly grant you some time. Wang Qi smiled and continued, how about half a month? In half a month, I expect to see that 100 million in full. Does that sound agreeable? After a brief hesitation, Song Jinshan nodded. All right then, half a month it is. The proposition to sell counterfeit goods to Yun Xuyin was Wang Qi's idea. Otherwise, why would he have sold her a pair of fake jade, auspicious pieces without reason? Yet in the end, Wang Qi had managed to swindle him out of 100 million, that if Wang Qi could resort to such underhanded tactics, it was no wonder that he would turn against him. Consequently, Song Jinshan dared not propose any further conditions to Wang Qi. Then I must thank you, young Master Wang, Song Jinshan said with a forced smile. Although he expressed gratitude, his heart was filled with curses. Having been deceived once, how could Song Jinshan ever trust Wang Qi's words again? In truth, he wished for nothing more than the downfall of the Wang family, of course. He only dared to think such thoughts in silence. He certainly did not have the courage to voice them on the other side. Upon entering, Yun Xuyin found her second uncle, Yun Cheng, and her eldest aunt, Yun Mingyi, conversing with the old Master Yun in the living room of the Yun family estate. Eldest aunt, what do you mean by that? Yun Xuyin inquired, bewildered. What do you mean? Do you not have any inkling of what I am referring to? Are you not aware of your own actions? Yun Mingyi retorted icily. Just then, Yun Cheng's voice rang out, adopting a tone of earnest admonition. Xuyin, I am aware that the Yun Group is currently experiencing a financial crunch, but regardless, you cannot possibly present a counterfeit to old Master Fu. Can you? I have heard that the Fu family has a cooperation contract worth a staggering 100 billion. How could you be so foolish? Yun Cheng continued, realizing the gravity of the situation. Yun Xian attempted to explain, second uncle, the matter of the fake jade auspicious pieces is not as you think. However, before she could finish, Yun Mingyi's sharp voice interrupted her with a cold interrogation. Not as you say? If that is the case, does that mean we have wronged you? Yun Xuyin found herself at a loss for words, unable to articulate her defense against Yun Mingyi's relentless scrutiny. At that moment, Yun Cheng spoke again. The news of you presenting a counterfeit jade auspicious piece to old Master Fu at his birthday banquet has already spread throughout Donghai, given old Master Fu's emphasis on reputation. Do you think you will spare our Yun family? Even if we miss out on the 100 billion cooperation contract, what will we do now that we have offended old Master Fu? Yun Cheng's and Yun Mingyi's contrasting approaches were perfectly coordinated. Watching the two of them play off each other, Chu Ming remarked coolly, "There is no need to worry about the Fu family's matters. I believe they are presently too preoccupied to target the Yun family, and likely will not have the opportunity in the future. You little brat, who do you think you are? You think your words carry weight." Yun Mingyi shot a cold glare at Chu Ming, admonishing him. Chu Ming, unfazed, chuckled lightly. "Oh, really? The act of performing a duet has been exposed, and it must be quite distressing, is it not? What utter nonsense, you little brat. Who do you think you are to speak so recklessly here?" Yun Mingyi scolded vehemently. "Watch your language. Considering you are the niece of Xun, I shall let this slide this time. However, should you continue in this manner, do not blame me for being impolite." Chu Ming's gaze suddenly turned frigid as he spoke in a low voice. A chill ran down Yun Mingyi's spine under his piercing stare, but she quickly regained her composure and continued her tirade. "You little brat. Is that how you repay my kindness? You, an unwed son-in-law, dare to speak to me in such a tone? Have you even considered your own worth?" Just as Yun Mingyi's words fell, she felt a shadow looming before her. Slap! In the next moment, a crisp sound of a slap resonated throughout the living room, leaving Yun Mingyi completely stunned. Simultaneously, Yun Lazizi, Yun Cheng, and Xu Yan were all taken aback. Yun Mingyi was the first to recover, one hand clutching her swollen cheek while the other pointed accusingly at Chu Ming, her voice laced with fury. You little beast, how dare you strike me? Do you even comprehend what you have done? If you continue to spew filth from your mouth, I would not hesitate to strike you again," Chu Ming retorted coldly. Hearing his words, Yun Mingyi felt a tightening in her chest. "Father, look at this." Yun Mingyi turned to Yun Lazizi, her tone turning almost petulant. However, as a woman in her 40s, her attempts at being coy only evoked an indescribable feeling of disgust. Yun Lazizi glared at her disapprovingly and reprimanded. "Be quiet. Father, why are you siding with an outsider?" Yun Mingyi protested. "Today the son-in-law dared to strike me. Tomorrow he might even show you disrespect. What business do we have accommodating such an impudent individual? I have heard that Fu Xiao seems to have an interest in our Xuan. Since he and Xuan are not yet married, why not seize this opportunity to dissolve the engagement and promote a union between Xuan and Fu Xiao? If it succeeds, our Yun family would not only evade the wrath of the Fu family, but could also soar to new heights with their backing. Wouldn't that be a splendid outcome?" Yun Mingyi continued. Upon hearing her words, Yun Lazizi's displeasure deepened. Although he was unaware of Chu Ming's precise identity, it was evident from Lin Ba, whose demeanor, that Chu Ming commanded respect, even from someone like him. More importantly, Chu Ming's capabilities remained a mystery to him. Yun Mingyi had spoken without restraint, publicly insulting Chu Ming, and receiving a slap was merely just desserts. She had no one to blame but herself. "Silence, with your filthy mouth. What you received was lenient punishment," Yun Lazizi seethed. Seeing that he was genuinely irked, Yun Mingyi had no choice but to obediently close her mouth. "Father, what Chu Ming did was indeed inappropriate. Regardless of the facts, Mingyi is still an elder," Yun Cheng interjected. However, before he could finish, Chu Ming interrupted him. "Second uncle, if we disregard the facts, then what remains to discuss?" Yun Cheng was momentarily at a loss for words, his expression changing rapidly, unsure of how to respond. "Enough. Let us all refrain from speaking too much," Yun Lazizi commanded. Afterward, he turned to Chu Ming and continued. "Chu Ming, in light of your earlier remarks, what is your perspective on this matter? You have merely heard that Xu Yin presented a pair of fake jade auspicious objects at Fu Lazizi's birthday banquet. You may not be aware of the situation between the Fu family and the Tiger Gang." Chu Ming replied nonchalantly. "The Tiger Gang has surrounded the Donghai Hotel. Today, the Fu family is in grave danger, leaving little time for other concerns." He elaborated, that's so. The Tiger Gang and the Fu family." Yun Lazizi was taken aback, instinctively glancing at Yun Xuan. "Grandfather, Chu Ming speaks the truth. The banquet concluded prematurely due to the Tiger Gang's appearance, and it did not stop there. They even presented a coffin to Fu Lazizi in public." Yun Xuan clarified. "What? How dare Lin Ba who do such a thing?" Yun Cheng gasped. The Tiger Gang is merely a newly emerged force in Donghai, while the Fu family's foundation has long since moved beyond Donghai. They should have minimal conflicting interests. Why would Lin Bahu act in such a manner? I do not know. However, the Tiger Gang's demeanor does not seem playful. It appears they are prepared for a life-and-death struggle with the Fu family. Yin Shuyan shook her head. By the way, Lin Bahu seems to be affiliated with the Imperial Hall. Suddenly, Yin Shuyan's voice rang out again. What? The Imperial Hall? Are you saying that the force behind Lin Bahu is the Imperial Hall? Yun Leazizi's eyes widened in astonishment. Upon hearing this, everyone was momentarily stunned, instinctively turning to look at Yun Leazizi. Father, what is the Imperial Hall? Is it formidable? I've never heard of it before. Yun Mingyi inquired in confusion. What do you know? You're always preoccupied with scheming and intrigue. Yun Leazizi retorted with irritation. Hearing his words, Yun Mingyi immediately grew displeased. Father, I'm not as you say. I'm only considering the interests of our group. Fine, I understand, Yun Leazizi said impatiently. The Imperial Hall is currently the most powerful existence, controlling vast assets, and its experts are all top-tier figures. It is said that the Imperial Hall has 4 kings and 8 halls. Any one of the 4 kings alone could sweep away the majority of forces, and each of the 8 halls possesses formidable strength. If what Lin Bahu says is true, then the Tiger Gang is likely one of the 8 halls of the Imperial Hall. Yun Leazizi continued his analysis. What? Such a force exists in this world? Yun Mingyi gazed at Yun Leazizi in shock. What I know is merely the tip of the iceberg. No one truly knows how terrifying the Imperial Hall's real strength is. Yun Leazizi scoffed. Father, is the Imperial Hall truly that powerful? Yin Cheng couldn't help but ask that I merely overheard someone discussing it while I was in the capital. It is said that even the 4 hidden aristocratic families of the capital must bow before the Imperial Hall. Yin Leazizi explained. The 4 hidden aristocratic families? I have heard of them. They are among the most prestigious families in our daxia, Yin Cheng remarked. Thus, whether or not the Tiger Gang is one of the 8 halls of the Imperial Hall, they are not a force our Yun family can provoke, Yin Leazizi concluded. But what about the Fu family? What shall we do about the offense we have caused them? Yun Cheng pressed on. Hearing this, a hint of hesitation crossed Yun Leazizi's face. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, As for the Fu family, let us observe the situation for now. We are unaware of the specifics regarding the Tiger Gang and the Fu family. Send someone to gather information, and once the Tiger Gang leaves the Donghai Hotel, we will discuss how to resolve the misunderstandings the Fu family has towards us. Understood. I will arrange for someone to head to the Donghai Hotel immediately. Yin Cheng said promptly. He then took out his phone and made a call. Father, in my opinion, even if Lin Bahu is indeed from the Imperial Hall, he may not dare to move against the Fu family. Yin Mingyi interjected. The Fu family is undoubtedly the foremost family in Donghai, and they have established themselves in Modu as well. It would not be so simple for Lin Bahu to take action against them. She continued. Well, regardless, this matter is not something our Yun family can involve ourselves in. What we must do is wait and see how the confrontation between the Tiger Gang and the Fu family unfolds. Yun Leazizi stated. What about Xuan? Yun Mingyi hesitated for a moment before asking. Until the situation with the Fu family and the Tiger Gang is resolved, do not bring this matter up. Yun Leazizi shot a glare at Yun Mingyi. Seeing this, she immediately adopted a wronged expression. I won't mention it. Father, why do you always scold me for no reason? Xu Yin is indeed your granddaughter, but I am still your daughter. Yun Mingyi grasped Yun Leazizi's arm, saying, I understand that Xu Yin grew up in your presence after my elder brother's passing, and you favor her greatly, but it cannot be to such an extent. Yun Leazizi furrowed his brow and glanced at Yun Mingyi. What are you talking about? Is this the time for such discussions? How have I shown favoritism toward Xuan? Her capabilities are evident. Without her, would the Yun Group have the present market value? Yun Leazizi expressed his displeasure. When the company faced difficulties, was it not Xu Yin who stood up to resolve them? Now, you all claim that I am biased. Why did you not voice such sentiments back then? If you truly possess the ability, you should focus on helping the company grow stronger instead of arguing with me here. Mingyi, cease your words. Yin Cheng gestured at her. Yin Mingyi understood that Yun Leazizi was angry and immediately said, Father, I understand. I shall say no more. Is that all right? Yin Leazizi huffed. All right, Father, Do not hold a grudge against Mingyi. After all, she is merely concerned for our family's company, Yun Cheng remarked, looking at Yun Lazizi. However, Yun Lazizi ignored him. Sitting on the sofa with a somber expression, silent, Yun Cheng and Yun Mingyi exchanged glances, choosing not to speak further. For a moment, the living room of the Yun family estate was engulfed in silence. However, this silence did not last long. Soon, a shrill ringtone shattered the quiet atmosphere. Upon hearing the sound, everyone turned their attention to Yun Cheng. He glanced at his phone, then quickly pressed the answer button. Although the content of the phone call remained a mystery, Yun Cheng's reaction was evident to all present. As he listened intently, his expression shifted to one of shock, disbelief evident in his eyes. Soon after, he hung up the phone, and before he could utter a word, Yun Mingyi's voice broke the silence. Second brother, what happened? Is the Fu family unwilling to let go of our Yun family? Yun Mingyi inquired anxiously. Yun Cheng instinctively shook his head in response. What? Is it true that the Fu family is no longer pursuing the matter of Shuiyin presenting a counterfeit at the elder Fu's birthday banquet? Yun Mingyi asked reflexively. Not exactly, Yun Cheng replied. Observing his demeanor, Yun Mingyi's confusion deepened. Let me take a moment, Yun Cheng sighed, attempting to collect his thoughts. At this moment, the curiosity of Elder Yun and the others was palpable. Hearing Elder Yun's words, everyone's gaze turned toward Yun Cheng, but he took a deep breath to calm his racing heart and spoke slowly. Father, the Fu family is finished. As soon as Yun Cheng's words fell, shock washed over the faces of the Yun family members. Even Yun Xuan, who stood beside Chu Ming, was momentarily taken aback. The Fu family is finished? Elder Yun was the first to regain his composure. Asking in confusion, what do you mean? Yun Cheng inhaled deeply before continuing. The Donghai Hotel has been completely taken over by the Tiger Hall. I only managed to gather this information through connections. The Fu family has been annihilated, and all their assets have been transferred to the Tiger Hall. There is no longer a Fu family in Donghai. What? How is that possible? Yun Mingyi's eyes widened in disbelief. Before Yun Cheng could respond, she spoke again. Second brother, is the information you received reliable? How could the Fu family be destroyed by the Tiger Hall? Even if the Tiger Hall is powerful, they couldn't possibly eradicate the Fu family. Could they? Yun Cheng exhaled, stating, the news is indeed confirmed. There were no survivors from the Fu family, including their bodyguards, though I am reluctant to believe it. The facts are before us. The Fu family has truly ceased to exist. Yun Cheng's declaration plunged the Yun family into a profound silence. After a long pause, Elder Yun finally spoke. It seems the Tiger Hall is indeed, as I suspected, one of the 8 halls of the Imperial Palace. Father, what should we do now? Yun Cheng inquired. Elder Yun contemplated for a moment before responding. Regardless of the circumstances, the Tiger Hall is not someone we can provoke. Thankfully, our relationship with them remains relatively amicable. For now, we should observe their next moves. Xuan, the matter with the Fu family is behind us. The Yun Corporation must continue its operations as planned. Elder Yun then turned his gaze to Yun Xuan. Upon hearing this, Yun Xuan quickly nodded. Grandfather, I understand. She then glanced at Yun Cheng and Yun Mingyi, saying, Second uncle, Elder Aunt, do you have any other matters to discuss? If not, I will head upstairs. I have a mountain of emails awaiting my attention, so I won't linger downstairs. With that, Yun Xuan did not afford Yun Cheng and Yun Mingyi the opportunity to respond and promptly ascended the stairs. The expressions of Yun Mingyi and Yun Cheng darkened at this. Why had they hurried to the Yun family estate? It was to leverage the incident involving Yun Xuan and the counterfeit Jade Rui to remove her from the position of president of the Yun Corporation. Yet, they had not anticipated such a turn of events with the Fu family. Otherwise, today, Yun Xuan would undoubtedly have been compelled to relinquish her role as president. Father, look at Xuyan's attitude. How can you still defend her? Yun Mingyi couldn't help but direct her frustration at Elder Yun. Enough. Xuyan is focused on the corporation's matters. What do you have to complain about? Elder Yun retorted. Hearing this, Yun Cheng and Yun Mingyi chose not to remain at the Yun estate any longer. In the outdoor parking lot of the Yun estate, Yun Mingyi and Yun Cheng did not immediately leave, but continued their discussion. Second brother, are we just going to let this slide? This is a rare opportunity for us to vie for control of the Yun Corporation. Yun Mingyi remarked, glancing at the lights within the estate. Yun Cheng sighed. It was indeed a great opportunity, but with the Fu family's downfall, Donghai will now be under the Tiger Hall's absolute control. What shall we do then? Are we to simply surrender? Yun Mingyi pressed. The old man is determined to bestow the family's fortune upon that traitorous Xuan. If we do not act, once Xuan marries that scoundrel Chu Ming, we will be forced to watch our family's wealth fall into his hands. Yun Mingyi continued. Yun Qing's expression turned grave upon hearing this. Sensing his silence, Yun Mingyi added, "Second brother, our time is running out." Yun Qing nodded solemnly. "I am aware. With less than a month until Chu Ming and Xuyan's wedding, if they succeeded, it would be too late for them, that I understand. I'm also devising a plan." Yun Cheng replied impatiently. "You think you're the only one concerned? I am equally invested." Yun Cheng snapped back. "Can you not complicate matters?" Yun Mingyi instinctively began, but before she could finish, Yun Cheng shot her a glare. "What more do you have to say?" Yun Mingyi, recognizing the moment, closed her mouth. After a moment of contemplation, Yun Cheng remarked, "Though the Fu family has been destroyed, perhaps this presents us with an opportunity." "What kind of opportunity?" Yun Mingyi asked, excitement sparking in her eyes. "What do you mean, second brother? Do you have a plan?" She pressed. "Yes," Yun Cheng affirmed. "The Fu family had a project contract worth billions that required collaboration. Although the Fu family has been eradicated by the Tiger Hall, that contract still exists. It merely awaits a new partner. The Tiger Hall will undoubtedly seek new collaborators for this billion-dollar project. If we can secure it, we will surely gain the elders' favor. Moreover, with the project concerning the Huang family's land, if Chu Ming fails to commence it on schedule, the tides may turn in our favor, allowing us to reclaim control over the Yun Corporation with relative ease. But how do we secure the billion-dollar project from the Tiger Hall?" Yun Mingyi queried, puzzled. "I have not been idle in Donghai all these years. Who doesn't have a few connections?" Yun Cheng replied with confidence. Yun Mingyi's eyes widened in surprise. "Second brother, do you know people from the Tiger Hall?" "Of course," Yun Cheng chuckled. "After the Sana Society was absorbed by the Tiger Hall, several of my acquaintances from the Sana Society have now become mid-level personnel within the Tiger Hall." Upon hearing this, Yun Mingyi's face lit up with excitement. "That's fantastic. Second brother, what are you waiting for? Contact your friends immediately." Yun Cheng shot her an exasperated look. "Why the rush? The Tiger Hall has just obliterated the Fu family. They will have plenty to manage, and it's best to wait a few days before reaching out." Yun Mingyi nodded repeatedly. "You're right. I was too hasty." Inside the Yun estate, just as Yun Xuyan prepared to open her computer to tackle her files, Chu Ming's voice resonated. "Xuyan, it's getting late. You've been so busy with work these past few days that you've neglected your health. Hurry up and let me check on you." Yun Xuyan rolled her eyes in annoyance. "Stop fooling around." However, Chu Ming ignored her protest, swiftly approaching her and lifting her from the chair. Yun Xuyan gasped in surprise, instinctively wrapping her arms around his neck. Chu Ming turned off the room's lights and gently placed her on the bed. The next day, Yun Xuyan awoke in Chu Ming's embrace. Noticing him gazing at her, she couldn't help but ask, "What are you staring at?" "Of course, I'm admiring my beautiful wife." Chu Ming replied with a grin. "It's still early. How about another health check?" As he spoke, his hand deftly slipped under the covers. Chapter 72. Cheng Yao's confirmation issue as dawn broke. Yun Xuyan hurriedly dressed and tidied her appearance before heading to the Yun Corporation. Chu Ming, however, did not accompany her and instead took a taxi to the Tiger Hall. Inside the Tiger Hall, upon seeing Chu Ming's arrival, Lin Bahu immediately instructed his subordinates to stand guard. "Young master, all of the Fu family's assets have been transferred to the Tiger Hall. What do you propose we do next?" Lin Bahu asked respectfully. Chu Ming nodded slightly, inquiring, "What about the assets in Modu? Have they also been transferred to the Tiger Hall?" "Indeed, young master," Lin Bahu confirmed. "However, due to the time constraints, we have yet to send anyone to Modu to take over those assets." Chu Ming pondered for a moment before asking, "Who do you plan to send to Modu for the takeover?" "Young master, I have yet to contemplate this matter in detail. However, rest assured, I will not allow the industries in the Magic City to fall into neglect," Lin Bahu asserted. He chuckled. "Those industries hold little significance for me. I wouldn't mind if they were lost, but what?" Chu Ming inquired. "The destruction of the Chu family may be linked to certain powers within the Magic City. The Fu family was able to establish themselves swiftly in the Magic City due to the support and assistance of that influential figure. Therefore, I would like you to personally go to the Magic City to take over the Fu family's industries. Chu Ming explained that in the past, Fu Yuancheng had attempted to trace those who were allied with the Fu family. But unfortunately, he was unable to uncover much. Chu Ming continued. At this point, he paused briefly. Seeing this, Lin Bahu promptly asked, "Young master, do you mean for me to continue the investigation based on the leads Fu Yuancheng had discovered?" Chu Ming nodded slightly. Precisely. Now that the East Sea is dominated by the Tiger Hall, your continued presence there serves little purpose. I have other matters to attend to, so I must send you to the Magic City to investigate the past. Young master, I have no objection to going to the East Sea, but Lin Bahu's face displayed a hint of hesitation. But what? Chu Ming pressed. Young master, with the Qinglong Hall station in the Magic City. If I go there, Lin Bahu began. You need not worry about that. I will speak with Qinglong, explaining that your purpose in the Magic City is merely to take over the Fu family's industries and continue the investigation into past events. So there is no need for concern regarding any dissatisfaction from Qinglong. Chu Ming reassured him with a smile. Though both Tiger Hall and Qinglong Hall are under the banner of the Imperial Hall, a competitive spirit exists between them. Chu Ming was well aware of Lin Bahu's concerns that, if necessary, you may contact Qinglong and request his assistance in investigating the past. Chu Ming added. Understood, Lin Bahu replied respectfully. Now attend to matters in the East Sea promptly and set off for the Magic City as soon as possible. Chu Ming instructed, rising from his seat. Yes, young master, Lin Bahu affirmed. Chu Ming nodded in satisfaction before departing from Tiger Hall. When Chu Ming arrived at the Yin Corporation, it was already past 10 o'clock. In the project apartment on the 6th floor, he observed several individuals diligently engaged in their work, his gaze landing on Lao Zhang and Wu Fang. All right, you continue coordinating with the construction team, Chu Ming said with a slight nod in the office. After brewing a cup of tea, he opened his computer to watch short videos. Time passed swiftly, and soon it was nearing the end of the afternoon. Qing Yao entered Chu Ming's office and, upon seeing him engrossed in trivial videos, couldn't help but remark, Manager Chu, why do you watch these things every day? What about the project? However, before she could finish, Chu Ming interrupted. Is there something wrong with the project? Cheng Yao replied helplessly. There isn't anything wrong with the project, but we only have a few days left. Why aren't you feeling anxious? What is there to be anxious about? Everything is proceeding in an orderly manner. Chu Ming chuckled, by the way. The next moment, he suddenly called out to Cheng Yao. Manager Chu, what is it? Cheng Yao initially thought he wanted to inquire about the project's progress. However, Chu Ming's inquiry was not work-related. Has your landlord been bothering you lately? Chu Ming asked. That's good, he nodded. But isn't that a bit inappropriate? Cheng Yao was taken aback that, what's inappropriate about it? It's just a matter of words. Chu Ming replied. But Cheng Yao still hesitated, saying, Manager Chu, there's really no rush about the regularization. I can wait until I've proven myself that you're already promoted to the assistant project manager. How can you still be in the internship phase? Chu Ming countered. You needn't worry about this matter. I will speak to General Yun about it. Seeing Chu Ming's insistence, Cheng Yao chose not to press further. Manager Chu, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave now. Cheng Yao asked. Mei Chim, go ahead. Chu Ming nodded. After Cheng Yao left, he too did not linger in the office. Shortly after, he arrived at the top floor of the Yun Corporation in the president's office, noticing Yun Shui still engrossed in work. He approached her, saying, What's wrong? Still not done? I just heard that the Fu family has a 100 billion contract that requires finding partners in the East Sea. Although the Fu family has been destroyed, their assets have all been transferred under the Tiger Hall's name. Thus, this 100 billion contract remains intact, merely shifted to the Tiger Hall's hands, Yun Shui explained. Although it's uncertain when the Tiger Hall will commence this 100 billion contract, it's better to prepare in advance than to be caught unprepared, she continued. Chu Ming nodded slightly. Are you saying that the 100 billion contract is now in the hands of Tiger Hall? Very well. You continue with your work. I need to make a call. Without waiting for Yun Shui to respond, he turned and left her office. Stepping outside, he retrieved his phone and dialed Lin Bahu's number. The call was quickly answered by Lin Bahu. Young master, what can I do for you? He inquired. Before Chu Ming could speak, Lin Bahu's voice continued. Young master, I am currently arranging matters for Yao Ji. He is the second in command of the Tiger Hall. Once I finalize arrangement for the Tiger Hall, I will head straight to the Magic City. That I didn't call regarding the Magic City. Chu Ming replied nonchalantly. Lin Bahu was momentarily taken aback, then asked, Young master, what matter is so significant that you personally called me? It's nothing of great importance. Chu Ming stated, I heard there is a 100 billion contract with the Fu family. A 100 billion contract? Lin Bahu questioned in confusion. Oh yes. I just remembered, he quickly added. Indeed, there is such a contract. Young master, do you mean? Lin Bahu asked cautiously. Does the 100 billion contract require finding partners? Chu Ming inquired. However, we are still in the process of sorting out and taking over the Fu family's assets, so the matter of the 100 billion contract may take a few more days. But young master, rest assured, even if I'm not in the EC at that time, I will ensure Yao Ji is properly instructed in no rush, Chu Ming replied. After concluding the call, he returned to Yun Shuiyan's office. Please take a seat for a moment. I may need to wait a little longer, Yun Shuiyan indicated, pointing to the nearby sofa. Feel free to ask Lily to prepare you something to drink. She then turned to Chu Ming. Manager Chu, would you like tea or coffee? Lily inquired. No need. Chu Ming shook his head. Shuiyan, there's no need to rush regarding the 100 billion contract. Once the project on the Huang family's land commences and the Yun Corporation as financial chain is secure, that 100 billion contract will undoubtedly belong to the Yun family. Chu Ming added, One cannot say it so lightly. Both the Wang and Zhao families are currently stronger than the Yun family. Moreover, the Wang and Zhao families are closely aligned, having united with other families against the Yun family. It will be exceedingly difficult for the Yun family to secure the 100 billion contract before them. Yun Shuiyan countered. There are always matters to attend to. If you continue this way, what will happen to your health? Chu Ming remarked. General Yun, I believe Manager Chu is right. Perhaps you should take a break. Working like this every day isn't beneficial, Lily chimed in. And considering your health is fragile, what will happen to the company if you push yourself too hard? Lily added again. Sister Lily, you know how crucial the 100 billion contract is for the Yun Corporation? Yun Shuiyan argued. Enough. Shuiyan, don't worry about the 100 billion contract. If I say it belongs to the Yun Corporation, it will certainly belong to the Yun Corporation, Chu Ming asserted. Fine. I'll finish this up and then take a break. All right, Yun Shuiyan conceded. All right, I will wait for you. Chu Ming nodded. Observing Yun Shuiyan, Lily couldn't help but smile at Chu Ming. Sister Lily, what are you doing? Not working properly. Be careful, or I'll deduct your salary. Yun Shuiyan said, visibly displeased. Coming. General Yun, what do you need me to do? Lily promptly replied. After a little over 10 minutes, Yun Shuiyan shut down her computer, changed into high heels, grabbed her bag, and approached Chu Ming, who was seated on the sofa, with an unamused expression. Let us go. You're like a grim reaper. If I had known, I wouldn't have brought you to the company. Let us eat outside. The meals prepared by the housekeeper at home all taste the same. It's nice to change it up, Yun Shuiyan suggested after some hesitation. Chu Ming nodded. Very well. Let us go eat something outside. He then turned and glanced at the curvaceous yet graceful Lily, asking, Sister Lily, since you're still working late, would you like to join us for a meal? Upon hearing this, Lily looked at Chu Ming and Yun Shuiyan, playfully teasing, Manager Chu, are you inviting me to dinner or just asking me to be a third wheel? Of course, it's time for a meal. There's no need to play the third wheel, Chu Ming chuckled. Sister Lily, since it's so late, why not join us for a casual meal outside? Yun Shuiyan suggested. Yun, you can go with Manager Chu. I'll finish organizing these items and then check on a research project, so I won't be joining you, Lily replied. All right then, it's fine to sort things out tomorrow. There's no rush, Yun Shuiyan said. Okay, Lily agreed. Shortly after, Yun Shuiyan and Chu Ming descended the stairs and left Yun's group. Inside the car, Chu Ming looked curiously at Yun Shuiyan in the passenger seat and couldn't help but ask, Shuiyan, didn't you say Sister Lily isn't married? Then who is that research project about? Ah, a failed marriage? Chu Ming inquired, intrigued. Yes, Sister Lily met a man during her university days, and shortly after graduation, they hastily married. They had a daughter together, but within a year, the man sought out other women. Upon discovering this, he even subjected Sister Lily to domestic violence, and threatened her not to seek a divorce. Yin Xuan explained. Ultimately, Sister Lily had to leave the marriage with nothing, while the man kept their daughter, and Sister Lily is obligated to pay him a fixed monthly child support. It was due to the child support issue that the man once came to the company in a rage, claiming that the 2,000 yuan Sister Lily provided was insufficient and demanding 5,000 instead. She continued, "2,000 isn't enough? How much can a child possibly need? Most likely, that man is spending it on himself." Chu Ming couldn't help but interject. Who can argue with that? But Sister Lily worries that her daughter might suffer. So she reluctantly agreed, Yin Xuan replied. Thus, Sister Lily has had a tough time over the years that, in my opinion, Sister Lily shouldn't have consented to 5,000 for living expenses. Wouldn't that mean that man treats their daughter like a cash cow, coming to her every time he runs low? Chu Ming remarked, I advised Sister Lily back then, but after all, that is her daughter, and how could Sister Lily bear to see her suffer? Yin Xuan said, All right, enough of this. What do you feel like eating tonight? Chu Ming asked. After pondering for a moment, Yin Xuan replied, I heard Sister Lily mention a hot pot place that serves delicious food a few days ago. Shall we go for hot pot? Hot pot sounds good. Chu Ming agreed. He then drove towards the hot pot restaurant that Yin Xuan mentioned. After more than half an hour, they arrived at a commercial street. After parking, the two entered the nearby hot pot restaurant. Although it was not yet completely dark outside, the restaurant was already bustling with patrons. After the front desk called their number, Chu Ming and Yin Xuan stepped outside for a stroll, where they bought 2 cups of milk tea. Just as they re-entered, a chubby little boy suddenly dashed in from behind them, causing Yin Xuan to stumble. Had it not been for Chu Ming's swift reaction in catching her, she might have fallen. Nevertheless, her milk tea spilled everywhere, drenching her in the process. Seeing this, a waitress hurriedly brought over some napkins. Meanwhile, the little boy ran into the restaurant as if nothing had happened. Xuan, are you all right? Chu Ming asked while helping her clean the milk tea off her clothes. That I'm fine. Yin Xuan reassured him. Was that little boy with that table? Where are his parents? Chu Ming inquired. Looking at the waitress hesitated, her face showing signs of discomfort. Chu Ming, I'm okay. I just got bumped. It's nothing serious, Yin Xuan insisted. All right then, Chu Ming replied, seeing that she was unfazed and did not pursue the matter further. Are we number 9? Has our turn arrived? He then asked the waitress, handing her the number. Yes, please follow me. The waitress quickly responded, as they walked into the hot pot restaurant. The waitress led them to a table that had been prepared. Sir, ma'am, please take a seat here, the waitress said. However, Chu Ming did not pay attention to her words, for he was focused on the little boy seated at the adjacent table. The boy who had just collided with Yin Xuan was none other than this chubby child. The boy was at a table with 5 people, 2 elderly individuals with gray hair, a middle-aged man of short stature with long, narrow eyes and a round face adorned with black framed glasses, and a woman dressed in an ostentatious manner, her short hair styled in waves, adorned with glimmering jewelry. The attire of the elderly couple also suggested they were of considerable means, with the elderly lady dressed in luxurious fabrics, even though her hair had turned silver. Meanwhile, Yin Xuan recognized the little boy as well, and seeing Chu Ming staring at him, she quickly tugged at his sleeve. Chu Ming glanced at her, and she shook her head in a silent warning. He nodded in understanding and said, All right, let's sit down and order. Upon hearing this, Yin Xuan finally felt reassured and took her seat, due to the cramped arrangement of tables in the hot pot restaurant. Chu Ming found himself seated directly next to the chubby little boy, with only a small gap of 20 to 30 centimeters separating them. Fortunately, the chairs had backs, providing some barrier between the two. After Chu Ming and Yin Xuan placed their orders, it wasn't long before the hot pot and ingredients were served. After just a couple of bites, Chu Ming felt someone leaning against his chair from behind. Turning around, he saw the little boy with his foot propped on the table, his chair tilted against Chu Ming's. Chu Ming reached out and lightly tapped the boy. What? The boy turned around, casting a sideways glance at Chu Ming, and asked petulantly. Don't lean on my chair, Chu Ming replied coldly. He was already somewhat displeased with the little boy for bumping into Yin Xuan earlier, and now, witnessing the boy's antics only added to his annoyance. What's your problem? What's wrong with leaning on your chair? Why are you being so fierce? The boy retorted, clearly unbothered. The affluent woman sitting beside the boy immediately took offense. glaring at Chu Ming and scolding him. Hey, why are you acting like that? It's just a chair. Chu Ming, it's all right. Let us just eat, Yin Shuyan advised. Sorry, it's just in a bad mood. Please don't take it to heart. Yin Shuyan quickly apologized to the woman. Yet, the little boy continued to lean his chair against Chu Ming's. Chu Ming, just bear with it for now. We'll eat quickly, Yin Shuyan said, looking at him. Chu Ming, seeing her expression, chuckled helplessly and replied, Fine, let us just eat. However, mere moments later, he felt the little boy behind him starting to misbehave again. This time, the boy was not merely leaning against his chair. He began to repeatedly bump his chair against Chu Ming's backrest. Faced with such behavior, Chu Ming could no longer contain himself. But at the same time, Yin Shun noticed Chu Ming's unease and suggested, Chu Ming, why don't you sit next to me? We can sit together. Chu Ming nodded, promptly standing up. However, as he did, the little boy behind him, who had been tilting his chair against Chu Ming's, found himself in a predicament. With Chu Ming's weight no longer supporting the chair, it became unable to bear the little boy's weight. Bang! As the boy attempted to push against Chu Ming's chair again. He suddenly found himself falling backward along with the chair. The loud crash immediately attracted the attention of everyone around. The little boy was taken aback and burst into tears. Seeing this, the affluent woman beside him quickly stood up, crouching down to help him. Darling, what happened? My little baby, get up, let Mommy see, she said, her face filled with concern as she helped the boy up. Mommy, it was him. He got up on purpose, and that's why I fell. The boy cried, pointing at Chu Ming through his tears. Upon hearing this, the woman's heavily made-up face instantly contorted with anger. You little brat, apologize to my precious son right now, she screeched, her voice sharp and piercing like glass being scraped. Where did this country bumpkin come from, daring to bully my precious grandson? Do you believe I could have my son deal with you in a heartbeat? The elderly lady chimed in. Why, dear grandson. Are you all right? Did you get hurt anywhere? Come here and let Grandma take a look, she asked, her expression filled with concern. Meanwhile, the surrounding diners had paused their meals, turning their gazes toward Chu Ming. Those at nearby tables who were aware of the situation remained silent, while those further away began to murmur amongst themselves. How can a grown man bully a child like that? Exactly, he's just a kid. How can anyone justify bullying him like that? Wow, that crash was quite loud. Not just a child, but even an adult wouldn't take that lightly. Whispers filled the air as the atmosphere thickened with tension. Chu Ming cast a fleeting glance at the people around him, before his gaze settled on the small boy. You little rascal, how does your fall concern me? If you hadn't persistently leaned back in your chair, would you have tumbled? Just as Chu Ming's words hung in the air, a lavishly dressed noblewoman erupted in fury. You vile creature, who are you calling a little rascal? Do you dare to threaten me with your words? Bolstered by the noblewoman's support, the small boy suddenly found his courage. He raised his hands to his ears and mockingly gestured at Chu Ming. You dog, hurry up and apologize to my precious son, or my mother won't let you off lightly. The boy then mimicked the woman's tone, berating Chu Ming. Yin Shuyan watched the scene unfold, a surge of indignation rising within her. Though she had a gentle temperament, it did not mean she would allow herself to be bullied. Chu Ming, she said, turning her gaze towards him. Chu Ming glanced at Yin Shuyan and replied, Let me handle this. You just stay seated. Yin Shuyan nodded, refraining from further comments. Hey dog, are you listening? Hurry up and apologize to my precious son, the noblewoman commanded imperiously. The ones who should apologize are you, Chu Ming retorted coldly. Just now, that little brat nearly knocked over my girlfriend at the entrance. And now he is incessantly bumping into my chair during dinner. He's just a child. What's wrong with being a bit rambunctious? If he falls, that's his misfortune. At his age, he should know to watch where he's going. The noblewoman scoffed. I haven't even sought trouble with you, yet you dare to bite back first. Fortunately, if you didn't manage to injure my precious son, or even your lives wouldn't suffice as compensation, Chu Ming remarked, his tone dripping with disdain. Oh, how unreasonable you are. If that's the case, there's no need to waste any more breath on you, he declared. What? Do you wish to resort to violence? The noblewoman sneered, looking down at Chu Ming. I warn you, you better apologize to us quickly and compensate for my son's mental anguish. Otherwise, this matter will not end today. Apologize? Compensate. You may not be the most attractive, but your thoughts are rather grand." Chu Ming replied with a cold laugh. His words ignited the noblewoman's fury like a spark to gunpowder. "What did you say? You vile creature! How dare you call me ugly?" She shrieked, her face contorted with rage. "At least you possess some self-awareness, knowing your own worth. While others adorn themselves with makeup, you merely apply it as if renovating a wall. Just look at that thick layer of powder on your face. It's more substantial than wall putty," Chu Ming retorted. You did. The noblewoman seethed, her teeth clenched as she glared at Chu Ming, wishing she could devour him whole. "Old Huang, say something. This dog dares to speak to me and my son like this. And you remain silent." She directed her ire at the man seated across from her, who was engrossed in his phone, chuckling at a live stream. Reluctantly, the man lowered his phone and said, "Why waste time with a country bumpkin? Let him pay for what he owes and apologize." "Compensation? Apology? He just insulted me to my face. Do you think that's enough?" The noblewoman snapped back that in that case, let him kneel and publicly apologize. The man suggested, as he spoke, he didn't even glance at Chu Ming, as if his words were a royal decree. However, when he noticed Yun Xian beside Chu Ming, he was momentarily taken aback. Dressed in professional attire, Yun Xian, despite wearing only light makeup, radiated an extraordinary beauty. The man's gaze fixated on her, as though he were spellbound. "Old Huang, you dog, what are you staring at? How am I any less than her?" The noblewoman barked, instantly snapping him back to reality that he awkwardly replied, "Wife, what are you talking about? She can't possibly compare to you. I just thought she looked familiar, but I can't quite place where I've seen her." Just then, the small boy left his seat and approached Chu Ming's table. Without hesitation, he grabbed a cup of milk tea from the table and poured it into the hot pot. "Eat, eat, eat. I dare you to eat now," he muttered as he poured. "What are you doing?" Yun Xian exclaimed, scolding him urgently. The boy shot her a disdainful glance and tossed the cup into the pot, then raised a finger to his nose, sticking out his tongue while making a mocking sound. Tea that moment. Chu Ming noticed the boy's antics and swiftly grabbed the collar of his shirt, lifting him off the ground. The boy thrashed in terror, repeatedly striking Chu Ming's arm as he shouted, "You vile creature! What are you doing? Put me down this instant." The middle-aged couple noticed Chu Ming's actions. "What do you think you're doing, you dog?" The noblewoman instinctively scolded. "Kid, I warn you not to act recklessly. Otherwise, you'll be leaving here on a stretcher." The man growled. The elderly individuals beside them hurriedly joined in the chorus of reprimands. "You little brat! If you harm my precious grandson, you won't leave here unscathed." Chu Ming regarded the entire family with a cold smile. "That if you utter one more word, do you believe I won't simply drop him right now?" "You dare," the noblewoman shouted. "If you even touch a hair on my baby's head, I swear I won't let you off today. Care to test that?" Chu Ming replied, casting a nonchalant glance at the noblewoman as he spoke. He raised the boy high, disregarding the child's futile struggles. The onlookers around them widened their eyes, filled with disbelief. Though the boy was merely in his early teens, he was quite heavy, weighing at least 130 pounds. What kind of strength did Chu Ming possess to lift him effortlessly with one hand? With the boy struggling against his grip, it was astonishing how easily Chu Ming managed to hold him up. This person looks frail, yet he possesses such terrifying strength that it seems that little brat has kicked a steel plate. Indeed, the boy was in dire need of education, and so was his family, who were blindly defending him despite his deliberate provocation. There have been numerous instances where the behavior of children mirrored that of their parents. If there were no unruly parents, how could there be unruly children? At that moment, the middle-aged couple and the elderly individuals were taken aback by the scene. You please put my son down," the noblewoman pleaded, her tone softened significantly, devoid of her earlier arrogance or insults, fearful that Chu Ming might act impulsively. Yun Xian, witnessing the unfolding drama, furrowed her brow. "Chu Ming, perhaps we should just let it go," she suggested. Chu Ming glanced at Yun Xian and responded, "Let it go. Not a chance. We've finally come out for a meal, and we were in good spirits until this ruckus disrupted everything." "But," Yun Xian began, but Chu Ming interrupted. "Just wait quietly over there. You don't need to say anything that I'll handle this." Seeing Chu Ming's determination, Yun Xian nodded and stepped aside. Chu Ming then turned to the family, disdain evident in his gaze. Your unruly child first collided with my girlfriend, then continued to bump into my chair, and even poured milk tea into our hot tea. Do you truly have the audacity to demand compensation? What kind of shamelessness is this? That young man, please calm down. After all, he is just a child. Why stoop to his level? The man interjected. Yes, he's just a child. You're an adult. Why engage with him? The noblewoman chimed in. What's wrong with a little mischief? Isn't that normal for children? Mischief is simply a child's nature, the noblewoman continued. Young man, how about this? Let's put my son down first, and we can resolve our issues slowly. What do you say? The man suggested, seeing that Chu Ming remained unyielding. And how do you intend to resolve this? Chu Ming asked coolly. Let me lie down and leave? Huh. Young man, you see, that was just a moment of anger. Let us do this. You let him down first, and we'll apologize and compensate you. How does that sound? The man proposed. Fine, you can forget about the compensation, but I want an apology, just as you demanded I kneel. I ask that this little rascal kneels and apologizes to me. What do you think? The noblewoman reacted instantly, her face contorted with rage. Before she could finish her sentence, the man hastily interrupted her, wearing a smile as he said, No problem. Little brother, whether you want him to kneel and apologize or to express his regret in another way, you must first let the boy down. Right? Chu Ming nodded slightly and replied, You are correct. As he spoke, Chu Ming unceremoniously tossed the little boy onto the ground. Thud. The boy fell heavily, crying out in pain immediately. Baby, are you all right? The noblewoman exclaimed, quickly crouching down to embrace the boy, her heart aching with concern. Mommy, it hurts, and my arm hurts so much, the little boy sobbed. You wretched creature, you are finished. The noblewoman glared at Chu Ming through gritted teeth. Do you even take a moment to reflect on your own character? How dare you expect my son to kneel and apologize? What a ridiculous notion. What? Are you planning to go back on your word? Chu Ming asked with a hint of amusement. Kid, let us put the apology aside for now. We need to settle the score for how you just threw my son, the man said coldly. And how do you propose we settle this? But I advise you to think carefully, Chu Ming replied nonchalantly. Chapter 77. The Arrogance of Confidence. How do we settle it? You threw my son to the ground. And that fall was no trivial matter. Medical expenses and compensation for emotional distress should amount to at least 200,000. The man declared. 200,000 is already a bargain for you. You wretched creature, just look at how terrified you've made my son. The noblewoman scolded. Mommy, you mustn't let that wretched creature off the hook. That scoundrel nearly killed me, the little boy chimed in. Faced with the family's backtracking and the boy's foul language, the onlookers around them began to murmur among themselves, It's true that you can't judge a book by its cover. Clearly, it was the child's fault. Although he fell, it hardly warrants a demand for 200,000 in compensation. Does it? Exactly. Does he think his child is made of gold? There are all kinds of people these days. If I had a child like that, I would have choked him at home, let alone allow him to harm others. Listening to the rising chorus of gossip around her, the noblewoman redirected her ire, immediately lashing out at the onlookers. What are you all blabbering about? What my child does is none of your business. Speak another word, and I won't spare any of you. The noblewoman, with an air of superiority, pointed at a nearby couple, scolding them. You two were the loudest just now, weren't you? Young as you are, you meddle quite a bit. Instead of wasting time on others, why not concern yourselves with your own income? Clad in fake designer wear, it was evident they were just cheap knockoffs, yet they dared to interfere in my affairs. What is wrong with you? The bespectacled young man retorted, his face flushed with embarrassment. What's wrong with me? One of my bags costs more than your entire annual salary. So shut your mouth, the noblewoman snapped. You. The young man was so flustered he couldn't find his words, only stammering in response. People nearby quickly urged him not to stoop to the level of the noblewoman. After she finished her tirade, the noblewoman completely ignored the young man and turned her gaze back to Chu Ming. You wretched creature, hurry up and pay me, then kneel and apologize to my son. She commanded. You've ruined my entire day's good mood. If you don't comply, neither you nor that flamboyant harlot by your side will be leaving here today. Just as the noblewoman finished speaking, Chu Ming stepped forward. Without giving her a chance to react, he swung his arm and slapped her across the face. Smack! The blow knocked a layer of makeup off her face, leaving 5 distinct fingerprints on her cheek. The noblewoman shrieked, instinctively covering her throbbing cheek with her hand. "You that wretched creature! How dare you hit me?" she gasped, her expression contorted with rage. "If you continue to speak so recklessly, I won't hesitate to strike you again," Chu Ming replied coldly. "Daddy, that scoundrel hit my mom. You must teach that wretch a lesson." The little boy cried out, "Kid, you're done for today. How dare you harm my wife and child?" "If I don't make you crawl out of here, then I'm not Huang Wenxiang," the man declared. "Honey, I've already messaged Liuzi. He is bringing people over right now." Huang Wenxiang then turned to the noblewoman, saying, "Call him and tell him to hurry. If he doesn't come soon, your sister will be bullied to death." Upon hearing this, Huang Wenxiang immediately took out his phone to call. However, just as he pulled it out, a commotion erupted at the entrance of the hot pot restaurant. "I want to see who dares to mess with my sister." As he spoke, a young man clad in a short-sleeved shirt, his arms adorned with tattoos, strode into the restaurant with a few companions. Spotting the noblewoman, he immediately asked, "Sis, who has been bullying you? I'll take care of him today." "Liuzi, you finally arrived. If you hadn't come, I would have been bullied to death." The noblewoman lamented, "It's him. It's him. Not only did he bully me, but he also threw your nephew to the ground." The noblewoman pointed an accusing finger at Chu Ming as she spoke. "What? You dare lay a hand on my baby?" Liuzi fumed. "I want to see how bold he is." With that, Liuzi's expression darkened as he fixed his gaze on Chu Ming, saying, "Kid, you've got guts to bully my sister and nephew. Don't you know that in these few streets, no one dares to disrespect Liuzi? Enough of the nonsense. You wanted to open a bar, right? After we deal with him, I'll invest in you tomorrow." Huang Wenxiang added, "All right, brother-in-law, just wait and watch." Liuzi responded, his face lighting up with excitement. He then turned to Chu Ming and said, "Kid, are you going to kneel on your own, or should I make you?" He continued, "If I have to make you kneel, it won't be as simple as just kneeling." "Ha! Let us see how complicated it can be." Chu Ming chuckled at, "Oh, still a tough nut to crack." Liuzi remarked, eyeing Chu Ming with intrigue, "But I'm curious to see how long you can hold out." "Boys, get him. I'll take the blame for whatever happens," Liuzi commanded, waving his hand towards his minions. Hearing Liuzi's order, the thug showed no hesitation and rushed towards Chu Ming. Chu Ming cast a disdainful glance at the ragtag group and stepped forward, effortlessly knocking them all to the ground before they could even reach him. In the blink of an eye, the thugs who had accompanied Liuzi were all writhing in pain on the floor. Liuzi, witnessing this scene, was left utterly dumbfounded. "You don't come any closer," Liuzi stammered, instinctively fearful as he watched Chu Ming approach him. However, before he could finish his sentence, Chu Ming raised his hand and delivered another resounding slap to his face. Smack! The sharp sound echoed throughout the hot pot restaurant. The onlookers, who had just thought Chu Ming was about to meet his end, now stared in shock as they witnessed this turn of events. Chapter 78. Evil begets evil. As the reality of the situation dawned on them, the crowd couldn't help but erupt into discussion once more. What kind of strength is this? No wonder he isn't afraid in the face of so many people. If I had such power, I wouldn't be bullied into silence. Incredible. He can't be a retired soldier. Can he? It seems only someone of that caliber would possess such skill. Had I known he was this formidable, I wouldn't have worried so much. What a waste of my concern. Let us see how they remain arrogant now. They clearly picked a fight with someone tough. As the murmurs grew louder, the noblewoman was utterly bewildered. Her arrogance was not founded merely on Huang Wenxiang's wealth, but also on the presence of a few thugs. Yet now, not only had Liuzi's minions been easily dispatched, but Liuzi himself had also been struck down. What confidence did she have left? Meanwhile, Liuzi, snapping out of his stupor, clutched his face and looked at Chu Ming, saying, "You." However, Chu Ming completely ignored him and raised his hand for yet another strike. Smack! The crisp sound resonated again. Liuzi's other cheek quickly swelled up. "Kneel," Chu Ming commanded coldly. Upon hearing this, hesitation flickered in Liuzi's eyes. Although he had a bit of a reputation on the streets, he knew that if he knelt before Chu Ming in front of so many people, his reputation would be tarnished forever. Moreover, he had brought along several new recruits. If he knelt, how could he continue to lead them? Just as he grappled with his indecision, he saw Chu Ming's hand rise once more in a moment of panic. Liuzi fell to his knees before Chu Ming. That it wasn't that he wanted to kneel, but rather that Chu Ming's strikes were too forceful. Very good, Chu Ming said, nodding in satisfaction. Liuzi, you, the noblewoman exclaimed. Unable to contain herself, she had hoped to seize this opportunity to extract more money from Huang Wenxiang to launch her grand plans, but instead, she encountered Chu Ming. Now, it was a classic case of losing more than one gained. "It is your turn now," Chu Ming said, glancing at the noblewoman and Huang Wenxiang. "You da scoundrel, do you expect us to kneel and apologize? I tell you, that's a delusion," the noblewoman exclaimed angrily. "Not kneeling, is it?" Chu Ming inquired. Don't think that just because you possess some abilities, you can act recklessly. You want us to kneel before you. Dream on," the noblewoman retorted coldly. "Very well, since you refuse to kneel, I shall not force you." Chu Ming replied with a slight nod. As he spoke, his gaze shifted to Lu Zi on the ground. Upon noticing this, a hint of confusion surfaced in Lu Zi's eyes, just as Lu Zi pondered what Chu Ming intended to do. He suddenly raised his hand and slapped Lu Zi's face. Slap! With that strike, several gleaming teeth flew from Lu Zi's mouth. After the sound of the slap faded, Chu Ming's voice followed suit, saying, "Since they refuse to kneel, I suppose you'll have to bear the brunt of it." In that instant, Lu Zi's bewildered expression cleared up considerably. Yet within his heart he screamed helplessly, "They refuse to kneel. Why are you hitting me? What have I done to deserve this? There are 5 of them. 1 slap each, isn't that reasonable?" Chu Ming's voice rang out again, addressing Lu Zi. Lu Zi was instantly struck with fear. Forget 5 slaps. 1 slap had already knocked out several of his teeth. If he were to receive another 5, he might not only lose all his teeth, but he also wondered if he could endure it for his dignity. Lu Zi had completely abandoned that thought. "But that elder brother, they are them. How can all of this fall on me?" Lu Zi protested, feeling wronged. "That aren't you all family? Isn't she your sister? Didn't you say you would stand up for her?" Chu Ming replied with a faint smile. "Since you wish to defend her, you must naturally support her to the end," Chu Ming continued. With that, he did not allow Lu Zi any chance to respond and slowly raised his arm. Upon hearing this, the noblewoman's expression shifted dramatically. "You!" But before the noblewoman could finish her sentence, Lu Zi's voice erupted again. "What are you waiting for? Kneel down now," Lu Zi shouted angrily, fearing that if he spoke too slowly, Chu Ming's large palm would land on his face. Upon hearing this, the noblewoman, though unwilling, knelt down beside Lu Zi. "And you all, why aren't you kneeling yet?" Lu Zi then turned to Huang Wenxiang and the others, reprimanding them. "I refuse. I absolutely will not kneel before that scoundrel," the young boy declared. "You little wretch, what did you say?" Lu Zi shouted furiously. "Kneel down now, I won't," the young boy replied. Upon seeing this, Lu Zi, consumed by rage, stood up and slapped the young boy. Slap! Instantly, a clear handprint appeared on the chubby cheek of the young boy. Huang Wenxiang watched this unfold, and an immediate surge of anger ignited within him. "Lu Zi, have you lost your mind? I've given you so much money, and you dare to hit my son?" Lu Zi did not even glance at Huang Wenxiang, continuing to shout at the young boy, "Kneel down." The young boy, trembling with fear, glanced at Lu Zi, realizing that another slap was imminent, and quickly dropped to his knees. "Lu Zi, Huang Wenxiang seethed, "Brother-in-law, I appreciate your kindness, but today things will unfold as they must. I am not one to favor kin over justice." Lu Zi retorted, "Will you kneel on your own, or shall I assist you?" At this, Huang Wenxiang frowned and replied, "Lu Zi, have you gone mad?" "I am indeed mad." Huang Wenxiang, "Don't waste your breath with me, that if you do not kneel today, do not blame me for being impolite." Lu Zi shouted as if deranged, without having endured Chu Ming's slap. Huang Wenxiang would never comprehend Lu Zi's feelings. Otherwise, he would surely empathize with Lu Zi's plight. "What are you all dawdling for? Restrain them. Today they must kneel, regardless." Lu Zi then barked at his subordinates. Hearing this, several of them promptly advanced to seize Huang Wenxiang and the elderly couple. As for the young boy, although no one restrained him, Lu Zi cast a cold glare at him and warned, "You little wretch, if you dare to utter another word, I will not spare you today." Chapter 79. The license secure the young boy looked at Lu Zi, who had completely discarded his usual affectionate demeanor, and a flicker of panic appeared in his eyes. Although he was not afraid of his parents, he was deeply fearful of his uncle, who was notorious for his misdeeds. The next moment, the young boy obediently knelt on the ground. The onlookers, witnessing the entire family kneeling in unison, could not help but murmur amongst themselves. Meanwhile, Lu Zi knelt once more before Chu Ming. "Brother to brother, is this acceptable now?" Lu Zi asked cautiously. "Lu Zi, you ungrateful wretch. All my financial support has gone to waste on you," Huang Wenxiang exclaimed angrily. "If you dare to speak again, slap him." Lu Zi instructed curtly to the two subordinates, holding Huang Wenxiang down. Without hesitation, the two subordinates swiftly struck Huang Wenxiang's face with resounding slaps. In an instant, Huang Wenxiang's cries of anguish echoed throughout the hot pot restaurant. "Brother, if you think this is insufficient, I can have them teach them all a lesson together." "How does that sound?" Lu Zi asked Chu Ming. Chu Ming nodded in satisfaction, saying, "You've done well. Today I'll let you off the hook, take your people in them and leave." Yes. Thank you, brother. Thank you." Lu Zi repeatedly expressed his gratitude. "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and go." Lu Zi stood up and glanced at the noblewoman and Huang Wenxiang, commanding. Upon hearing this, the noblewoman and Huang Wenxiang hastily rose from the ground and scurried out of the hot pot restaurant as if fleeing. However, just as Lu Zi and the others reached the door, Chu Ming's voice rang out once more. "Wait!" Upon hearing Chu Ming's voice, Lu Zi halted, his face reflecting a pained expression. Yet, when he turned to face Chu Ming, a broad smile replaced his previous look. "Brother, what is it?" Lu Zi asked cautiously. "Look at this mess. How can they conduct business?" Chu Ming inquired. Yes, brother is right. I can't believe I overlooked such an important matter," Lu Zi quickly replied. Afterward, Lu Zi turned to the noblewoman and snapped. "What are you standing there for? Hurry up and compensate them." Although the noblewoman was extremely reluctant, under Lu Zi's coercion, she had no choice but to take out money for compensation. Once Lu Zi and the others departed, the hot pot restaurant's manager finally dared to approach that. "Sir, I sincerely apologize for the unpleasant experience. Would you like us to set up another table for you free of charge?" The manager of the hot pot restaurant offered. Chu Ming glanced at Yun Shuyan beside him and asked, "Shuyan, would you like to eat a bit more?" "No need, let us go," Yun Shuyan replied. Chu Ming nodded and said, "Then let us leave." With that, Chu Ming led Yun Shuyan out of the hot pot restaurant. The next day, Chu Ming and Yun Shuyan left home together, heading towards Yun's group. Upon arriving at Yun's group, Chu Ming entered the office and idly began watching videos. When Cheng Yao arrived, she greeted Chu Ming and then busied herself with her own tasks. It wasn't until the afternoon that Cheng Yao rushed into Chu Ming's office. "Manager Chu, we have a serious problem," Cheng Yao exclaimed breathlessly. "What's the issue? Why the urgency? The sky hasn't fallen, has it?" Chu Ming replied unhurriedly. "Oh, Manager Chu, how can you remain so calm?" Cheng Yao said helplessly. "The date is fast approaching, and you're not the least bit concerned about the project progress? Wang Shuiyu has been running around for the construction and planning permits these past few days. We're just waiting for the director's signature." But despite Wang Shuyu's multiple attempts, he hasn't been able to meet Director Hu, Cheng Yao explained. Chu Ming pondered for a moment before responding. "Where is Wang Shuiyu?" "Have him come in." "All right," Cheng Yao immediately responded. With that, she turned and left the office. The young man who entered was none other than Wang Shuiyu. Upon seeing Chu Ming reclining in his office chair, he respectfully greeted, "Manager Chu." Chu Ming nodded slightly and said, "Tell me, what's the situation with the planning and construction permits?" "Manager Chu, it's like this," Wang Shuiyu began promptly. Soon, he recounted the entire sequence of events. Chu Ming, deep in thought, replied, "Are you suggesting that Director Hu is deliberately obstructing you from obtaining the signature?" "Exactly. All other procedures have been completed, yet Director Hu refuses to sign. That I have visited him several times and reorganized the documents multiple times. But nothing seems to work," Wang Shuiyu replied candidly. Do you know the name of this Director Hu?" Chu Ming asked, nodding. "Yes, his name is Hu Jianya," Wang Shuiyu quickly answered. "All right, I understand. Go find him again. This time he will use the signature," Chu Ming stated. Just follow my lead," This time you'll have no choice but to sign. Chu Ming smiled slightly. Good, I'll go find him now. Wang Shuyu hesitated momentarily before responding. With that, he left Chu Ming's office. Cheng Yao, observing Chu Ming's calm demeanor, questioned, Manager Chu, do you really think director who will sign for him this time? Have I ever deceived you? Since I said Hu Jianya will, then he will certainly do so. Chu Ming smiled and said. Upon seeing Chu Ming's unwavering confidence, Cheng Yao felt a deeper sense of assurance. All right, you may step out first. I need to make a phone call. Without waiting for Cheng Yao to say anything further, Chu Ming waved his hand at her and added. Cheng Yao nodded and then left Chu Ming's office. Inside the office, Chu Ming located Lin Ba, whose phone number, contemplated for a moment, and then dialed it directly. Once the call connected, Lin Ba, whose voice came through from the other end. Young master, what is the matter? Are you acquainted with Hu Jianyi, the one responsible for construction and planning permits? Chu Ming inquired. Of course, young master. Did that scoundrel Hu Jianyi offend you? Lin Ba, who asked. It's not exactly offense. I'm currently in charge of the Huang family's land development for the Yun Corporation, and I require the construction and planning permits before the project commences. Hu Jianyi is obstructing the process, Chu Ming explained. Upon hearing this, Lin Ba, who immediately replied, Rest assured, young master, I will call that scoundrel Hu Jianyi right away. I have leverage over him, so he won't dare to refuse to sign. Well, let us refrain from discussing leverage. Just ensure he signs the documents, Chu Ming said. Understood, Lin Ba, who replied. Chu Ming didn't say much more and hung up the call. Returning to scrolling through his phone, as the workday approached its end, a knock echoed through the office. Chu Ming set down his phone and said, Come I in? As his voice fell, a beaming Cheng Yao entered the office. What is it? Chu Ming asked, observing Cheng Yao's expression. Manager Chu, you are truly remarkable. Cheng Yao exclaimed, her face alight with smiles. Did Hu Jianyi sign off from Wang Shuayu's side? Chu Ming queried. I told you. There's no need to rush. Solutions will always present themselves, Chu Ming replied with a slight smile. Cheng Yao looked at Chu Ming with curiosity and asked, Manager Chu, how did you manage that? Hu Jianyi's swift signature must be related to you, right? That is a matter I cannot disclose. Just know that the construction and planning permits are secured, Chu Ming chuckled. Now we only need the workers to arrive. Didn't old Zhang say he was responsible for contacting the construction team these days? Please check with him about the arrangements. And if everything is in order, have the team move quickly to the site. Chu Ming directed. Yes, I will inquire with old Zhang right away. Cheng Yao promptly nodded, and rush. Asking tomorrow will suffice, Chu Ming remarked, glancing at the time. It's almost time to clock out. Pack up and prepare to leave. All right, Cheng Yao nodded. Manager Chu, I shall take my leave now. Chu Ming nodded in acknowledgement, saying yes, go ahead. After Cheng Yao left, Chu Ming also rose and departed the office out on the top floor of the Yun Corporation. Chu Ming navigated his way to Yun Shuiyan's office with ease. Upon seeing Chu Ming, Yun Shuiyan couldn't help but ask, Chu Ming, how is the progress of the project you are overseeing? I heard there seems to be a bit of a complication. The progress is exceedingly smooth. There are no complications at all, Chu Ming replied. What? Who told you there were issues? Chu Ming inquired. Did I ask that so? But I heard that the construction and planning permits have yet to be finalized, Yun Shuiyan questioned. Chu Ming chuckled lightly, saying, That is entirely unfounded. Both the construction and planning permits have already been obtained. We are merely awaiting the construction team's arrival on site. Really? Yun Shuiyan looked at Chu Ming in astonishment. Of course, it is true. Have you ever known me to deceive you? Chu Ming remarked. Rest assured, the groundbreaking ceremony will proceed as scheduled in 2 days. That's good to hear, Yun Shuiyan nodded. Chu Ming acknowledged her with a nod and then sat down beside the sofa. After more than half an hour, Yun Shuiyan closed her computer, stretched her body, and said, All right, let us head out. With her words, Chu Ming stood and left the Yun Corporation alongside Yun Shuiyan. Meanwhile, night fell in a private room of a high-end restaurant in Donghai. Zhao Yuanshan sat in a chair with a sullen expression. Next to him was none other than Hu Jianyi. Responsible for the construction and planning permits, Hu Jianyi's left lay a briefcase. Even though there were only the two of them, Zhao Yuanshan ordered a lavish spread of delicacies. Each dish a visual masterpiece. Director Hu What is the meaning of this? Zhao Yuanshan asked in a low voice. We had clearly agreed that you would delay signing for a few days. And yet you, Manager Zhao, it's not that I wish to sign. It's simply that I have no choice, Hu Jianyi replied. Our acquaintance is not something that is formed over just a day or two. Surely you know my character? If I didn't have pressing matters, I would never have signed for him, Hu Jianyi continued. But Zhao Yuanshan expressed his displeasure. However, before Zhao Yuanshan could finish, Hu Jianyi's voice interrupted again. Manager Zhao, it's not that I am unwilling to assist. It's just that the task you requested is beyond my ability. Yes, he spoke. Hu Jianyi reached into his briefcase and pulled out a bank card, placing it on the table and sliding it towards Zhao Yuanshan. Though the deal fell through, our relationship remains intact. We are not merely limited to this moment. Our future paths are long. Are they not? Zhao Yuanshan continued. So, Director Zhao, I must take my leave now. I have other matters to attend to. Without allowing Zhao Yuanshan a chance to respond, Hu Jianyi turned and exited the private room. Seeing this, Zhao Yuanshan hurriedly called out, Director Hu, wait. Although Hu Jianyi heard Zhao Yuanshan's plea, he showed no intention of stopping. Bang. Hu Jianyi closed the door behind him as he exited the room. Zhao Yuanshan's face immediately contorted with rage. Damn, what a scoundrel! Zhao Yuanshan cursed. After a moment of venting his anger, he quickly calmed down. He had known Hu Jianyi for a long time and had collaborated with him on numerous occasions. It was indeed the first time it had come to this. Hesitating for a moment, Zhao Yuanshan pulled out his phone and dialed a number. The call connected quickly, and a man's voice resonated on the other end. What is the matter, Mr. Feng? We've encountered some issues with the project as progress. Zhao Yuanshan stated immediately. He then recounted the entire situation to Feng Dongping. Useless, Feng Dongping scolded from the other end of the line. You can't even handle such a trivial matter. Although Zhao Yuanshan felt inclined to retort, he suppressed the urge, recalling that Feng Dongping was his backing. Mr. Feng, what should we do now? After a while, seeing that Feng Dongping remained silent, Zhao Yuanshan cautiously inquired. What else can we do? The only way to thwart Chu Ming at this point is to target the construction team. Feng Dongping replied that I've already instructed someone to contact the construction team. But if we proceed this way, it will impact the company significantly. Mr. Feng, what do you think? Zhao Yuanshan hesitated. I understand. Hold off on any arrangements for now. I will discuss it with Director Yun Cheng. Wait for my news. Feng Dongping pondered before adding. After concluding the call, Feng Dongping hung up in a villa within a high-end residential community in Donghai. Yun Cheng answered Feng Dongping's call. Yes, he listened to what Feng Dongping had to say. His expression gradually turned grave. Do not concern yourself with the potential impact on the company. As long as we can remove Chu Ming from his position as project lead, we need not worry about any repercussions, Yun Cheng asserted. Proceed with the arrangements. Have the construction team create a ruckus on the day of the groundbreaking ceremony. Director Yun, there will undoubtedly be numerous reporters present on that day. If the incident is reported, it could have significant repercussions for our company, Feng Dongping cautioned. The company's financial chain crisis has yet to be resolved. If the impact escalates, it will only intensify the pressure on our finances. That is not your concern. Just follow my instructions, Yun Cheng replied. After saying this, Yun Cheng hung up on Feng Dongping. Setting down the phone, Yun Cheng picked up a nearby cigarette box, extracting one before taking a refined lighter in hand. With a click, a flame ignited from the lighter. Yun Cheng lit his cigarette and took a deep drag. A strained financial chain? ISNT, there's still Yin Shui Yin to bear the burden? Yun Cheng scoffed. If she collapses under the pressure, even better. This opportunity could allow me to remove her from the president's position as well. The Yun Corporation shall solely be my Yun Corporation. In the living room of the Yun family estate, Elder Yun, Yun Shui Yin, and Chu Ming were seated on the sofa. Chu Ming, how is the progress on the Huang family's land? Elder Yun inquired. I understand this is your first project, and there may be many challenges. Giving you only a week's time is indeed a tall order, but, grandfather, you worry too much. The project is progressing very smoothly, and we are just waiting for the construction team to arrive tomorrow. The groundbreaking ceremony will undoubtedly proceed without a hitch the day after, Chu Ming replied with a smile. Oh, so smooth? Elder Yun expressed surprise. I thought Given that this is your first time overseeing a project, you would encounter some difficulties. Old gentleman, I am merely the project leader. My responsibility is to manage my subordinates effectively. There is no need for me to be hands-on with every task. Chu Ming remarked. Grandpa, will you also attend the groundbreaking ceremony the day after tomorrow? Yun Xuan inquired. After a moment's hesitation, the old man nodded and said, although I have refrained from involving myself in the affairs of the Yun family for many years. This is, after all, Chu Ming's first project under his management, so I must certainly be present. If your second uncle and your aunt learn of how much you value Chu Ming, I fear they will have much to say behind our backs. Yun Xuan replied. Humph, why should I concern myself with their opinions? The old man huffed, puffing out his cheeks and glaring. Chu Ming is the grandson-in-law I have chosen. No one can contest that, he continued. Grandpa, why do you have to say such things? Yun Xuan retorted with annoyance. Observing Yun Xuan's bashful demeanor, the old man broke into a gentle smile and said, There are just over 10 days until the wedding. Why be shy about it? You still say that. I won't chat with you any longer. I need to handle some matters, Yun Xuan declared. With that, she stood up and walked upstairs. The old man watched her retreating figure, unable to suppress a shake of his head. Shortly thereafter, he engaged in casual conversation with Chu Ming. After about 10 minutes, the old man yawned and exited the living room. Chu Ming lit a cigarette, finishing it while seated on the sofa before ascending the stairs. The following morning, after having breakfast at the Yun residence, Chu Ming and Yun Xuan made their way to the Yun group. In the office, not long after Chu Ming settled in, Cheng Yao entered his office. Manager Chu, Old Zhang has already contacted the construction team. Here is the project construction contract for your review, Cheng Yao stated, handing him the document. Chu Ming nodded slightly and replied, Just leave it here. I will look it over shortly. Cheng Yao acknowledged and added, Manager Chu, Old Zhang mentioned that once the contract is signed, the construction team can immediately move onto the site. All right, I understand, Chu Ming responded. After Cheng Yao left, he took a cursory glance at the project construction contract. Once he signed it, he rose and exited the office. Soon after, he arrived at the top floor's presidential office of the Yun Group. What brings you here? Yun Xuan asked, her eyes reflecting a hint of surprise upon seeing Chu Ming. The construction team has been secured. We need to sign the contract. I just took a quick look and found no issues. Please review it again. Chu Ming explained that if you found nothing amiss, then I shall take your word for it and won't review it. Yun Xuan replied, Do you trust me that easily? Chu Ming asked with a smile. Yun Xuan glanced up at him and inquired, What? Do you not wish for my trust? Chu Ming shrugged and replied, Of course not. It's just that my knowledge of construction matters is somewhat limited. IT would be best if you took a look to avoid any mistakes. Leave it for now. I will have Lily check it later, Yun Xuan said. After placing the contract down, Chu Ming exchanged a few more casual remarks with Yun Xuan before departing her office. Back in his own office, he summoned Cheng Yao. Manager Chu, is there something you need? Cheng Yao asked. Please inform the team that we will have a small meeting in the project department shortly. Chu Ming instructed. Understood, I will arrange that immediately, Cheng Yao promptly replied. Chapter 82. Dongcheng in the small conference room of the project department. As Chu Ming entered, all members, including Zhao Yuanshan, were already waiting. Tomorrow marks the groundbreaking ceremony. How is the construction of the project department progressing? Chu Ming inquired. The project department is fully constructed, and our team can move in at any time. A staff member responsible for the new project department reported. Well then, everyone prepare yourselves. We will move a portion of our belongings over this afternoon. Chu Ming nodded in agreement. Old Zhang, contact the construction team and have them prepare to enter the site. He added, turning to Old Zhang seated to Zhao Yuanshan's left. Understood. I will reach out to them immediately. Old Zhang replied without delay. The meeting lasted less than half an hour before Chu Ming declared it adjourned. Shortly after returning to his office, Lily knocked on the door, holding the contract. Stepping inside, she approached Chu Ming's desk and laid down the contract, saying, Manager Chu, there are no issues with the contract. The pricing is quite reasonable. Thank you, Lily. I appreciate your efforts, Chu Ming responded. Lily smiled gently and replied, You're too kind, Manager Chu. It's all part of my duties. If there is nothing else, shall I take my leave? Lily asked. Yes, Chu Ming nodded slightly. After Lily exited, he stood and left his office, heading to Old Zhang's workstation. The contract is fine. I've signed it. Please deliver it to the other party, Chu Ming instructed, handing Old Zhang a copy. All right, I'm on my way to the site to meet them anyway, Old Zhang confirmed, taking the contract. Afternoon arrived swiftly, while Chu Ming enjoyed a cigarette and tea, watching a live stream on his phone. Cheng Yao knocked on his office door. Come in, he said, without looking up. Yes, the door opened. Cheng Yao stepped inside. Manager Chu, the construction team has begun to move onto the site. Old Zhang and Xiaoli have also transported some items to the project department, and Manager Zhao has gone over there as well. Should we go take a look? Cheng Yao suggested. Since we have some free time, let us go check it out. Chu Ming pondered for a moment before nodding. He then rose from his seat, grabbed his phone, and exited the office. Not long after, Chu Ming and Cheng Yao descended the stairs and left the Yun group. Outside, Cheng Yao glanced at Chu Ming and said, Manager Chu, our department's vehicle has been taken by Old Zhang and the others to transport items. What should we do? No worries. We can just take a taxi, Chu Ming replied. The two then walked to the roadside and, after a brief wait, hailed a taxi. Over half an hour later, the taxi pulled up in front of the construction site, which had yet to commence operations. However, due to the construction team moving in, several vehicles were stationed at the entrance, including Zhao Yuanshan's black BMW X5, that numerous construction vehicles continued to enter the site as well. Chu Ming and Cheng Yao exited the taxi and entered the site. To the left of the entrance stood the newly constructed project department, which, despite being called a project department, was merely a two-story prefabricated building. Observing Chu Ming and Cheng Yao's arrival, Old Zhang and Xiaoli, who were busy moving items, paused their work. Manager Chu, they greeted in unison. Please continue with your tasks. Where's the project manager's office? I would like to take a look, Chu Ming said with a slight nod. Manager Chu, the office for the project manager is the last room on the second floor, Xiaoli pointed out, adding, however, it hasn't been set up yet, so it's a bit rudimentary. Hearing this, Chu Ming chuckled and replied, That's all right. We have plenty of time to organize it later. Then, recalling something, he glanced at Old Zhang and asked, By the way, has the construction team's leader arrived? No need. You carry on with your work. I will head upstairs myself, Chu Ming said, turning to ascend the stairs on the second floor of the project apartment. Zhao Yuanshan's office was adjacent to Chu Ming's. Noticing the sign for the deputy manager's office on the door, Chu Ming knocked gently. Almost immediately, Zhao Yuanshan's voice called out, Come in. Obeying, Chu Ming pushed open the door and entered, accompanied by Cheng Yao. Inside, a burly, bald man sat in a chair, chatting and smoking with Zhao Yuanshan. Upon seeing Chu Ming, Zhao Yuanshan looked momentarily startled, while the bald man's eyes revealed curiosity. Manager Zhao, who is this? The bald man inquired. This is Mr. Du. He is the esteemed Manager Chu I mentioned earlier, the primary person in charge of this project that I'm merely assisting him. Zhao Yuanshan explained with a smile that, Oh, so this is the renowned Manager Chu. Truly impressive, the bald man exclaimed, quickly rising from his seat to approach Chu Ming, extending his chubby hand. Manager Chu, it's a pleasure to meet you. I am Du Wenchang, the owner of Wenchang Construction Company and the contractor for our site. Greetings, Mr. Du, Chu Ming replied, shaking his hand. Du Wenchang appeared to be in his 30s or 40s, standing at over 6 feet tall and weighing more than 200 pounds. Despite his amiable expression, his robust physique suggested he was not someone to be trifled with. Manager Chu, I have long heard of your reputation, but regrettably, I never had the opportunity to meet you until now. It is indeed an honor, Du Wenchang remarked. Haha, Mr. Du is too kind. I hardly have a reputation. It is merely a case of exaggeration. Chu Ming chuckled. You are far too modest, Manager Chu. Individuals of your caliber and humility are rare indeed. Du Wenchang said, In that case, I will arrange for everyone to gather tonight and have a meal together. Du Wenchang suggested. Chu Ming hesitated, saying, Mr. Du, there is no need. Manager Chu, this is our first meeting, and we have a long cooperation ahead. Surely you wouldn't deny me this small courtesy, would you? Du Wenchang feigned anger and said, General Du has misunderstood. Cooperation is one thing, but dining together is quite another. Chu Ming chuckled and replied. Chapter 83. An unexpected encounter. Before Chu Ming could finish a sentence, Du Wenchang's voice rang out once more. Manager Chu, if you speak like that, it would be rather disrespectful to me. After all, I do have been in the construction industry for over a decade. Seeing Du Wenchang's insistence, Chu Ming had no choice but to say, since General Du is so gracious, it would be quite inappropriate for me to refuse. Huh, Manager Chu, then it's settled. Du Wenchang laughed heartily. Then let General Du treat you, Chu Ming replied. Manager Chu, you needn't mention it. It's merely a simple arrangement. What expenses could possibly be involved? Du Wenchang smiled. Manager Chu, you are young and accomplished. I shall rely on you for guidance in the future. Chu Ming chuckled lightly and replied. General Du is jesting. I dare not claim such a privilege. That be by the way. Manager Chu, how about I take you to see the workers arriving at the construction site? All the machinery is already in place. Du Wenchang changed the subject. Sure, I was just thinking of going to take a look myself. Chu Ming nodded in agreement. Manager Zhao, would you like to join us? Chu Ming turned to Zhao Yuanshan and inquired. Zhao Yuanshan immediately nodded, saying, sure, there's nothing else to attend to right now. Splendid. Let us go together then. Du Wenchang said, as they spoke. Chu Ming, Du Wenchang, and Zhao Yuanshan exited Zhao Yuanshan's office together. They descended from the second floor of the project apartment and headed toward the construction site. The Huang family's plot of land is vast, covering over 100 acres. Manager Chu, this is only a portion of the machinery. The rest is on its way and will be ready by tomorrow. Du Wenchang stated, as for the workers, I have arranged everything. Once the groundbreaking ceremony is completed tomorrow, we can commence work immediately, he added. Indeed, very good. General Du has truly put in great effort. Chu Ming nodded with satisfaction. That is only to be expected, Du Wenchang chuckled. Under Du Wenchang's guidance, Chu Ming and Zhao Yuanshan conducted an inspection around the construction site. As dusk fell, in a makeshift conference room on the first floor of the project department. Chu Ming, Zhao Yuanshan, and Du Wenchang were seated on the room's sofa, while Cheng Yao stood obediently beside Chu Ming. Meanwhile, Wu Fang diligently served tea and water to everyone, occasionally casting flirtatious glances at Du Wenchang. Manager Chu, the time is nearly upon us. I've already made arrangements at the restaurant. Du Wenchang remarked, looking toward Chu Ming. Well, since General Du is so enthusiastic, I shall not stand on ceremony. Chu Ming nodded slightly. Manager Chu, there is no need for such formality between us, Du Wenchang replied with a smile. How did you arrive? Manager Chu, would you like me to arrange for a car? Du Wenchang inquired again. Chu Ming shook his head slightly and said, There's no need to trouble General Du. I can go on my own. Very well. Manager Chu, I shall take my leave first and await your arrival at the restaurant. Du Wenchang said as he stood up. After saying this, he turned to Zhao Yuanshan and added, Manager Zhao, I've booked 2 private rooms. Don't forget to invite the others from your project department. With that, Du Wenchang left the project department first. Manager Zhao, it is evident that you have a good relationship with General Du, Chu Ming remarked as he observed Zhao Yuanshan. Zhao Yuanshan sneered, saying, Manager Chu, I have been in the project department for many years. I have a long-standing friendship with General Du. Is it inappropriate to be a bit closer? Of course not, Chu Ming replied with a light chuckle. All right, Cheng Yao, let us also be on our way, he then said, glancing at Cheng Yao beside him. Yes, Manager Chu, Cheng Yao responded immediately. Soon after, Chu Ming and Cheng Yao left the conference room together, outside the construction site. The two of them took a taxi directly to the restaurant reserved by Du Wenchang. Meanwhile, in the project apartment, Zhao Yuanshan glanced at Wu Fang, who was dressed in professional attire with a voluptuous figure, and said, Go call old Zhang and the others. Wu Fang, upon hearing Zhao Yuanshan's words, dared not hesitate and immediately replied, All right, what's up, Zhao? Old Zhang looked at Zhao Yuanshan and asked, General, Du has arranged a meal. Please notify the others that we will be dining together tonight, Zhao Yuanshan said. Understood, old Zhang replied without any hesitation. For those in the project department, being invited out for a meal was a commonplace occurrence. After working in the project department for so many years, old Zhang and the others were either being treated to meals or on their way to such gatherings. Moreover, in their line of work, dining out was not merely about eating. It often included karaoke and foot massages as part of the experience. Thus, old Zhang was not surprised at all by Du Wenchang's arrangement for a meal. Tanxiangge, located in the bustling commercial district of Donghai City, is a well-known, long-established restaurant that has been operating for many years. As night fell, Chu Ming and Cheng Yao exited the taxi and walked directly toward Tan Xiangge. However, just as they were nearing the restaurant, a group of figures suddenly rushed forward to block their path. Kid, what a small world. You're the reason I couldn't get money from that fool Huang Wenxiang. I was just thinking about how to take my revenge on you. And here you are. The leader of the group glared at Chu Ming with icy eyes, his tone menacing. Chu Ming recognized the leader immediately as Lu Zi, the same person who had been called over by a wealthy woman at the hot pot restaurant just days prior. However, Lu Zi was now flanked by over 10 others, some of whom were muscular giants standing at nearly 6 feet tall. Lu Zi, you're not talking about him, are you? A man beside Lu Zi, adorned with a large gold chain and dragon tattoos on his arms, scrutinized Chu Ming and asked, Changge, it's him? Lu Zi replied promptly. Are you kidding me? This kid can take on a few? The tattooed man said skeptically. How could I dare to deceive you? Changge. Lu Zi replied with a wry smile. The tattooed man waved his hand dismissively and said, Whatever, since I consider you a brother, I'll help you settle this debt. Upon hearing this, Lu Zi's face lit up with excitement as he repeatedly expressed his gratitude. You're too polite. The tattooed man casually waved his hand and smiled. In the next moment, the tattooed man's gaze turned to Chu Ming, and after sizing him up, he said, Kid, what's your name? Chapter 84. The misfortune of Lu Zi. Chu Ming cast a disdainful glance at the tattooed man, his expression unimpressed. However, Cheng Yao standing beside him showed signs of anxiety. Although she had witnessed Chu Ming's skills before, the previous targets had merely been ordinary thugs, unlike the imposing figures before them. Manager Chu. Cheng Yao instinctively tugged at Chu Ming's sleeve and said. This scene did not escape Lu Zi's notice, and a cold smile crept onto his face as he remarked, Kid, I didn't expect you to change women so frequently. Just a couple of days ago, you were with that icy beauty, and now you are with this pure-looking college girl. TSK. I must say, I truly admire your taste. It seems you've completely forgotten the beating you took a few days ago. Chu Ming retorted. Upon hearing this, Lu Zi's anger flared up instantaneously, and he shouted, You. However, before Lu Zi could finish, the tattooed man's furious voice interrupted. Enough. Lu Zi instinctively glanced at the tattooed man, who wore a cold expression, causing him to shrink back and obediently shut his mouth. The tattooed man then turned his attention back to Chu Ming, coldly asking, Kid, didn't you hear me when I was speaking to you? Are you trying to stand up for him? Chu Ming replied coolly, What else would you think? Then what do you think? The tattooed man retorted coldly. Kid, your girlfriend is quite attractive. If I could borrow her for just one night, I might consider letting you off this time. The tattooed man's gaze lingered on Cheng Yao, assessing her for a moment. I originally didn't want to waste my time with you, but you insisted on seeking death. Chu Ming scoffed. Ha ha, kid. Are you trying to act tough with me? You think I'm scared of you? The tattooed man laughed derisively. I'm standing right here. Let us see how you intend to make me die. With that, the tattooed man stepped forward, looking down at Chu Ming with disdain. Seeing this, Lu Zi instinctively wanted to dissuade the tattooed man, but hesitated for a moment before ultimately abandoning that thought. Then, Lu Zi watched as Chu Ming delivered a kick to the tattooed man's abdomen. The tattooed man cried out in pain, staggering back several steps, only to be caught by his subordinates behind him to prevent him from falling completely. Even so, it was clear that Chu Ming had held back. Otherwise, the tattooed man would not have withstood the blow. Are you satisfied now? Chu Ming asked, looking at the tattooed man, who was grimacing in pain. You. The tattooed man seethed. Get him! Kill him! He commanded through gritted teeth, directing his S. Soon as he finished speaking, the muscular man beside him charged at Chu Ming with great force. Chu Ming cast a disdainful glance at the group of muscular men, a playful smile dancing on his lips. Though these brawny figures appeared formidable, their intimidating facade was merely superficial, for none among them were martial artists. In Chu Ming's eyes, they amounted to nothing more than paper tigers. Impressive in appearance, yet utterly ineffective. Even if they were martial artists, he would still regard them with indifference, as a strength far surpassed that of mere fighters, before the muscular men could approach. Chu Ming took a decisive step forward to meet them. The commotion attracted the attention of onlookers in the bustling city center, where shoppers thronged during peak hours. In no time, a crowd had gathered. tightly packed with curious spectators. Those at the front noticed the tattooed man and his muscular entourage preparing to confront Chu Ming and could not help but murmur among themselves. That guy looks quite unassuming. How did he provoke such individuals? One onlooker speculated. This should be entertaining. Another chimed in, I recognize that tattooed fellow. I believe he's called Changgu, the owner of the Blue Night Bar. Those surrounding him must be his lackeys. The Blue Night Bar, isn't that the one on Huanghe Road? Someone else interjected, I've heard of Changgu. He is rumored to have connections with the Feng Lei Society, though not as powerful as the Tiger Hall. It is still one of the leading local gangs. As the crowd buzzed with speculation, Chu Ming had already arrived before the muscular M.E.N.T. The astonishment of the spectators, the anticipated confrontation took an unexpected turn. In the next moment, anguished cries echoed along the street. The once imposing figures crumpled to the ground like limp noodles, curled up in agony. The crowd stared in disbelief, their eyes wide with incredulity. Changgu, too, was rendered speechless by the spectacle. Only Lu Zi remained unfazed, observing with an air of calm. Chu Ming cast a fleeting glance at the fallen muscular man before striding purposefully toward the tattooed man. Seeing this, Chang Ji's heart raced with trepidation. He had encountered fighters before, but someone as grotesquely powerful as Chu Ming was a first for him. The muscular men were his specially trained enforcers. Their physiques honed beyond that of typical gym-goers. While they could easily handle 3 or 4 ordinary individuals, what had he just witnessed? They had failed to withstand a single blow from Chu Ming. Who the hell did you provoke? Changgu instinctively glared at Lu Zi, his voice dripping with fury. Lu Zi. I doubt Lu Zi's expression betrayed his discomfort. He longed to remind Changgu that he had warned him. Yet he dared not voice his thoughts in the presence of his superior. But Changgu, unwilling to let Lu Zi finish, raised his hand and delivered a sharp slap across Lu Zi's face. The sound echoed clearly as a red imprint blossomed on Lu Zi's cheek. Wincing, he bore the pain in silence, his expression one of wounded innocence. Changgu, I already told you his strength is extraordinary. You simply refuse to believe me. Lu Zi protested. Gingerly covering his face, he lamented the state of his appearance, having barely recovered from Chu Ming's earlier blows before receiving another from Changgu. Changgu, angered by Lu Zi's retort, raised his hand again and struck Lu Zi's other cheek. Shut up, he barked. Lu Zi, cowed by Chang Ji's wrath, instinctively shrank back, obediently silencing himself. Finally, Changgu turned his attention back to Chu Ming. Brother, I admit that I am at fault today. Please, let us resolve this amicably, he said, adopting a submissive tone. Since you acknowledge your fault, there is no need for further discussion. You shall sever your own arm, and we can consider this matter settled. Chu Ming replied with a slight nod. Changgu's smile faltered, and Lu Zi, along with the other thugs, looked on in stunned silence. The surrounding crowd gasped, their astonishment palpable. He's serious? He demands an arm for an apology. Murmurs of disbelief rippled through the onlookers. Changgu must have bitten off more than he can chew. That young man is clearly no ordinary foe. They whispered. Chang Ji's expression darkened as he grasped the gravity of the situation. Brother, isn't this a bit excessive? He pleaded, his tone fraught with anxiety. Excessive? If you find it challenging, I can assist you, Chu Ming replied, his demeanor calm, yet menacing. Changgu, feeling cornered, desperately resorted to invoking his connections. My sworn brother is the second in command of the Feng Lei Society. Feng Lei Society, the second largest gang in Donghai after the Tiger Hall. Chu Ming scoffed. You think that intimidates me? Listen, I know you're skilled, but can you face 100 men alone? Changgu sneered. Clearly, you've yet to grasp the situation, Chu Ming retorted. Are you not afraid of the Feng Lei Society? Changgu asked, incredulous. Afraid? If I were, would I be standing here discussing this with you? Chu Ming replied, a smirk gracing his lips. Enough chatter. You have 3 seconds to choose. Act yourself, or I shall assist you. As his words hung in the air, Changgu momentarily froze, caught off guard. Before he could react, Chu Ming seized his right arm. With a sharp crack, a chilling sound reverberated as Changgu's agonized scream pierced the air. My arm, that he wailed, sweat beading on his forehead, his gaze now ablaze with fury. Having navigated the treacherous streets of Donghai, for over a decade, he had never endured such humiliation. His heart burned with rage, longing to exact revenge on Chu Ming, but the latter remained unfazed by Changji's plight. If Changgu truly desires to seek revenge, he would undoubtedly be unafraid. Meanwhile, Lu Zi, observing the scene, felt an overwhelming surge of anxiety. His concerns were not solely about whether Chu Ming would spare him, but also about how he would confront Changgu afterward. For both Changgu and Chu Ming were figures beyond his reckoning. Now, with Changji's arm shattered by Chu Ming due to Lu Zi's involvement, would Changgu let him off the hook? The answer was clearly no. Lu Zi was filled with regret, lamenting his decision to enlist Changji's aid and to allow him to take vengeance on his behalf. Had he foreseen such a turn of events, he would have resolutely avoided provoking Chu Ming. Alas, it was too late to turn back now. Chapter 86. The seating controversy. Even though Lu Zi regretted his choices, it was of little consequence. Changji's arm had been broken by Chu Ming, and this incident was destined to be far from easily resolved. Meanwhile, the onlookers were astonished by Chu Ming's ruthless act of breaking Changji's arm. Their expressions a blend of shock and disbelief. They had presumed that Chu Ming was merely posturing, never anticipating that he would act so decisively. The murmurs among the crowd grew increasingly animated. Wow, what a fierce character. He just broke someone's arm like that. That kid is finished. Changgu will certainly not let this slide. With Changji's connections, to dare break his arm is akin to courting death. Whether or not it was courting death remained uncertain, but the audacity of that young man was evident. His action of breaking Changji's arm revealed that he was no ordinary individual. Isn't that stating the obvious? Who among us would resort to such violence over a mere disagreement? At this moment, Changgu, grimacing in agony from the excruciating pain in his arm, glared furiously at Chu Ming and declared, "Kid, this matter is far from over." Without lingering, he turned to his subordinate beside him and shouted, "Useless! What are you standing there for? Hurry and take me to the hospital." Upon hearing Changji's command, the burly men surrounding him immediately gathered to escort him toward the parking area. Lu Zi hesitated for a moment, then followed suit. Chu Ming had no intention of sparing Lu Zi, having suffered a significant loss at Chu Ming's hands. Lu Zi, the instigator, was bound to face dire consequences. Even if Chu Ming chose not to act, Changgu would undoubtedly pursue Lu Zi. "Let us depart as well. We've lingered long enough, and they should have arrived by now," Chu Ming remarked as he glanced at Cheng Yao beside him. "Manager Cheng, just now you." Cheng Yao hesitated. What is it?" Chu Ming asked with a smile. "It's nothing. I was merely concerned that you broke that man's arm. And he surely won't let it go lightly," Cheng Yao replied. Chu Ming chuckled lightly, assuring her, "Rest assured, I will be fine. If they truly refuse to relent, I would not mind showing them my prowess." But Cheng Yao seemed hesitant. "Enough, let us go to it is time to eat." Chu Ming interrupted her. As they departed, the crowd of onlookers began to disperse from the scene of the incident. Inside the Tan Xiang Ge, when Chu Ming and Cheng Yao arrived at the private room reserved by Du Wenchang, he, along with Zhao Yuanshan and others, had already taken their seats. Beside Zhao Yuanshan and Du Wenchang, there were 8 or 9 additional individuals present. Alongside Du Wenchang were several other executives from Wenchang Construction Company, while the representatives from Yin Corporation, including Zhao Yuanshan, Wu Feng, and others, had been arranged to another private room by Du Wenchang. Upon noticing Chu Ming's arrival, Du Wenchang, who had been jovially conversing with Zhao Yuanshan, immediately rose from his seat. "Manager Chu, you have finally arrived. Please take a seat," he exclaimed, guiding Chu Ming to the main seat of the room. After Chu Ming was seated, Du Wenchang took his place to the right, while Zhao Yuanshan occupied the left. As for Cheng Yao, she was inadvertently overlooked by Du Wenchang at this moment. The 12 seats in the private room were fully occupied, leaving no room for Cheng Yao. Du Wenchang was undoubtedly aware that Cheng Yao was Chu Ming's assistant. Yet he chose to disregard her presence, perhaps intentionally to slight Chu Ming. However, while Du Wenchang overlooked Cheng Yao, Chu Ming did not. As soon as Du Wenchang settled into his chair, Chu Ming's voice rang out. "Director Du, what does this arrangement signify?" Lighting a cigarette, he continued to Du Wenchang. Upon hearing this, feigned confusion and asked, "Manager Chu, what do you mean by that? Isn't this arrangement rather inappropriate?" Chu Ming glanced at Cheng Yao and replied, "Manager Chu, please don't take offense. This was indeed my oversight, that Du and Chong quickly acquiesced, smilingly stating, the adjacent room is also reserved by me. Perhaps Assistant Chung can bear with it and take a seat there? He directed his gaze toward Chung Yao. Upon hearing this, Chung Yao instinctively began to agree. But at that moment, Chu Ming interjected, Director Du, do you truly believe this is appropriate? Chu Ming did not attempt to mask his displeasure. Manager Chu, I am fine sitting anywhere. It's no trouble. Chung Yao quickly responded that Du and Chang's smile faltered as he addressed Chu Ming. Manager Chu, you see, since that is the case, then perhaps we shall forego today's meal altogether. Chu Ming stated nonchalantly. As he spoke, he made a motion to rise. Alarmed, Du and Chong quickly exclaimed, Manager Chu, please, there is no need for such drastic measures. Xiao Wu, please vacate your seat in the adjacent room for Assistant Chung. He promptly instructed a subordinate seated near the door. Without hesitation, the young man stood and replied, Understood, Director Du. Manager Chu, how does this arrangement suit you now? Du and Chong asked. Chu Ming, however, ignored him and turned to Zhao Yuanshan, saying, Manager Zhao, you seem quite comfortable seated there. Manager Chu, it's just a meal. What does it matter where one sits? You're overreacting, Zhao Yuanshan retorted. If that is the case, then you shall take the seat by the door. Allowing Assistant Chung to sit beside me, Chu Ming replied with a smile. Zhao Yuanshan was momentarily taken aback, his expression shifting to one of dismay. Manager Chu, this seems a bit excessive, does it not? We re in public, not at Yun Corporation, and especially in front of Director Du. Zhao Yuanshan replied in a low tone that I trust that Director Du would not abandon his collaboration with Yun Corporation over such trivial matters. Would you, Director Du? Chu Ming inquired, turning to Du when Chong, that of course not. Du and Chong quickly affirmed. Manager Zhao, do you have anything further to say? Chu Ming turned his gaze back to Zhao Yuanshan. You were the one who mentioned that it was merely a meal. Now that I ask you to change seats, why the hesitation? Chapter 87. The drinking session, though Zhao Yuanshan felt discontent. He had already spoken his piece and had little with which to counter Chu Ming. Just then, Lao Zhang's voice broke in, suggesting, Manager Zhao, why don't you sit here with me? I'll take the spot by the door. Hearing Lao Zhang's offer, Zhao Yuanshan did not immediately rise but glanced at Chu Ming. Seeing no intention from Chu Ming to speak further, he reluctantly stood up. I could see that moment. He inwardly cursed. You little brat, enjoy your moment in the spotlight tonight. Just wait until tomorrow's groundbreaking ceremony. Seeing Zhao Yuanshan rise, Lao Zhang hastily vacated his seat as well. Meanwhile, Chu Ming glanced at Chung Yao and patted the chair beside him, saying, Don't stand there, sit down. Chung Yao hesitated, her expression reflecting her discomfort. This was Zhao Yuanshan's seat, and if she simply took it, would it not be disrespectful to him? While Chu Ming may not care for Zhao Yuanshan, she was merely a lowly employee and could not afford to confront him. Next, Chung Yao could not help but glance at Zhao Yuanshan. However, noticing her hesitation, Chu Ming stated directly, When I tell you to sit, then just sit. Why are you looking at others? You are my assistant. You need not concern yourself with anyone else's opinion, understand? Upon hearing Chu Ming's words, Chung Yao nodded and took a seat beside him. Yet, the atmosphere in the private room grew somewhat tense. Observing this, Du and Chong, as the host, quickly attempted to change the topic, cheerfully stating, Manager Chu, today is our first meal together. If there are any shortcomings in my hospitality, please forgive me. Director Du, you are too kind, Chu Ming replied. It is getting late. Shall we commence our meal? Indeed, indeed. Du and Chong repeatedly affirmed. As he spoke, he signaled to a voluptuous woman seated to his left. The woman, understanding his cue, promptly rose from her seat, her curvaceous figure swaying as she approached Chu Ming. Manager Chu, allow me to pour you a drink, she said, deliberately swaying her ample curves before him. Her voice soft and inviting as she leaned closer, she unabashedly showcased her alluring figure to Chu Ming. With a casual glance, Chu Ming beheld the magnificent scenery presented by the voluptuous woman before him. The view was indeed spectacular, falling squarely within his preferred aesthetic. Unlike Yun Shuyan, who epitomized a tall and slender figure, the voluptuous woman possessed a curvaceous body that was both ample and alluring. Although Yun Shuyan also exhibited an enticing silhouette, Her form paled in comparison to the striking allure of the voluptuous woman. While Chu Ming had a proclivity for such figures, he found himself unmoved at the sight of her. For her association with someone like Du Wenchang raised doubts about her propriety. Nevertheless, he did not intervene when she poured wine for him. "Manager Chu, it is a pleasure to meet you for the first time. I raise my glass in your honor," Du Wenchang declared, lifting his glass with a smile. Without waiting for a response, he downed the contents in one swift motion. Observing the diminutive glass, Chu Ming remarked, "General Manager Du, to be frank, I initially had no intention of drinking. However, given your invitation, it would seem impolite not to partake. Yet, this glass is rather small. It hardly satisfies, and it presents a bit of a hassle." "Oh, so, Manager Chu's suggestion is that," Du Wenchang inquired. "Let us switch to larger glasses. Otherwise, the experience lacks flavor," Chu Ming replied. "Certainly. I was initially concerned that Manager Chu might not be accustomed to it, but since you insist, we shall change to larger glasses," Du Wenchang agreed with a grin. Unbeknownst to him, Zhao Yuanshan had not informed Du Wenchang of Chu Ming's remarkable tolerance for alcohol. Thus, he was determined to get Chu Ming intoxicated by any means necessary. Had he been aware of Chu Ming's capacity, he would have thought twice. Soon after, Du Wenchang instructed a nearby waiter to remove the small glasses and replace them with larger ones in no time. The glasses were filled anew, and Du Wenchang beamed. "Manager Chu, let us drink once more." Seeing this, Chu Ming chuckled. "General Manager Du, aren't you going to eat something first? Shall we dive straight into drinking?" "Ah, no need to rush the food. Today is a day of joy, so let us first raise a glass," Du Wenchang replied, laughter in his voice. The memory of their previous dining experience together lingered in his mind, particularly the sight of Chu Ming downing 3 bottles of potent liquor, a moment he had not forgotten. Though seated at the same table now, he dared not challenge Chu Ming to drink again. As for Lao Zhang and Wu Fong, they silently observed the unfolding scene without uttering a word. Acknowledging Du Wenchang's proposal, Chu Ming opted not to prolong the conversation and similarly raised his glass. After finishing the liquor, he set the glass down and reached for his chopsticks, only for Du Wenchang's voice to resound once more. "Today, it is rare for us all to gather. How about we raise a toast together?" At Du Wenchang's suggestion, a chorus of agreement erupted around the table. Noticing that everyone had lifted their glasses, Chu Ming followed suit, raising his glass filled with freshly poured liquor. "General Manager Du, may we begin our meal now?" Chu Ming inquired, glancing at Du Wenchang. Of course. "Ha, everyone, please dig in." Du Wenchang laughed heartily. However, just as Chu Ming was about to take his first bite, a man in a suit with gold-rimmed glasses stood up beside Du Wenchang. With a respectful demeanor, he raised his glass and addressed Chu Ming. "Manager Chu, I am Hu Guangji, the financial manager of Wenchang Construction Company. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. I raise my glass in your honor. As we will have many dealings in the future, I hope you will extend your guidance." With that, Hu Guangji tilted his head back and downed his drink, then gestured towards Chu Ming. Noticing this, Chu Ming smiled slightly. "Manager Hu, you possess quite the capacity for liquor." As he spoke, Chu Ming also raised his glass. Just as he set it down, another individual stood to offer a toast. Chu Ming did not decline, and after several rounds of toasts, he lit a cigarette and remarked, "General Manager Du, it appears that your staff are all quite adept at handling their liquor." "Haha, Manager Chu, you flatter us. It is merely that everyone is in high spirits." Du Wenchang replied with a chuckle. "Manager Chu, Tanxianga has been a renowned establishment for decades, famed for its exquisite cuisine. Do indulge." Du Wenchang diverted the conversation. "Thank you, General Manager. If not for your generosity, we would not have the opportunity to dine here today," Chu Ming replied with a smile. "Manager Zhao, while the dishes are delectable, do not solely focus on eating. Join us in toasting with General Du and his team. Just look at how well they handle their drinks," Chu Ming suggested, glancing at Zhao Yuanshan and the others. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yuanshan's expression darkened, silently thinking, "Du Wenchang is intent on getting you drunk. Why should we be concerned?" Yet, outwardly he replied, "Indeed, Manager Chu has a point." With that, Zhao Yuanshan raised his glass, taking the lead. Clearly, Du Wenchang and his team had no intention of toasting with Zhao Yuanshan and the others. merely sharing a drink before returning to their meals. Du Wanchang observed this with satisfaction, for he knew Zhao Yuanshan well. Their prior interactions had provided him insight into the project department, including how. Had it not been for Chu Ming's sudden arrival, Zhao Yuanshan would likely be the project leader rather than merely the deputy manager. Thus, with a series of toasts directed at Chu Ming, Zhao Yuanshan was unlikely to stand up. Manager Chu, let me introduce you to our team, Du Wenchang said as he rose from his seat. For the first time, I present to you some of the elite talents at Wenchang Construction. Without their assistance, I would not be standing here raising a glass to you. Continuing, he added, who just introduced himself. So let us begin with Wang Huashan. Du Wenchang gestured to a man in his 30s seated next to Hu Guangji. This is Wang Huashan, our quality control department head. As Du Wenchang spoke, he exchanged glances with Wang Huashan, who promptly stood, raising his glass to Chu Ming. Manager Chu, I look forward to your guidance, of course. Chu Ming replied, remaining seated with an air of composure. After Chu Ming's response, he lifted his glass, and without hesitation, Wang Huashan emptied his glass in one gulp. Chu Ming followed suit, finishing his drink without leaving a drop. Du Wenchang, witnessing this, immediately praised. Manager Chu is not only young and accomplished, but also possesses an impressive tolerance for alcohol. Truly admirable. General Manager, you flatter me, Chu Ming responded with a slight smile. Once Wang Huashan returned to his seat, Du Wenchang introduced the remaining two individuals, as well as the voluptuous woman. Unsurprisingly, after Du Wenchang's introductions, they too rose to toast Chu Ming. Chu Ming, unfazed, accepted each drink graciously, leading to a total of 5 glasses of liquor consumed. Although each glass contained only a small measure, the cumulative effect was significant, and with the earlier drinks, he had already consumed over a pound of alcohol. Manager, are you sure you can handle this much? Would you like something to eat? Cheng Yao asked with genuine concern. Chu Ming shook his head slightly. I am fine. This amount of liquor cannot incapacitate me. Meanwhile, Du Wenchang and his companions watched in astonishment as Chu Ming remained unfazed. Observing their expressions, Chu Ming chuckled inwardly, thinking, so, they wish to intoxicate me. Today, I shall see who is carried out of here. Had he been of lesser capacity, he would likely have succumbed to inebriation long ago. However, Du Wenchang was not inclined to relent. He lifted his glass and declared, Manager Chu, you have quite the tolerance. Let us toast once more, having already toasted once. Let this be a double celebration, hoping for smooth cooperation in the future. Very well, since General Manager Du insists. I shall drink, Chu Ming replied readily, lifting his glass. Before Du Wenchang could begin drinking, Chu Ming swiftly downed the contents of his glass. Seeing this, Du Wenchang believed Chu Ming had perhaps started to succumb to the drink, and he could not help but smirk inwardly, thinking, I thought you could hold your liquor, yet here you are faltering. Manager Chu is truly forthright. Impressive, Du Wenchang remarked as the conversation continued. Hu Guangji, seated beside Du Wenchang, stood again, raising his glass. Manager Chu, since General Du has toasted you twice, how can we be left behind? Come, I raise this glass to you. Of course, if you feel unable to continue, it is perfectly acceptable to substitute tea. After all, today we dine as comrades. Without a doubt, Hu Guangji's words were laced with provocation. A naive individual might have felt pressure to drink, yet Chu Ming was not one to be easily swayed. He drank not out of bravado, but because he was confident in his ability to remain composed. Substitute tea. Today, no one here, aside from my assistant, is permitted to replace liquor with tea, Chu Ming responded with a smile. Ha. Since Manager Chu has said so, it is certain that all present today cannot substitute tea for wine. Otherwise, it would be a slight to Manager Chu, Du Wenchang chuckled. Upon hearing Chu Ming's words, Hu Guangji secretly laughed, mistakenly believing that Chu Ming was provoked by him. Little did he know, he was entirely unaware of Chu Ming's capacity for alcohol. Chu Ming lifted his wine glass and said, Come, let us continue drinking. Without a moment's hesitation, he downed the drink in one go. Seeing this, Hu Guangji was initially taken aback, then finished his drink and remarked, Manager Chu truly has a remarkable tolerance for alcohol. I'm in awe. After Hu Guangji sat down, the beautiful woman beside him hurriedly refilled Chu Ming's glass with more white liquor. Soon after, Wang Huashan also stood up, employing the same words, and and the same method. Chu Ming did not refuse. As Wang Huashan took his seat, the other two gentlemen also successively rose to toast. Meanwhile, the beautiful woman standing beside Chu Ming continued to pour liquor for him without pause. After the last two had finished their second cup, Du Wenchang signaled to the beautiful woman, who then, with a flirtatious demeanor, raised her glass to Chu Ming and whispered, "Manager Chu is truly impressive. Look at how others have toasted twice, so what do you think about my glass?" Chapter 89. Role reversal. Hee, it's nothing more than a glass of wine. Let us drink it, Chu Ming replied nonchalantly with a smile. Immediately, under the gaze of the beautiful woman, he lifted his glass and finished the white liquor in one gulp. The beautiful woman, witnessing this, lavished him with praise once more. To this, Chu Ming naturally paid no heed. Just then, Du Wenchang's voice rang out, saying, "Manager Chu truly has a commendable capacity for alcohol. No wonder he has attained the position of project leader at such a young age." You flatter me. Director Du, I did not ascend to the position of project leader solely through the ability to drink, Chu Ming said with a slight smile. That is only natural, Du Wenchang replied. Manager Chu, shall we continue dining? Du Wenchang suggested again. Chu Ming glanced at Du Wenchang with a hint of amusement and replied, Director Du, there's no rush with the meal. Upon hearing this, Du Wenchang furrowed his brows, curious about what Chu Ming intended to do. However, it wasn't too long before Chu Ming's voice filled the air once more. Director Du, just now each of you toasted me twice. If I do not reciprocate, would that not be quite ungracious? Du Wenchang frowned slightly, a sense of foreboding rising within him. Although they had not consumed as much as Chu Ming, their alcohol tolerances were evident. At most, it would be just over a gin. Even the most adept drinker among them, Hu Guangxi, could not manage to keep drinking like Chu Ming, that if Chu Ming were to toast them with 2 more cups, he might soon be unable to hold his liquor. However, thinking further, given that Chu Ming had already consumed more than any of them, it was unlikely he would be able to keep it up. The next moment, Du Wenchang made his decision, saying, Manager Chu is too polite. It is only proper, Chu Ming replied with a slight smile. Director Du, then I shall be the first to toast you? Chu Ming's voice echoed again. Without waiting for Du Wenchang to decline, he raised his glass right in front of him. Observing the slightly raised glass, Du Wenchang hesitated for a moment before smiling. Manager Chu, shall we drink to that? Of course, Chu Ming replied without a moment's hesitation. After saying this, he tilted his head back and drank it all in one go. Du Wenchang followed suit and emptied his glass as well. Pour me another glass. I wish to toast Director Du again, Chu Ming said as he set down his glass and turned to the beautiful woman dedicated to pouring for him. Upon hearing this, she promptly filled Chu Ming's glass to the brim once more. Without any hesitation, Chu Ming lifted the glass again. Seeing this, Du Wenchang could not help but curse inwardly. He had intended to nibble on some food to ease the alcohol in his stomach. But Chu Ming gave him no time to do so. His capacity for alcohol might be a gene, but it was at a slow, measured pace. Drinking swiftly like Chu Ming was simply unbearable for him. Already, he felt a bit lightheaded. Yet, looking at the glass Chu Ming held out to him, he could not refuse, especially since he had already spoken. Gritting his teeth against the drunkenness, Du Wenchang lifted his glass. After downing it, he felt the burning liquor overwhelm his senses, and suppressing the urge to vomit, he quickly took a sip of water. Chu Ming, observing Du Wenchang's reaction, revealed a playful smile. However, he did not press Du Wenchang further, but instead shifted his gaze to Hu Guangxi, who was seated beside him. Manager Hu, come, let me toast you, Chu Ming said, sizing up Hu Guangxi for a few seconds. Hu Guangxi showed no sign of fear, directly lifting his glass and saying, Thank you. Manager Chu, I shall drink to that. Seeing Hu Guangxi's candidness made a faint smile appear on Chu Ming's face as he remarked, Manager who has quite the capacity for alcohol. You flatter me, Manager Chu. I cannot compare to you, Hu Guangxi replied with a smile. This statement from Hu Guangxi held no hint of exaggeration. Although his capacity for alcohol was acknowledged as the best within Wenchang Construction Company, if he were to drink like Chu Ming, he likely would not have made it this far. Not only could Chu Ming drink, but he also remained remarkably composed. Such a tolerance was indeed extraordinary. In terms of drinking capacity alone, Hu Guangji knew he was no match for Chu Ming. Chu Ming smiled slightly, saying nothing further, and promptly finished the liquor in his glass as he set down the glass. The beautiful woman immediately filled it again. The beautiful woman poured quickly, which drew Du Wenchang's discontent. He shot her an annoyed glare, causing her to falter. Pouring liquor for Chu Ming was a task Du Wenchang had specifically assigned to her, and prior to Chu Ming's arrival, he had repeatedly instructed her to be proactive in pouring for him. Now, what did Du Wenchang mean by this? While the beautiful woman puzzled over why Du Wenchang was glaring at her, Chu Ming's voice rang out again. Manager Hu, come, let us have our second glass. I shall toast you. Chu Ming lifted his glass, gesturing toward Hu Guangji. Naturally, Hu Guangji did not refuse the toast and smiled as he lifted his glass. After Chu Ming downed his drink, he set the glass down and turned his gaze toward Wang Huashan. Manager Wang, it's your turn now. Just like Manager Hu, let us have 2 glasses, shall we? Chu Ming said. Manager Chu this. Wang Huashan's face revealed a hint of hesitation. What? Is Manager Wang looking down on me? Chu Ming? Upon seeing this, Chu Ming immediately donned a displeased expression and asked in a low voice. At this, Wang Huashan's countenance darkened. He had intended to express that he could not handle more alcohol, but given the situation, if he refused a drink, it would certainly offend Chu Ming that moment. Du Wenchang also turned his gaze toward him. Wang Huashan could only silently curse and complain internally, but he quickly replied, Manager Chu, you misunderstood. I was just thinking if it's too hasty for you to drink this quickly. Shouldn't we take a moment to pause before continuing? I didn't misunderstand. I thought Manager Wang was looking down on me, Chu Ming said with a smile. Thank you for your consideration, Manager Wang. However, this little bit of liquor is nothing to me. What matters most is that I am genuinely delighted to be drinking with all of you today. Chu Ming continued, so, Manager Wang, I shall toast you first. After saying this, without giving Wang Huashan a chance to respond, Chu Ming raised his glass and drank it down heartily. Chapter 90. A deluge of drinks as soon as the glass was placed down. Chu Ming turned to the beautiful woman and said, Fill it up. Upon hearing this, the beautiful woman instinctively glanced at Du Wenchang, unsure whether she should pour more liquor for Chu Ming given his gloomy demeanor. Chu Ming cast a dispassionate look at both the beautiful woman and Du Wenchang, saying with annoyance, What are you hesitating for? Pour the wine. Director Du, your hired help seems not to be very obedient. Just pouring a drink takes so long. How could she expect to do a good job? Chu Ming then addressed Du Wenchang. Du Wenchang felt an urge to curse himself. He had never anticipated that he would be digging his own grave before the banquet even began. Quickly pour for Manager Chu. Stop dawdling, he instructed the beautiful woman. Upon hearing Du Wenchang's command, the beautiful woman hurriedly filled Chu Ming's glass with white liquor. Chu Ming said nothing further, but gestured to Wang Huashan, stating, Manager Wang, I shall finish these 2 glasses first. Under Wang Huashan's bewildered gaze, Chu Ming tilted his head back and downed the liquor yet again. Wang Huashan felt a bitter sensation rise within him. However, since Chu Ming had already finished his drink, he could not refuse and could only muster the courage to lift his glass and drink 2 cups in quick succession. Chu Ming, observing Wang Huashan, set down his glass, then shifted his gaze towards the remaining 2 gentlemen. Clearly, he had no intention of letting them off the hook either. Under Chu Ming's insistence, the 2 gentlemen also drank 2 cups each. As for the beautiful woman pouring for Chu Ming, she too followed suit. After Chu Ming had completed a round of toasts, he set down his glass and said, Director Du, today is a rare occasion of joy. What do you think about us raising a toast together? Upon hearing this, Du Wenchang was taken aback. He truly wanted to ask Chu Ming if he thought of liquor as water. Even if one treated liquor as water, one could not continue drinking nonstop like this, could they? Meanwhile, Wang Huashan and Hu Guangji, along with others, gazed at Chu Ming with expressions of disbelief. They had encountered individuals who could drink, but never before had they witnessed someone like Chu Ming, who consumed liquor as if it were mere water and remained unaffected at this rate. Before they could intoxicate Chu Ming, they themselves would succumb to inebriation first. Manager Chu, Du Wenchang hesitated. What's the matter? Mr. Du, are you unhappy? Chu Ming questioned, interrupting Du Wenchang before he could finish his thought. Happy, of course. How could I not be delighted to meet Manager Chu? Du Wenchang replied without a moment's hesitation. Haha, since Mr. Du is happy, does that not mean we must drink this toast? Chu Ming smiled, inquiring, what do you say, Mr. Du? Du Wenchang suppressed his urge to curse inwardly and replied, Manager Chu is right. However, deep down, Du Wenchang grumbled. Happy or not? What's the point of drinking? Come on, everyone, let us raise our glasses, Chu Ming declared, lifting his glass. Seeing this, Du Wenchang had no choice but to follow suit. Wang Huashan, Hu Guangji, and the others were similarly compelled to raise their glasses. After one cup, to the astonishment of Du Wenchang and Wang Huashan, Chu Ming again lifted his glass. After several more shots of liquor, Du Wenchang set down his glass and collapsed onto the dining table. Wang Huashan and Hu Guangji were equally inebriated, while another individual began to perform a rather unsightly display, filling the room with a nauseating stench. Observing the state of Du Wenchang and the others, Chu Ming wore a disdainful smile, then set his glass down and glanced at Zhao Yuanshan. Manager Zhao, you are well acquainted with Mr. Du. I entrust him to you that if you take him to the hospital soon, he may still be saved, Chu Ming stated. Hearing this, Zhao Yuanshan was about to respond when Chu Ming's voice rang out again. Cheng Yao, let us go. With that, Chu Ming stood and headed for the door. Cheng Yao, seeing this, hurried to follow him. However, just as Chu Ming reached the entrance, Zhao Yuanshan called out, Manager Chu, wait. Are you leaving just like this? What about Mr. Du and the others? What, should I escort them to the hospital? Chu Ming retorted. Manager Zhao, you witnessed how much I was forced to drink. You did not assist me, and now you refuse to help take them to the hospital? We are all part of the Yun group. And besides, you and I have a superior subordinate relationship. Even if you are the deputy manager, you should still listen to me, right? If you prefer, let them lie here. It makes no difference to me, Chu Ming continued. After saying this, he turned and walked out without giving Zhao Yuanshan a chance to respond. Cheng Yao shot a glance at the irate yet helpless Zhao Yuanshan before hastily following Chu Ming's lead. Outside Tan Xiangge, Cheng Yao expressed her concern. Manager Chu, after consuming so much liquor, are you truly all right? Ha! Do I appear to be in distress? Chu Ming replied with a smile, taking a drag from his cigarette. Cheng Yao instinctively shook her head. Not at all. Then all is well, Chu Ming said. Let us go. We hardly ate anything earlier. Let us find a place to enjoy a meal. Neither of them had managed to savor any substantial dish, as the entire affair had been consumed by the incessant toasting. But Manager Chu, you've had so much to drink. I'm worried. Cheng Yao hesitated. Worried about what? Let us fill our stomachs first. Chu Ming reassured her with a grin. Come, I believe there's a snack street up ahead. Let us check it out. As they made their way toward the snack street, suddenly more than 20 individuals surged from two nearby vans, blocking Chu Ming and Cheng Yao's path. Soon, a man with a plastered arm emerged from a Land Rover, accompanied by another man, a towering figure over 6 feet tall. As the three approached Chu Ming and Cheng Yao, Chu Ming immediately recognized the man with the injured arm, Chang Gu, the very individual whose arm he had recently broken. However, this time, Lu Zi was absent, replaced instead by a man clad in a suit and sunglasses. Young man, we meet again. Chang Gu glared at Chu Ming, gritting his teeth. You think breaking my arm will be easily forgotten? Is this the person you mentioned? The man in the suit asked, sizing up Chu Ming. Yes, it's him, Chang Gu confirmed. Do you know who I am? The suited man inquired, his gaze fixed on Chu Ming. That if I say I don't know you, Chu Ming replied with a playful smirk. Not to worry. Today you'll get to know me well, the man declared. You dared to bully my sworn brother, and you're the first to do so in all of Donghai. Guo Pengsheng. I am sorry, but I've never heard of you, Chu Ming scoffed. Not having heard of me is inconsequential. Now you do, Guo Pengsheng replied. Brother Peng, why waste words on him? He dared to break Changgu's arm. Today we'll break both his legs. One of the lackeys suggested 2 legs. Haha, that is hardly sufficient, Changgu interjected. Indeed, we should do more. My brother is not someone to be trifled with, Guo Pengsheng added. If I'm not mistaken, you must also be a fighter, he noted, turning back to Chu Ming. Chu Ming shrugged. I suppose you could say that, and oh wonder you're so arrogant. However, the brothers I brought with me are all skilled fighters, and some have even entered the realm of martial artists. Aren't you afraid at all? Guo Pengsheng taunted. Should I be afraid? Chu Ming replied nonchalantly, scanning the group surrounding him. Quite bold, but I fear you may lack the means to be so. Guo Pengsheng retorted. Brother Chong, I want to personally break his legs for revenge. Chong Gu piped up. Hearing this, Guo Pengsheng wore a faint smile. That is perfectly fine, as long as it alleviates your anger. I'll take the blame for whatever happens today. Haha, Brother Peng is indeed the best to me. I thank you in advance. Chang'e laughed. As the two spoke, it was as if Chu Ming were merely a piece of meat on a chopping block. Awaiting their whims, listening to their conversation, Chu Ming could not help but chuckle. Guo Pengsheng, noticing Chu Ming's laughter, demanded coldly, What are you laughing at? I'm laughing at your arrogance. Chu Ming replied without hesitation. I know you're capable, but can you truly take on all my elite subordinates? Guo Pengsheng challenged. Each of my brothers is among the finest in the Fenglai society, able to take on 10 opponents without breaking a sweat. No matter how skilled you are, what can you do? Elites. Haha, I specialize in taking on elites. Chu Ming scoffed. Arrogant, Guo Pengsheng replied, displeased. If you wish to die quickly, I shall grant your wish. As soon as Guo Pengsheng finished speaking, his lackeys lunged toward Chu Ming. Manager Chu, this. Chung Yao, as heart tightened, her face displaying her concern that, It's all right. Just stay behind me. I'll handle this, Chu Ming assured her, positioning her behind him, as the lackeys charged. A flicker of disdain crossed Chu Ming's eyes. When the foremost lackey reached him, Chu Ming sidestepped effortlessly, dodging the attack. In the next moment, he raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap across the lackey's face. Smack! The crisp sound of the slap stunned the young man momentarily. Before he could react, Chu Ming struck again, sending him flying. The lackey cried out as he crashed to the ground. The other lackeys, witnessing this, were taken aback. However, Chu Ming did not give them a moment to react. He stepped forward, charging at Guo Pengsheng's lackeys. Smack! Another loud slap echoed as another lackey fell to the ground. With each resounding slap, another member of the Fenglai society crumpled to the floor. Guo Pengsheng, watching from behind, was wide-eyed, disbelief etched across his face. 1 slap per opponent. These were elite fighters, and while it might be exaggerated to say one could take on 10, certainly one could handle 3 or 5. Yet now, they were treated like mere children in Chu Ming's hands, each falling with a single blow. Xiongzi. Guo Pengsheng instinctively glanced at the burly figure behind him. As solid as a bear, and inquired. He is exceptionally strong. Xiongzi's gaze was fixed firmly on Chu Ming, and he replied in a deep voice. What are your chances against him? Guo Pengsheng asked. I do not know, but I wish to give it a try. Xiongzi stated. Very well. Gauge your strength accordingly, Guo Pengsheng advised. Second brother, Chang'e observed as Chu Ming effortlessly dispatched the small subordinates brought by Guo Pengsheng. A hint of concern surfacing in his eyes. He had just witnessed Chu Ming incapacitate one of his arms, and now he was leading others to provoke Chu Ming that if they failed to subdue him, the cost would far exceed the loss of an arm. With this thought, Chang Ji's anxiety intensified. Hearing this, Guo Pengsheng cast a glance at Chang'e, shaking his head slightly, and said, Do not worry. With Xiongzi here, that kid, no matter how formidable, will kneel today. Upon hearing this, Chang'e instinctively looked at the towering Xiongzi, and seeing his arms, thicker than his own legs, he felt considerably reassured. Second brother, regardless of today's outcome, I shall never forget your kindness towards me, that in the future, I will surely. Chang'e began. Why do I need to say so much? Let us wait until Xiongzi has dealt with that kid before we speak. Guo Pengsheng chuckled lightly. All right. Chang'e nodded emphatically. Chapter 92. The escape. While Chang'e and Guo Pengsheng conversed, Chu Ming had already laid all the subordinates brought by Guo Pengsheng flat on the ground. Is this the elite you speak of? Chu Ming looked at Guo Pengsheng, a faint smile gracing his lips. Then, taking a cigarette from his pocket and lighting it, he continued, It seems that the Fenglai society is not as impressive as one might think. Hearing Chu Ming's words, Guo Pengsheng's expression shifted, and he coldly retorted, Kid, do not be arrogant. Just because you have dealt with them does not mean you will leave here unscathed today, though. It appears you have some backing. Chu Ming remarked, amusement dancing in his eyes as he spoke. Chu Ming's gaze fell upon Xiongzi beside Guo Pengsheng. assessing him for a moment before saying, "If I'm not mistaken, he must be your support, right?" Even Chu Ming, upon seeing Xiongzi's bear-like physique, could not help but be impressed. "Indeed, kid, no matter how powerful you are, you cannot possibly match Xiongzi," Guo Pengsheng affirmed. Without waiting for Chu Ming to speak, Guo Pengsheng added, "If you do not wish to be torn apart by Xiongzi, I advise you to surrender obediently. He is quite formidable, but he has chosen the wrong path." Chu Ming chuckled lightly. "Humph, you are oblivious to your impending doom," Guo Pengsheng scoffed. "Xiongzi, go ahead. After this strike, once you have dealt with him, we will be even." With that, Guo Pengsheng commanded Xiongzi. "Yes, Penggu." Xiongzi nodded. As he spoke, Xiongzi strode toward Chu Ming, his lantern-like eyes fixed intently on him, declaring, "You are strong, but I am not weak either. While I do not know the nature of your relationship, would you be interested in coming with me? I can make you 100 times stronger than you are now." Chu Ming looked at Xiongzi with a smile. "Are you serious?" Xiongzi's eyes brightened at this prospect. "You can truly make me stronger?" He longed for strength. Only by becoming stronger could he avenge his deceased sister. His allegiance to Guo Pengsheng was partly to repay the debt of gratitude for saving his sister, and partly to gain strength to seek revenge against the Menghu Hall for his sister's death. However, before Xiongzi could finish speaking, Guo Pengsheng's voice rang out from behind. "Xiongzi, do not forget what I just said." Guo Pengsheng admonished. "Penggu, I understand. Rest assured, I will repay your kindness," Xiongzi reassured him. With that, Xiongzi turned his gaze to Chu Ming and stated, "Regardless of whether your claims are true, if you could defeat me, I will leave with you. However, if I defeat you, we shall see if you can survive today." Xiongzi continued. Confidence is a good thing. Come now, let me witness your strength," Chu Ming replied with a faint smile. Hearing this, Xiongzi let out a low roar and charged at Chu Ming like a small tank, launching a massive punch without hesitation. For an ordinary person, merely surviving such a blow would be a feat of great fortune. Yet, as Xiongzi's fist, as large as a cooking pot, descended, Chu Ming remained utterly unfazed. Seeing this, Xiongzi's eyes flashed with ferocity, intent on crushing Chu Ming with his fist. Just as Xiongzi's fist was about to land on Chu Ming's head, Chu Ming leisurely extended his palm. With a gentle motion, he effortlessly caught Xiongzi's fist, rendering it powerless no matter how much force Xiongzi exerted. Xiongzi's eyes widened in disbelief. Simply possessing strength is not enough. "You are still far from matching me," Chu Ming's voice reverberated. Upon hearing this, Xiongzi gritted his teeth and exerted more force. Yet no matter how hard he tried, he could not break free from Chu Ming's grasp. "Give up. You are not my match," Chu Ming said calmly. As he spoke, Chu Ming released Xiongzi's hand. However, the moment Chu Ming let go, Xiongzi roared in fury and raised his fist once more. But as before, when his fist neared Chu Ming's head, Chu Ming swiftly seized his hand again. Seeing this, Xiongzi had no choice but to lift his other arm to attack. Chu Ming seemed to anticipate this. And before Xiongzi's punch could land, he struck Xiongzi's chest with a swift palm. Bang! The impact sent Xiongzi staggering back several steps, and upon regaining his footing, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Guo Pengsheng, witnessing this scene, displayed a look of shock in his eyes at as for Changgu, whose arm was in cast. He too stared in astonishment at the unfolding events. "Second brother, it seems Xiongzi is not a match for that kid after all." Changgu couldn't help but comment. Guo Pengsheng's expression shifted, and after a moment of contemplation, he replied, "Let us observe for now." Upon hearing Guo Pengsheng's words, Changgu refrained from further comments, fixated on the clash between Xiongzi and Chu Ming. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Xiongzi's eyes glinted with a fierce determination, declaring, "You are strong, but I will not concede so easily." The moment his words fell, Xiongzi charged at Chu Ming once more. Chu Ming regarded Xiongzi's advance with a light chuckle, stating, "Do not waste your energy. You are not my opponent." As Xiongzi closed in, Chu Ming raised his hand and delivered a punch to in the next instant. Xiongzi's massive frame was sent flying several meters before crashing heavily at Guo Pengsheng and Changji's feet. Xiongzi, unwilling to accept defeat, rose from the ground and exclaimed, "Come again. Why bother?" Chu Ming replied nonchalantly. As Xiongzi lunged at him once more, Chu Ming could not help but shake his head. However, Before Xiongzi could reach Chu Ming, Guo Pengsheng suddenly whispered to Changgu, "Run." Startled, Changgu hesitated, but when he saw Guo Pengsheng sprinting toward the parked Land Rover, he quickly grasped the situation. Xiongzi was no match for Chu Ming, and their fate if they stayed was all too clear. If they did not flee now, escaping later would be impossible. With that thought, Changgu also hurriedly dashed to the Land Rover. Virum. The engine of the Land Rover roared to life, speeding away into the distance. Chapter 93. The Foundation Ceremony. Upon hearing Chu Ming's words, a hint of confusion flickered in Xiongzi's eyes. When he realized that Guo Pengsheng and Changgu had vanished from view, he stood frozen in place. They had abandoned him without a trace. Why continue fighting when they had deserted you? Chu Ming's voice echoed. After a moment of hesitation, Xiongzi replied, "I still wish to give it a try." Chu Ming, observing Xiongzi's stubbornness, couldn't help but feel exasperated. "Very well, since you desire it, I shall oblige." Xiongzi nodded and charged at Chu Ming with all his might. Chu Ming watched Xiongzi approach, a faint smile gracing his lips, before effortlessly delivering a punch in return. Bang! In an instant, Xiongzi's towering figure was sent hurtling backward, crashing to the ground and spitting out a large mouthful of blood. In that moment, Xiongzi fully comprehended the chasm between him and Chu Ming. "Yes, I have lost," Xiongzi admitted. "You truly can make me stronger." Upon hearing Chu Ming's words, Xiongzi paused in surprise. "Then could you jot down my number?" Xiongzi hesitated momentarily. "No need. I have my ways to find you." Chu Ming replied with a slight smile. Without waiting for Xiongzi to respond, Chu Ming turned to Cheng Yao and said, "Let us go. We have delayed long enough. Let us grab a bite to eat." In response, Cheng Yao nodded blankly, instinctively following Chu Ming toward the nearby snack street. Within the Yun family manor, Chu Ming entered Yun Shuyan's room and immediately noticed her engrossed in work on her laptop. Upon seeing him, Yun Shuyan set aside her computer and inquired, "Have you gone out to dine with Du Wenchang?" "Yes, he insisted on arranging it. So we had a discussion," Chu Ming replied with a nod. "How did it go?" "Although Du Wenchang has some connections to the underworld, he has collaborated with Yin Corporation quite well in the past," Yun Shuyan remarked. "Haha, as long as we can work together effectively." "I don't care about his background," Chu Ming chuckled. "Tomorrow is the groundbreaking ceremony. Shouldn't we turn in early tonight?" He then scrutinized Yun Shuyan, suggesting, "Yes, let us rest early." Yun Shuyan agreed with a nod. However, once the lights in the room were extinguished, Chu Ming's hands deftly slipped beneath Yun Shuyan's clothing. "Don't mess around. We have to attend the groundbreaking ceremony tomorrow," she protested. The following morning, after finishing breakfast, Chu Ming headed directly to the construction site. Yun Xin, needing to visit Yin Corporation, did not accompany him. Shortly thereafter, upon arriving at the site, Chu Ming found Cheng Yao already present. Observing Cheng Yao directing the setup of the temporary stage for the ceremony, he approached her. "Manager." Cheng Yao greeted him hurriedly upon noticing his arrival. "Where are Zhao Manager and Lao Zhong?" Chu Ming inquired. "I have no idea. I didn't see them when I arrived," Cheng Yao replied, shaking her head. Upon hearing this, Chu Ming furrowed his brow and pulled out his phone to dial Zhao Manager's number. Once connected, he quickly heard Zhao Yuanshan's voice on the other end. "Chu Manager, what's the matter?" Zhao Yuanshan asked nonchalantly. "Zhao Yuanshan, have you forgotten what day it is today? As the deputy manager, what are you doing right now?" Chu Ming responded with displeasure. "Chu Manager, have you forgotten what you did last night?" Zhao Yuanshan retorted. "Du Zong is still in the hospital. I've been on watch here all night." Before Zhao Yuanshan could finish a sentence, Chu Ming interrupted. "Has Du Wenchang not woken up yet?" "He is awake, but—" Zhao Yuanshan began. Yet again, Chu Ming cut him off, irately stating if he is awake he should hurry here. After a night of drinking, if he can't come, he might as well not show up again. Without giving Zhao Yuanshan a chance to respond, Chu Ming abruptly hung up the phone on the other end. Zhao Yuanshan, hearing the dead tone, felt his expression darken significantly. Sitting on the hospital bed, Du Wenchang glanced at Zhao Yuanshan and asked, "What's wrong? Why do you look so grim?" "It's all because of Chu Ming," Zhao Yuanshan replied irritably. Curious, Du Wenchang asked, "What did Chu Manager say on the phone?" "He told us to hurry to the construction site." "I hadn't even finished speaking when he hung up," Zhao Yuanshan explained. "Moreover, he even said—" "What did he say?" Du Wenchang pressed. Zhao Yuanshan then recounted Chu Ming's words, embellishing them with additional details. After hearing Zhao Yuanshan's account, Du Wenchang's expression darkened as well. This Chu Ming truly has no regard for anyone. He seethed. He had already harbored resentment towards Chu Ming for single-handedly taking down him and his associates the previous day. Let us go. I want to see just how capable he is, Du Wenchang declared. Du Zong, what about the groundbreaking ceremony? Zhao Yuanshan began. Feng Zong has already coordinated with me on that. You needn't worry. Du Wenchang replied. Zhao Yuanshan said nothing further and followed Du Wenchang out of the hospital. Not long after, at the Huang family's construction site, the stage for the groundbreaking ceremony had been set up. Yin Shiyin and the senior executives of Yin Corporation had also arrived in succession. Given the large scale of the site and its significance to Yin Corporation, the ceremony attracted numerous reporters, some even conducting live broadcasts. Soon, a black Rolls-Royce slowly entered the site and came to a halt before the temporary stage. The elderly Mr. Yun stepped out of the car, prompting the senior executives of Yin Corporation to rush forward to greet him. Simultaneously, reporters flocked around Mr. Yun. Grandfather, let us head up, Yin Shuyin suggested, glancing at the elderly man. Chapter 94. Du Wenchang's confidence upon hearing this. The elderly Mr. Yun nodded and followed Yin Shuyin up the red carpet to the stage. Chu Ming, where is Du Zong? Why hasn't he arrived yet? Yin Shuyin asked, checking the time and then looking at Chu Ming. Chu Ming glanced towards the entrance of the site, where a BMW X5 was slowly driving in. He here, he replied. Following Chu Ming's gaze, Yin Shuyin indeed saw Du Wenchang stepping out of Zhao Yuanshan's BMW X5. Hesitating for a moment, she made her way towards Du Zong. Du Zong, good to see you again, Yin Shuyin greeted politely. Du Wenchang looked at Yin Shuyin and smiled. Yin Zong, I remember our last meeting was at the project on Weiyuan Road, correct? Indeed, Yin Shuyin affirmed. The groundbreaking ceremony is about to commence. Shall we proceed? She continued. Certainly, Du Wenchang nodded. However, as he passed by Chu Ming, a glint of coldness flashed in his eyes. Little brat, you'll see what's coming. Du Wenchang thought to himself. More than 10 minutes later, all attendees for the groundbreaking ceremony had gathered, and Yin Shuyin announced the official commencement of the event. However, just as she and the elderly Mr. Yin finished their speeches, Du Wenchang sent out a message on his phone. As Yin Shuyin prepared to cut the ribbon, a commotion erupted nearby. The noise grew increasingly louder, prompting Yin Shuyin to pause her ribbon-cutting action. Meanwhile, the reporters swiftly redirected their cameras towards the source of the disturbance. Cheng Yao, go check what's happening, Chu Ming instructed, glancing at Du Wenchang before directing Cheng Yao. However, before Cheng Yao could approach, the commotion made its way toward the temporary stage set up for the ceremony. Soon, everyone learned the reason for the uproar, a demand for wage increases. Du Wenchang appeared bewildered, responding, Yin Zong, I don't understand. Everything was fine before. Fine. Now, they're suddenly clamoring for raises? Yin Shuyin questioned, visibly displeased. I don't care what wages you are paying them. I just want the site to start operations smoothly and the project to be completed on schedule. She continued. Du Wenchang's face showed signs of difficulty as he replied, Yin Zong, I want the project to proceed smoothly as well. But what? Yin Shuyin pressed. Yin Zong, this is not the first time they've demanded wage increases. This time it's clearly intentional. If I give in now, will I have to raise their wages every time they protest in the future? Du Wenchang explained. Moreover, the contract price for this project is already quite low. And there's hardly any profit margin. If I raise their wages again, I will be losing money. He added. Du Zong, what do you mean by that? Is it that you can't manage them or that you don't want to? Yin Xin inquired. Du Zong, the groundbreaking ceremony is imminent, and those workers are under your Du Wenchang construction. If you refuse to take charge, I may have to reconsider our partnership, Yin Shuyin stated with dissatisfaction. Du Wenchang, however, seemed unfazed by Yin Shuyin's words, replying nonchalantly, Yin Zong, I never said I wouldn't team manage them. It's just what? You don't want a day's ceremony to be a failure, do you? Yin Shuyin interrupted. Du Wenchang fell silent, stepping down from the stage to approach the workers clamoring for wage increases. Yin Zong, today is the groundbreaking ceremony for Yin Corporation's new project. How do you view this situation? A reporter raised their microphone towards Yun Xuan, prompting others to focus their cameras on her as well. Rest assured, this matter will be resolved satisfactorily. Until then, please do not distort any facts, Yun Xuan assured them. Yunzong, those workers just claimed their wages are about 1/3 lower than those of workers in similar positions. Are you aware of this? Another reporter pressed. Those workers are managed by Du Wenchang Construction, and our Yun Corporation is only responsible for the contractual agreement with them, Yun Xuan explained. What do you think about Du Wenchang Construction withholding wages? Have you considered terminating the cooperation contract with them? Another reporter probed sharply. Terminate the cooperation? Yun Xuan had indeed considered it, but the contract explicitly stated a penalty of 1 billion for breach. Furthermore, aside from the penalty, terminating the contract with Du Wenchang Construction now would leave her scrambling to find another company that could commence work on the same day. Besides, Du Wenchang's workers and machinery were already in place. Allowing them to leave would also require a certain amount of time. If Du Wenchang intended to delay matters, whether they could commence work in the short term was uncertain. After a moment of hesitation, Yun Xuan replied, I'm sorry, I cannot provide an answer to that question. Yunzong, I have just communicated with them, but their demands are utterly unreasonable, Du Wenchang remarked. They actually want an additional 100 per day in wages for each individual. Can you believe such an outrageous request? Yun Xuan furrowed her brows and replied, Duzong, what do you mean by that? Should the progress of the construction site be halted because of this matter? Yunzong, I truly find myself at a loss. Their demands are simply too excessive, Du Wenchang said helplessly to Duzong. Are you truly incapable of handling this? Or do you simply not wish to resolve it? At that moment, Chu Ming's voice rang out in inquiry. The previous day, when Du Wenchang had forced liquor upon him, Chu Ming had already begun to suspect Du Wenchang's ulterior motives, and he was taken aback by how brazenly Du Wenchang approached the issue. Those workers had refrained from causing a ruckus before and after, yet they chose now to protest. Even if Du Wenchang argued that their desire for a raise was justified, had the workers not considered the risk of unemployment? Furthermore, after over a decade of navigating the construction industry, if he could not resolve this minor issue, how had he managed to sustain himself until now? Upon hearing Chu Ming's words, a hint of displeasure crossed Du Wenchang's face as he retorted. Manager Chu, what do you mean by that? What do I mean? I believe Du Zong should have a clear understanding in his heart, Chu Ming replied with a cold smirk. Chapter 95, A Lion's Demands. Du Wenchang scoffed, saying, Manager Chu, I cannot comprehend what you are saying. Chu Ming scrutinized Du Wenchang for a moment and said, Du Zong, regardless of whether you understand or not, the contract states clearly that if construction cannot commence as scheduled, Yin Group reserves the right to terminate the contract. Manager Chu, what do you mean by that? Are you implying that you wish to terminate our collaboration on a whim? Du Wenchang's expression darkened immediately at the remark. What? If Du Zong cannot resolve the workers' issues, leading to the construction site being unable to commence as scheduled, is it not permissible for Yin Group to terminate the contract? Chu Ming observed Du Wenchang with amusement. Of course, it is permissible, but I advise you to think carefully, Du Wenchang replied. Are you threatening me? Or perhaps you're threatening Yin Group? Chu Ming chuckled lightly, saying, Do you truly believe that the vast Yin Group would be intimidated by your threats? Manager Chu, you are indeed quite confident. However, at the end of the day, you are merely a project manager, and the decision to terminate our collaboration is not within your purview. Du Wenchang scoffed. Having said that, Du Wenchang turned to Yun Xian and stated, Yunzong, you are the president of Yin Group, that I can understand that Manager Chu, being young and impetuous, may occasionally speak grandiosely, but I trust you would not want to see the construction site unable to proceed normally. Would you, Du Zong? Manager Chu's words align with my sentiments, Yun Xuan replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Du Wenchang was momentarily taken aback. Yunzong, you must take responsibility for your words. Today is the groundbreaking ceremony. Do you truly wish to see it concluded without resolution? A glint of coldness appeared in Du Wenchang's eyes as he continued. However, before Yun Xuan could respond, Chu Ming's voice interjected, addressing Du Wenchang. Du Zong, do you have a way to quell the workers' unrest? What must be done to ensure construction can proceed smoothly? In truth, the workers' demand for a wage increase are not entirely insurmountable, Du Wenchang replied. Oh, pray do share, Chu Ming inquired with curiosity. Their demand is simply for a wage increase that, if Yun Group is willing to cover the costs, the strike could be resolved, Du Wenchang stated. Personally, I am eager to commence work immediately. But Yun Zong, you should be aware that profit margins in the construction industry are currently minimal. If I were to grant them a wage increase, it would be utterly unfeasible. However, given Yun Group's considerable resources, surely this sum would not be a concern, correct? Du Wenchang continued. Upon hearing Du Wenchang's words, Yun Shuyan's brows knitted together. Yun Group covering the costs? Du Wenchang was indeed calculating that if that were the case, Yun Group would be utterly compromised. Should those workers strike again in the future, would Yun Group not be obliged to cover the costs once more? Even if they did not strike, if Du Wenchang were to withhold the workers' wages, would they not seek recourse from Yun Group? Absolutely not. Yun Shuyan immediately rejected the notion. However, the moment Yun Shuyan's words fell, Chu Ming's voice rang out once more, urging, Shuyan, do not be so hasty in your rejection. Chu Ming turned to Yun Shuyan, saying, upon hearing this, a hint of confusion flickered in Yun Shuyan's eyes. Chu Ming, this matter. Yun Shuyan hesitated momentarily before continuing. The progress of the project is paramount. If it merely requires additional expenditure, it is of little consequence, Chu Ming asserted. As Yun Shuyan prepared to voice her thoughts, Chu Ming's voice interjected again, addressing Du Wenchang. Very well. I, on behalf of Yun Group, acquiesce to your demands. Therefore, Du Zong, can we now instruct the workers to cease their disturbances? You represent Yun Group. On what ground should I believe your words? Du Wenchang cast a dismissive glance at Chu Ming. Yun Zong is right here. You may inquire with her whether I can represent Yun Group. Chu Ming replied with a slight smile. Chu Ming, Yun Shuyan was perplexed as to why Chu Ming would act thus, and she could not help but speak up. Yet before Yun Shuyan could finish, Chu Ming interrupted, saying, Shuyan, simply trust my judgment. Upon hearing this, Yun Shuyan hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement. Very well. She then turned to Du Wenchang and stated, Du Zong, what Manager Chu has said reflects my intent. That Du Wenchang looked at Chu Ming in astonishment before turning to Yun Shuyan and asking, Yun Zong, are you agreeing to cover the wage increases for those workers? Then, indeed, that is correct, Yun Shuyan affirmed with a nod. I did not expect Yun Zong to be so agreeable. Let us proceed to sign an agreement then, Du Wenchang said with a smile. Yun Zong, it is not that I do not trust your character, but matters of such significance require tangible proof. We must have an agreement. Do you not agree? Chu Ming interjected smoothly that Du Wenchang, upon hearing Chu Ming's words, could not help but glance at Yun Shuyan once more. Seeing her nod, he then turned to beckon his assistant, a striking woman. The woman approached, swaying gracefully, and said, Du Zong, please produce the agreement, Du Wenchang instructed. The woman promptly retrieved 2 copies of the agreement from her briefcase, each densely printed with text, clearly pre-prepared. Du Zong, you were certainly well prepared, Chu Ming remarked with a chuckle. Manager Chu has misunderstood. It is merely due to those troublesome workers causing disturbances frequently that I. Du Wenchang began to explain. However, Chu Ming interrupted him, saying, Du Zong, no need to elaborate. Let us hasten to sign the agreement, as the groundbreaking ceremony is about to commence. Indeed, Du Wenchang nodded without hesitation. He then signed both copies of the agreement and handed them to Yun Shuyan, saying, Yun Zong, please. Upon hearing this, Yun Shuyan instinctively glanced at Chu Ming beside her. Seeing him nod, she accepted the documents and signed her name. Seeing this, a cunning smile spread across Du Wenchang's face as he remarked, Yun Zong, please wait. I will immediately send someone to calm the agitated workers. With that, Du Wenchang summoned one of his subordinates and whispered instructions in his ear before the latter hurried off towards the protesting workers. Soon after, the clamor of the workers gradually subsided. Shin, let us proceed with the groundbreaking ceremony, Chu Ming suggested, turning to Yun Shuyan. Though some time had been lost, it was still before noon, and a slight delay in the ceremony would not pose a significant issue. Yun Shuyan nodded in agreement, saying, very well. Chapter 96. Smooth commencement. Du Wenchang's backup plan. After more than half an hour, the groundbreaking ceremony officially concluded. After offering a few brief words of advice, Elder Yun departed the construction site. The senior executives of Yun Group, along with members of the Yun family and several reporters, gradually left as well. However, a portion of the reporters remained at the site, outside the construction site, within a large Mercedes-Benz Sprinter. Yin Cheng frowned as he observed Feng Dongping entering the vehicle. "What on earth are you doing, Feng Dongping? Why did you allow the groundbreaking ceremony to proceed smoothly?" "Heh, Director Yun, do not be so impatient," Feng Dongping replied with a smile, offering a cigarette to Yun Cheng. "The groundbreaking ceremony is one matter. Commencing the work is another entirely." Yun Cheng accepted the cigarette, and Feng Dongping promptly lit it for him. "So you mean to say you have a backup plan?" Yun Cheng inquired, taking a drag from the cigarette. Feng Dongping nodded affirmatively, saying, "Indeed, just wait and see. Although the groundbreaking ceremony has concluded, commencing the actual work." "Ah, that is absolutely impossible," Feng Dongping sneered. Upon hearing Feng Dongping's words, a look of confusion crossed Yun Cheng's face. Although the ceremony was complete, as long as the construction site could not proceed, he could seize the opportunity to oust Chu Ming from his position as project manager. "Feng Dongping, what is your plan?" Yun Cheng hesitated momentarily before asking. "Director Yun, it is as follows." Feng Dongping leaned in close, whispering in Yun Cheng's ear. After listening to Feng Dongping, a smile spread across Yun Cheng's face. "It must be General Feng who has the final say. I am eager to witness how Yun Shuyin and Chu Ming will respond to this maneuver." A glint of coldness flashed in Yun Cheng's eyes as he remarked, "As long as construction cannot commence today, both Chu Ming and Yun Shuyin will face dire consequences." Meanwhile, in the project manager's office at the construction site, Chu Ming sat on a chair, lighting a cigarette and taking a deep drag. Nearby, Yun Shuyin lounged on the sofa, observing Chu Ming's nonchalant demeanor, and couldn't help but inquire, "Chu Ming, why did you agree to such unreasonable terms from Dongcheng?" With a chuckle, he replied, "If I hadn't acquiesced." "Do you really think the groundbreaking ceremony could have proceeded so smoothly?" Chu Ming continued. "The disruption caused by Dongcheng's workers at the ceremony was clearly premeditated, especially with the agreement he had prepared in advance. If I had refused him, those workers would undoubtedly have continued their ruckus. But agreeing to Dongcheng's conditions will further diminish our profit margins on this project." Yin Shuyin countered, "Do not fret. That money does not necessarily have to be dispersed." Chu Ming smiled. "Huh. Chu Ming, what do you mean by that?" Yin Shuyin asked, momentarily taken aback. "While the groundbreaking ceremony has concluded, the workers have yet to commence their tasks." Chu Ming replied with a slight smile. "The ceremony is one thing, but actual work is another. I suspect something else will unfold on Dongcheng's in this afternoon, making it improbable for us to begin construction smoothly." "Are you suggesting that Dongcheng will resort to underhanded tactics to hinder the site from commencing operations?" Yin Shuyin pondered aloud. "Precisely," Chu Ming nodded. "Given Dongcheng's past actions, I believe he has likely conspired with certain individuals in the shadows. After all, if construction does not proceed today, your second uncle and others will have a valid pretext." Yun Shuyin hesitated for a moment, then remarked, "Your analysis is sound. It would not be difficult for those related to my second uncle and aunt to contact Dongcheng. Indeed, if they promise substantial benefits to Dongcheng, I have no doubt he would accept." Chu Ming chuckled. Yun Shuyin was well aware of this reality, and she understood her second uncle and aunt even better than Chu Ming did. Now that Yun Cheng and Yun Mingyi had the opportunity to seize this project from her, they would surely be willing to pay a hefty price. "Well then, what should we do now?" Yun Shuyin mused. "Let's observe the situation. I am quite curious to see what tricks Dongcheng has up his sleeve," Chu Ming replied. Upon hearing this, Yun Shuyin hesitated for a moment before nodding. "All right, if you need me, just call me immediately." After Yun Shuyin left the construction site, Chu Ming stepped out of the office. "Manager Chu, President Du is downstairs and wishes to see you," Cheng Yao said as she approached. "See me? Ha. Very well. Let us go and find out what Dongcheng intends to do," Chu Ming replied, a playful smile gracing his lips as they walked down to the second floor of the project apartment. Dongcheng's smile appeared upon seeing Chu Ming descend. "Manager Chu, where's President Yun? I have some very important matters to discuss with her." Dongcheng was momentarily taken aback, but a flicker of disdain soon crossed his features. "Manager Chu, this matter is of great significance. Are you certain you can make decisions on her behalf? I would not have stated it otherwise," Chu Ming replied coolly. Please, do President, feel free to express your concerns. After a brief hesitation, Du Wanchong adopted a troubled expression. Manager Chu, you are aware that the construction industry is quite challenging at present. Many projects are facing payment delays that my previous project. Chu Ming, lacking patience for Du Wanchong's rambling, interrupted. Du President, just get to the point. I have no interest in your grievances. Construction may be difficult, but it is not impossible that if you find it too taxing, feel free to withdraw. That Du Wanchong was momentarily silenced, his expression darkening as a hint of coldness flickered in his eyes. However, Chu Ming was no ordinary individual, and Du Wanchong's discomfort did not escape his notice. Manager Chu is right. I digress, Du Wanchong replied, feigning a cheerful demeanor. Du President, if there is nothing pressing, perhaps you should focus on ensuring the workers commence their tasks promptly, Chu Ming suggested. Upon hearing this, Du Wanchong quickly exclaimed, Manager Chu, what I wish to discuss is precisely about the workers commencing their tasks. Chu Ming shot him a puzzled glance. What? Are you implying that the workers are causing trouble again and cannot start work? Du Wanchong's face turned sheepish as he responded, Manager Chu, to be frank, the payment for my previous project has yet to be settled, and I have been unable to pay the workers. Now that they have heard that Yun's group has guaranteed payment, they have banded together to demand the settlement of their outstanding wages. Du President, you certainly have a clever scheme in mind, Chu Ming remarked, amusement dancing in his eyes. Manager Chu, please allow me to explain. This situation is truly. Du Wanchong feigned a distressed expression. Enough, you need not elaborate. Chu Ming interjected, raising his hand to silence him, that if by 2 o'clock this afternoon you cannot get your workers to commence their tasks, then prepare to pack your belongings and vacate. Manager Chu. Du Wanchong began, but Chu Ming cut him off. Cheng Yao, let us go. It is almost noon. We should find something to eat nearby. Cheng Yao observed Chu Ming's serious demeanor and hesitated. Shouldn't they prioritize resolving the workers' issues to ensure construction could proceed? How could they think of dining first? After a moment's contemplation, she finally asked, Manager Chu, what about the construction site? Du President will find a way. Those workers are his people. If he cannot manage this, then there is no reason for Yun's group to continue collaborating with him. Chu Ming responded. As he spoke, Chu Ming turned to Du Wanchong and remarked, Du President, you would agree with me on this, wouldn't you? Now, let us go eat. Without hesitation, Chu Ming took Cheng Yao's arm and headed towards the exit of the construction site. Du Wanchong, witnessing this, called out, Manager Chu, please wait. However, Chu Ming appeared to ignore Du Wanchong's plea and continued to lead Cheng Yao outside. Once outside, Cheng Yao asked, puzzled, Manager Chu, shouldn't we first address the workers' issues? If construction cannot commence, are you truly prepared to terminate our collaboration with Wanchong Construction Company? Of course. If they cannot commence work, what purpose do they serve? Chu Ming replied without a shred of hesitation. Cheng Yao frowned at his words and quickly countered. But if we terminate our collaboration now, where will we find another construction company to step in swiftly? Even if we manage to find one, it would be quite unlikely to commence work today. Do not worry. There is still ample time today, and we will certainly commence work smoothly, Chu Ming assured her with a smile. Though Cheng Yao was uncertain why Chu Ming held such confidence, she knew him well enough to trust that he had his own methods. With this in mind, she chose not to press the matter further and followed him to a nearby small restaurant. After enjoying a simple meal of 4 dishes and a soup, Chu Ming glanced at the time, realizing it was already past 1 o'clock. He and Cheng Yao then strolled leisurely towards the construction site. However, before they could reach the site, Chu Ming's phone rang. Upon checking, he saw that the caller was none other than Yun Shuyan. When he answered, her voice came through the line, Why is there another work stoppage? Did we not agree to Du Wanchong's terms earlier? What has happened now? Chu Ming relayed Du Wanchong's words verbatim to Yun Shuyan on the other end of the line. Yun Shuyan's face darkened with anger. What a brazen move by Du Wanchong. Does he think our Yun group is a fool? Why are you so furious? Chu Ming chuckled. Yun Shuyan retorted, How can I not be angry after such an incident? Enough. Leave this matter to me. You need not worry. Rest assured, the construction site will commence smoothly today, Chu Ming assured her before ending the call. Cheng Yao, walking beside Chu Ming, couldn't help but ask, Manager Chu, was that a call from President Yin? Indeed, what of it? Chu Ming replied, glancing at Chang Yao. Oh, it's nothing to— I just noticed that you seemed quite relaxed chatting with President Yun, without any hint of a hierarchical dynamic. Chang Yao explained. Huh. Despite her icy demeanor, President Yun is quite approachable and easy to get along with. Chu Ming remarked with a smile that, yes, that's so. Chang Yao replied, intrigued that if she had not been working as an assistant by Chu Ming's side, she would have never had the opportunity to meet Yun Shuyan. Even so, after becoming Chu Ming's assistant, the instances of her encountering Yun Shuyan were exceedingly rare. However, what intrigued Chang Yao was the nature of the relationship between Chu Ming and Yun Shuyan. Upon hearing this, Chang Yao nodded and instinctively quickened her pace. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at the project department of the construction site. Du Wenchang noticed Chu Ming leisurely strolling in from outside the site, a fleeting glint of coldness flashing his eyes, though he displayed no outward displeasure. In truth, he was not in the least bit anxious. Director Du, how well have you managed to pacify those workers under you? There are only a few minutes left until 2 o'clock. If we cannot commence work, then I fear we will have to express our regrets. Chu Ming chuckled lightly at Du Wenchang's demeanor and replied, Manager Chu, it is not that I do not wish for them to start working. It is merely that Du Wenchang feigned a troubled expression and continued, Director Du, you have been in this industry for over a decade. Is it not the same on other construction sites? Chu Ming inquired with a smile. Du Wenchang's expression froze momentarily, and he instinctively retorted, that is certainly not the case. It is just that the construction business has been difficult these past 2 years, and I am left with no choice. Spare me the excuses about the difficulties of construction. If you cannot manage, there are plenty of others who can. Chu Ming interrupted, stating firmly, Manager Zhao, contact other construction teams immediately. Regardless of anything, we must commence work today. But he then cast a glance at Zhao Yuanshan, who was smoking nearby and had not yet approached. Chapter 98. A change of personnel. Zhao Yuanshan, who was beside himself with curiosity while smoking, momentarily froze, seemingly taken aback by Chu Ming's address. However, upon regaining his composure, Zhao Yuanshan did not rush, but took another puff of his cigarette before leisurely responding, Manager Chu, do you truly wish to hear what you were saying? To contact other construction teams at this point, the workers from Dongcheng Construction Company have already arrived on site. Even if we were to reach out to other teams now, it is unlikely they could arrive in time to begin work. Zhao Yuanshan continued, if I instruct you to make the call, then do so without all this unnecessary chatter. Chu Ming scolded impatiently. You? Chu Ming, although you are the manager, Zhao Yuanshan's displeasure surged at this remark, and he retorted angrily, what do you mean by that? Are you with Yun's group or merely a lackey for Du Wenchang? Chu Ming cut Zhao Yuanshan off, asking pointedly in light of the current situation. Instead of seeking solutions to ensure the site can commence work smoothly, you choose to defend Dongcheng Construction Company. Are you contemplating a job change to Dongcheng Construction? Chu Ming continued, if that is the case, I can call Director Yun right now and have you pack your things and leave for Dongcheng Construction. Although anger simmered within Zhao Yuanshan, he managed to suppress it. Fine, I will make the call. But do not say I did not warn you. Contacting other construction teams now is simply, Zhao Yuanshan began. Why all the fuss? Just make the call. Chu Ming rebuffed. Zhao Yuanshan shot a furious glance at Chu Ming before stepping aside to retrieve his phone. Meanwhile, Du Wenchang regarded Chu Ming with a cold expression, hesitating for 2 or 3 seconds before stating icily, Manager Chu, are you resolutely determined to sever ties with Dongcheng Construction Company? Director Du, I do not wish for things to escalate to this level. But if you cannot control your subordinates and allow the site of Yun's group to operate normally, then I have no choice but to seek alternatives. Chu Ming replied with a smile. Manager Chu, mark my words. This site can only be contracted by Dongcheng Construction Company. No other team will set foot here. Du Wenchang retorted with a cold snort. Oh, Director Du, are you threatening me? Chu Ming asked with a hint of amusement that I would not call it a threat. I am merely stating a fact, Du Wenchang sneered. Since Dongcheng Construction Company has already entered this site, no other team would dare take it over. Manager Zhao, you might as well give up. No one in Donghai dares to snatch food from my mouth, Du Wenchang declared, glancing at Zhao Yuanshan. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yuanshan instinctively looked at Chu Ming. Observing this, Chu Ming scolded Zhao Yuanshan with displeasure. Do you genuinely wish to serve Du Wenchang? Will you halt your actions simply because he tells you to? Zhao Yuanshan's face flushed with anger, and he exclaimed, Manager Chu, do not push your luck that I am the deputy manager of this project. What do you mean by repeatedly humiliating me? Zhao Yuanshan continued. The literal meaning, contact the construction team without delay. Chu Ming replied curtly. With that, he ignored Zhao Yuanshan and turned his attention back to Du Wenchang, saying, Director Du, do you believe you can wield unchecked power in Donghai? I cannot claim to wield unchecked power. But I, Du Wenchang, have never feared anyone in the realm of construction, Du Wenchang asserted, his face reflecting pride. No wonder you are so arrogant. However, your tactics may work elsewhere, but they hold no sway in my presence. Chu Ming remarked with a smile. Whether they work or not, you will find out soon enough, Du Wenchang replied nonchalantly. Moments later, Zhao Yuanshan, having concluded his phone call, turned to Chu Ming and said gravely, Manager Chu, I just contacted several construction teams that frequently collaborate with Yun's group, and upon hearing about this site, they all immediately declined. Manager Chu, what did I tell you? I said no one would dare take this site. Du Wenchang said with a smug expression, that's so. It seems Director Du's reputation is indeed formidable. Chu Ming remarked with interest. Whether it is formidable or not remains to be seen, but in this industry, no one has ever dared to disregard my authority. Du Wenchang chuckled lightly. Thus, Manager Chu, if you wish for the site to commence work promptly, you should swiftly contact Director Yun and ensure she has sufficient funds ready. Otherwise, it is quite possible the workers will delay the timeline by several days. Seeing Du Wenchang's smug demeanor, Chu Ming could not help but let out a light chuckle, saying, your confidence is truly remarkable. In this vast Donghai, I refuse to believe no one can take over Yun's group site. Chu Ming continued, taking out his phone and dialing a number. Young master, I am already in Modu. Do you have any instructions for me? Lin Ba, whose voice immediately resonated from the other end upon connection. The site of Yun's group urgently requires a construction team. Work must commence today. Please arrange this, Chu Ming directed. Understood. Coincidentally, Meng Hu Tang has a few projects underway, and I have a construction company under my command that I will call Yao Ji immediately to make arrangements. Lin Ba, who responded without hesitation. Shortly after hanging up, Chu Ming's phone rang again. Noting the unfamiliar number, he answered the call. Mr. Chu, this is Yao Ji. Tiger Yi has just briefed me on the situation. I will arrange for the construction team to head over right away. A man's voice spoke from the other end. All right, come over. Chu Ming replied. Mr. Chu, do you need me to accompany them? Yao Ji inquired again. No need. Just have a construction team come. Chu Ming concluded before hanging up. Du Wenchang, observing this exchange, wore a disdainful smile, saying, Oh, Manager Chu, I did not realize you could still contact a construction team. However, I am quite curious to see who would dare come here, fully aware that I, Du Wenchang, have already taken on this project. Du Wenchang sneered. Chu Ming shrugged, saying, You'll find out shortly. Manager Zhao, please inform the workers from Wenchang Construction Company to withdraw, Chu Ming instructed, glancing at Zhao Yuanshan. Manager Chu, this, Zhao Yuanshan stammered in surprise. What? Is there a problem? Chu Ming raised an eyebrow, inquiring. No, I will go now, Zhao Yuanshan responded. With that, he made his way to the area where the workers had gathered. Manager Chu, you will regret this. Are you certain you do not want to reconsider? Du Wenchang coldly scrutinized Chu Ming, asking, Chapter 99. Violence is the best solution. Upon hearing Du Wenchang's words, a look of disdain appeared on Chu Ming's face. Regret? Director Du, you overestimate yourself. There are very few who can make me. Chu Ming, regret my decisions, and you, Du Wenchang, do not possess that qualification. Previously, Chu Ming had been slightly courteous to Du Wenchang, as they had not yet reached an impasse, but now that the lines had been drawn, there was no need for pleasantries. All right, Chu Ming, is it? I shall see just how long you can maintain this arrogance. Du Wenchang seethed, declaring, You are merely a project manager. Today, I shall find out who has given you the audacity to act this way. You wish to terminate the cooperation agreement and drive me, Du Wenchang, from this site? You think you are worthy? Du Wenchang glared coldly at Chu Ming. Chu Ming shrugged, replying, Soon enough, you will find out whether I am worthy. With that, Chu Ming lit a cigarette and moved to sit on a nearby chair. Cheng Yao, observing this, promptly followed Chu Ming's lead. Manager Chu, while it may be easy to summon a new team, it will not be so simple to have the workers from Chong Construction Company withdraw. Zhao Yuanshan hesitated before approaching Chu Ming. What? Manager Zhao, do you wish to continue working with Chong Construction? Chu Ming cast a fleeting glance at Zhao Yuanshan and inquired. It is not that I wish to utilize them, but rather that they are reluctant to exit the stage at this moment. Zhao Yuanshan's expression revealed his discomfort as he replied. Upon hearing your words, Chu Ming, I cannot help but smile and ask. Since Manager Zhao has considered this so thoroughly, why not cover the wages of those workers from Chong Construction Company? At this, Zhao Yuanshan's countenance shifted dramatically, darkening as he shot a glance at Chu Ming, ultimately choosing to remain silent. It seems Manager Zhao is unwilling. Chu Ming inquired with a smile, displaying no intention of letting Zhao Yuanshan off the hook. Though Chong Construction Company has some renown in Donghai, it is still significantly overshadowed by the colossal Yun Group. Du Wenchang's repeated attempts to sabotage a project of the Yun Group surely indicates he has some hidden backing. Zhao Yuanshan's unease regarding his sudden appointment as the project leader was palpable. While Chu Ming had not investigated the identity of Zhao Yuanshan's patron, it was evident they were aligned with Du Wenchang. Manager Chu, it is not a matter of my willingness that I am solely concerned for the interests of Yun Group. Yet Zhao Yuanshan retorted with irritation. Concern for Yun Group? I must apologize, for I have seen no evidence of such. Chu Ming replied with a light chuckle. Zhao Yuanshan's displeasure was evident as he exclaimed, Chu Ming, you may doubt my character, but you cannot question my unwavering loyalty to the company I have dedicated over a decade to Yun Group. While you have only recently joined, what right do you have to criticize me? Observing Zhao Yuanshan's reaction, a playful smile crept onto Chu Ming's face as he replied, Manager Zhao, there is no need for such agitation. If you are truly guiltless, what I say should bear little weight, should it not? Zhao Yuanshan's expression fluctuated as he stated, Manager Chu, I will report everything that transpired at the construction site to General Manager Yun and hope you tread carefully. All right, no problem, Chu Ming responded nonchalantly. While Chu Ming conversed with Zhao Yuanshan, workers under Du Wenchang's command began to gather, seemingly out of nowhere. Is it not Yun Group that is causing you to demand wages? What are you all causing a ruckus for? Can't you just work properly? If this project falls through, not only will you lose your wages, but I too will be left to fend for myself, Du Wenchang declared. Chu Ming observed this scene with a faint smile and remarked, General Du, there is no need to stoke the flames. Surely you are aware of the truth of the matter. Manager Chu, is it not a fact that Yun Group intends to terminate our partnership? Du Wenchang retorted. Say what you will, but you must vacate today, Chu Ming replied with a light laugh that as for you all. Those willing to remain may continue working at the Yun Group site. He then glanced at the workers before him. Upon hearing this, Du Wenchang coldly interjected, Chu Ming, do not waste your breath. These workers are under my command, and you cannot take them away. Chu Ming shrugged and said nothing further, instead lighting a cigarette and smoking leisurely. Shortly thereafter, 5 vans sped into the construction site, followed by 2 Toyota Land Cruisers. Although Yao Ji did not come in person, he had sent his subordinates to accompany the workers to the site. After all, Lin Bahu had instructed him to show utmost respect to Chu Ming. Regardless of the circumstances, now that Chu Ming required his assistance, he dared not slack off. Though Lin Bahu had never explicitly told him of Chu Ming's status, the careful manner in which Lin treated him suggested that Chu Ming was no ordinary individual. Since joining Lin Bahu, he had never seen anyone command such respect from him. As the doors opened, workers clad in uniform and donned with hard hats quickly disembarked from the vans. A few individuals in suits from the Meng Hutang also emerged from the Toyota Land Cruisers. Upon spotting Chu Ming, the leader among them immediately approached him. Xiao Long stepped forward and respectfully addressed him. Mr. Chu. Chu Ming glanced at Xiao Long and nodded slightly, asking, Did Yao Ji send you? Then I leave them in your care. Regardless of the approach, I only hope the project proceeds without disruption, Chu Ming instructed. Understood, Mr. Chu, Xiao Long responded, signaling to a few suited young men carrying items to head toward Du Wenchang and his group. Despite Du Wenchang's past experiences, he felt a twinge of anxiety in the face of the pressure emanating from Xiao Long and his associates. However, bolstered by the presence of his own men, he felt less concerned. Moreover, the promises made by Dongcheng were too enticing. If he could delay the project by even a day, he would still be the one to oversee it, with a 20% price increase guaranteed. More people? I have plenty of men at my disposal. Du Wenchang scoffed. Manager Chu, you would do well to consider the consequences of your actions. You are but an employee of Yun Group, earning a meager salary. What need have you for this? Without hesitation, Xiao Long shouted at Du Wenchang. Enough with the chatter. Manager Chu has ordered you to pack up and leave. Who do you think you are to speak to me in such a manner? Just because you wear a suit does not make you a gangster. I am not easily intimidated. Du Wenchang retorted angrily. He then turned to the surrounding workers, shouting, brothers, someone is trying to take our livelihood. What shall we do? Now someone is preventing us from working properly. What do you say we do? A chorus of workers erupted in fervent response. What else can we do? We'll just keep working. Exactly, we'll keep working. Du Wenchang bellowed. Under Du Wenchang's rallying cry, the workers became increasingly agitated, filling the construction site with their fervent shouts. Xiao Long, expressionless, observed Du Wenchang's impassioned display, signaling his subordinates to charge toward Du Wenchang and his men. Meanwhile, Xiao Long, clad in a sharply tailored suit that did little to conceal his impressive physique, prepared to engage. However, Du Wenchang did not strike at the workers. Instead, he charged directly at Du Wenchang. Chaos erupted across the site as sounds of combat filled the air. Chu Ming shielded Cheng Yao, retreating to a safe distance while silently watching the tumultuous scene unfold. Xiao Long and the elite members of Meng Hu Tang were seasoned fighters, far surpassing the laborers who merely knew how to lay bricks and mortar. As the workers realized that Xiao Long and his companions were genuinely ready to fight, fear crept into their hearts. They were there to earn a living, not to risk their lives, though Du Wenchang could intimidate them with words. The reality of violence was daunting, and the tide of the confrontation quickly turned against them. Only a dozen or so of Du Wenchang's trained fighters continued to resist, but they were no match for the elite under Lin Bahu. Without needing Xiao Long to intervene, Du Wenchang's men were swiftly taken down. Du Wenchang himself found himself in a similarly precarious position, unceremoniously knocked to the ground in a flurry. Du Wenchang scrambled to his feet and hastily dialed a number on his phone. As Xiao Long prepared to intervene, Chu Ming's voice rang out, "Do not stop him. Let him make the call." Upon hearing this, Xiao Long immediately halted. After a brief conversation, Du Wenchang hung up and seethed. "You all wait. So you want to fight, do you? Today Du Wenchang, will see this through to the end." "Very well. I too am curious to see whom you can summon," Chu Ming replied with a chuckle, a hint of amusement in his tone. "And you all, will you choose to remain with Du Wenchang, or stay here to continue working?" He then glanced at the workers aligned with Du Wenchang, asking, "Rest assured, if you choose to stay, I will ensure that Du Wenchang pays what he owes you, and I will even calculate it at the highest bank interest." Upon hearing Chu Ming's words, the workers' faces reflected uncertainty. Witnessing their hesitation, Du Wenchang swore angrily, "Damn it, you all only care for money, don't you? Have I ever treated you poorly? If anyone dares to betray me, I will not show them any mercy." Du Wenchang continued. Upon hearing Du Wenchang's threat, the workers, who wore expressions of hesitation, immediately wilted. It was not that they were unwilling. Rather, Du Wenchang was notorious for his ruthlessness. There had been instances in the past when workers attempted to leave, only to have their wages withheld, and when they demanded payment, one had ended up with a broken leg. Ultimately, not only did they leave without their wages, but they also sacrificed a good leg in the process. Since then, everyone who had ever worked for Wenchang Construction harbored a deep-seated fear of Du Wenchang. Upon hearing this, Chu Ming revealed a hint of amusement on his face and said, "Your second brother? Is he really that formidable? Have you heard of the Storm and Thunder Society? My second brother is a prominent figure there. If you dare to oppose me, you are as good as dead. Even the Yun Group cannot protect you." Du Wenchang snorted coldly. "Oh, the Storm and Thunder Society? I have indeed heard of it. However, if my memory serves me correctly, the one currently managing the underworld of Donghai should be the Tiger Hall. Am I right?" Chu Ming replied with a smile. "You are correct. The Tiger Hall is indeed formidable, but the Storm and Thunder Society is not to be underestimated," Du Wenchang retorted. You might as well prepare for your demise. Very well, I shall await that with great anticipation, Chu Ming replied with a laugh. Little Long was certainly not afraid of the Storm and Thunder Society's members, but at that moment, he had few men with him and feared that they might recklessly attack, inadvertently harming Chu Ming, which he could not justify. Chapter 101. I am not acquainted with you, no need for that. There is no need to trouble him. Chu Ming shook his head slightly. Hearing this, a grave expression crept onto Little Long's face. That Mr. Chu, while the Tiger Hall does not fear the members of the Storm and Thunder Society, we must be cautious of those who are oblivious to their own peril. If a conflict arises, my current manpower is insufficient to protect you. Little Long pondered for a moment before speaking. I do not require your protection. Just make sure you do not get injured if a fight breaks out, Chu Ming said with a smile. Little Long was taken aback, his eyes revealing a hint of confusion. Mr. Chu, you do not worry about me. Chu Ming waved his hand dismissively. Seeing Chu Ming's assurance, Little Long chose not to press further. However, at that moment, Du Wenchang's voice rang out. Chu Ming, I advise you to contact Yun Shuyan immediately. Otherwise, the Du Wenchang glared coldly at Chu Ming. Otherwise what? Chu Ming surveyed Du Wenchang with a playful expression. Otherwise, the consequences of this matter will be beyond your capacity to bear. Oh, I suggest you contact Yun Shuyan promptly. Du Wenchang's expression darkened. Du, is it not a bit premature for you to say that? Chu Ming could not help but shake his head. Let us wait until your so-called second brother arrives before discussing it. Humph. If you seek death, I shall grant it. Du Wenchang scoffed coldly. More than 20 minutes later, a convoy of SUVs sped onto the construction site. Upon seeing this, Du Wenchang's face lit up with a smug smile, and he cast a cold glance at Chu Ming, saying, Chu Ming, it is too late for you to have second thoughts now. As soon as Du Wenchang's words fell, several thugs jumped down from the vehicles, swiftly approaching the position occupied by Du Wenchang and Chu Ming. After encircling them, a man in his 30s, dressed in a suit and sporting a crew cut, descended from the vehicle at a leisurely pace. The thugs quickly parted to make way for him. The man walked directly to Du Wenchang. Big brother, what is the matter? Who dares to trouble you? The man inquired. Du Wenchang smiled at the arrival, saying, Brother, you do not know. If you had arrived any later, I might have been bullied to death. Big brother, what do you have to fear? In Donghai, as long as we do not bully others. How can we be bullied ourselves? The man replied. However, I am curious to see who would dare to go against my big brother. Du Wenchang pointed behind the man, saying, Who else could it be but the project manager of this undertaking? He was personally appointed by Mr. Yun of the Yun Group, so he has a solid backing. Du Wenchang continued. However, before Du Wenchang could finish his sentence, the man, upon seeing Chu Ming, froze in place. Brother, what is this? Du Wenchang, observing the man's reaction, could not help but ask with confusion. Before the man could speak, Chu Ming's voice rang out. What a coincidence! You are the formidable second brother he mentioned. Chu Ming regarded the man with amusement. Du Wenchang's second brother was none other than Guo Pengsheng, who had been frightened away by Chu Ming the previous night near the Dongcheng pavilion. At this moment, Guo Pengsheng, upon seeing Chu Ming again, felt nothing but dread. He had witnessed Chu Ming single-handedly subdue his subordinates effortlessly, even defeating his strongest man, Xiongzi. Today he had brought even fewer men than the previous day, let alone helping Du Wenchang resolve the situation. He feared he might not even be able to withstand Chu Ming himself. Guo Pengsheng found himself at a loss for words. Chu Ming's strength was evident, and if a conflict arose, his men would surely be no match for Chu Ming. Second brother, do you know him? Du Wenchang asked, frowning at this moment. Guo Pengsheng had no time to acknowledge Du Wenchang. His mind was consumed with thoughts of how to escape. Mr. Chu, this matter today is a misunderstanding. I have something else to attend to, so I shall take my leave first. Guo Pengsheng stammered. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Little Long stepped forward, coldly stating, Guo Pengsheng, what do you think this place is? You think you can come and go as you please? At these words, Guo Pengsheng instinctively turned to look at Little Long upon seeing him. His expression changed, and he mentally cursed Du Wenchang. Though the Storm and Thunder Society and the Tiger Hall had not had much interaction, he was familiar with some of the individuals within the Tiger Hall, and Little Long was one of them. Du Wenchang had effectively put him in a perilous position, having offended Chu Ming. It would be one thing, but now he had also antagonized a member of the Tiger Hall. What kind of brotherhood had he entered into? Having offended Mr. Chu, none of you will leave here today. Little Long continued in a cold tone. It is all a misunderstanding. I had no intention of going against Mr. Chu, Guo Pengsheng hurriedly replied. Little Long, please, for the sake of our president, let me off this time. I promise to sever all ties with Du Wenchang from here on. Humph. Begging me is futile. This matter is at Mr. Chu's discretion, Little Long snorted. Upon hearing this, Guo Pengsheng was taken aback and instinctively glanced at Chu Ming. It was evident that anyone whom the Tiger Hall respected held a significant status. Moreover, considering Chu Ming's strength, Guo Pengsheng could not help but shudder internally. Meanwhile, Du Wenchang, standing behind Guo Pengsheng, wore an increasingly grim expression. The reason was simple. The very person he called for was cowering and had even proposed to cut all ties with him. Second brother, Du Wenchang hesitated, calling out to Guo Pengsheng. Observing Guo Pengsheng's demeanor, Du Wenchang found himself at a loss for words. Then, Guo Pengsheng ignored Du Wenchang and continued to address Chu Ming with an ingratiating smile. Mr. Chu, regarding today's matter can be overlooked. But what about yesterday? Chu Ming replied coolly. You were intent on killing me. Surely we cannot simply let that slide? This, Guo Pengsheng's face contorted in distress as he struggled to find the right words. Chapter 102. Recruiting workers. Just as Chu Ming had indicated, were it only for today's incident, it would not be a significant issue. Yet he had just established enmity with Chu Ming the day prior. Mr. Chu, I am not at all acquainted with him. Perhaps you could overlook me this once, Guo Pengsheng said, looking troubled. Observing Guo Pengsheng's demeanor, a playful smile spread across Chu Ming's face as he remarked. You speak so lightly of it. This construction site has been delayed due to his inability to proceed smoothly, and now he has summoned you to intervene. You truly believe you can simply walk away? Upon hearing this, Guo Pengsheng's mind raced. In the next moment, he turned his furious gaze towards Du Wenchang. Du Wenchang, upon noticing, felt a wave of confusion wash over him. Second brother, he asked, unable to contain his curiosity. However, before he could finish his sentence, Guo Pengsheng raised his hand and slapped Du Wenchang across the face. Smack! The crisp sound of the slap left Du Wenchang utterly bewildered. You dare call me your second brother? Who the hell do you think you are? You are going to get me killed, Guo Pengsheng shouted angrily. While the Storm and Thunder Society was powerful, they were but ants in the presence of the Tiger Hall. Surely the Triad was stronger than the Storm and Thunder Society, yet it had been replaced overnight by the Tiger Hall. As the second-in-command of the Storm and Thunder Society, Guo Pengsheng was well aware of the Tiger Hall's might. Even if Little Long were merely a subordinate, he was not someone Guo Pengsheng could afford to offend. Not to mention the formidable Chu Ming standing before him, that if he dared to assist Du Wenchang today, he would undoubtedly find it impossible to leave this place unscathed. Du Wenchang, I do not care what you have done. You must immediately apologize to Mr. Chu, or else, not only will Mr. Chu not spare you, but neither will I. Guo Pengsheng cast a gloomy glance at Du Wenchang and scolded him sharply. Du Wenchang, clearly still unaware of the gravity of the situation, inquired, What do you mean? Aren't you the second-in-command of the Fengmei Association? Why should you fear him? Upon hearing Du Wenchang's words, Guo Pengsheng's anger flared even more. You talk too much. Just do as you're told without all this unnecessary chatter, Guo Pengsheng retorted angrily. Realizing the seriousness of Guo Pengsheng's fury, Du Wenchang hesitantly replied, Second brother, I understand now. Although Du Wenchang was the sworn elder brother, it was Guo Pengsheng who held the most sway among the three of them. The success of their business ventures was largely attributable to Guo Pengsheng's influence. With Guo Pengsheng now showing utmost respect towards Chu Ming, if Du Wenchang continued to be obstinate, he would only be courting disaster at AS for fulfilling Feng Dongping's request. Forget it. His life was at stake. Who would care about money? With this thought in mind, Du Wenchang hurriedly said, Manager Chu, I admit my mistake. How about I have someone start work right now? Start work now. Huh. Why would I summon them for that? Chu Ming responded, a hint of disdain flickering in his eyes as he regarded Du Wenchang. I can't let them come for nothing. Can I? Since I stated I would terminate our collaboration with your Wenchang Construction Company, I intend to follow through. Upon hearing Chu Ming's words, a look of grievance washed over Du Wenchang's face as he pleaded, "Manager Chu, please grant me another chance that I assure you, I will ensure the Yin Group's project is completed with quality and punctuality as promised." Chu Ming, however, paid no heed to Du Wenchang's entreaties, calmly stating, "Do not implore me. Rather, ask them if they are willing to waste their time, that if they are, then I see no issue in allowing you to continue with the Yin Group's project." Du Wenchang instinctively glanced at Xiaolong, who met his gaze with a fierce stare, causing Du Wenchang to shudder involuntarily. "Mr. Chu, how shall we handle them?" Xiaolong then asked Chu Ming. "Take them both to the project department. I have questions for them," Chu Ming instructed, pointing towards Guo Pengsheng and Du Wenchang. "Understood," Xiaolong promptly affirmed. As Xiaolong gestured for Guo Pengsheng and Du Wenchang to follow, he advised, "Gentlemen, please comply. Let's avoid any unpleasantness." Hearing this, Du Wenchang and Guo Pengsheng exchanged glances, with Guo Pengsheng cursing under his breath. "You scoundrel, you've ruined me." Guo Pengsheng felt utterly bereft of any rebellious thoughts, despite having brought more people than Xiaolong. He was acutely aware of Chu Ming's prowess. The few men he could hardly contend with Chu Ming alone, let alone Xiaolong and his formidable associates, that Du Wenchang remained silent, and seeing Guo Pengsheng's lack of resistance, he too resigned himself to following Xiaolong towards the project department. Meanwhile, Chu Ming cast a casual glance at the workers from Wenchang Construction Company before his gaze settled on Zhao Gang. "You're the head of the engineering team, correct?" Chu Ming inquired. Zhao Gang nodded eagerly. "Yes, Mr. Chu, my name is Zhao Gang. Oh, you need more workers? If they join you, will there be any problem?" Chu Ming asked, gesturing towards the Wenchang workers nearby. Zhao Gang hesitated for a moment before responding. "Yes, we are indeed short on hands. They can absolutely work with me." However, a worried look crossed his face as he added, "But I'm not sure if they will want to follow me. Leave that matter to me. As long as you are willing to take them, it will be fine," Chu Ming replied with a slight smile. "You all have 1 minute to decide. If you wish to stay, remain still. If not, gather your belongings and leave." Chu Ming continued, "Of course, if anyone intends to assist Du Wenchang in causing trouble, I shall gladly oblige." As Chu Ming surveyed the crowd, he noted the workers' expressions change. They were acutely aware that siding with Du Wenchang was tantamount to self-destruction. "Manager Chu, I wish to remain on site," one worker declared. "Excellent." Chu Ming nodded in satisfaction, then turned to the others, asking, "What about the rest of you?" With one worker taking the lead, the rest quickly followed suit, expressing their willingness to stay. A few, though hesitant, ultimately chose not to leave upon witnessing the majority's decision. "Very well, since you all wish to stay, have Zhao Gang register your details shortly. From this point forward, you will follow Zhao Gang's directives," Chu Ming stated, observing that no one had departed. "Zhao Gang, ensure you arrange for their registration," he instructed, then turned back to Zhao Gang, who nodded vigorously. "Yes, Mr. Chu." However, just as Zhao Gang finished speaking, a voice emerged from among Du Wenchang's former workers. "Manager Chu, we are willing to stay, but you must inform us of the daily wage." Upon hearing this, the surrounding workers erupted into murmurs of agreement. "Exactly. What good is it to stay if we don't know the pay? Du Wenchang was already paying us too little. If it's less than what we were making with him, we might as well find work elsewhere." As Chu Ming listened to the workers' concerns, a subtle smile graced his lips. "What was your daily wage under Du Wenchang?" 260. "That son of a gun. Other places pay at least 300, some even 320 or 30. One worker exclaimed passionately. Just then, another voice chimed in from nearby. 260. "Damn, Du Wenchang only gave us 240. Given such meager wages, why did you continue working for him?" Chu Ming inquired. Puzzled, "Mr. Chu, you don't understand how unscrupulous Du Wenchang is. Initially, he promised us 300 a day with meals and lodging included, but when payday arrived, none of that held true. We ended up paying for our own meals and lodging, and our wages were docked significantly," one worker explained. "Not only that, but that scoundrel even threatened us, saying if we quit, we'd never see a cent of our wages," the worker added indignantly. "If it weren't for that, we would have left him long ago." "All right, I understand you are underpaid. There's no need to elaborate further," Chu Ming interjected, raising his voice to quell the tumult. The workers fell silent in response to his authority. Chu Ming turned his attention back to Zhao Gang, asking, "What is the daily wage for your workers?" As for wages, they are settled monthly, with no delays or intentional withholding, Zhao Gang assured him. Upon hearing Zhao Gang's words, the eyes of Du Wenchang's former workers widened in disbelief. "You all heard that, right? If you choose to stay, you will receive wages according to this standard," Chu Ming declared, looking at the workers. "That we heard you, and we are willing to stay." Several workers replied in unison. "Good, the rest is up to you now," Chu Ming said, casting a glance at Zhao Gang. "Once you've recorded their information, have them start work immediately. As for the machinery on site, feel free to use it as needed." "Yes, Mr. Chu, I understand that I will ensure work begins at the fastest pace possible," Zhao Gang replied eagerly. Chu Ming nodded in satisfaction and proceeded towards the project department. At that moment, Guo Pengsheng and Du Wenchang found themselves confined within the office of the project department. Meanwhile, Zhao Yuanshan and Old Zhang stood dumbfounded, especially Zhao Yuanshan, that he had never anticipated the situation would escalate to this point. Stopping the work on site was now utterly impossible. With Du Wenchang crumbling, how could he dare to oppose Chu Ming? Zhao Yuanshan's sole focus was now on how to evade Chu Ming's scrutiny. If Du Wenchang divulged everything, his fate would be sealed. Outside the office, Xiao Long stood guard at the door. Upon seeing Chu Ming approach, he promptly reported, "Mr. Chu, everyone is inside." Chu Ming nodded and replied, "Thank you for your efforts." "Mr. Chu is too kind. It is my duty," Xiao Long responded swiftly, then opened the door. "I in the room." Du Wenchang and Guo Pengsheng beheld Chu Ming's entrance, their faces betraying a flicker of excitement. "Mr. Chu, I swear I will never oppose you again." "How about you, just let me go?" Guo Pengsheng implored hastily. However, Chu Ming paid him no heed and instead turned his attention to Du Wenchang. Yet it was evident that Guo Pengsheng had no intention of ceasing his pleas for mercy. Continuing, "Mr. Chu, you could show some mercy and allow me to." But before he could finish, Chu Ming shot him a cold glare and interjected, "If you persist in this manner, I shall not hesitate to take decisive action against you first." Upon hearing Chu Ming's words, Xiao Long, without waiting for Guo Pengsheng's response, charged forward and kicked him to the ground. Guo Pengsheng cried out in pain. "Guo Pengsheng, you'd best keep quiet, or I possess 100 ways to render you speechless." Xiao Long declared icily that at this. Guo Pengsheng felt a tightness in his chest and instinctively sealed his lips. Fear flickered in his eyes, and he instinctively fell silent. That Du Wenchang, observing the scene, also watched in trepidation. The words of supplication that lingered on his tongue ultimately unspoken. Chu Ming cast a casual glance at the prostrate Guo Pengsheng before turning to Du Wenchang. "General Manager Du, I had no intention of engaging with you in this manner, but you have repeatedly tested my patience. Given this, I shall be compelled to interact with you accordingly. Now, enlighten me as to why you persist in instigating unrest among the workers beneath you." With that, Chu Ming's voice resonated once more. Upon hearing his words, Du Wenchang instinctively replied, "Manager Chu, you misunderstand. In truth, I misunderstand." "Ha! You do not mean to suggest that the disturbances instigated by your workers are mere coincidences, do you?" Chu Ming observed Du Wenchang with a knowing smirk. I appear to be someone who could be deceived by your trifling words." He continued that if there were no one orchestrating events from behind the scenes, how would you dare to confront the Yun group so boldly? Do you rely on him? Chu Ming pointed at the fallen Guo Pengsheng. That Du Wenchang, at a loss for words, found himself in a quandary. Should he reveal everything, it was undeniable that a grim fate awaited him. Yet if he maintained his silence, would Chu Ming grant him leniency? Observing Du Wenchang's expression, Chu Ming scoffed. "Du Wenchang, I do not have the luxury of time to waste on you. So I suggest you contemplate your words carefully before speaking. You have 1 minute. Should you remain unwilling to divulge, do not expect me to be courteous." After a brief moment, Chu Ming retrieved a cigarette from his pocket. Xiao Long, ever attentive, swiftly approached Chu Ming to light it for him. Chu Ming inhaled deeply and settled onto the nearby sofa, adopting a nonchalant demeanor as he regarded Du Wenchang. Meanwhile, Du Wenchang's mind was tumultuous, as if two inner voices were at war. Given the current predicament, if his words did not satisfy Chu Ming, escape from this room would be impossible. Yet, should he disclose everything, even if Chu Ming did not retaliate? His outcome would still be dire, as half a cigarette's worth of time passed. Chu Ming's voice broke the silence again. General Manager Du, have you reached a conclusion? Will you continue to resist stubbornly? Or will you honestly confess? Sage Chu Manager, I doubt I might agree, but could it be that? Du Wenchang stammered. However, before he could finish, Xiao Long stepped forward and slapped him sharply across the face, rebuking, "What right do you have to negotiate with Mr. Chu? You are to speak when told. Without any further nonsense, in pain." Du Wenchang covered his cheek and quickly conceded, I will speak. Manager Chu, it was at it was Chairman Feng from your Yin group who instructed me to act this way. Chairman Feng instructed you? Chu Ming inquired, taking another drag from his cigarette. Indeed, yes, that's him. Du Wenchang nodded vigorously. You offer no proof, so I cannot simply take your word for it, since you claim it was Feng Dongping who directed your actions. Do you possess any evidence? I do. I have it, Du Wenchang hurriedly replied. The recorded conversation is on my phone. I will retrieve it for you now. The recording lasted only about a minute, and the voice within indeed belonged to Feng Dongping. After listening to the recording, a faint smile appeared on Chu Ming's face. Not bad. I did not expect you to be so prudent. Aside from Feng Dongping, were there any others involved in this matter? Chu Ming then inquired. Yes. Manager Zhao Yuanshan. He also conferred with me. He is Feng Dongping's lackey, and the idea to incite the workers came from him. Zhao Yuanshan, is it? I had already suspected his involvement. Chu Ming remarked with amusement. Very well. Since you have been forthright, I shall not press you further. Chu Ming nodded in satisfaction. Thank you. Manager Chu? Thank you. Du Wenchang exclaimed gratefully. May I leave now? He asked cautiously. Why the haste? Have I indicated that you could depart? Chu Ming replied coolly. Upon hearing this, Du Wenchang's smile froze in place. Manager Chu, is there there's something else? He inquired instinctively. Your workers remain on this site, and you owe them their wages. Should we not settle that? Chu Ming inquired blandly. Those workers toil under the sun for their meager earnings, yet you, living in luxury, seem indifferent to their plight, allowing their wages to go unpaid for years. How can you live with yourself? Du Wenchang's expression shifted, revealing a look of helplessness as he replied, Manager Chu, it is not that I do not wish to settle. They have all fled after their wages were withheld. Who am I to seek them out? Enough. I do not wish to hear your excuses. If you cannot produce the funds today, you shall liquidate your properties and vehicles. If that still falls short, then your company shall be sold as well, Chu Ming declared. Their departure is a direct result of your wage theft, Xiao Long. Have someone escort him to retrieve the money. If he cannot procure it, then let him use his assets as collateral. Chu Ming instructed. Xiao Long understood. Mr. Chu, Xiao Long replied promptly. Xiao Long then seized Du Wenchang by the collar and pulled him from the room. After briefing his subordinates, Xiao Long re-entered the room. Meanwhile, Chu Ming turned his attention to Guo Pengsheng. Mr. Chu, truly, there exists no enmity between us. I have merely been a pawn in their schemes, which led me to oppose you. Guo Pengsheng explained. Indeed, you are correct, Chu Ming acknowledged with a slight nod. May I leave now? Guo Pengsheng asked eagerly. You may leave? Chu Ming gestured dismissively. Yes, Xiao Long responded immediately. Yet a glimmer of understanding dawned upon Guo Pengsheng, and his eyes filled with terror. Mr. Chu, please no. I doubt, Guo Pengsheng pleaded as he knelt, begging for mercy. However, Chu Ming disregarded his pleas and simply rose, exiting the room. The sight, Guo Pengsheng's vision darkened, and he fainted. Xiao Long, however, paid no mind to him, instructing his men to carry Guo Pengsheng out and toss him into a vehicle. After exchanging pleasantries with Chu Ming, Xiao Long departed the construction site. Shortly after Xiao Long and his team left, Zhao Gang hurried into the project office, seeking out Chu Ming. Manager Chu, the workers' information has been duly registered. Shall we commence work now? Zhao Gang approached Chu Ming respectfully. Yes, let us proceed. Chu Ming nodded affirmatively. Very well. I shall relay the instructions, Zhao Gang replied, turning to leave. But before he could get far, Chu Ming called out, Zhao, wait a moment. Hearing Chu Ming's voice, Zhao Gang paused and turned back. Manager Chu, is there something else? He inquired. Xiao Long has sent someone to fetch the money from Du Wenchang. Once it arrives, distribute it to the workers who have been owed wages, Chu Ming instructed. Understood, Zhao Gang affirmed. By the way, Manager Chu, what should we do with the construction vehicles from Wenchang Construction Company? Zhao Gang suddenly asked that if Du Wenchang wishes to keep them, let him arrange for someone to drive them away. Chu Ming replied nonchalantly. Very well, Zhao Gang acknowledged. With a smile, Zhao Gang reassured, rest assured, Manager Chu, this is all within my purview. Chu Ming nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. Cheng Yao, please fetch Manager Zhao for me. I will await him in my office. Chu Ming glanced at Cheng Yao beside him. Cheng Yao nodded in acknowledgement that a few minutes later, in Chu Ming's office on the second floor of the project apartment. He lit a cigarette, a faint smile gracing his features as he regarded the visibly anxious Zhao Yuanshan standing before him. Manager Zhao, what is it that troubles you? You appear as though you harbor a guilty conscience. Chu Ming remarked, taking a drag from his cigarette with amusement. Manager Chu, it's nothing. Zhao Yuanshan struggled to compose himself and spoke. However, with Du Wenchang already taken away, how could he remain calm? In the current situation, his mind was solely occupied with thoughts of self-preservation. Manager Chu, you summoned me for. Zhao Yuanshan cautiously inquired of Chu Ming at that moment. The once arrogant Zhao Yuanshan had dissipated entirely, even with Feng Dongping's backing. He was merely a financial director within the Yun Group, far inferior to Yun Xuan. Under ordinary circumstances, he could have leveraged his seniority, but the gravity of the current predicament was unlike any he had faced before. Upon hearing those words, Zhao Yuanshan's heart sank that it was over. His first thought was that he was finished. Without needing to ask, he could surmise that the recording must have been handed to Chu Ming by Du Wenchang, and the content undoubtedly consisted of their clandestine conversations. Thus, upon hearing Chu Ming's words, despair washed over him. However, he was evidently overthinking it. Although Du Wenchang had secretly recorded their discussions, when he delivered the recording to Chu Ming, he had contemplated implicating Zhao Yuanshan, but ultimately dismissed that thought. What was Zhao Yuanshan? Merely a project deputy manager, with little power within the Yun Group, that it would be absurd for Chu Ming to believe him. Consequently, Du Wenchang only submitted the recordings of his conversations with Feng Dongping. As the phone rested on the table, the voices of Du Wenchang and Feng Dongping echoed. Throughout their dialogue, not a single mention of Zhao Yuanshan was made. To Du Wenchang, having already implicated Feng Dongping, there was no reason to retain Zhao Yuanshan. Chu Ming regarded Zhao Yuanshan with a light chuckle and remarked, "What is this, Manager Zhao? Didn't you catch on? Or are you unwilling to speak?" Manager Chu, I struggle to discern voices, so. Zhao Yuanshan replied bitterly. Chu Ming was well aware of Zhao Yuanshan's intentions and knew that he had recognized the individuals in the recording but chose not to expose him. Zhao Yuanshan was entirely oblivious to Chu Ming's true motives. Nevertheless, as he remained a member of the Yun Group and the deputy manager of the project, after a brief hesitation, he feigned an expression of shock and indignation, exclaiming, "What? Manager Chu, are you saying that the voice in the recording belongs to General Manager Feng? General Manager Feng is our financial director at the Yun Group. How could he engage in such actions? Isn't this clearly an attempt to ruin the Yun Group?" Afterward, Chu Ming scrutinized Zhao Yuanshan and inquired, "Manager Zhao, do you think my actions are justified?" "Certainly, Manager Chu. Our Yun Group cannot harbor such a detrimental element, especially since General Manager Feng holds a senior position within the company. His blatant actions detrimental to the Group's interests cannot be tolerated." Zhao Yuanshan declared with righteous indignation, "It appears Manager Zhao understand the importance of safeguarding the Group's interests." Chu Ming replied with satisfaction. Chu Ming cast a surprised glance at Zhao Yuanshan, taken aback by his words. However, he did not reject this sentiment and nodded, saying, "Well then, I thank you, Manager Zhao. Manager Chu. You are too courteous. We are colleagues, and we will be working together for a long time to come. There is no need for such formalities." Zhao Yuanshan hurriedly responded. As they conversed, Chu Ming and Zhao Yuanshan exited the project department together. Zhao Yuanshan spotted Lao Zhang in the distance and quickly waved him over. Chapter 106. Unintentional confession. Upon hearing Zhao Yuanshan's words, Lao Zhang's expression was one of confusion, finding it hard to comprehend. Zhao Yuanshan's car? Taking Manager Chu? Was this something he truly expected to hear from Zhao Yuanshan? However, upon further reflection, Lao Zhang understood. After all, Chu Ming had just managed to intimidate even Du Wenchang. Zhao Yuanshan's current demeanor was not surprising. All right, Lao Zhang responded immediately. Taking the car keys, he turned to Chu Ming and said, Manager Chu, shall we go? Chu Ming nodded and, accompanied by Chang Yao, headed towards the BMW X5 park beside the project apartment. More than half an hour later, Chu Ming and Chang Yao entered the Yun Group's office building and took the private elevator to the top floor, in front of the president's office on the top floor. Chang Yao followed Chu Ming into Yun Shuyan's office. This was Chang Yao's first time entering Yun Shuyan's office, and she felt both nervous and uneasy. Don't be anxious. General Manager Yun 1T Bite. What is there to fear? Chu Ming said with a faint smile, noticing Chang Yao's hands clenched tightly in apprehension. Manager Chu, Chang Yao's face displayed a look of difficulty, unsure of how to respond. At that moment, Yun Xian's gaze fell upon Chang Yao, and after a brief appraisal, she remarked, You must be Chang Yao. Haha, I've heard from Lily that you're quite impressive. Keep up the good work. I've already instructed Lily to arrange for your confirmation. Chang Yao's heart soared with joy, and she quickly replied, Thank you, General Manager Yun. Thank you. Feng Dongping? He just came up a while ago. You should be in his office now. What is going on? Yun Xian inquired, her curiosity piqued. That's good. It seems Zhao Yuanshan made the right choice. Chu Ming nodded slightly. Upon hearing Chu Ming's words, Yun Xian was momentarily perplexed by his intentions. As they spoke, Chu Ming placed his phone on the desk in front of Yun Xian. Soon after, her expression darkened. Chu Ming stated calmly, Du Wenchang provided this to me. The construction site is now successfully underway. However, the contractor is not Wenchang Construction Company, but a new engineering team, so there is no need for concern. Yes, as long as the construction site is progressing smoothly, Yun Xian replied, nodding. Feng Dongping's blatant actions detrimental to the Yun Group's interests cannot be tolerated. Yun Xian declared coldly, Lily, notify everyone. We need to convene a high-level meeting immediately. With that, Yun Xian glanced at Lily beside her. Lily, having overheard the recording on the phone, promptly nodded and said, Yes, I'll arrange it right away. With that, Lily hurriedly exited Yun Xian's office, her heels clicking against the floor. Subsequently, Yun Xian turned her attention back to Chu Ming, who nodded in agreement. More than half an hour later, all senior executives of the Yun Group gathered in the conference room on the 10th floor. Yun Xian occupied the central position at the conference table, with Chu Ming seated to her right. General Manager Yun, what prompted this sudden high-level meeting? One executive inquired. Unable to contain their curiosity, a detrimental element has emerged within our Yun Group, committing acts that not only harm the interests of the group, but also openly colluding with external parties for personal gain. Yun Xian replied coldly, as her words echoed through the room. The atmosphere among the high-ranking officials of the Yun Group grew tumultuous, akin to a bustling marketplace. Yun Xian did not rush to quell the discussions, but instead turned to Chu Ming and said, President. Chu Ming nodded and retrieved his phone from his pocket. After a brief exchange of glances, he understood and promptly played the recording, turning the volume up to maximum. Not long after, the voices from the recording filled the conference room, causing the expressions of the senior officials to shift dramatically. They quickly recognized the voices in the conversation, and Feng Dongping's face turned pale. Consequently, all eyes turned towards Feng Dongping a couple of minutes later. The recording concluded, and everyone lowered their heads in silence. It was evident that Yun Xian had convened this urgent high-level meeting specifically targeting him. Yun Xian observed Feng Dongping's expression of indignation and couldn't help but chuckle coldly, saying, General Manager Feng, you seem a bit too sensitive, don't you think? Chapter 107. The mastermind behind it all, I believe the others have discerned this as well. If I do not clarify, would I not be allowing others to cast aspersions upon me? Feng Dongping declared with righteous indignation. General Manager, I have dedicated decades of sincere service to the Yun Group. While I may not boast of my contributions, I have certainly endured hardships. Throughout the years, I acknowledge having offended some individuals, and it is natural for someone to seek to tarnish my reputation, Feng Dongping continued. However, I implore you, General Manager, to thoroughly investigate this matter and restore my honor. Chu Ming couldn't help but stifle a chuckle at Feng Dongping's demeanor. Hearing Chu Ming's laughter, Feng Dongping immediately turned to him, expressing his displeasure. Manager Chu, what do you mean by that? Do you doubt my integrity? Not at all. What you just said is quite reasonable. Chu Ming shrugged and replied. Please continue. I, Feng Dongping, stand upright. Any attempt to defame me will not succeed, Feng Dongping retorted with a cold snort. Indeed, individuals like General Manager Feng would never fear a mere smear campaign. Chu Ming agreed. However, General Manager, since you claim this recording is a deliberate attempt to besmirch your name, what if I were to bring Du Wenchang in to confront you directly? Before Feng Dongping could interject, Chu Ming's voice rang out once more. Upon hearing this, Feng Dongping was momentarily taken aback, and instinctive tension gripped his heart. Although he was unaware of how Chu Ming had acquired the recording, the prospect of Du Wenchang's arrival posed a significant threat. Nevertheless, being a man who had weathered many storms, he quickly regained his composure, scrutinizing Chu Ming from head to toe before speaking. Manager Chu. I, Feng Dongping, fear no confrontation with anyone. However, as far as I know, General Manager Du is currently overseeing construction at the site. Are you certain you want to summon him here? If the project is delayed, can you bear the consequences? Ha! General Feng, your dedication to the group is truly commendable, Chu Ming remarked, a playful glint in his eye. Yet at this juncture, you still concern yourself with the ongoing project. I'm not like certain individuals who lack any sense of belonging to the group. I've worked here for over 20 years and consider this organization as my second home, Feng Dongping retorted, his tone dripping with sarcasm. General Feng, if you wish to express your sentiments, please do so directly. Without the veiled insinuations, Chu Ming replied. You may say what you will. I am unperturbed. Feng Dongping felt anger welling up within him, glaring at Chu Ming. Manager Chu, how can you conduct yourself in such a manner? Given your position as project manager, General Feng, have you finished your impassioned speech? Chu Ming countered, disregarding Feng Dongping's ire. You. Feng Dongping stared at Chu Ming, momentarily at a loss for words in resignation. He turned to Yun Xuan, stating, General Yun, you know that I. However, before he could finish, Yun Xuan interrupted him coldly. General Feng, do not allow yourself to be deceived by petty individuals. Chu Ming, call Du Wenchang and instruct him to come here. With a nod, Chu Ming responded, very well, that he promptly took out his phone and made the call that in less than 10 minutes. Du Wenchang arrived at the Yun group, escorted by Xiao Long. Mr. Chu, the person has arrived. Xiao Long announced respectfully. When Du Wenchang stepped into the office, Feng Dongping was left utterly dumbfounded. He had initially thought Chu Ming was merely bluffing, yet here was Du Wenchang in the flesh. Regaining his senses, Feng Dongping shot a fierce glare at him. However, Du Wenchang paid him no mind. At that moment, he was seething with rage towards Feng Dongping, wishing he could strangle him. Chu. Manager Chu, Du Wenchang addressed Chu Ming respectfully. General Yun, he added, turning his gaze to Yun Xuan. General Feng denies that the voice in the recording is his. Please clarify, Chu Ming urged. Du Wenchang nodded in agreement, then turned to Feng Dongping, exclaiming, Feng Dongping, you scoundrel, you have put me in this predicament, and now you wish to extricate yourself. Do you think that is possible? Du Wenchang, do not slander me. We are not acquainted, Feng Dongping retorted angrily. Du Wenchang glared coldly at him. Not acquainted, you say? Very well, Feng Dongping, since you assert that, do not blame me for being unrestrained. As he spoke, Du Wenchang retrieved his phone, intending to show the evidence to Chu Ming. Upon seeing this, Feng Dongping's heart raced, and he instinctively lunged to seize Du Wenchang's phone. However, before he could reach him, Xiaolong kicked him to the ground with a thud. Feng Dongping cried out in pain as he landed heavily on the floor. Du Wenchang, how dare you? He seethed, glaring at Du Wenchang. This is all you're doing, Feng Dongping. Du Wenchang replied, if I am to suffer, you shall not escape unscathed. Without hesitation, Du Wenchang presented the recordings and videos to Chu Ming. As the sounds filled the conference room, an eerie silence enveloped the space. Feng Dongping sat there, his eyes vacant, his body slumped in his chair. Meanwhile, Yun Xuan's expression was frigid as she regarded Feng Dongping. Her gaze filled with unrestrained fury. From the earlier dialogue, she had also caught wind of a familiar name, Yun Cheng. The reason Feng Dongping dared to act in such a manner was none other than the clandestine support from Yun Cheng, a revelation that caught her off guard. Chapter 108. Confrontation with the Yun family. General Feng, Do you have anything to say for yourself now? Chu Ming inquired, observing the defeated Feng Dongping. Feng Dongping attempted to retort, but instinctively fell silent. The evidence was irrefutable, rendering any defense futile. Feng Dongping, you have diligently served the Yun Group for many years, and we have never wronged you. Yet, to think you would so recklessly jeopardize the company's interests for your selfish gain. Yun Xuan stated icily. These recordings and videos will be submitted to the relevant authorities. As for you, may you seek your own fortune. Feng Dongping, in a panic, pleaded, General Yun, please, grant me one more chance. I realize my error. I assure you, I shall never again act against the interests of the group. However, Yun Xuan disregarded his pleas, taking the phone containing the incriminating evidence and handing it to Lili beside her. Copy all the recordings and videos, then contact the relevant authorities. Understood, General Yun, Lili responded without hesitation. Feng Dongping's face went pale as he watched this unfold, once more imploring, General Yun, consider my... Yet. Before he could finish, Yun Xuan interrupted him mercilessly. Feng Dongping, after your actions, do you still expect me to show you leniency? Feng Dongping stammered in response. General Yun, I was merely momentarily bewitched. Bewitched, you say? Do you think I'll be swayed by your flimsy words? Yun Xuan scoffed. Feng Dongping, realizing that no matter what he said, Yun Xuan would never believe him, fell into despair. Soon, representatives from the relevant authorities arrived and escorted Feng Dongping out of the Yun Group. Meanwhile, the remaining senior executives of the Yun Group stayed behind in the conference room. Li, please make a separate copy of those recordings for me. Yun Xuan instructed. Certainly, Lili replied. Yun Xuan then addressed the other senior executives, stating, I hope today's events serve as a cautionary tale that we are all part of the Yun Group. While we may not each contribute equally, we must refrain from actions that undermine the company's interests. General Yun speaks wisely. The executives chimed in agreement in the upper offices of the Yun Group, Yun Cheng and Yun Ming, among others, gathered in the living room as per the elder Yun's instructions. Yun Xuan was also present. Observing Yun Xuan's fierce demeanor, Yun Cheng and Yun Ming exchanged puzzled glances. Yun Xuan, are you sure of your words? We are all members of the Yun family. How can we harm the company's interests? Yun Ming protested, taken aback. Dear aunt, why the rush to defend yourself? Yun Xuan replied coolly. Could it be that you are aware of this matter? Upon hearing this, Yun Ming's expression darkened, and he retorted, Xuan, one can eat recklessly, but words must be chosen with care. I am your elder, and such slander is unacceptable. Yun Xuan chuckled. Indeed, you are my elder. How could I ever slander you? Enough, Xuan, stop this nonsense that we are all busy, if there is nothing of importance. Please attend to your own affairs. Yun Cheng interjected, exasperated. Second uncle, since you insist on such, let us not beat around the bush. Yun Xuan nodded, her tone resolute. As the recordings played, the living room of the Yun family estate fell into a deep hush. Yun Cheng's expression shifted dramatically as he exclaimed, when have I ever been in contact with Feng Dongping? This is utterly absurd. I, Yun Cheng, am a member of the Yun family, no matter who holds the reins of the Yun Group. I shall always benefit from its prosperity. How could I ever act in such a manner? Second brother is correct. As members of the Yun family, we have no reason to conduct ourselves thus. Yun Ming chimed in supportively. Xuan, that Feng Dongping harbors malicious intentions that I believe it is imperative to immediately relieve him of his position as the chief financial officer of the Yun Group and expel him from the company. Yun Cheng declared. There's no need for you to worry, uncle. The relevant authorities have already taken Feng Dongping away for investigation. Xuan replied with a faint smile. Humph, Xuan, do you doubt my integrity? Yun Cheng retorted with a cold snort. Of course not. It is just that Feng Dongping's arguments are quite convincing, making it difficult for me to dismiss them. Xuan responded. Chapter 109. Zhao Yuanshan's surrender. Humph. I am merely an acquaintance of Feng Dongping. There is no way I would allow him to act in such a manner. Yun Cheng scoffed. Yet despite his words, Yun Cheng could not help but feel a twinge of concern. The fact that Feng Dongping had been taken for investigation was certainly alarming. If he were to disclose everything, even if he managed to escape imprisonment, his standing within the Yun family would undoubtedly be compromised. Therefore, it was crucial to ensure that Feng Dongping did not divulge all the details. Regardless of the circumstances, I am still your uncle and a member of the Yun family. You wish for the Yun group to prosper, and so do I. Yun Cheng implored earnestly, yes, soon as Yun Cheng finished speaking. Yun Mingyi and others chimed in, saying, Xuyan, your uncle is right as a member of the Yun family. How could he engage in actions detrimental to the interests of the Yun group? I sense there is something amiss with this matter. Feng Dongping does not strike me as a trustworthy individual. Yun Mingyi continued. Enough, this matter ends here. Feng Dongping must face severe punishment. The voice of the elder Yun resonated calmly. Yes, I understand, Xuyan replied, nodding in acknowledgement upon hearing the elder's words. However, just as Xuyan finished speaking, Yun Xing's voice rang out once more. Although my contributions to the group may not match Xuyan's, I have certainly put in my share of effort. That is enough. The elder Yun admonished. Feng Dongping indeed has issues, and Xuyan's actions are for the benefit of the group. The elder continued. Let this matter rest. Xuyan, you must also refrain from being so impulsive in the future. The elder Yun added, casting a glance at her. Hearing the elder's words, Xuyan nodded, saying, Yes, Grandpa, I understand. The members of Yun family ultimately departed with an air of discontent. After leaving the Yun family estate, Yun Cheng immediately dialed a number. Not long after, Feng Dongping, who was being held and interrogated, received a call from his family. Upon learning that it was Yun Cheng who had contacted him, Feng Dongping immediately understood what he should and should not say. In the end, he chose to bear all the blame alone at the construction site of the Yun group. Mr. Chu, the workers' wages have all been disbursed, Xiao Long reported respectfully to Chu Ming, who sat behind the desk. Chu Ming nodded slightly, saying, Well done, Mr. Chu. Is there anything else you would like me to do? Xiao Long inquired. Yes, there's indeed something you need to attend to, Chu Ming replied thoughtfully. Guo Pengshang previously had a subordinate named Xiongzi. Inquire about his whereabouts, and then pay him a visit. Bring him to the Tiger Hall. Chu Ming instructed further. Here is my number. Call me if anything arises. Saying this, Chu Ming wrote down his phone number and handed it to Xiao Long. Hearing Chu Ming's words, Xiao Long nodded without hesitation, affirming, understood. With that, Xiao Long turned and exited Chu Ming's office. After having a cigarette in the office, Chu Ming was preparing to leave when a sudden knock on the door interrupted him. Come in, he said after a brief hesitation. As his voice fell, the office door opened from the outside, and Zhao Yuanshan stepped into the office. Manager Chu, Zhao Yuanshan greeted respectfully as he approached Chu Ming. Now that his greatest ally had been eliminated by Chu Ming, he no longer dared to confront him at this moment. Zhao Yuanshan was solely focused on how to preserve himself, disregarding all other matters. Previously, he had severely offended Chu Ming, and now, without a protector, he had to quickly ingratiate himself with him. Manager Zhao. What is it? Is there something on your mind? Chu Ming asked curiously, observing Zhao Yuanshan's cautious demeanor. No, nothing at all. Zhao Yuanshan instinctively replied, No, there's something. He corrected himself hurriedly. Manager Zhao, do you have something or not? Chu Ming rolled his eyes in exasperation. Manager Chu, I heard that General Feng. Zhao Yuanshan began. You wish to inquire about Feng Dongping, correct? Chu Ming assessed Zhao Yuanshan from head to toe. Manager Chu, I'm just trying to find out. Please don't overthink it, if it is inconvenient to discuss. Then consider my question unasked, Zhao Yuanshan added quickly. Manager Zhao, you are overthinking it. There is nothing that cannot be said. Chu Ming chuckled lightly. Feng Dongping has indeed been apprehended, and it won't be long before he discloses everything he has done. Upon hearing Chu Ming's words, Zhao Yuanshan's expression changed instantly. Noticing Zhao Yuanshan's reaction, a playful smile appeared on Chu Ming's face as he continued. Manager Zhao, there is no need for you to worry so much. At this, Zhao Yuanshan was momentarily taken aback. Manager Chu, I'm not worried, he stammered. Manager Zhao, as long as you perform well at the Yun Group, you will certainly not be treated poorly, Chu Ming replied nonchalantly. The Yun Group is in great need of talent at this moment, and individuals like you, Manager Zhao, are precisely what the company requires. Before Zhao Yuanshan could respond, Chu Ming's voice rang out again, saying, As for the past, it is merely a fleeting memory that I am aware of your connections with Feng Dongping, but I trust that Manager Zhao possesses the discernment to know how to choose. Do you not? Chu Ming added, Zhao Yuanshan could not help but feel a wave of hesitation. Chapter 110. The past of Xiongzi, however, at this moment, he also grasped the underlying meaning of Chu Ming's words. After a brief pause, Zhao Yuanshan quickly expressed, Manager Chu, I did indeed have some contact with General Feng in the past, but that was all. There's no need to dwell on past events. As long as you are wholeheartedly dedicated to the Yun Group in the future, I can certainly ensure your safety, Chu Ming smiled. However, what about over at General Yun? Zhao Yuanshan's face displayed uncertainty. I will certainly speak to General Yun, but how I convey it will depend on your subsequent performance, Chu Ming replied. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yuanshan nodded vigorously, saying, Manager Chu, I understand. You can rest assured, I will not let you down from now on. It is not about whether I will be disappointed, but rather whether you will find yourself in trouble. You should grasp my meaning, correct? Chu Ming asked with a light chuckle. Yes, I understand. Zhao Yuanshan nodded in agreement. Very well. Let us head down to inspect the situation at the construction site, Chu Ming declared as he rose from his chair. Zhao Yuanshan promptly nodded and respectfully followed Chu Ming out of the project apartment. At the construction site, accompanied by Zhao Yuanshan, Chu Ming took a tour around the area. Just as Chu Ming was about to approach Zhao Gang, a sudden ringing from his mobile phone interrupted him. Taking out his phone, he noticed a call from an unfamiliar number, piquing his curiosity. After answering before Chu Ming could speak, Xiaolong's voice resonated from the other end. Chu. Cough, cough, Mr. Chu. Xiaolong coughed heavily a couple of times before continuing. Mr. Chu, we have located the Xiongzi you mentioned, but as soon as we identified ourselves, he seemed to go berserk and attacked us mercilessly. My men and I were no match for him. Xiaolong explained. Fortunately, we managed to retreat quickly. Otherwise, where are you now? Chu Ming inquired. We are outside Xiongzi's residence. His strength is too overwhelming for us, so we could only, Xiaolong replied. All right, I understand. Give me your location. I will head over now, Chu Ming said after a moment of contemplation. Upon hearing Chu Ming's words, Xiaolong promptly relayed the location to him. Manager Zhao, I have other matters to attend to. I will leave the construction site in your capable hands, Chu Ming added before hanging up the phone and turning to Zhao Yuanshan. Without any hesitation, Zhao Yuanshan replied, All right, Manager Chu, you can rest assured. Outside the project apartment, Chu Ming gave Chang Yao a brief update before departing the construction site. More than half an hour later, Chu Ming arrived at the location Xiaolong had provided. Upon seeing Chu Ming's arrival, Xiaolong's face broke into a smile as he hurried to meet him. Mr. Chu, Xiaolong said respectfully as he approached. Mr. Chu, Xiongzi's strength is too formidable. My men and I are no match for him. So, Xiaolong admitted somewhat sheepishly. It is of no consequence that I am aware of Xiongzi's prowess. Chu Ming replied with a smile. Allow me to assess your injuries, he then added, while patting Xiaolong's shoulder. A wave of internal energy flowed into Xiaolong's body. Instantly, Xiaolong felt all his pain dissipate, replaced by a sensation of lightness throughout his body. In such circumstances, Xiaolong could not help but widen his eyes, a look of astonishment flickering in his gaze as he regarded Chu Ming. This, Mr. Chu, Yuti stammered, disbelief etched across his features. Although he was unaware of what Chu Ming had done, one thing was certain. His unwavering confidence was somehow linked to him. A wave of shock washed over Xiaolong's heart. However, before he could utter a word, Chu Ming's voice resonated once more, inquiring, What is the situation with Xiongzi? Why did he attack you upon learning you were from the Tiger Hall? Xiaolong immediately replied, Mr. Chu, I too am at a loss. When we approached Xiongzi and introduced ourselves, he seemed to go mad. Very well, I understand. You all wait here. I will ascend to investigate the matter. Chu Ming nodded affirmatively to Mr. Chu. You, Xiaolong said, concern evident in his eyes. Fear not. Chu Ming reassured him with a glance. With that, he proceeded up the stairs. Soon, Chu Ming arrived at the floor where Xiongzi resided. Standing before the closed door, he raised his hand and knocked. Who dares to come? Xiongzi's furious voice echoed from within. With that, a tremendous force flung the door open. Yet, upon seeing Chu Ming standing there, Xiongzi momentarily froze. You misunderstand. I'm not a member of the Tiger Hall. Chu Ming chuckled lightly. However, I am quite curious about the enmity between you and the Tiger Hall. Why do you harbor such hatred towards them? As he observed Xiongzi, A hint of curiosity sparked in Chu Ming's eyes. The tiger hall, Xiongzi's gaze darkened, a trace of bloodlust seeping into his eyes. The tiger hall is responsible for my sister's death. I have vowed to annihilate them and avenge her. This revelation. Curiosity flickered across Chu Ming's face. How could the tiger hall have caused your sister's demise? He pressed further, after a moment's hesitation. Xiongzi recounted the events leading up to the tragedy. However, the members of the tiger hall did not cease their actions. They ultimately caused my sister's death. After listening to Xiongzi's account, Chu Ming nodded thoughtfully. I understand that I will investigate this matter thoroughly, that if what you say is indeed true, you need not take action. I will ensure your sister's vengeance is served. Xiongzi was taken aback, staring incredulously at Chu Ming. You will help me avenge her? Indeed, Chu Ming affirmed. Though I am not from the Tiger Hall, I possess the authority to command them. If it was indeed their doing, I could deliver the responsible parties to you for your retribution. However, upon hearing Chu Ming's words, a fierce glint returned to Xiongzi's eyes. You can command the Tiger Hall? So, you are their hidden master? He demanded, his teeth clenched. The Tiger Hall killed my sister, even in death. I will not pledge my loyalty to you. Chu Ming regarded Xiongzi with a furrowed brow. Your sister's case requires further investigation. Regardless of the outcome, I will provide you the opportunity for revenge. How does that sound? There are no good people in the Tiger Hall. Yes, their hidden master. Do not expect my submission, Xiongzi retorted coldly. Chu Ming's demeanor turned icily serious. Are you certain you wish to proceed in this manner? My patience is limited, that if you do not desire to avenge your sister, I can grant you that. Had it not been for your considerable potential, those words alone would have made you a corpse by now. Chu Ming said coldly. Xiongzi froze. Though he harbored deep-seated hatred towards the Tiger Hall, he was not blinded by vengeance. As Chu Ming had pointed out, if he intended to deal with him, Xiongzi would stand no chance. Subsequently, he lowered his head, choosing to remain silent. Until I have thoroughly investigated this matter, you will remain here quietly. As I promised, I will deliver the one responsible for your sister's death to you, allowing you to take your revenge personally, Chu Ming declared. But Xiongzi protested reluctantly. Before he could continue, Chu Ming shot him a glance. But what? Do you wish to eradicate the entire Tiger Hall, setting aside whether you possess the strength to do so? Even if your power grows by following me, should you dare to act against the Tiger Hall, I will not spare you, of course. You may test that theory when the time comes, Chu Ming added. Xiongzi remained silent, his gaze shifting restlessly. What was your sister's name? Chu Ming inquired. Her name was Lian, Xiongzi replied. Understood. Wait for news from me. Chu Ming nodded. Xiongzi hesitated momentarily, then asked, how long will it take? At most 3 days. You will receive news within that time frame, Chu Ming assured him. Very well, Xiongzi replied, nodding resolutely that I will await your message. Chu Ming observed Xiongzi's demeanor and chose not to say more. Turning instead to leave Xiongzi's residence. Downstairs, Xiao Long and his subordinates eagerly approached Chu Ming upon his arrival. Mr. Chu. Where is he? Xiao Long inquired hastily. Let us not concern ourselves with him for now. His animosity towards the Tiger Hall stems from the fact that they were responsible for his sister's death, which is why he reacted so violently upon learning you were from the Tiger Hall. Chu Ming explained. Upon hearing this, Xiao Long and the others displayed looks of realization. Now it makes sense. I wondered why he went berserk at the mention of the Tiger Hall, Xiao Long admitted. However, Mr. Chu, while our Tiger Hall reigns supreme in the underworld, we have never committed any heinous acts. What was your sister's name? This matter is now in your hands, that I wish to know the details within 3 days. Chu Ming reiterated. Upon hearing this, Xiao Long nodded earnestly. Understood. Rest assured, Mr. Chu, I will uncover the cause of death of the girl named Lian within 3 days. Pleased with Xiao Long's response, Chu Ming nodded. Good. Notify me as soon as you have any information. Yes, Xiao Long replied promptly. Afterward, Chu Ming did not linger with Xiao Long, but proceeded directly to the Yun Corporation. At the Yun Corporation, Chu Ming navigated his way to Yun Shuyan's office with familiarity. Noticing her still engrossed in work, a faint smile graced her lips. Upon hearing the commotion, Yun Shuyan looked up, momentarily taken aback upon seeing Chu Ming. Curiously, she asked, What brings you here? Mr. Chu seems to understand Yun's own quite well. How enviable, Lily chimed in teasingly from the side. Yun Shuyan shot Lily an exasperated glance. All right, you should head home now. Lily's face lit up with a radiant smile. Really? You don't need my assistance? No, just hurry and leave, Yun Shuyan insisted. Mr. Chu, you must come more often. That way, I won't be subjected to Yun Zong's pressures, Lily remarked, looking at Chu Ming with a grin. Chu Ming couldn't help but chuckle at Lily's words. All right, I shall come every day. Lily's eyes brightened. Good, it's settled then. If you don't leave, I'll make you stay and help me with overtime. Yun Shuyan frowned. If you don't leave soon, I'll have to insist you stay. I'm going. Lily hurriedly packed her belongings. As Chu Ming watched Lily's retreating figure, he shook his head with a smile before turning his attention back to Yun Shuyan. How late do you plan to work? I'll finish up quickly, Yun Shuyan replied. Just wait for me on the couch. I'll wrap up this work shortly. By the way, what's the situation at the construction site? Yun Shuyan raised her head to inquire. Upon hearing Chu Ming's question, her brows knitted in contemplation. Zhao Yuanshan? What's the matter? Chu Ming chuckled lightly, prompting her to elaborate. If I recall correctly, he seems to be quite close with Feng Dongping, who is associated with my second uncle. Entrusting everything to Zhao Yuanshan may not be a wise decision, Yun Shuyan cautioned. Zhao Yuanshan did have some dealings with Feng Dongping, but I believe he is a wise man and knows how to act accordingly. Chu Ming countered that, of course, if he were to act dishonestly, I have numerous methods to deal with him, he added. Therefore, you need not worry excessively about the construction site, Chu Ming reassured her, but that one must always be wary. Yun Shuyan responded that if Zhao Yuanshan were to make any moves, it could result in significant losses. Rest assured, the construction team can be trusted without question, even if Zhao Yuanshan wishes to create any trouble on site. He cannot openly obstruct the team's work. Can he? Chu Ming replied with a smile. Very well. Since you say so, I shall refrain from inquiring further about the construction site, Yun Shuyan conceded. Following this, Yun Shuyan returned to her work, focusing intently on her tasks. Upon witnessing the scene, Chu Ming chose not to disturb Yun Shuyan, opting instead to settle comfortably on the sofa while engrossed in his mobile device. Time gradually slipped away. In the prime planning district of Donghai City, a Mercedes-Benz Sprinter came to a gentle halt by the roadside outside the construction site of the Yun Corporation, within the rear compartment of the Mercedes. Yun Cheng retrieved his phone and dialed a number. Moments later, Zhao Yuanshan hurriedly emerged from the construction site, jogging towards the vehicle. Noticing Zhao Yuanshan's arrival, Yun Cheng pressed the electric button to open the car door, which slowly swung ajar, allowing Zhao Yuanshan to approach. However, rather than entering immediately, Zhao Yuanshan paused at the threshold, gazing respectfully at Yun Cheng, who was reclining in the luxurious seat of the Sprinter, and inquired. Director Yun, you summoned me? No need to linger outside. Come in and let us converse. Yun Cheng beckoned with a smile. Upon hearing Yun Cheng's words, Zhao Yuanshan displayed a look of astonishment, momentarily rendered speechless. Come in. Why are you dawdling? Yun Cheng urged, observing Zhao Yuanshan's hesitation. Complying, Zhao Yuanshan nodded repeatedly, exclaiming, Yes. As he spoke, Zhao Yuanshan hurriedly climbed into the Mercedes Sprinter, which was outfitted with the highest specifications and further enhanced for its rear compartment, effectively transforming it into a mobile luxury office. Director Yun, you summoned me. For what purpose? Zhao Yuanshan asked, his voice tinged with uncertainty. No. Alcohol is prohibited on the site. I asked the deputy project manager. I cannot be the first to breach the rules. Zhao Yuanshan quickly replied, You see, Manager Zhao, your consideration is commendable. That I have complete confidence in entrusting Yun Corporation's projects to you. Yun Cheng remarked with a smile. As they spoke, Yun Cheng lifted his glass of red wine and took a delicate sip. Although Zhao Yuanshan was unclear about the reason for his summons, he was acutely aware that Feng Dongping was undoubtedly in dire straits. Director Yun, you jest. This is merely my duty, Zhao Yuanshan responded. As a member of Yun Corporation, it is only natural for me to be diligent regarding our projects. Manager Zhao, have you heard about the situation with General Manager Feng? Yun Cheng inquired, casting a knowing glance at Zhao Yuanshan while gently swirling his wine. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yuanshan felt a weight settle in his chest, sensing that the inevitable had arrived. He has taken the brunt of it all. I am aware of his connections with you, but you need not worry about any repercussions. Feng Dongping made the right choice. His family has already been sent abroad by me, Yun Cheng stated with a smile. Director Yun, why are you sharing this with me? Zhao Yuanshan feigned ignorance. My initial intention was not to have Chu Ming as the project leader, but unfortunately, Yin Shuyin is quite obstinate in her decision. Therefore, I hope, Manager Zhao, you can exert some influence and preferably remove Chu Ming from the position of project leader. Yin Cheng articulated, as long as Chu Ming vacates that role, I can assure you that the position will undoubtedly be yours. What do you say? Upon hearing this, Zhao Yuanshan couldn't help but curse inwardly. He had no desire to oppose Chu Ming, having witnessed the fate of Du Wenchang firsthand, whose construction company was left in ruins and barely clinging to existence, as for Feng Dongping, while he was uncertain of the man's ultimate fate. He was certain that imprisonment was inevitable. The thought of Yin Cheng wanting him to confront Chu Ming seemed a recipe for disaster. Yet, Zhao Yuanshan understood that while Chu Ming was beyond his reach, Yin Cheng was equally formidable. To offend Yin Cheng would surely lead to dire consequences. After a moment of deliberation, Zhao Yuanshan inquired, Director Yun, what exactly do you mean? To be frank, I am quite displeased with Chu Ming's presence in Yin Corporation, and I wish for you to facilitate his departure. Yin Cheng replied. Rest assured, should you accomplish this task, I will not treat you poorly. The project leader position is but the first step. The road ahead is long, and I will do everything in my power to assist you. Hearing this, Zhao Yuanshan felt a flicker of temptation. However, he was acutely aware of his limitations and the formidable nature of Chu Ming. Yet, to outright refuse Yin Cheng was simply not an option. After all, Yin Cheng's status was undeniable, and rejecting him was tantamount to courting disaster. Director Yun, this task may prove challenging. Zhao Yuanshan hesitated before responding. Currently, the construction site is filled with Chu Ming's people, and the original Wenchang construction company has withdrawn, replaced by another engineering team that only follows Chu Ming's directives. It will be quite difficult for me. Manager Zhao, where there's a will, there's a way. Yin Cheng chuckled lightly as he spoke. He raised his glass of red wine and took another leisurely sip. Zhao Yuanshan, observing Yin Cheng's demeanor, felt an urge to curse him internally. Where there's a will, there's a way. Is that really applicable in this context? Despite his inner turmoil, Zhao Yuanshan maintained a composed exterior and remarked, So, does that mean Director Yun has a solution? Indeed, I have a plan, though I'm unsure if you are willing to pursue it. Yin Cheng nodded slightly. Zhao Yuanshan, recognizing the gravity of the situation, was not one to shy away from an opportunity.